Chapter 1, Reward Distribution. Voice of Darkness. The sunlight poured through the bus's windows, showering Jiang Han's face with warmth and softness. He sat on the window seat and looked at the ever-changing scenery outside the window, his heart filled with reluctance and anticipation. Jiang Han, crossing over to here now has been 7 years. The original world he is just a 9-to-5 office worker. Now he grew up living in Yangcheng orphanage. The last life of him is also the same, living in the orphanage since childhood. I did not expect that in this life. He is still the same. This was the first time he left this familiar city. He had just graduated from high school and was about to head to Zhonghai University of Finance to further his education and start a new chapter in his life. The bus slowly drove out of Yangcheng, and Jiang Han's gaze was fixed on the window. Fields, towns, rivers, these familiar scenery gradually faded away, replaced by unfamiliar landscapes. His heart was filled with both longing for the future and attachment to the past. The life in the orphanage was hard, but there were memories of him growing up there, and everyone he was familiar with. Ding! The Divine Hero Return System is binding. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Han's mind, interrupting his thoughts. He froze slightly and subconsciously looked around, but found nothing. Immediately afterward, a countdown that only he could see began to count down before his eyes. 30, 29, 28, 3, 2, 1. Ding! The system binding is successful, rewarding a global limited dark night voice. The car is parked in the Shanghai bus station parking lot. Please claim it when the host arrives. Jiang Han was shocked in this short minute. He looked incredulously at the system panel that appeared in front of him and muttered in his heart, "This is fake, right? I got seasick? Having hallucinations?" His heartbeat accelerated and his palms were slightly sweaty. The system panel in front of him flickered with a faint light, displaying all sorts of information that appeared very real. Jiang Qin tried to convince himself that this was just a dream, but that sense of reality was too much for him to ignore. "Host, this is not an illusion." The mechanical voice sounded again, as if it could read his thoughts. As the voice fell, Jiang Han slapped his face, and pain instantly hit him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his hand and then at the system panel in front of him. "Crap, this is real?" Jiang Chen murmured in confusion once again. "It's true. Oh, as long as the host makes a purchase, he will receive a random multiplier back, and at the same time, as long as the host spends, he will receive Divine Magnificence points. Divine Magnificence points can be used to obtain a wide variety of skills in the system mall." The mechanical voice continued, with a hint of teasing in its tone. With that, the system mall appeared in front of Jiang Han's eyes, only to see a variety of skills appear in the system mall: cooking, fighting, business mastery. The lowest cooking system requires 5 million divine greatness points to purchase. Jiang Chen's mind was in chaos as he tried to digest the information. He had never thought that he would come across something like this, much less that he would obtain a system. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes and looked at the system panel again to confirm that this was not an illusion. Global Limited Dark Voice A. Jiang Han repeated the system reward in a low voice, his heart filled with doubt and curiosity. He had never owned any luxury goods since he was a child, let alone a limited edition luxury car. This sudden reward made him feel both excited and uneasy. He didn't know what this system would bring him, nor did he know how he should face the rest of his life. Jiang Chen's gaze went out the window again. The bus had already driven into an unfamiliar area. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that he was about to arrive in Shanghai, and this system could change his life. As the bus continued to move, Jiang Han's thoughts drifted far away. He imagined his life in Shanghai, and imagined what kind of surprises the dark voice would bring him. His heart was filled with anticipation, but there was also a hint of uneasiness. As long as the host makes a purchase, he will receive a random multiplier back. The mechanical voice sounded again, as if reminding him. Jiang Han nodded, looking out the car window with one more minute of anticipation. The 2-hour journey soon came to an end in anticipation, and as the bus slowly arrived at the station, Jiang Han dragged his suitcase and walked towards the parking lot with great excitement. His heart was filled with longing for the future, and at the same time, he was also filled with curiosity about the system's reward of the Voice of Darkness. Ding! The host has arrived at the collection location. The car key has been placed in the host's book bag compartment. The system's voice sounded again, and Jiang Han immediately took off the school bag on his back to check. His fingers gently flipped open the book bag's compartment, and sure enough, a delicate car key was lying there quietly. The surface of the key exudes a light metallic luster, engraved with the words Bugatti. Looks very high grade. Jiang Han's heartbeat accelerated. He never thought he would own such a luxurious sports car. He carefully picked up the car key, feeling the temperature of the key, as if he could feel an invisible power from it. After graduating from high school, the director of the orphanage had him get his driver's license. The dean had always taken care of him, hoping that he would have a better future. Jiang Han took out his car keys, carried his suitcase, and walked towards the parking lot. Just as he walked into the parking lot, two men walked out while talking. Their voices were especially clear in the emptiness of the parking lot. That car just now must cost tens of millions of dollars. Did you run to the bus station to pick up a beautiful woman? Or do you have nothing better to do than ride a bus? One of them said with a smile, with a hint of flirtation in his tone. Probably came to pick up a beautiful woman. How could that kind of person sit in a bus? But I just touched it. And I'm a man who has touched a Bugatti. Ha ha ha. The other man said with a smile and a smug look on his face. Jiang Han heard their conversation and his heart stirred slightly. He dragged his suitcase forward and with a polite smile on his face, he asked, "Brother, what car are you guys talking about? Where is it?" "That no. Where a Bugatti is parked. Go take a picture and send it to your friends." One of them pointed to the crowd in the corner of the parking lot and said with a smile, a hint of teasing in his tone, "Oh, thank you brother," Jiang Han said with a smile, but he was a little nervous in his heart. He didn't know what this car he was about to see would look like, nor did he know how he should face the gazes around him. After saying that, Jiang Han was carrying his suitcase towards the crowd. His footsteps were a bit hurried, and his heartbeat accelerated a lot. He could feel his palms sweating slightly, but kept a calm smile on his face. In no time, Jiang Han arrived in front of the car. A black Bugatti Sound of Darkness was quietly parked there, surrounded by a dozen people frantically taking pictures. The sunlight sprinkled on the car's body, reflecting a dazzling light, as if the car itself was a work of art. Chapter 2 Return Multiplier Randomization. The sunlight sprinkled on the streets of Shanghai, and the sycamore trees on both sides of the street swayed with the wind, casting a patchy light. Zhang Chen stood at the entrance to the parking lot, his eyes fixed on the dark voice parked at the corner. His heart was unusually excited, as if there was an uncontrollable joy surging in his chest. Walking forward, Jiang Han gently pressed the car key's unlock button. In an instant, as if this voice of darkness was awakened, the two lights flashed, followed by a low and powerful roar. The crowd of onlookers instantly quieted down, followed by someone opening their mouth and exclaiming, "Crap, it's lit up." Zhang Chen's mouth rose slightly when he heard the exclamation, and he walked over with his suitcase. He opened the passenger door and carefully stuffed the suitcase in, then sat in the cockpit in full view of everyone. The seats in the car were soft and comfortable, as if they were customized for him. He gently closed the door and felt the high-grade atmosphere inside the car. His heart filled with a sense of fulfillment. The original crowd of onlookers instantly quieted down, all of them holding their breath, their gazes fixed on this voice of darkness. Jiang Han took a deep breath, gently turned the key. The engine issued a roar, as if declaring its power. The crowd of onlookers instantly dispersed, making way. Jiang Han slowly drove out of the parking lot under the envious gazes of bystanders. The moment he left the parking lot, the system's mechanical voice sounded again, detecting the host's success in receiving the newbie binding reward. Reward return times x5. Start your reckless life. Jiang Han smiled faintly, his heart filled with anticipation. He parked the car on the side of the road, took out a cell phone that he had used for a long time, and opened a novel called Divine Hero System, starting from walking into campus in the bookshelf of tomato novels. In one breath, he directly rewarded all $3,000 of living expenses given by the dean in his bank card. Consumption successful. Gain 3,000 Divine Greatness points. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold return. The system's voice rang out, followed by the notification of a cell phone text message. Zhang Chen glanced down at his phone, and the message that $30,000 had arrived in the bank made him even more excited. His heartbeat accelerated, and his face revealed joy that was hard to hide. System, is this money from the regular way? Zhang Chen asked with slight concern. He didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble because of this money. Host, please rest assured, the funds rewarded by this system are all recognized through the stock market, and the transaction records are all there, making it convenient for the host to explain to people. The system's voice sounded again, with a hint of reassurance in its tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was quite a bit more at ease. He continued to drive the car towards the Shanghai University of Finance. The sunlight poured onto his face through the car windows, warming him up as if foreshadowing the bright future he was about to usher in. When he was about to arrive at his destination, the gas gauge of this dark voice suddenly lit up with a red light, emitting a slight alarm sound. Jiang Han smiled helplessly and said, "System, can't you just fill up the gas for me?" With that, Jiang Han opened the navigation, searched for the nearest gas station, and drove in that direction. This dark voice traveled through the streets of Shanghai, drawing countless gazes. People stopped in their tracks with envy and marvel in their eyes, as if this car was a work of art. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the gas station and stopped in front of the 98 gasoline gun. He opened the door, stepped out of the car, and spoke to the staff. "Fill it up, and then fill up a $30,000 card." The staff nodded and skillfully picked up the gasoline gun and began to refuel this voice of darkness. Zhang Chen stood beside the car, watching the numbers on the gas gauge rise. his heart filled with a sense of satisfaction. He could feel the gazes around him, but didn't care. Instead, he somewhat enjoyed the feeling of being noticed. The sunlight sprinkled on the streets of Shanghai, and the air was filled with the faint smell of gasoline and the hustle and bustle of the city. Jiang Han sat in the driver's seat of Dark Voice, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. The experience he had just had at the gas station had filled him with confidence in this system, and he knew that he had stepped onto a different path. System, is this return multiplier random? Zhang Chen asked as he drove the car, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yes, host, the return multipliers of the system rewards are all random. The lowest multiplier is 1x and the highest is 100x. The system's mechanical voice sounded again, as if reminding him of the power of this system. Jiang Han nodded, secretly calculating in his mind. This meant that every spending could bring huge rewards, and he only needed to grasp the opportunity to make his life better. The car traveled slowly through the streets of Shanghai, Jiang Han's eyes sweeping over the street-side scenery from time to time. Shanghai was a vibrant city, with high-rise buildings and people coming and going on the streets, filled with the atmosphere of a modern city. He could feel the heartbeat of the city, as if he was also integrated into the rhythm. Successful consumption, gained 30,000 divine magnificence points, triggering a 7-fold return. The system's beep sounded again, followed by the bank arrival text message. Zhang Chen glanced down at his cell phone. The message that the bank had arrived at 210,000 caused his heart to shake, and his face revealed a joy that was hard to hide. This system is really amazing, Jiang Han whispered to himself, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. He knew that he already had the tool to change his fate, and all he needed to do next was to make good use of it. The car continued on its way and soon arrived at the entrance of Shanghai University of Finance. A tall stone monument was erected at the entrance of the school, engraved with the words Shanghai University of Finance in golden color. The sunlight on the monument was particularly dazzling. Jiang Han parked his car in the temporary parking area in front of the school. He took a deep breath and slowly stepped out of the car. The door of Dark Voice's car made a crisp closing sound, as if announcing its existence. The surrounding students cast curious gazes, and Jiang Han could feel a hint of envy and marvel in their gazes. He looked up at the school gate, his heart filled with anticipation. This university was the place of his dreams, and he had never imagined that he would come here in such a way. He dragged his suitcase and walked towards the school gates, each step seeming extraordinarily determined. Walking into the campus, Jiang Han's eyes were deeply attracted by the scenery in front of him. The campus was lush with green trees and blooming flowers, with a neat pathway winding through it. In the distance was a modernized teaching building. The sunlight sprinkled on the roof of the building, making it look particularly spectacular. Jiang Han could feel the tranquility and peace here, as if it was an isolated paradise. He dragged his suitcase and walked slowly along the path, his heart filled with longing for the future. He didn't know what he would encounter here, but he knew that this would be a new beginning in his life. Chapter 3 Su Yao. Jiang Han dragged his suitcase and walked along the path towards the dormitory. The sunlight poured onto the ground through the gaps in the leaves, forming a patch of light, and the breeze brought a hint of coolness. He had just arrived in this strange city from his hometown, and his heart was filled with both anticipation and a little anxiety. The registration area was located outside the school's gymnasium, and a long line snaked around. Jiang Han was at the end of the line, looking up from time to time to look around. The campus was filled with the vigor of new students. Everywhere were students carrying luggage and dragging suitcases, and there were also enthusiastic volunteers helping to guide them. It was finally Jiang Han's turn. He straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked towards the table at the registration desk. There was a girl sitting in front of the table. Her height was about 1 meter 6'8", exactly the golden height. Her skin was snow white, like carefully carved porcelain, and she had a cool aura. Her face was beautifully contoured, especially those eyes, which were big and bright, like two sparkling gems. She wore a ponytail, her hair was dark and shiny, and a few strands of broken hair hung down by her cheeks, adding a bit of spirituality. She was wearing a light blue dress, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, looking particularly charming. There was a necklace hanging around her neck, and the silver-colored chain sparkled in the sunlight, setting off the whole person even more innocently. Jiang Han's gaze had just landed on her, and he was captivated by her. His heart raced and his cheeks heated slightly, as if he was struck by an electric current. He forced himself to calm down and shifted his gaze back to the formalities. "Hello classmate, please give me your acceptance letter and ID card." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a clear spring in the mountains, making Jiang Han's heartbeat instantly calm down a lot. "Oh, okay." Jiang Han was a little flustered as he pulled the documents out of his pocket and handed them over. She took the document and scrutinized it carefully, her movements elegant and subdued. Jiang Han took the opportunity to take a closer look at her. Her brows and eyes were filled with a bookish air, as if she was a heroine who came out of a comic. Her fingers were long and white, and the movement of gently flipping the documents made Jiang Han look a little mesmerized. Your name is Jiang Han, right? She raised her head and asked with a smile. Yes. Jiang Han nodded, his voice a little low. Welcome to Shanghai University of Finance. Here's your registration card, as well as the campus map and freshman handbook. She handed the documents back to Jiang Han, her smile warm and sincere. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thanks. Jiang Han took the documents and a warm current surged in his heart. Her smile made him feel an inexplicable peace of mind, as if he had found a trace of belonging in this strange place. You're welcome, and I wish you a wonderful time at Shanghai University of Finance. She smiled faintly before lowering her head and continuing to deal with the formalities of her next classmate. Jiang Han turned to leave, his mind still reeling from the conversation he had just had. Her voice, her smile, and her temperament all impressed him. He couldn't help but glance back. She was still focused on handling the formalities. The sunlight poured over her body, gilding her with a golden halo. Jiang Han dragged his suitcase and walked along the path towards the dormitory. His mood became extraordinarily relaxed, as if all the fatigue from earlier had been swept away. He felt that this school, this city, might not be so unfamiliar. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the dormitory he was in. The dormitory building was an old building. The outer wall was covered with green vines. It looked ancient and peaceful. He pushed open the door of the dormitory, and 3 people had already come inside. The dormitory was not big, but it was cleaned up quite neatly, with 4 beds neatly arranged, and under each bed there was a desk and a closet. Our dormitory is also full, a boy said with a smile when he saw Jiang Han come in. Hello guys, I'm Jiang Han. Jiang Han put down his luggage and greeted with a smile. I'm Li Yang. The boy from earlier enthusiastically extended his hand, and Jiang Han shook his hand. Wang Zhe, a slightly chubby boy, sat on the bed and nodded at Jiang Han. Zhang Yu, the last boy, stood in the doorway, holding a basketball in his hand, looking sunny. Right, you need to hurry up and pack. We're going to class in a while, Li Yang said with a smile. Jiang Han nodded and walked towards the innermost empty bed and started packing his things. He opened his suitcase, folded his clothes one by one and put them in the closet, and neatly arranged his books on the bookshelf. During the packing process, he chatted with his roommates from time to time, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Hey, did you guys see that beautiful sister at check-in? Li Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, with a hint of excitement on his face. Saw it. Too good looking, but I was checked in by one of the seniors. Didn't get to talk to that sister. Zhang Yu said regretfully, with a hint of regret in his tone. Are you guys talking about a senior sister with a ponytail and a light blue dress? Jiang Han opened his mouth and said, somewhat anticipating their answers in his heart. Right, that's Su Yao, the department flower of our finance department. She's also the school beauty of our Shanghai University of Finance. Also from our finance department. Wang Zhe took over the conversation with a hint of pride in his tone. Su Yao? Jiang Han repeated the name, his heart slightly stirring. It turned out that her name was Su Yao, and this name went well with her temperament. Cool and elegant. Right, Sister Su Yao is a legend in our school. Not only is she good looking, her academic performance is also top-notch. It's rumored that she's also the vice president of the student council, Li Yang added, his eyes full of admiration. Wow, so powerful. Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim, his impression of Su Yao deepening in his heart. That's not true. Sister Su Yao is known by everyone in our school. Every time she appears, she attracts a bunch of boys' gazes. Zhang Yu said exaggeratedly, as if he was describing a superstar. Then do you guys have her contact information? Jiang Han couldn't help but ask, with some anticipation in his heart. Ha ha, Jiang Han, you've just arrived and you're hitting on the school beauty. Li Yang laughed out loud and patted Jiang Han's shoulder. However, school sister Su Yao is high and cold. Ordinary people don't want to approach her easily. That's right, senior sister Su Yao is always surrounded by a group of suitors. It's not that easy to get close to her. Wang Zhe also followed and chimed in, with a hint of envy in his tone. Jiang Han's face slightly reddened, and he smiled somewhat awkwardly, not continuing the topic. He understood in his heart that he was only attracted by Su Yao's appearance and temperament. He still knew too little about her to talk about any pursuit at all. Alright, don't tease Jiang Han. Let's hurry up and go to class. Don't be late. Li Yang looked at the time and urged. Okay. Jiang Han packed up his things and walked out of the dormitory building with his roommates, heading towards the finance department's class. Walking on the campus path, Jiang Han's mood was extraordinarily relaxed. The sunlight sprinkled on his body, warming him up, and the breeze brought a hint of fresh air. He looked at his roommates who were talking and laughing around him, and a warmth surged in his heart. Although he had just come to this unfamiliar city, he believed that as long as these friends were around, he would definitely be able to find his own place here. Chapter 4. It seems like school sister Su Yao is looking at me. The sunlight poured onto the floor through the windows of the staircase classroom, forming a patch of light that swayed gently with the breeze. The new students of the finance department walked into the classroom one after another, and noises rose and fell. Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu walked into the classroom in a group of 4, laughing and joking, and casually found a seat by the window. I heard that the tutor this time is a formidable person. I wonder what kind of teacher it will be, Zhang Yu said curiously while putting down his book bag. Who cares who he is? Just don't be too harsh. Wang Zhe shrugged his shoulders in disbelief, his eyes glancing around the classroom. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything, just quietly observing everything around him. He noticed that most of the seats in the classroom were already taken. Students were talking in whispers, and there was an air of freshness and anticipation in the air. He liked the vibrant atmosphere, as if new beginnings were always full of endless possibilities. It didn't take long for the classroom to fill up. Some of the students were whispering, some were flipping through their textbooks, and some were fiddling with their cell phones. Just at this time, the door of the classroom was slowly pushed open, and everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to it. A man who looked to be in his 30s walked in, wearing a dark-colored suit, his hair neatly combed to the back of his head, and a gentle smile on his face. Behind him, he was followed by a girl in a white dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, a clear face, and a hint of gentleness in her eyes. Her appearance instantly freshened the air in the classroom. Jiang Han, quickly look, Su Yao, Li Yang suddenly shouted excitedly, a hint of surprise in his voice. Jiang Han was slightly stunned and followed Li Yang's gaze, only to see that girl walking into the classroom with a smile on her face. He remembered the name, Su Yao, a popular figure in the finance department. Not only did she have excellent grades, but she was also pretty, a goddess in the hearts of many boys. Isn't Sister Su Yao a 4th year? How come she came to our freshman classroom? Jiang Han asked in a puzzled manner, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Cough. Fellow students, today we are meeting for the first time. My name is Zhou Ting. I'm the homeroom teacher of your Finance 2 class. Zhou Ting cleared his throat. His voice was loud and powerful, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He looked around the classroom and saw that the boys' fiery gazes were all focused on Su Yao, smiled faintly and continued, collect the gazes of you lads. This is your senior sister Su Yao, the assistant teacher of our class. Hello school brothers, school sisters, my name is Su Yao, take care. Su Yao smiled and opened her mouth. Her voice was clear and pleasant, as melodious as a clear spring in the mountains. As she spoke, Su Yao's gaze inadvertently swept across the classroom, and when her gaze landed in the direction where Jiang Han was, she smiled slightly, a hint of warmth in her eyes. This scene was clearly seen by Wang Zhe, who was sitting beside Jiang Han. He. Senior sister Su Yao seems to be looking at me, and even smiled at me, Wang Zhe said excitedly, a smug smile spreading across his face. Cut. Come on. School sister Su Yao is definitely looking at me. When Li Yang heard this, he immediately retorted with a hint of defiance in his tone. Jiang Chen looked at the two arguing. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, but there was a trace of a different feeling in his heart. He noticed that Su Yao's smile seemed to carry a hint of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere. He shook his head, trying to shake off this strange feeling, and returned his attention back to Zhou Ting. Seeing that the student's emotions gradually stabilized, Zhou Ting continued, today is the first day of your university life. The finance department is a place full of challenges and opportunities, and I believe that you can all find your own place here. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over every student in the classroom, finally landing on Su Yao, nodding slightly, signaling her to continue. Su Yao walked forward and took over Zhou Ting's words. Schoolmates, I am your teaching assistant Su Yao. I will help you in your studies in life. If you have any problems, you can always come to me. I hope everyone will have a good time here and gain something. Her voice was gentle and firm, making the atmosphere in the classroom more harmonious. Jiang Han looked at Su Yao and couldn't help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. He didn't know what kind of surprise this beautiful schoolmate would bring to them, but he was sure that the next days would be wonderful. Alright everyone, today this class is mainly to meet you guys. Tomorrow we will officially start classes, as well as your military training will also officially start tomorrow. Zhou Ting's voice echoed in the classroom. The students nodded their heads with a hint of anticipation and nervousness on their faces. After Zhou Ting finished speaking, he left the classroom with Su Yao. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly relaxed, and the students began to chat in 2s and 3s, discussing the next lessons and military training. Hey, the 4 of us will become good buddies in the future if nothing unexpected happens. Let's go. I'll treat you guys to a meal. I know a delicious restaurant near the school. Seeing this, Li Yang smiled and opened his mouth, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Jiang Han smiled slightly and nodded. Sounds good. I'm quite hungry too. You're from Shanghai. Ha? Jiang Han smiled and asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Allah is Shanghai Ning. No fa. Li Yang heard and responded with a smile using a local dialect of Shanghai, with a hint of pride on his face. Crap, Master Shanghai, Jiang Han said with a smile after hearing this, with a hint of flirtation in his tone. You can pull it off. Your Beijing accent is so thick that it's almost written on your Kyoto people's faces. Wang Zhe said with a smile after hearing this, with a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu laughed after hearing this, his laughter echoing in the classroom, causing the surrounding students to look sideways as well. Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief in his heart as he watched them banter. He liked this relaxed atmosphere, as if all the strangeness was broken at this moment. He looked around the classroom and realized that his classmates were chatting in twos and threes, all with smiles on their faces. This warm atmosphere made him feel a long-lost sense of belonging. You guys go back to the dormitory and wait for a while. I'm going to register for a vehicle pass, Li Yang said with a smile, a hint of apology in his tone. Alright, then you go and return quickly, Wang Zhe said with a smile, patting Li Yang's shoulder. Chapter 5, A Soft Touch? You don't have a chance. The four of them joked and left the class. Jiang Han and the three of them returned to the dormitory, while Li Yang headed to the school security office to apply for his vehicle pass. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves on the campus path, forming a patch of light, and the breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Zhe sat down on his own bed and stretched, then spoke. By the way, Jiang Han, Jiang Yu, where are you two from? I'm from Yangchang, Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of relief on his face. My family is from Jinling. Jiang Yu followed suit and responded with a hint of pride in his tone. He. You guys can hear where I'm from even with my accent. I won't say anything. Wang Zhe laughed and rubbed his head with a naive smile on his face. Saying that, Wang Zhe sat down in front of his desk, opened a laptop computer and said, do you two play games? We'll hack in the dormitory later. Play Dude, League of Legends Diamond. Seeing this, Jiang Yu proudly opened his mouth, with a hint of smugness on his face. Crap bull. I'm only gold. Wang Zhe heard this and exclaimed as if he had found his scoring thighs, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Jiang Han, do you play games? Jiang Yu asked with a smile, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I haven't even bought a computer yet. I'll go to the mall to buy one after dinner in a while. You guys take me to play. Jiang Han responded with a smile, a hint of anticipation on his face. Okay, let's go together after dinner later, Wang Zhe said, with a hint of excitement on his face. Between the three of them talking, Li Yang pushed open the door and walked in, saying, let's go. The car is downstairs. With that, the four lads who had just met left the dormitory and walked downstairs. A black Mercedes-Benz G63 was quietly parked there, its body glistening in the sunlight, looking particularly dazzling. Ooh, the new G63 Dark Knight Edition. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at the luxury car in front of him, with a hint of envy on his face. Get in the car, Li Yang said with a smile before opening the car door. Several people got into the car together. Wang Zhe sat in the passenger side. Jiang Han and Jiang Yu sat in the back row. After the car started, Wang Zhe said with a smile, Li Yang I didn't see that he is still a rich second generation. How can you be so insulting? You and Jiang Yu, in addition to the underwear I cannot see, which clothes do not have to be several thousand is it a Nautilus watch? At least several $100,000. Li Yang smiled as he sized up Jiang Yu and joked, crap, you kid has perspective eyes? Jiang Yu sniffed and immediately responded with a smile, a hint of flirtation on his face. Jiang Chen was sitting in the back row, watching the three people snickering, and couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. He had long since seen that these three were not simple. All of them were wearing designer labels, and their temperament was different. However, he wasn't surprised, as he himself came from a family with good conditions. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything, just quietly listening to their flirting. The car slowly drove out of the campus, and Li Yang said as he drove, hey, let me tell you guys, it seems like a super rich second generation has come to our school. Just now when I went to apply for my pass, I heard someone say that there was a Bugatti parked in the parking lot across from our school. Someone saw a boy carrying a suitcase from it into our school. A guy. I'm not really interested in guys. I would be interested in a young lady. Maybe I can even get a soft meal. Jiang Yu sniffed and spoke, with a hint of flirtation on his face. Ha, eating soft rice. This dormitory of ours is not for me to say that the most face value to eat soft rice is still Jiang Han. I have to say that Jiang Han's face value is indeed so much more handsome than me. Li Yang laughed and joked, with a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Hey, why are you three rich kids still making fun of me? Do you guys have any sisters or anything at home? Rather, you can introduce me to them. I'm happy to eat soft rice. Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of flirtation on his face. Ha, Jiang Han, you say this interestingly. I really do have a sister, but she is young, still in high school, Li Yang said with a smile, with a hint of doting in his eyes. I also have a younger sister, but she's a few years younger than me. She's still in elementary school. Jiang Yu followed suit, with a hint of helplessness on his face. I do have a cousin, but she's already married, so I guess you don't have a chance. Wang Zhe also joined in the flirting, with a hint of teasing on his face. Ha ha, then I can only wait for your sister to grow up, Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of flirtation in his eyes. The four of them joked and laughed along the way. The atmosphere was very cordial. The car traveled slowly along the city streets. The sunlight sprinkled on their bodies through the windows, warming them up. Jiang Han looked out the window and couldn't help but feel a sense of relaxation in his heart. He liked this relaxed atmosphere, as if all the strangeness was broken at this moment. Li Yang, Wang Zhe, Zhang Yu, the three of them did not have the frame of the second generation of rich people. Soon the four of them came to a high-grade restaurant. Li Yang parked the car and then the four of them walked into the restaurant. Welcome, may I ask how many people? The waiter saw the four people walked in and immediately asked enthusiastically. 4 people, is there a small box? Li Yang opened his mouth and said, yes sir, this way please. The waiter responded and then led the three into a small box. Jiang Han, you order whatever you want to eat. Li Yang smiled and handed Jiang Han the menu. Your treat you order. Jiang Han said with a smile. Just order if you're told to, don't be polite, after all, we will be together for 4 years. Li Yang said with a smile. You order it, we don't know what's good here. You do it, Jiang Han said with a smile. Li Yang didn't refuse anymore after hearing this and took the menu and ordered all the specialties of this restaurant. Jiang Han, next to this I think is Global Plaza. After dinner in a while, the three of us will accompany you to buy a computer or something, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Good, thanks. Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Computer. I didn't buy a laptop either. I was using a desktop computer at home before. I'll go buy one in a while too. Li Yang smiled and said. Li Yang, what games do you play? Wang Zhe asked with a smile. That's bound to be League of Legends. Buddy, 1,000 games of ASO mastery. Let's start hacking in the future. Li Yang said with a smile. Torso? Wang Zhe said with a smile. What words? I also puts up the C, responded Li Yang. Ha ha ha, it's okay, we have diamond gods in our dorm to take us flying. Wang Zhe said. Diamond god? Who's that? How many diamonds? Li Yang asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe raised his head towards Zhang Yu, and Li Yang looked at Zhang Yu and asked Holy, I don't see it. What's the drill number? I just finished playing in the finalization tournament. Diamond 2. Zhang Yu responded with a smile. You just finished playing in the new season. Diamond 2? Last season's king? Li Yang looked at Zhang Yu in surprise. He. Low key, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Bullish. Bring me more in the future. I don't even play ranked. The highest is only platinum. Li Yang's eyes were full of eagerness as if he had found a thigh. Chapter 6. Crap, you're hiding really deep. The four of them were enjoying the food while conversing easily. The atmosphere was very pleasant. The restaurant was filled with the scent of food, and surrounded by the laughter of their classmates, making the entire environment seem extraordinarily cozy. Jiang Han looked at his friends around him and felt a warmth in his heart. This relaxed atmosphere allowed him to completely unwind, as if all his worries had been left behind. After finishing their meal, Li Yang settled the bill and the four of them walked towards the Universal Mall. The Universal Mall was one of the largest shopping centers in the city, which gathered all kinds of high-end brands and electronic products. The sunlight poured onto the ground through the mall's glass curtain wall, creating a patch of light that looked particularly dazzling. The four of them had a very clear purpose, and after walking into the Universal Mall, they directly ran towards an alien computer specialty store. This store was decorated in a very modern style, with the alien logo printed on the black glass door, which looked particularly eye-catching. The lighting in the store was soft, and various models of computers were placed on the display shelves, each exuding a sense of technology. You're several, do you need to know? A sales clerk boy went forward and asked enthusiastically, with a professional smile on his face. Buying a laptop? Introduce it to us, Li Yang said, with a hint of confidence in his tone. The sales clerk boy sniffed and led the four of them to start introducing the computers. He explained the configuration and performance of each computer in detail, pressing the keyboard from time to time to show the computer's running speed and screen effect. Jiang Chen looked at the prices of the computers, which were generally between 20,000 and 30,000, and was slightly stunned in his heart. He remembered the amount of his system return reward, and it was obvious that these prices didn't match his thoughts. Li Yang quickly chose a 30,000 plus computer under the introduction of the sales clerk boy. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, let's go with this one. The performance looks pretty good. Jiang Han, on the other hand, looked around the store and quickly locked his eyes on a desktop computer. The configuration of this computer was very high, with a price tag of more than $80,000, and next to it was a monitor with a price tag of more than $30,000. Jiang Han looked at this computer and couldn't help but feel a little stirred in his heart. He liked this kind of high-performance equipment, especially for gaming and learning. This was definitely the way to go. Jiang Han, it's a bit excessive for you to get one of these to put in your dorm. Wang Zhe came over and whispered in Jiang Han's ear, a hint of flirtation in his tone. Crap, scared me. Jiang Han was startled by Wang Zhe's sudden speech. His body trembled slightly and a hint of panic appeared on his face. You guys are students, right? It's more convenient to have a laptop if you go to school. And the price of this set is a bit high. The sales clerk little brother also walked over and opened his mouth, with a trace of worry on his face. It's fine, as long as you like it. Just this set, Zhang Chen said with a smile, a hint of determination in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Li Yang, asking with a smile, have you picked it out? Picked it out. Li Yang looked at Jiang Han with a trace of incredulity on his face. He didn't expect Jiang Han to choose such an expensive set of equipment, but didn't say anything more. Boss, calculate how much, Jiang Han said, with a hint of calmness in his tone. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper boy immediately began to do the math. He skillfully operated the calculator, and in no time, raised his head and said, a total of 210, 774 yuan, touch a zero, 210, $000. Jiang Chen spoke, a hint of a smile on his face. Good, no problem. The sales clerk boy heard this and immediately responded with a smile, a hint of surprise on his face. With that, Jiang Han took out his bank card and walked to the front desk with the sales clerk little brother. The sales clerk little brother skillfully operated the cash register and quickly completed the payment process. Jiang Han received his bank card, smiled faintly, and turned back to Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu. Right at the moment of successful payment, a system tone suddenly rang in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the consumption and obtaining a 10x rebate. Remaining number of returns *2. Immediately afterward, Jiang Han's cell phone vibrated. He looked down and two bank text messages popped up at the same time. One was a consumption expenditure of 210, 774 yuan, while the other was a message of income of 2,100,000 yuan. Crap! Jiang Han, you're the one who's hiding the most in our dormitory. Li Yang inadvertently saw Jiang Han's text message, and he was a little surprised to see a balance of over $1 million. Although he was also a rich second generation, his family wouldn't give him so much at once. They just gave him a credit card to swipe as he pleased. Jiang Han smiled at his words and responded by saying, you've invited us to dinner. I'll invite you guys to get high later, but before that I need to buy something. I remember that your mall has a delivery service. Help us send it to dormitory 302 of the Shanghai University of Finance dormitory building. Li Yang sniffed and opened his mouth to talk to the sales clerk boy. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you guys. The sales clerk little brother smiled and said. Li Yang nodded. Then the four of them walked out of this computer store. I'll transfer you in a while, Li Yang said with a smile. Go and accompany me to buy a few outfits. Jiang Han said with a smile. Ha ha ha, good, Wang Zhe said with a smile. Soon, the four of them left this alien specialty store with a smile on their faces and strolled around. Strolling around, the four people walked into a watch specialty store. The four people appeared. Soon it is to attract a sales sister dressed in alluring. This sale saw the four people appeared after the eyes directly light. Because among the four people in addition to Jiang Han, every piece of clothing on the body are tens of thousands of dollars. You're a couple of handsome guys. I'll show you guys around? The beauty sales went forward and said. Don't take me to see my friend buy. You show him. Li Yang pointed at Jiang Han and spoke. Only after this salesman saw this Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu, three people are obviously not ordinary rich second generation, although these three people do not look old, but the line on the body is more than 100,000 per person, especially Li Yang wristwatch are more than 400,000. The salesman sniffed, went forward and walked to the side of Jiang Han, who had long been lying on the counter to look at the watch. Sir, do you have a favorite style? I can bring it out for you to try on. Jiang Han nodded after hearing this, and then pointed to a Rolex Daytona and said, give me this one to take a look at. Hearing Jiang Han's words, the salesman quickly took out the gold-colored Daytona and carefully helped Jiang Han to wear it. How's it? Jiang Han said with a smile to the three people beside him. Hey, you look more like a loser with this watch. Li Yang joked when he saw this. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Han sniffed and laughed breathlessly. Then his gaze happened to see a $1,800,000 Richard Milles watch. Show me this one too, Jiang Han said with a smile as he looked at a white ceramic watch. The salesman sniffed and immediately took that watch out and put it on Jiang Han's hand again. Jiang Han looked very satisfied and said with a smile, just these two? Really? Sales heard the incredible asked again. Really? Jiang Han heard said with a smile. Sales heard immediately took out a calculator to start calculating the price, and then said, sir, a total of 2,150,000. Touch a 0, 2,110,000 you see can? Hearing this, Jiang Han also smiled slightly in his heart. Originally he still wanted to cut the price a little bit. At the moment he completely saved this step. Swipe. Chapter 7 Let's go and get high. Jiang Han's two simple words had left the beautiful saleswoman in front of her deeply shocked. She didn't expect that in just less than half an hour's time, the man in front of her, who looked no more than about 20 years old, had spent $2 million so easily. Her expression instantly froze, a hint of incredulity in her eyes. Hey, swipe your card. Seeing this, Li Yang stepped forward and gently patted the shoulder of the sales and said with a smile, a hint of flirtation in his voice. Sorry, the sales said with great embarrassment. Her face slightly reddened. Looking a bit overwhelmed, she hurriedly ran towards the cashier and took the POS machine. Jiang Han handed over his bank card and quickly completed the consumption. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the consumption, obtaining 2,100,000 divine magnificence points, triggering a triple return. The system's beep sounded in Jiang Han's mind, and immediately afterward, 2 text messages came in a row from his cell phone like before. I'm bringing this one, help me load up the other one. Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of calmness in his tone. His eyes swept over the decorations in the store, looking extraordinarily calm. Hearing Jiang Han's words, the sales hurriedly followed his request and wrapped the piece of Dayton carefully, moving gently and skillfully. She handed the wrapped watch to Jiang Han with a hint of apology on her face. Sir, this is your watch, please keep it. Go! Jiang Han said with a smile before walking out of the store with the 3 of them. The sunlight sprinkled on their bodies, warming them up and making them feel extraordinarily relaxed. While walking, Jiang Han absent-mindedly opened his cell phone, opened Pimple Print Short Video, and without hesitation, charged all 6 million into it. His fingers gently slid on the screen, his movements smooth and natural. The moment the recharge was successful, the system's message rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his consumption and obtaining 6 million divine greatness points, triggering a 2-fold return. The number of returns has been exhausted. The system's beep echoed in Jiang Han's mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted inadvertently as a glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. As the 4 of them continued to wander around the mall, Jiang Han's eyes landed on a luxury store. This store was decorated in a very luxurious style, and the golden signboard glittered in the sunlight, making it look particularly dazzling. Jiang Han pushed open the door and walked in, followed closely by Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu. The lighting inside the store was soft, and the air was filled with a faint perfume odor, making people feel extraordinarily relaxed. When the sales clerks saw them come in, they revealed warm smiles and greeted them. Gentlemen, welcome. Do you need to know about our new products? A well-dressed female sales clerk came forward and said with a smile, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Just take a look. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of calmness in his tone. His gaze swept around the store, finally landing on a few pieces of clothing. The styles of these clothes were all very fashionable, and the cuts fit well, making them look extraordinarily high-class. Wrap these pieces for me. Jiang Han pointed at a few pieces of clothing and said, a hint of decisiveness in his tone. The clerk sniffed and hurriedly removed the clothes, carefully wrapping them and handing them to Jiang Han. Jiang Han took the clothes, smiled faintly, and said, and these pairs of shoes, wrap them together as well. The shopkeepers watched Jiang Han's movements, a hint of surprise flashing through their eyes. They didn't expect this young guest to be so generous and purchase so many high-grade goods without hesitation. Soon, several pairs of shoes were also packed and handed over to Jiang Han. For more than an hour, Jiang Han completely acted like a bourgeois, spending wildly. New cell phones, new clothes, new shoes. He changed them all for himself, as if he wanted to pocket all the luxuries. His movements were smooth and natural, with a hint of calmness on his face. Not at all like he was spending money, but more like he was picking out his favorite toys. Go, get high. Jiang Chen looked at Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu and said with a smile, a hint of excitement in his eyes. His voice echoed in the air, full of anticipation and vigor. Where to get high? Li Yang asked with a smile, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. As he looked at Jiang Han, he couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart, wondering what kind of place this new friend would take them to. You're a local. Of course you choose the place and I'll pay for it. Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of bravado in his tone. His eyes swept over the trio with a hint of anticipation on his face. He knew that Li Yang, as a local, must know some fun places. Li Yang looked at Jiang Han, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. He nodded and said, okay, then I'll take you to a fun place. Soon, the few people arrived at an upscale bar near the Global Plaza. The bar's appearance was very luxurious, and the golden signboard shone brightly in the night. There were a few security guards in suits standing at the entrance, and when they saw Li Yang and his entourage walking, they immediately greeted them. Walking into the bar, the lights flashed and powerful music resounded throughout the venue. The colorful lights cast a patch of light on the ceiling, constantly changing with the rhythm of the music. The air was filled with the faint scent of alcohol and perfume, giving one an instant feeling of a luxurious atmosphere. As the local dashing gentleman, Li Yang certainly hadn't come to these places too often. Seeing Li Yang's arrival, the bar manager hurriedly greeted him with a warm smile on his face. Young Li. The bar manager hurriedly went forward to greet him with a hint of respect in his eyes. Don't greet me, my buddy is treating me today, Li Yang said with a smile, then looked towards Jiang Han with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Several people inside please. The bar manager sniffed and welcomed the four into a card seat, then beckoned. 10 beautiful women walked over with sweet smiles on their faces. Keep the 4 young masters company. The bar manager spoke, a hint of command in his tone. Charge 1,000,000 cards first. I'll definitely come often in the future. Zhang Chen spoke to the bar manager, a hint of calmness in his tone. His eyes swept around, a hint of confidence on his face. Good. I wonder what this young master's name is, the bar manager asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Jiang Han, Wang Zhe, Zhang Yu. Li Yang heard this and opened his mouth to introduce to the bar manager, with a hint of a smile on his face. Jiang Xiao, Wang Xiao, Young Zhang. The bar manager smiled and greeted again. Then soon a waiter brought over the card swiping machine. Jiang Han finished spending the money in a matter of seconds, his movements smooth and natural. Call out 2 more people to serve the 4 young masters here. Don't worry about the rest. The bar manager opened his mouth and said to the male waiter, with a hint of command in his tone. After the consumption was completed, only a few conspicuous subtitles appeared on the bar's big screen. Welcome, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Li. Immediately afterward, the lights fell on the card seats where the 4 of them were located, and rows of rabbit girls walked over with all kinds of drinks, fruits and snacks, placing them on the table in front of them. They were dressed in sexy bunny girl costumes, with sweet smiles on their faces, and their movements were gentle and skillful. Chapter 8 is quite a coincidence. Specialized to catch you. Jiang Han sat in the center of the card table, his eyes slightly disoriented between the flickering lights. Looking at everything in front of him, his mind was filled with illusion. These lavish scenes, these passionate interactions, were so unfamiliar to him, yet so appealing. These things were out of reach in his last life, but now they were close at hand. His heart couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions, and his thoughts drifted far away. Jiang Han, hey get up mind what? Li Yang held his wineglass and shouted out, his voice especially clear in the noisy music. His face carried a hint of excitement, and his eyes were filled with anticipation for Jiang Han. Hearing Li Yang's shout, Jiang Han snapped back from his thoughts and smiled faintly, picking up the wineglass in front of him and shaking it gently, the wine rippling out in the glass. Hi, he responded loudly, a hint of bravado in his voice. The lights flickered around them, the colorful glow reflecting vividly on everyone's faces. The music in the bar had a strong rhythm that shook one's heart. The surrounding crowd swayed with the music. The atmosphere was warm and crazy. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel some excitement in his heart as he watched all of this, the atmosphere allowing him to completely relax. Gradually, the 4 teenagers who had just stepped into college life were immersed in the intimate interaction with the bar beauties. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also let go of their initial constraints and began to enjoy the night to the fullest. They chatted and danced with the beauties around them, laughing and cheering. Jiang Han sat in the center of the card table, surrounded by several beauties who wore sexy bunny girl costumes and had sweet smiles on their faces. One of the beauties held a glass of wine and handed it to Jiang Han, saying softly, "Young master, have a drink." Her voice was gentle and melodious, with a hint of sweetness. Jiang Han smiled faintly, took the glass, and gently took a sip. The liquor was slightly sweet in the mouth with a hint of spice, sliding down his throat and bringing a hint of warmth. As he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, he couldn't help but feel some emotions in his heart. This luxurious life, this feeling of being surrounded by people, he had never had it before. He smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, you're welcome, young master." The beauty responded softly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. As she looked at Jiang Han, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised in her heart. This young master not only had an extraordinary temperament, but was also generous, leaving her completely mesmerized. Jiang Han put down his wineglass and looked around, seeing that Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were all enjoying the evening as well. Li Yang was dancing with a beautiful woman with dashing movements and a confident smile on his face. Wang Zhe was sitting on the sofa, chatting with a few beautiful women with a hint of shyness on his face, but his eyes were full of excitement. Zhang Yu was playing a dice game with a beautiful woman with a hint of concentration on his face. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. He liked this atmosphere, this feeling of being surrounded by friends. He knew that this night would become an unforgettable part of their college life. Time flew by in the midst of the fun, and before he knew it, it was already close to midnight. The atmosphere in the bar was even more enthusiastic and the music was even louder. Jiang Han looked at everything around him and couldn't help but feel some emotions in his heart. He knew that this night was just the beginning, and more excitement awaited him in the future. Meanwhile, the other freshmen in the school had long been resting in their dormitories. The dormitory where Jiang Han was located was empty during Counselor Zhou Ting's first dormitory check. Seeing that it was almost time for the dormitory to close, they still had no intention of coming back. Zhou Ting had long ago contacted their respective parents, but in the bar, several people did not hear their cell phones ringing. This brat doesn't know where to play again. The phone doesn't even answer. In a villa, a man with an upright body paced back and forth anxiously. His face carried a hint of anxiety, and his eyes were filled with worry. It can't be lost. Little Yang went back after he had enough fun. A woman in a red silk robe pajama gently comforted, her voice gentle and melodious, with a hint of doting. The man sighed and stopped, looking at the woman with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This time it's different. Mr. Zhou even called, saying that several of them are not in the dormitory. I have to go and take a look. The woman smiled slightly and nodded gently. Then I'll go get ready. You drive carefully. The man nodded, picked up his cell phone, and made another call. Hey, Mr. Lee, the big G in your name is in front of the New World Bar. You guys wait there, I'll be right over. The man opened his mouth and then hung up the phone, angrily leaving the villa. Sitting in the car, the man opened his mouth and said to the driver, New World Bar. After saying that, he dialed up the phone again, and soon the phone was picked up. Teacher Zhou, I found those boys. I'll take them back immediately. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the New World Bar. The man got off and angrily walked into the bar. The lights in the bar were flashing and the music was deafening, but he completely disregarded all of this and walked straight to the card seat where Li Yang was. Seeing the visitor, the bar manager hurriedly went forward and prepared to greet him, but the man didn't even give him a chance to speak and took the lead. Where's Li Yang? Bring me over. Seeing this, the bar manager had no choice but to walk over with the man in front of him. The man's anger increased when he saw Li Yang, who was having a good time in the card table, and slightly sidestepped his head. The assistant beside him went up and patted Li Yang, who was in the middle of his intoxication. Who is it? Leave me alone, Li Yang said impatiently, a hint of drunkenness in his voice. Second young master. The eldest young master is here. The assistant who went up spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately got energized, and seeing the few people standing in front of the card table, he immediately exclaimed, Crap, older brother. Seeing this, the bar manager hurriedly signaled the beautiful women in the card table to leave, leaving only Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu. Playing quite a bit, aren't you? Li Yang's brother questioned, a hint of anger in his voice. Ha, brother, what a coincidence, a chance encounter, Li Yang said playfully, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. It's a real coincidence. Specially came to catch you guys. What time is it? Your teacher Zhou called me on the phone, Li Yang's brother said, his eyes sweeping over the floor with a hint of seriousness on his face. Afterwards, Li Yang's brother looked at the three of them, Jiang Han, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu, and spoke. You're Xiao Yang's roommates, right? You brats are not at all mindful. Don't play anymore. Grab your asses and go back. Go back now. Jiang Han immediately opened his mouth. His face carried a hint of apology, but his eyes were full of helplessness. Then the three of them walked out, and Li Yang followed behind the three of them. Li Yang's brother watched them leave and also followed behind. Leaving the bar, Li Yang's brother had long prepared an Annie car, letting these four people sit in it, while he himself sat in the passenger seat. Then he signaled the driver to drive towards the Shanghai University of Finance. Inside the car, very quiet, the four people look at each other. Li Yang is the atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Until Li Yang's brother sitting in the passenger seat opened his mouth. Only then was the silence broken. You guys just the first day of school you guys ran out. Li Yang's brother opened his mouth and said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Upon hearing this, a few of them didn't dare to say anything like children who had done something wrong. Jiang Han saw this and spoke. Brother, I'm sorry to trouble you. We also forgot. Alas, forget it, who hasn't been young before? Anyway, there are people to clean you guys up. I won't talk about you guys, Li Yang's brother said with a sigh, then proceeded to speak. My name is Li Wei. I'm Li Yang's brother, Brother Wei. Jiang Han saw this and spoke. Then Wang Zhe, Zhang Yu and a few others followed suit and called out. Soon, the car arrived in front of the Shanghai University of Finance. Zhou Ting and Su Yao had long been waiting here. Sorry Mr. Zhou, I've caused you trouble, Levi said as he got out of the car and went forward. His face carried a hint of apology. Zhou Ting smiled faintly and said, Mr. Li, you are welcome. These kids just ran out on the first day of school, and I'm also worried about them. It's great that you can help bring them back. Chapter 9, The Four Young Masters. Let's go back to the house as well. The four of them stood at the entrance of the school, their postures very uniformly tilting their heads, standing like children who had done something wrong. The campus looked exceptionally peaceful at night, with only the street lamps at the school entrance emitting a soft glow, stretching their silhouettes out. Their faces carried a hint of embarrassment, but their eyes were full of helplessness. Su Yao on the side looked at the four of them. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she couldn't help but smile a little. Her smile carried a hint of doting, as if she was saying, "You naughty children. Teacher Zhou, I've brought these boys back for you. I'm going back too." Li Wei spoke to Zhou Ting. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, but his tone was gentle. "Take care, Mr. Li," Zhou Ting said politely, with a trace of gratitude on his face. He knew that if it wasn't for Li Wei's timely arrival, these freshmen might have caused even more trouble. Li Wei nodded at his words and turned around, ready to leave. Just at this moment, Li Yang suddenly spoke. "Brother, car keys." Li Wei stopped and turned around, looking at Li Yang with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Next time I'll tell Dad, guaranteed to break your legs." He handed the keys of that Mercedes Big G to Li Yang in a good-natured manner, then reached out his hand and wiped away the lipstick marks that were on Li Yang's face. "Brother, be gentle." Li Yang frowned, with a hint of aggravation on his face, but his eyes were full of gratitude. Li Wei sighed and shook his head before getting into the nanny car. The car slowly started and disappeared into the night. "Four young masters, let's go back to the mansion as well." Zhou Ting saw Levi leave and looked at the four of them and opened his mouth to snicker. His voice carried a hint of flirtation but his eyes were filled with concern. When Su Yao heard this, she completely failed to hold back and burst out laughing. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, appearing particularly melodious in the night. "Holy, Li Yang, your brother has a huge aura. I feel like my dad." Wang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and opened his mouth. His voice carried a hint of flirtation but his eyes were filled with admiration. Hearing Wang Zhe's words, Zhou Ting looked back at the four of them without any good humor. "School just started. You guys cause more trouble for me ow. He. Mr. Zhou, we'll try our best." Zhang Yu sniffed and spoke cheekily. His face carried a hint of mischief, but his eyes were full of seriousness. "Humph, I thank you," Zhou Ting said without a trace of anger after hearing this, but his eyes carried a trace of doting. The next morning, the sunlight poured through the curtains on the floor of the dormitory, forming a patch of light. The four of them, Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu, woke up drowsily with a hint of fatigue on their faces. Last night's revelry had left them exhausted, but they still quickly washed up, organized their book bags, and walked out of the dormitory together. Walking on the campus path, the sunlight sprinkled on their bodies, warming them up. The students around them walked in twos and threes with a hint of excitement and anticipation on their faces. Jiang Han looked at the scenery around him and couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. He knew that from today, their college life had officially begun. The four of them arrived at the classroom, pushed open the door and walked in. There were already quite a few students sitting in the classroom, and when they saw Jiang Han and the four of them come in, they cast curious gazes. Zhou Ting was sitting on the podium, and when he saw the four of them come in, he glanced at them in an unfavorable manner, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Classmates, be quiet." Zhou Ting's voice echoed in the classroom, appearing extraordinarily serious. He looked around the classroom, and after seeing that everyone had quieted down, he continued, "Last night, an extraordinary thing happened in our class just on the first day of school." As the words fell, all the students looked at each other and muttered in whispers. The classroom was instantly noisy, and everyone was speculating about what exactly had happened. "Quiet," Zhou Ting said loudly, a hint of sternness in his voice. The classroom instantly quieted down, and the students all turned their gazes to the podium. "Last night there were 4 students in our class who didn't go back to the dormitory to go out and splurge on a big night. Who were they? I won't say anything to save you some face. Next time is not an example." Zhou Ting continued. His voice carried a hint of helplessness but his tone was serious. When Jiang Han's four heard this, their hearts let out a slight sigh of relief, and their faces carried a hint of embarrassment. They knew that Zhou Ting was giving them face, not criticizing them directly by name. Classmates are all college students, all adults, but don't forget that you've just reached adulthood as well. I don't care how illustrious your families are, but in school you are all still students. Zhou Ting continued, a hint of seriousness in his voice, his eyes filled with concern. Zhou Ting then counted the list of students and then began to distribute the clothes and freshman books for the military training that was to follow. He moved skillfully, instructing as he handed them out. "Students, take the military training clothes and books. Don't lose them. Alright, today is the first day of school, so I'll give you one more day to go out and buy what you need. Then go to the cafeteria by yourselves to get your meal cards." After Zhou Ting finished speaking, he left the classroom. After Zhou Ting left, the classroom burst into life. The students started talking one after another, discussing their next plans. Jiang Han's four sat in their seats, looking at the students around them with a hint of helplessness on their faces. Alas! Half of my pocket money has been deducted. Wang Zhe slumped on his desk, hanging his head and said with a hint of resignation in his voice. Me too. Zhang Yu followed suit, with a hint of helplessness on his face and frustration in his eyes. Who isn't? I woke up from my sleep today and saw my brother telling me that in the future, my card will only have a limit of 10,000, so if I spend it all, I'll wait for next month. Li Yang also said helplessly, a bitter smile on his face, his eyes full of helplessness. Hearing you say that, it seems like I'm not so aggrieved anymore. Zhang Yu immediately became a lot happier when he heard Li Yang's words, with a hint of comfort on his face. Jiang Han, what about you? Wang Zhe raised his head and looked at Jiang Han with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I won't hit you guys. I'm fine. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of composure on his face, his eyes full of confidence. Groove, go back and catch up on your sleep. Li Yang sniffed and cursed without a trace of fatigue on his face, his eyes full of helplessness. Ha ha, you played the craziest last night? Of course you're the most tired. Wang Zhe said with a laugh, his face carried a hint of flirtation and his eyes were filled with gloating. You guys go back and catch up on your sleep. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. Jiang Han said with a smile. You go ahead. We're going back to catch up on our sleep, Zhang Yu said tiredly. Jiang Han smiled at his words, then left the classroom and walked towards the school cafeteria. Chapter 10, A Chance Encounter. Jiang Han, who had left the school building, walked slowly and leisurely towards the school's cafeteria, looking around the campus as he walked. The sunlight sprinkled on the path through the gaps in the leaves, forming a patch of light, and the breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. The campus was full of life. Students were walking in twos and threes with a hint of excitement and anticipation on their faces. It wasn't long before Jiang Han arrived at the school cafeteria. His eyes swept over his surroundings when he suddenly heard a crisp call. Jiang Han? Jiang Han turned around to look at the source of the voice, only to see school sister Suyao standing not far away with a hint of a smile on her face. Beside her stood a girl in a white dress with long hair draped over her shoulders and a clear face, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Senior sister Suyao. Jiang Chen smiled when he saw the person who called him and greeted her. There was a hint of surprise in his voice, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Yao Yao, you recognize? The girl beside Suyao looked at Suyao and asked with a smile, a hint of curiosity in her voice. The freshman student of our department. One of the 4 people who went out to get high last night, Suyao said in a small voice, with a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Sister Suyao, I heard it all, Jiang Chen said helplessly as he sniffed, a hint of embarrassment on his face, but his eyes were full of helplessness. Your ears are still quite good, Suyao said with a smile. Her smile carried a hint of doting, her eyes full of concern. School brother, my name is Li Tong. What's your name? The girl beside Suyao opened her mouth and asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice, her eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Han, good day, senior sister Li Tong. Jiang Han responded with a hint of a polite smile on his face, his eyes full of seriousness. Then, Jiang Han spoke again. Senior sister Suyao, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Sorry about last night. No need. We just ate out. Next time, Suyao said with a smile. Her voice carried a hint of polite refusal, but her eyes were full of gratitude. Sure, next time for sure. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of anticipation on his face, his eyes full of seriousness. Suyao nodded and left the place with Li Tong. Jiang Han looked at their backs, and couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. He knew that school sister Suyao was a very special person. Her temperament and character made him feel an inexplicable closeness. Jiang Han, this schoolmate is not simple. The watch on his hand would cost at least over $1 million if it were real, and the clothes on his body are all luxury goods. Li Tong whispered to Suyao, a hint of surprise in her voice, her eyes full of curiosity. Don't know, don't care, Suyao casually responded, a hint of indifference in her voice, but her eyes were full of concentration. Alas, I can see that schoolmate has no interest in me. He was looking at you the whole time just now, Li Tong said with a slight hint of jealousy. Her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but her eyes were full of aggression. Suyao sniffed and didn't say anything else, just smiled slightly with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Li Tong continued to ask from the side, Yao Yao, I'll go if you don't go. Go go go. Suyao sniffed and immediately responded. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, but her eyes were full of doting. You are also really something. Our academy has so many rich second generation chasing after you, and you don't have a single one in your sights, Li Tong said helplessly, a hint of complaint in her voice, her eyes full of helplessness. As the two of them talked, their silhouettes drifted away and disappeared around the corner of the cafeteria. Jiang Han walked into the cafeteria and headed straight towards the cafeteria's office. The cafeteria was abuzz with people, and the air was filled with the scent of various meals. Students were sitting at the tables in twos and threes with a hint of a satisfied smile on their faces. Jiang Han walked through the crowd and arrived at the door of the cafeteria office, gently knocking on the door. "Come in." A crisp female voice came from inside, a hint of gentleness in her voice. Jiang Han pushed open the door and walked in. There was a middle-aged woman sitting in the office, a kind smile on her face, her eyes full of concern. "Classmate, what's the matter?" The middle-aged woman raised her head and looked at Jiang Han with a hint of a smile on her face. "Hello, I'm Jiang Han, a freshman in the finance department, here to apply for my meal card." Jiang Han smiled slightly, a hint of politeness on his face, his eyes full of seriousness. "Okay, please wait a moment." The middle-aged woman got up and took out a meal card from the drawer, handing it to Jiang Han. "This is your meal card, you can use it after recharging it." "Thanks." Jiang Han took the meal card with a hint of gratitude on his face, his eyes full of seriousness. "You're welcome, classmate." The middle-aged woman smiled faintly with a hint of amiability on her face. "You can always come to me if you have any problems in the future." Jiang Han nodded and turned to leave the office. He went to the recharge window in the cafeteria and waited patiently at the end of the line. Not long after, it was his turn to recharge, and he handed his meal card to the staff and recharged $500. "Classmate, the recharge is successful." The staff member handed the meal card back to Jiang Han with a hint of a smile on his face. "Thanks." Jiang Han received the meal card with a trace of gratitude on his face, his eyes full of seriousness. He turned around and left the recharge window, coming to the cafeteria's meal selection area. The meal selection area had a rich variety of meals, with a wide array of dishes. Jiang Han chose a beef noodle, carried his dinner plate to the dining table, and found a seat. The beef noodles were steaming hot and fragrant. Jiang Han picked up his chopsticks and stirred them gently before picking up a chopstick of noodles and putting it in his mouth. The noodles were strong, the beef was tender, and the soup was rich, making him feel a long-lost satisfaction. "So delicious." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction on his face, his eyes full of enjoyment. As he slowly ate the beef noodles, he couldn't help but feel some emotions in his heart. He knew that from today, his university life had officially begun. He secretly resolved to perform well in the future and stop letting his teachers and parents worry. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han left the cafeteria and walked towards the dormitory building. The sunlight sprinkled on the path of the campus, warming it up. He walked slowly along the path, his heart filled with anticipation and curiosity. He knew that the system would definitely bring him something interesting. Returning to the dormitory, Jiang Han pushed open the door and walked in. The dormitory was quiet. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu had long since laid down on their respective beds and continued to huff and puff. Seeing this, Jiang Han also laid down on his own bed and opened the system's Divine Greatness Point Mall. In the column of 5 million Divine Greatness Points, there are cooking skills, body strength remodeling, zither skills, singing skills, and driving skills, all of which are the most basic skills. Jiang Chen browsed through it, and most of the ones at the back also had a variety of prop cards. Chapter 11, Releasing a Quest. Su Yao's favorability increased to 20. System, how do I get the number of returns? Jiang Han asked in his heart, a hint of anticipation in his voice, his eyes filled with curiosity. Host, the number of return times will only be obtained after the host completes the subsequent mission. The system's prompt sounded in Jiang Han's mind, a hint of gentleness in his voice. But I don't have a mission right now, Jiang Chen asked in his mind suspiciously, his voice carrying a hint of incomprehension and his eyes filled with confusion. Quests will only be obtained after the host has redeemed his first skill using Divine Magnificence points. The system's beep sounded again, a hint of patience in his voice. Jiang Chen nodded silently at these words, a decision made in his heart. He looked at the various skills in the Divine Hero Point Mall and finally chose Body Strength Transformation. System, redeem Body Strength Transformation, Jiang Chen said in his heart, a hint of determination in his voice, his eyes full of anticipation. Redemption successful. Is it to be used immediately? The system's beep sounded again, a hint of confirmation in his voice. Use it, Jiang Chen said without hesitation, a hint of decisiveness in his voice, his eyes full of determination. The words fell, and instantly a burning sensation came from within Jiang Han's body. This burning sensation was quite comfortable at first, and after it lasted for half an hour, the kind of pain that came from the bones of the body immediately struck. Bean-sized beads of sweat instantly broke out at Jiang Han's forehead from the pain, and his teeth clenched together with a hint of pain on his face. Gradually, Jiang Han lost consciousness in the pain and fainted. When he woke up again, it was long dark outside the window. Jiang Chen slowly sat up from the bed and gently clasped his hands, his bones making a crisp ringing sound. He smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction on his face, his eyes filled with excitement. A system prompt sounded in his head. Transformation successful. Issuing a system mission to raise the target task Su Yao's favorability to 20. Currently 3. HM, Jiang Han, you woke up from your nap. Li Yang inadvertently turned around and saw Jiang Han, who woke up from his coma with a hint of surprise on his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han looked over. They didn't know about Jiang Han passing out in pain. Jiang Han smiled and nodded. This sleep exhausted me. Brought you dinner. It's on your table. Come down and eat. Li Yang spoke, a hint of concern in his voice. Thanks. I'll treat you guys to dinner some other day. Jiang Han smiled and said with a hint of gratitude on his face. Hurry up. Hit the big dragon. Wang Zhe, who was on the side, said anxiously, and Li Yang sniffed and immediately turned his head, staring at the computer screen, his eyes full of concentration. Jiang Han smiled at the sight and jumped off the bed, walking over to the table and seeing the dinner Li Yang had brought back for him. He opened the lunchbox, and the aroma of steaming rice came to his nose. He picked up his chopsticks and gently stirred it before picking up a chopstick and putting it in his mouth. The flavor of the rice was very good, making him feel a long-lost satisfaction. It's delicious. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction on his face, his eyes full of enjoyment. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han stretched and said, I'm going out for a stroll. Do you guys want to bring something? Bring me an iced Americano from Starbucks, Li Yang said while playing the game, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Me too. I want a latte, Zhang Yu said with a smile, a hint of excitement on his face. Wang Zhe, do you want one? Jiang Han smiled and asked, a hint of flirtation in his eyes. I want a latte too. Thanks, Wang Zhe said with a smile, a hint of gratitude on his face. Okay, you guys play. I'll come back and bring it to you. Jiang Han responded with a smile before leaving the dormitory. Jiang Han left the dormitory with a brisk step, the current him feeling full of strength. He inadvertently touched his stomach. The outline of his 8-pack abs was clearly visible, making him feel an unprecedented confidence. The sunlight sprinkled on the path of the campus, warming it up, and surrounded by the laughter of his classmates, making the whole environment seem extraordinarily cozy. Soon, Jiang Han walked out of the school gate and arrived at the off-campus parking lot opposite the school. The parking lot was filled with all sorts of vehicles, but he quickly noticed a particularly conspicuous Bugatti Dark Knight Edition. This car was quietly parked in the corner, the body glittering in the sunlight, appearing particularly dazzling. Jiang Han walked to the front of the car and gently patted the body. Feeling the texture of this luxury car, he couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. The owner of this car must be an uncomplicated person. He looked around and found that no one in the parking lot noticed him, so he gently pulled on the car door. Surprisingly, the car door opened. Crap, how did this car drive out? It's been parked for 2 days. Someone couldn't help but shout when they saw it, a hint of surprise in their voice. Jiang Chen sat inside the car and started the engine. Instantly, the roar of the engine echoed in the parking lot, seeming particularly shocking. He gently stepped on the gas pedal and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot. The sunlight sprinkled on the body of the car, making it look extraordinarily dazzling. How did this car drive out? It's been parked for 2 days. The people in the parking lot murmured, with a hint of surprise on their faces. Jiang Chen traveled very slowly, driving the car while looking at the various cards with contact information on them. The cards read, "This is my WeChat. Looking forward to brother to add me oh." Jiang Han looked at these cards, with a hint of speechlessness on his face, and casually threw it aside. Jiang Han drove the Bugatti Dark Voice slowly out of the parking lot, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. The surrounding students cast surprised gazes. Some took out their cell phones and started taking pictures, uploading them to the school's posting bar. Wow, this car is too handsome. How did this car drive out? I heard that this car has been parked for 2 days and suddenly drove out today. The school's posting bar instantly set off a wave, and the number of views on the post rose rapidly. Students were discussing the mysterious Bugatti and speculating about the owner's identity. Jiang Han drove the car, enjoying the envious gazes from the surrounding people, and gradually left the school. Soon, Jiang Han, in accordance with the navigation, is to come to a school near the rating is very high in front of a noodle shop. Will be parked after the car is also walked in. After ordering a bowl of noodles with scallion oil, Jiang Han sat and waited for his meal while playing with his cell phone. Not a moment later, a burst of noise came in from outside the door. Have a bowl of noodles and take a break. Let's go to the second one later. I'm telling you, there are a lot of student girls in this club. They're so cute. The two men walked in while smoking cigarettes. Jiang Han subconsciously glanced, his eyes right on the man who just spoke. The man immediately opened his mouth and said, "Kid, what are you looking at?" Chapter 12 Smash. You quickly smash. Jiang Chen smiled faintly with a hint of lightness in his eyes, ignoring the two drunken men and continuing to look down at his cell phone. The lights in this small store were a bit dim, but a reassuring scent filled the air. The wooden tables and chairs exuded a faint wooden fragrance, and there were a few simple ink paintings hanging on the wall. The paintings were of some landscapes and scenery, giving people a sense of tranquility. Jiang Han leaned on the back of the chair and slightly tilted his head. His eyes unconsciously swept over the surroundings, realizing that although the decoration style of this store was simple, it had a unique flavor. Not long after, a familiar figure walked over with Jiang Han's order of noodles with scallion oil. It was a tall woman wearing a simple white shirt with a pair of black straight pants underneath and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Her hair was casually tied into a ponytail, revealing a delicate face. Only at this moment, she was wearing a mask, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. Senior sister Su Yao. Zhang Chen looked at the masked Su Yao. A surprised smile appeared on his face as he said softly. Su Yao's footsteps slightly lurched. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes before she revealed a gentle smile. You can even recognize this? I'm still wearing a mask. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Senior sister's temperament is so unique. How could I not recognize her? Su Yao gently shook her head. The smile at the corner of her mouth intensified. You brat. Your mouth is still quite sweet. Sister Su Yao works here. Ha? Jiang Han returned his gaze to the bowl of noodles with scallion oil. His chopsticks gently picked up a few noodles and blew on the hot air before looking up at Su Yao and asking with a smile. Su Yao nodded, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Well, I work part-time here to earn some living expenses. Zhang Chen frowned slightly, saying with some heartache, Sister, you're so pretty. Why do you still come to this kind of place to work part-time? Su Yao smiled gently with a hint of lightness in her eyes. So what if you're pretty? Life is still something you have to work hard for yourself. Besides, the work here isn't too hard and it's quite interesting. Jiang Han nodded and didn't say anything else, just silently eating the noodles with scallion oil in front of him. The texture of the noodles was very strong, and the scent of the scallion oil filled the mouth, making it memorable. Jiang Chen ate slowly, as if he was enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. You're not staying well at school. Why are you still going out to get high like the other night? Su Yao looked at Jiang Han with a hint of concern in her eyes and a hint of reproach in her tone. Jiang Chen hurriedly put down his chopsticks, an awkward smile on his face. No. I woke up from my sleep at school board and came out to stroll around. I'll be back in a while. Su Yao smiled faintly, a hint of doting in her eyes. You brat, always so unsettling. Jiang Han scratched his head, a simple smile on his face. Sister, I didn't want to come out for some fresh air. It's too stuffy in school. I can't stand it a bit. Su Yao gently shook her head. Alright, however, you should also pay attention to safety when you're out there alone. Jiang Han nodded and responded. Sister, I know. I'll pay attention. As the words fell, the voices of the two drunken men from earlier suddenly came. That waiter, come over and pour some water. Su Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience when she heard it, but she quickly regained her composure. She whispered to Jiang Han, eat quickly, go back earlier after eating. I'll go and get busy first. After saying that, she hurriedly walked over. Just then, Jiang Han suddenly heard a loud noise. He raised his head and saw the two drunken men walking towards Su Yao's direction. One of the men said in a colorful manner, Little beauty, in a moment, brother will take you out to play, okay? As the words fell, the man lecherously stretched out his hand and reached for Su Yao. No sir, I still have to work, you take care of yourself. Seeing this, Su Yao hastily backed away, with a hint of impatience in her tone. However, the man was unforgiving and continued to move forward. Aya, little sister, don't be so cold. Brother, I am very lonely, accompany me. Su Yao's face instantly became ice cold. She said coldly, Mister, please respect yourself. This is a public place. It is inappropriate for you to do so. The man, however, didn't think so, but instead became even more rampant. Yo, quite a personality. I like it. Before his words fell, another drunken man also came over. The two of them sandwiched Su Yao in the middle with one on the left and one on the right. When Zhang Chen saw this scene, a surge of anger rose in his heart. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked towards Su Yao's direction. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. What's going on? Jiang Han's voice was calm and cold, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. The two drunken men turned their heads when they heard Jiang Han's voice, a hint of disdain in their eyes. Yo, where's the brat from that dares to meddle in the old man's business? What? Kid wants to heroically save a beauty? You also don't look at the capital you have? The drunken man who had started the trouble said, finishing by taking out a Mercedes-Benz's car key from his pocket and waving it in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Chen smiled faintly with a hint of disdain in his eyes. As he looked at the car key, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Broken Mercedes-Benz? Ha? Broken Mercedes? Kid, can you afford it? Or do you have it? Another drunken man said, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Kid, don't act like a pussy. You bring your car over. Mad. Smash it for you, believe it or not? The drunk man holding the keys to the Mercedes-Benz said, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Okay, If you two don't smash it, I'll smash yours. Jiang Han opened his mouth and said, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Forget it, Jiang Han, the two of them are drunk. Su Yao whispered, a hint of worry in her eyes. It's alright, school sister Su Yao. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of determination in his eyes. This kind of person, you can't spoil them. Kid, go drive your car. See if we smash it, the man with the Mercedes keys said, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Fine, come out and smash it. Jiang Han sniffed and spoke, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Jiang Han turned around and walked towards the door of the noodle shop, his steps steady and strong. His silhouette looked particularly upright in the dim light. There was a Bugatti parked in front of the noodle shop, which was Jiang Han's recently bought car. He walked to the front of the car, gently pressed the remote control key, and the Bugatti's iconic 8-eye lights instantly lit up, emitting a crisp beep. Jiang Han opened the car door and sat in. He started the vehicle, and a roar of a sports car instantly sounded, as if proclaiming its power. Jiang Han drove the Bugatti slowly out of the parking space and headed in the direction of the two drunken men. The car slowly traveled to the front of the noodle shop store. In front of those two drunken men, Jiang Han stopped in front of the two men, opened the car door, and gracefully walked down. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a provocative smile. Smash! Smash it! Chapter 13 Scholar sister, help me keep a secret, haha. The two looked at this Bugatti in front of them. The original arrogant face instantly disappeared without a trace. Under the lights, the body of the Bugatti exuded a cold luster, as if a sleeping beast that could explode at any time. A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of those two drunken men, who realized that they might have gotten into big trouble. Quickly go smash! I'll drive the car over for you. Don't pretend to be a grandson. Marred. Jiang Han opened his mouth, a hint of coldness and mockery in his voice. Bugatti. The man who had just flaunted the Mercedes keys said in shock, a hint of trembling in his voice. Quite knowledgeable. And you recognize this car? Then do it quickly. Please start your show. I haven't seen anyone smashing this car either. It's just the right time for me to see. Jiang Chen sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. With that, Jiang Han walked into the noodle shop and took a chair from the doorway and placed it in front of the two. He smiled faintly with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Didn't you guys want to smash my car? What? You don't dare now? You, don't be complacent. We just don't want to generalize with you. Another drunken man said, a hint of panic in his eyes, trying to hide his fear. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Don't dare to smash it. Don't pretend to be a big-tail wolf here, driving a broken Mercedes-Benz and you're pretending on it. Jiang Han said while walking to the front of the two, shaking the Bugatti's car keys in his hand. Can I pretend to be a pussy without driving a Mercedes? Can. Two drunken men immediately as if sober, tone with a hint of currying favor, as if afraid to anger Jiang Han. Not smashing? Jiang Chen asked again, a hint of teasing in his eyes. When the two men heard this, it was immediately as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and the two men who were originally drunk instantly sobered up. They knew that those who could drive this kind of car were invariably not people they could afford to mess with. I still like how arrogant you two were just now. Don't be formal. The smash, my broken car, that can be compared to your Mercedes-Benz. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The two drunken men looked at each other with a trace of an awkward smile on their faces. Brother, we were just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. A joke? You guys think this kind of joke is funny? No, we're wrong. One of the drunken men said hurriedly, a hint of ingratiation in his tone. Since you know you're wrong, don't be so arrogant in the future. Jiang Chen said coldly, a hint of warning in his eyes. Yes, we know. The two of them nodded their heads in a hurry, a hint of trepidation on their faces. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He knew that this kind of person only needed a little deterrence to make them know what to do. Scram! Don't affect my appetite for noodles. Jiang Chen's voice fell with a hint of impatience in his tone, but there was an unquestionable majesty in his eyes. Scram here! When the two men heard this, they lowered their stance to an extremely low level, and there was a hint of trepidation in their tone, as if they were afraid of angering Jiang Han any further. They quickly retreated to the side, their heads lowered, not daring to look at Jiang Han again. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He turned around and returned to the noodle shop, resuming his seat and continuing to eat his noodles with scallion oil. The lights in the noodle shop were still dim, but there was a reassuring scent in the air. The wooden tables and chairs emitted a faint wooden fragrance, and on the wall hung a few simple ink paintings of some landscapes, giving people a sense of tranquility. Back at the store, everyone who was eating here was looking at Jiang Han with an incredulous expression. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what had just happened. There were even a few boys working at the noodle shop who walked out and took out their cell phones to take pictures. Their movements were careful for fear of disturbing Jiang Han. Who is this person? How come he's so powerful? A boy whispered, a hint of awe in his eyes. I don't know, but look at his car Bugatti. Definitely not an ordinary person. Another boy said, with a hint of envy in his tone. Alas, people are more angry than people. People are young enough to drive this kind of car, and we are young enough to serve dishes, the boy said helplessly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of indifference in his eyes. He continued to eat the noodles as if what had just happened hadn't happened at all. The texture of the noodles was very strong, and the scent of green onion oil filled his mouth, making it memorable. Jiang Chen ate slowly, as if he was enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. The lights of the noodle shop looked exceptionally warm in the night. Jiang Han sat in the corner seat, his gaze sweeping towards the door from time to time. Su Yao was still busy. Her silhouette under the light looked extraordinarily busy yet energetic. Her movements were brisk and skillful. Every turn and every smile was like a silent dance. Sister Su Yao, what time do you get off work? I'll go back with you in a while. Jiang Chen looked at Su Yao in front of him and spoke softly. His voice was low and gentle, carrying a hint of concern. Su Yao raised her head with a hint of surprise in her eyes. I'll be off work soon. I'll treat you to this meal. Thanks. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of doting in his eyes. Okay, then I'll treat you next time. Su Yao gently nodded her head, a gentle smile on her face. Okay, next time it's on you. Jiang Chen continued to eat his noodles, occasionally looking up at Su Yao. The atmosphere in the noodle shop was quiet, only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clashing and the occasional conversation. Jiang Chen's cell phone was placed on the table, message alerts flashing on the screen from time to time, but he didn't pay attention to it, just focused on Su Yao. Time passed unconsciously. Su Yao finally finished the work at hand. She walked to Jiang Han's side and said softly, alright, I'm off work. Jiang Han put down his chopsticks and smiled faintly. Let's go. I'll send you back. The two of them walked out of the noodle shop together. The night had completely fallen and the lights on the streets looked exceptionally bright. Jiang Han's Bugatti was parked in front of the store, its headlights flashing coldly in the night. Jiang Han walked to the front of the car and gently pressed the remote control key. The lights instantly lit up and a crisp beep sounded. Jiang Han walked to the passenger side and smiled slightly, a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Senior sister, get in the car. Su Yao was slightly stunned, then revealed a gentle smile. Thank you. Jiang Han opened the car door for Su Yao and waited for her to sit in before closing the door. He walked to the driver's side, opened the door and sat in. A faint leather scent filled the car, making people feel extra comfortable. Jiang Chen started the vehicle and a roar of a sports car instantly sounded. He slowly drove out of the parking space and headed towards the direction of Su Yao's residence. The atmosphere inside the car was quiet, with only the low roar of the engine. This car is yours. Ha! I've been watching our school's posting bar every day discussing who this car belongs to. I didn't expect that I would discover the owner first. Su Yao spoke up, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of doting in his eyes. So, please still ask senior sister Su Yao to help me keep it a secret, ha? Su Yao gently nodded her head, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. Okay, I'll keep it a secret. Chapter 14. Ha, how come there's a perfume smell? The corners of Jiang Han's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sunny smile. Thank you, sister Su Yao. I'll treat you to milk tea later. Su Yao's eyes lit up when she heard this, and the curve of her mouth became softer. She gently nodded and responded. Thank you for tonight, Jiang Han. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said in a relaxed tone, didn't you already treat me to noodles with scallion oil? So senior sister Su Yao doesn't need to thank me anymore. Su Yao smiled faintly and didn't say anything else, just a trace of tenderness in her eyes. The car soon stopped in front of a bully TG. Jiang Han turned off the engine and turned his head to look at Su Yao. Let's go, senior sister Su Yao. I'll treat you to milk tea. Su Yao gently nodded. The two of them pushed open the car door and walked down. Jiang Han walked in front with a brisk pace. Su Yao followed behind, slightly bowing her head, the corner of her mouth carrying a hint of imperceptible smile. Walking into the store, the rich aroma of tea and sweet milky flavor came to his nose. The warm yellow light inside the store sprinkled in every corner, looking especially cozy. The two of them stopped in front of the counter. Jiang Han skillfully ordered 5 cups of Voiture. Su Yao stood on the side, quietly watching him. You like this flavor? Su Yao asked softly. Well, this flavor is very special, sweet but not greasy, and the tea aroma is also very strong. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. I think you'll like it. Su Yao's cheeks slightly flushed with a hint of redness. Lowering her head she whispered. Thank you then. Soon, 5 cups of milk tea were handed over to Jiang Han. He took the milk tea and turned to look at Su Yao. Let's go, senior sister. Su Yao nodded and the two of them walked out of the store together. Walking to the front of the car, Jiang Han looked at the narrow space of this expensive sports car and couldn't help but frown. This car is a bit small inside. It can't fit so much milk tea. Su Yao smiled gently and took the milk tea in Jiang Han's hand. Give it to me. I'll hold it for you. Jiang Han nodded and watched Su Yao get into the passenger seat. Su Yao carefully placed the milk tea by her legs. Jiang Han saw this and also got into the car. He started the car and drove towards the direction of the school. The car compartment was quiet. Only the roar of this dark night voice remained. Jiang Chen slightly turned his head sideways and glanced at Su Yao, who was sitting quietly. Her eyes focused on the milk tea in her hand. A faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Senior sister Su Yao, you look especially pretty tonight. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. His voice soft. Su Yao's cheeks instantly colored a faint blush. She slightly raised her head, her eyes somewhat flustered as she looked at Jiang Han. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Han smiled and didn't say anything else, just drove the car more smoothly. He knew that Su Yao was a very introverted girl, not good at expressing her emotions, but he could feel her gentleness and kindness from her eyes and movements. The car quickly drove into the parking lot opposite the school entrance. Jiang Han found an empty parking space in a corner and stopped, then quickly ran over and picked up the milk tea in Su Yao's hands. Be careful, it's hot. Jiang Han said softly. Su Yao nodded, her pretty face reddening. She lowered her head and organized her school bag, then pushed open the door and walked down. There were quite a few students' gazes cast over in the surroundings, and Su Yao's cheeks instantly became fiery, red to the roots of her ears. Senior sister Su Yao, why are you still shy? Jiang Chen said with a smile, a hint of favor in his eyes. Su Yao gently glanced at Jiang Han and responded in a low voice. Shut up. Jiang Chen smiled gently and didn't say anything else. He handed the milk tea to Su Yao before picking up a cup himself, and the two of them walked towards the school grounds one after the other. Jiang Han walked in front with a brisk pace. Su Yao followed behind, slightly bowing her head, a hint of sweetness in her eyes. The surrounding students cast curious and envious gazes, but Jiang Han and Su Yao seemed to be unaware of it, just immersed in each other's world. Jiang Han watched Su Yao hurriedly run towards the dormitory building, and couldn't help but feel a little amused in his heart. Although Su Yao usually looked gentle and generous, she would occasionally reveal the shy look of a little girl, making him feel extra cute. With a slight smile, he turned around and walked in the direction of the boys' dormitory. Not long after, Jiang Han returned to the dormitory. Pushing open the door, he only saw Li Yang, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe sitting in front of the computer, playing the game with full concentration. The sound effects of the game echoed in the room, and all three of them wore focused and excited expressions on their faces. Baka, Jiang Han, Li Yang said without looking up, his eyes still fixed on the screen. Jiang Han placed the milk tea in his hand in front of the three of them and said softly, brought you milk tea. Why is there a perfume smell? Li Yang smelled the faint perfume odor on Jiang Han's body and frowned slightly. Crap, Jiang Han, you went out on a date behind our backs, ah? Wang Zhe sniffed, immediately stopping the operation in his hands and turning his head to look at Jiang Han with a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Jiang Han slightly froze, then helplessly smiled. I ran into Su Yao's senior sister outside, then came back together. What date? You guys are playing games in the dormitory and still care about this? Zhang Yu also stopped his game and turned his head to look at Jiang Han with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Sister Su Yao, you still ran into the schoolgirl outside? Jiang Han nodded, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, that's her. These cups of milk tea can be placed by school sister Su Yao's legs and brought back. You guys cherish them. When Li Yang heard this, he immediately picked up the milk tea and brought it to his nose to smell it. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Wow, this perfume smells so good. Crap, you didn't say so earlier. I've taken a big sip. Li Yang suddenly reacted and said with some excitement, a hint of chagrin in his eyes. Jiang Han smiled and didn't say anything, just sat down at his desk, opened his computer, and began to deal with some of his own things. Li Yang, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe on the other hand continued to gather around the computer, drinking milk tea while continuing their game. Jiang Han, what's your relationship with sister Su Yao? Wang Zhe suddenly asked, a hint of gossip in his eyes. Jiang Han was slightly stunned, then said softly, nothing special, just ordinary friends. I ran into them at a noodle shop when I was out just now. Wang Zhe shook his head, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Sister Su Yao is the school flower of our school. There are tons of people pursuing her. Don't lie to us. Jiang Han laughed and didn't reply anymore, just continued to focus on playing with his cell phone. He knew that Wang Zhe and the others were just flirting with him. He didn't care. Chapter 15. What's the rush? It's already late anyway. It was late at night, and the dormitory was silent. The dim lights had long been extinguished, leaving only the faint moonlight outside the window to spill onto the floor through the curtains, outlining a patchwork of light and shadow. The four of them, Li Yang, Zhang Yu, Wang Zhe and Jiang Han, lay on the bed. Their breathing gradually stabilized and they entered dreamland. Time passed silently. and in the blink of an eye, the first ray of sunlight in the early morning quietly slipped into the dormitory through the gaps in the curtains. In the quiet dormitory, Li Yang's cell phone alarm clock suddenly rang, and the ear-piercing ringtone broke the tranquility. The four people were awakened almost simultaneously, opening their eyes in a daze, with a few reluctance on their faces. Li Yang, turn it off. Sleep some more. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, his voice thick with sleepiness, a hint of complaint in his tone. Li Yang reached for his cell phone in a daze, his movements a little sluggish. His eyes hadn't fully opened yet, and his fingers messily pressed a few times on the cell phone screen, finally finding the button to turn off the alarm clock. He threw the phone towards the bed and closed his eyes again, but quickly reacted again and sat up with a jerk. Sleep my ass off. The time I set is 10 minutes before class starts on the dot. Li Yang's voice raised a few points with a hint of urgency. He quickly got up from the bed, urging the others as he dressed. Get up quickly, don't dawdle. Holy, why did you set the time so urgently? Wang Zhe also sat up, with a bit of helplessness on his face, rubbing his hair and complaining. Couldn't you have said it a little earlier? It can't be helped. I slept late yesterday. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get up, so I could only set it so tight. Li Yang tied his shoelace while explaining. Hurry up, don't delay. Jiang Han, get up quickly. Your Suyao senior sister is waiting for us in the classroom. Li Yang carried his pants and ran to Jiang Han's window, shouting loudly. Jiang Han instantly bounced up from his bed when he heard Li Yang's words. His eyes instantly opened wide, his sleepiness disappearing. Sister Suyao? This name had a special meaning in his heart. He quickly put on his clothes, moving much faster than usual. Hurry up, hurry up, Li Yang urged from the doorway, and Jiang Han also sped up. The four of them quickly got dressed, and without time to clean up, they hurriedly ran out of the dormitory. No, we have to set it earlier tomorrow. This is too much of a rush, Li Yang complained as he ran, breathing heavily. Jiang Han, aren't you hurrying up? Wang Zhe looked back at Jiang Han and urged. What's the rush? We're already late anyway. Jiang Han smiled faintly, a hint of helplessness in his tone, but his footsteps didn't slow down. Once the three of them heard this, they also slowed down their steps, and the four of them walked slowly together towards the school building. In the campus in the early morning, the air was fresh with a hint of coolness. The sunlight sprinkled on their bodies, warming them up and making them want to enjoy it for a while longer. Not long after, the four people arrived in front of the classroom, only to see a beautiful figure standing in front of the classroom pacing back and forth, her long hair glistening in the sunlight, her fair face carrying a hint of anxiety. That was senior sister Suyao. When the four people approached, Suyao raised her head and saw them. A trace of helplessness appeared on her face and her tone carried a few points of reproach. You guys still know to come hurry up and go inside. The teacher hasn't come yet. Thank you senior sister Suyao. A great favor is not appreciated. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Li Yang sniffed. A trace of a grateful smile appeared on his face, and there were a few hints of flirtation in his tone. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu sniffed and immediately ran into the classroom like a gust of wind. Jiang Han looked at Suyao, a trace of an apologetic smile on his face, and said, thanks, I'm sure I won't be late tomorrow. Suyao looked at Jiang Han and smiled faintly, a hint of doting in her eyes. Hurry up and go inside. Jiang Han nodded and turned around to walk into the classroom. Suyao stood in place, looking at their backs, a faint smile on her face. She knew that although these boys could be a headache at times, they all had good hearts, especially Jiang Han. She had a special feeling for Jiang Han, a feeling that made her unable to resist caring more about him every time she saw him. Not long after the four entered the classroom, the door of the classroom was gently pushed open and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in. He wasn't too tall, but exuded an aura of unruffled authority, with a pair of black-framed glasses hanging on his angular face. His eyes were sharp, giving off a sense of seriousness. Good morning students. Zhou Ting walked into the classroom, his voice loud and powerful, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Good morning teacher. The students responded in unison, a hint of restraint in their voices. The classroom was instantly quiet, with only Zhou Ting's footsteps echoing. Today is considered your first day of school. Zhou Ting stopped in front of the podium and looked around, his gaze sweeping over each and every student as if he wanted to memorize them all. Today we are going to have a week of military training. A small murmur instantly resounded in the classroom. Military training. This word was both familiar and unfamiliar to most students. They knew that military training meant strict discipline and intense training, but no one could say exactly what kind of experience it would be. Oops, I didn't realize yesterday that there are a lot of female students in our class. Zhou Ting's gaze swept around the classroom, a trace of a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Li Yang sniffed and also started to look around the classroom curiously. His gaze swept around the classroom as if he was looking for some kind of treasure. Some of the girls sitting in the classroom were looking down at their books. Some were mingling with each other. and some were sneaking glances at the new teacher. Li Yang's gaze lingered on these girls one by one, and a trace of a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Hey, there are really a lot of girls in our class, and all of them are pretty good looking. After looking around, Li Yang gently leaned over the table and whispered to the three people next to him. Although his voice was small, it still seemed extraordinarily clear in the quiet classroom. As soon as his words fell, a light laughter rang out in the classroom, and a few girls' gazes couldn't help but cast this way. Li Yang's actions were naturally seen by Zhou Ting, who was standing in front of the podium. Zhou Ting's brows frowned slightly, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. He cleared his throat, his voice loud and strong. Just after I finished here, some individual boys in our class couldn't help but start looking around. Pay attention. As soon as Zhou Ting's words fell, the classroom immediately quieted down. Li Yang's face instantly turned red, and he awkwardly plopped down on his desk, wishing to find a crack in the ground. His movements looked a little stiff, his fingers gripping the edge of the table tightly, not daring to look up. Chapter 16 Military Training begins. Jiang Han and the other three also saw Li Yang's embarrassment. They couldn't help but lower their heads, and the corners of their mouths rose slightly, revealing a smile that they couldn't help but smile. Li Yang was named by Mr. Zhou Ting. Although he was a little embarrassed, his reaction also caused everyone to secretly laugh in their hearts. This kind of small episode made the originally somewhat tense atmosphere much more relaxed. Su Yao stood at the side of the podium and also saw the movements of the four people. She gently shook her head, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She knew Li Yang's character, usually big-headed, but actually kind-hearted and a very interesting person. Seeing his appearance after being named by the teacher, Su Yao felt both amused and helpless. Alright, go to the playground to gather. Zhou Ting's voice rang out again, breaking the silence in the classroom. He stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping over each and every student, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness, yet not losing its gentleness. As soon as the words fell, the classroom immediately came alive. The students rose one after another. The four of them followed at the end of the large group, and Li Yang stood at the last one. His face was still a little red, but he had regained his composure. He lowered his head and his footsteps were a little heavy, but he still kept up with the group. When Zhou Ting saw the four of them lagging behind, he couldn't help but raise his hand and pat Li Yang's shoulder. You four are in pain. There was a hint of teasing in his voice, but his tone was not harsh. Got it, Mr. Zhou. Li Yang raised his head, a trace of an awkward smile on his face, but he quickly regained his usual vigor. He quickened his pace and followed the large group along with the other three. Su Yao, in a moment, you lead the female students to wait in the playground. Zhou Ting turned his head to Su Yao and said with a hint of trust in his tone, Good, Teacher Zhou. Su Yao responded with a smile, a hint of confidence on her face. She knew that Teacher Zhou Ting's decision to put her in charge of leading the girls was a sign of trust in her, and she would definitely complete the task seriously. On the playground, the sun was shining brightly, and the breeze brought a hint of coolness. The students came to the playground one after another and stood in rows according to their classes. Zhou Ting stood in the center of the playground and looked around, a trace of a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that on the first day of military training, the most important thing was to make the students understand the importance of discipline. Students, now we will begin the first element of military training, formation training. Zhou Ting's voice echoed in the playground as he walked to the center of the playground and began to demonstrate the formation movements. As he spoke, two soldiers in military uniforms walked over, a man and a woman with upright postures. These two are the instructors in charge of our class military training. Instructor Lin Yu, and Instructor He Chang. Zhou Ting introduced. Hello classmates, my name is He Chang. I'm in charge of the military training for the boys in your class. He Chang stood in front of his classmates and slowly opened his mouth to say. His voice was loud and powerful, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Hello classmates, my name is Lin Yu. I'm in charge of military training for the girls in your class. Lin Yu also opened her mouth immediately afterward, her voice clear and pleasant, with a hint of gentleness, yet without losing the dryness of a soldier. The two officers had just finished introducing themselves, when the instructor from the next class led the boys, who had already been divided into teams, to start standing in military postures. Let's start as well. Boys stand on the left, girls stand on the right. Start dividing into teams, He Chang said. Hearing the instruction, the class began to quickly divide into teams, and He Chang also led the boys to begin standing in military posture. The sun hung high in the blue sky, as if it was a huge fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth. On the playground, heat waves rolled over and a blazing scent filled the air. A group of freshmen wearing camouflage training uniforms stood on the playground, sweat sliding down their cheeks and dripping on the hot plastic ground, evaporating without a trace in an instant. Instructor He Chang stood at the front of the group, his straight posture like a statue. His sharp eyes scanned the entire team, not sparing any detail. His voice was loud and powerful. as if it carried an invisible majesty that made every freshman not dare to slack off in the slightest. You guys aren't as straight as the girls in your class stand. Instructor He Chang's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence on the playground. The boys' originally somewhat lazy postures instantly became erect. They exchanged a look with each other, and the unconquerable desire to win in their hearts was instantly ignited. One by one, they straightened their backs and held their heads high, as if they were silently proving to the instructor that they were not inferior to the girls. I should have known to get up early in the morning and put on some sunscreen, Li Yang muttered in a small voice, which was not loud, but seemed particularly clear in the quiet playground. He stood at the very back of the line, covering his forehead with his hand in an attempt to block the blinding sunlight. Sweat ran down his cheeks and tickled, but he didn't dare to wipe it off and could only let it flow, still thinking that I can feast my eyes on it. This is all in training clothes. I can't even see the big white legs of the female students. Wang Zhe stood next to Li Yang and said with slight regret. His eyes unconsciously drifted towards the girls' team, but he was pierced by the dazzling sunlight and hurriedly retracted his gaze. Sister's big white legs are not there. You can see Sister's big white legs. Look over there, the schoolmates are watching. Zhang Yu skimmed around the playground, which had long been surrounded by the school sisters and seniors who came to watch the freshman training. They were either standing or sitting, curiously sizing up these freshmen and occasionally whispering a few sentences. Ugh, standing too far away to see clearly. So sadly Yang spoke again, with a hint of exaggerated sorrow in his voice. With these words, it was as if Jiang Han's laughing hole was poked, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Crap, Li Yang, you're here to be funny. Jiang Han patted Li Yang's shoulder and laughed. His laughter echoed in the playground, causing the students around him to stifle their snickers as well. The forced conversation was soon watched by the instructor. Only a loud whistle could be heard cutting through the air, crisp and piercing. Those last few students, come stand in the front. Instructor He Chang's voice carried a hint of sternness, causing the atmosphere of the entire playground to instantly tense up. As the words fell, the four of them were also flustered and hurriedly turned their heads to start looking at the unlucky ones who were caught by the instructor. Stop looking. It's just the four of you. Instructor He Chang's voice rang out once more, his finger pointing towards Jiang Han's four, a hint of unquestionable seriousness in his eyes. Jiang Han sniffed and subconsciously pointed at himself, a hint of uncertainty on his face. Right, it's just you guys. You were the one who laughed the most just now. Come up to the front to share it with everyone. Instructor He Chang's voice carried a hint of teasing, but it was more of a command. The four of them were embarrassed for a moment at his words, and the smiles on their faces instantly froze. They hurriedly put away their expressions and reluctantly stood from the back to the front of the group. Jiang Han cursed himself in his heart for speaking too quickly, but on the surface, he didn't dare to resist in the slightest, so he could only obediently stand in front. You four, do you usually have this hangdog look? Instructor He Chan walked up to them, his hands behind his back, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Chapter 17, Woe comes from the legs. The four stood at the front of the line. The little bit of wanting to laugh just now had long since dissipated, replaced by a sense of helplessness and embarrassment. They lowered their heads, their eyes wandering, not daring to look directly at Instructor He Chang's gaze. The surrounding students, although still maintaining their military posture, had a hint of curiosity and gloating in their eyes. Come on, this student, tell me, what were you laughing at just now? Instructor He Chang's voice was low and powerful, his gaze staring straight at Jiang Han as if he wanted to see through him. Jiang Han's heart tightened, he raised his head stiffly, barely squeezing out a smile. Instructor, didn't laugh at anything. Didn't laugh at what? Laughing so happily? Speak up and share with the class what you four were muttering just now. Instructor He Chang's tone was even harsher, clearly not intending to let them off easily. Jiang Han swallowed his saliva and hesitated a bit in his heart, but still asked tentatively, Instructor, do you really want to say it? Say, louder, so that all of our classmates can hear. Instructor He Chang's voice raised an octave, and the entire training ground seemed to fall silent. All eyes focused on Jiang Han. Jiang Han took a deep breath, and with his heart in his mouth, he shouted, reporting to the instructor. Just now, Liang said that Sister's big white legs can't be seen. Sister's big white legs can't be seen. As soon as the words fell, a burst of laughter erupted from the team. Some students laughed their heads off, while others covered their mouths and sneered. Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu, however, were so embarrassed that they couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Li Yang even lowered his head, his face turned red, and secretly scolded Jiang Han in his heart. You guy, why do you say everything outside? The commotion on this side soon attracted the attention of the team next to them. The female students standing in military posture also heard Jiang Han's words, and they all looked sideways to this side with a few curiosities and smiles on their faces. The other class teams also heard these bold words, and for a while, the entire training ground was filled with whispers. Instructor He Chang's face instantly sank, his brows tightly locked, his gaze like a knife sweeping over the four, watching legs. What you four mean is, you want to go to the girls' team? Then I'll fulfill you. You four, go find instructor Lin Yu for military training. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes instantly lit up, and the embarrassment he felt just now was instantly thrown out of sight. He excitedly blurted out, crap, there's this good thing? Thank you Instructor He Chang. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were also pleasantly surprised, and although they didn't say anything on their lips, their eyes already revealed anticipation. Jiang Han, on the other hand, shook his head somewhat helplessly and muttered in his heart, this is really a blessing in disguise. Instructor He Chang looked at the four's impatient looks, snorted coldly and waved his hand. Hurry up and go. Don't be an eyesore here. The four were like amnesties and immediately turned around and ran in the direction of the girls' team. Li Yang rubbed his hands together excitedly while running, his mouth still whispering, this is really profitable. However, when they ran to the front of the girls' team and saw Instructor Lin Yu's frosty face, the four's smiles instantly froze. Instructor Lin Yu clasped her hands on her chest, her gaze like ice, and said coldly, I heard that the four of you are interested in the legs of your female classmates? Well then, today you will stand in front of the girls' team and do 100 deep squats to appreciate them properly. The four of them were dumbfounded, and Li Yang's smile completely disappeared, replaced by a bitter face. He muttered in a low voice, this is really trouble coming out of the mouth. On the training ground, the other students watched the four standing in front of the girls' team, doing deep squats while receiving Instructor Lin Yu's special care, and couldn't help but burst into laughter again, while the four can only harden their heads, while doing deep squats, while silently praying in their hearts, when will this military training end? I'm really convinced, Li Yan you have to thank Instructor Yichang for what? Now it's good, and you're suffering more. Wang Zhe panted as he did deep squats while lowering his voice, his tone full of helplessness and complaints. Fine beads of sweat were already seeping out of his forehead, and his legs were starting to get a little sore. Li Yang also had a bitter look on his face, gritting his teeth and holding on. When he heard Wang Zhe's words, he couldn't help but whisper back, how could I have known that Instructor Lin Yu was so ruthless? No more looking at the legs, never again. After he finished speaking, he secretly glanced at the girls' team next to him, and ended up meeting Instructor Lin Yu's cold and icy gaze, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head and focused on doing deep squats. What are you four whispering about again? Instructor Lin Yu's voice suddenly rang out, a hint of sternness in her tone. She clasped her hands to her chest and stared at the four of them with a torch-like gaze, as if she could see through their little minds. Jiang Han was the quickest to react, immediately raising his head and responding with a sincere face. I didn't say anything. Instructor Lin Yu, we're cheering each other up. Hurry up and finish. After he finished speaking, he even raised his voice on purpose, pretending to be full of energy. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also hurriedly agreed and nodded their heads, saying in unison, yes, 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 we're encouraging each other. Instructor Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, obviously not quite believing their words, but didn't say anything more, only coldly dropping a sentence. Concentrate, don't be lazy, there are still 60 more. When the four of them heard this, they wailed in their hearts, but on the surface, they didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and could only continue to do deep squats with a stiff upper lip. Li Yang did it while muttering in a low voice, I knew I wouldn't talk too much, this is really self-inflicted. Wang Zhe also couldn't help but sigh and whispered, this is really trouble from the legs, don't talk nonsense in the future. Although Zhang Yu didn't say anything, the expression on his face was also hard to describe, obviously feeling incomparably tormented by this special training. Jiang Han, on the other hand, was bitterly amused. While doing deep squats, he whispered in a teasing voice, alright, just take it as a workout. Anyway, we haven't practiced so seriously in the past. Although the four of them complained on their mouths, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit sloppy in their movements. After all, Instructor Lin Yu was standing right next to them staring at them, and the slightest slip could result in additional punishment. On the training ground, the other students couldn't help but snicker again as they watched the four's wretched appearance, but they didn't dare to be too obvious for fear of drawing fire. Finally, when the four were about to get exhausted, Instructor Lin Yu finally shouted to stop. Alright, let's stop here today. Remember, be disciplined during military training. Don't think about something all day long. As if relieved, the four hurriedly stood up straight and responded in unison. Yes, Instructor Lin Yu. Li Yang rubbed his sore legs and muttered in a low voice, this is really a long memory. Wang Zhe patted his shoulder and smiled helplessly. Alright, stop complaining. Hurry up and return to the team. Don't cause any more trouble. The four of them dragged their tired bodies and returned to their team in a grayish manner. When Instructor He Chang saw them return, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. How was it? Instructor Lin Yu's training is still satisfactory, right? The four of them hurriedly nodded their heads and said in unison, satisfied, very satisfied. Satisfied? Satisfied? Do you want to go back and practice again? He Chang smiled and said, forget it, Instructor He Chang. I think it's better to practice with you. Jiang Han sniffed and immediately said. The three of them nodded in agreement when they heard Jiang Han's words. Chapter 18 You won't learn. It's inborn. Soon, a noon of military posture training finally came to an end. Under Instructor He Chang's dismissed, the four of them were relieved and walked towards the direction of the school cafeteria in unison. Their steps seemed a bit heavy, especially Li Yang, who was limping and complaining. My legs are going to be sore. This is not military training. It's simply torture. Li Yang rubbed his thighs as he walked, pain written all over his face. I'm the same. This deep squatting has made my legs almost not my own. Wang Zhe also followed suit, his legs still shaking a little as he walked, obviously still not slowed down from the training just now. Zhang Yu did not complain much, but instead said with a thoughtful face, did you guys realize that Instructor Lin Yu is actually quite good looking? Upon hearing this, Li Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly. No buddy, you still have the heart to look at the instructor? It seems that 100 squats is still not enough. In the afternoon you will go and squat with Instructor Lin Yu for another 100. Zhang Yu hurriedly waved his hand and smiled sarcastically. Forget it, when you say it like that, I suddenly feel that she is not that good looking anymore. The four of them flirted with each other while walking, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. However, right at this moment, Suya walked up quickly from behind and gently patted Jiang Han's shoulder. Do the legs still look good? Jiang Han. Suya looked at Jiang Han with a smile, a hint of flirtation in her tone. Jiang Han turned around, and when he saw that it was Suya, a trace of an awkward smile appeared on his face. He scratched his head and said in a pretense of relief, it wouldn't look good if I did another 100 deep squats. Suyao couldn't help but laugh out loud at his words. You four really deserve it. Who told you to talk nonsense? Jiang Han shrugged helplessly. Alas, a momentary mouthful. I didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. At this moment, seeing this, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu exchanged a look with each other before saying in unison, Jiang Han, we're going to eat first. After saying that, the three of them quickened their pace and quickly left Jiang Han and Su Yao's side, leaving Jiang Han alone to face Su Yao. Jiang Han looked at the trio's distant backs, and secretly cursed in his heart. These guys, they ran quite fast. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han's expression and couldn't help but laugh. What? Your brothers just abandoned you? Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. They're afraid of disturbing our alone time. Su Yao's face slightly reddened when she heard this, but quickly returned to normal. She gently patted Jiang Han's shoulder and said, Alright, don't be poor. Hurry up and go eat. The cafeteria won't have any food if it's any later. Jiang Han nodded and said with a smile, Let's go then. Together? Su Yao didn't refuse. The two of them walked side by side towards the cafeteria. The sunlight sprinkled on the path of the campus. The tree shadows were dappled, and the breeze was light, bringing a hint of coolness. Su Yao suddenly turned her head sideways and asked curiously, What did you guys just say? What suddenly doesn't look good anymore? Jiang Han laughed and explained. Zhang Yu said that Instructor Lin Yu was quite good looking. Then Li Yang joked that he should go do another 100 deep squats this afternoon to get a good look. Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. You guys are really enough. Instructor Lin Yu is known to be strict. How dare you guys joke about her? Jiang Han shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, There's nothing we can do. Who let our mouths fall short? But this time, we've really learned from our mistakes, so we won't dare to talk nonsense in the future. Right at this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Su Yao's favorability has reached 20. Mission completed. Issuing rewards. Consumption count *3. Jiang Han froze for a moment, secretly surprised in his heart. Favorability? System? What is this? Before he could react, the system's voice sounded again. New mission issued. Su Yao's favorability reached 50. Jiang Chen's heart burst with excitement, but on the surface, he didn't move. He secretly glanced at Su Yao and realized that she was looking ahead intently and didn't seem to notice his difference. He tried calling out to the system in his mind, but the system didn't respond. It seemed to only appear when a mission was completed or released. Jiang Chen could only press the doubts in his mind for the time being and continued chatting with Su Yao. By the way, Senior Su Yao, aren't you going to class? Jiang Chen casually asked, trying to find something to talk about. I'm in my 4th year of college, and I've already started preparing for my internship now, so I'm pretty free. Su Yao spoke up. Yo, you're still a good-looking senior. Jiang Chen smiled and responded. Humph, awesome right? Su Yao said with a smile. Awesome, Jiang Han said with a smile. The two of them chatted all the way and soon arrived at the cafeteria. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were already sitting at a table, and when they saw Jiang Han and Su Yao come in together, the three of them coincidentally revealed meaningful smiles. Li Yang even squeezed his eyes at Jiang Han and whispered, Jiang Han, it's okay. Jiang Han glared at him and didn't say anything. he just played rice with Su Yao and sat next to them. At the dinner table, the four of them still talked and laughed, and although their legs were still sore, their mood was much lighter. During the meal, Jiang Han listened to everyone's banter while pondering about the system in his mind. After the meal, Su Yao stood up and said to Jiang Han, "I'm going back first, cheers for the afternoon training." Jiang Chen nodded and said with a smile, "You too, cheers." Looking at Su Yao's back as she left, Li Yang came over and patted Jiang Han's shoulder, saying with a flirtatious face, "No buddy, we haven't even opened yet. How come you're hooked up with Su Yao, the school flower? You move fast enough." Jiang Han smiled and responded in a mysterious manner, low key, low key." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe immediately came over and asked with a curious face, "Hey, Jiang Han, quickly teach me, how did you get on with school sister Su Yao? I also want to know." Jiang Han raised his eyebrows, put on a narcissistic expression and said slowly, "You guys can't learn, it's innate. This damn charming aura of mine just attracts girls." When Li Yang and Wang Yu heard this, they rolled their eyes speechlessly. Wang Yu even said without any good humor, "Groove, I admit that your face value is indeed handsome, but this level of narcissism of yours, I recognize it even more. I now know how you hooked up with sister Su Yao, just based on this shameless boasting of yourself. I know you're thick-skinned enough." Jiang Han laughed out loud and patted Wang Yu's shoulder. "Brother, this is called self-confidence. Understand? Besides, school sister Su Yao just chatted with me for a few moments. It's not as exaggerated as you guys make it out to be." Chapter 19. I haven't suffered like this since I grew up. Li Yang skimmed his mouth and teased, "Come on, the way the two of you walked together just now, you simply looked like the male and female protagonists in an idol drama." Jiang Han, I'm convinced by this wave of your maneuver. Wang Zhe also followed suit. "That's right, Jiang Han, can you share some of this damn charming aura with me? I also want to hook up with the school flower schoolgirl." Jiang Han laughed and shook his head, pretending to be deep. "This kind of thing can only be realized, not conveyed in words. You guys, it's better to practice more deep squats. Maybe one day Instructor Lin you will be impressed by your perseverance." When Li Yang heard this, he immediately collapsed. "Don't mention it, my legs hurt when I mention deep squatting. Can Instructor Lin you be easily impressed? I think she wants us to squat until the end of time." The three of them joked and laughed while walking in the direction of the dormitory. Although the days of military training were hard, having the company of their brothers added a bit more fun. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Han lay on the bed, but his mind was still thinking about the system. He tried calling out to the system in his mind, but still got no response. He secretly thought, "It seems that this system will only appear under certain circumstances. I have to find a chance to study it." As he was thinking, Li Yang suddenly came over and said mysteriously, "Jiang Han, seriously, what's going on between you and school sister Su Yao? You're not really interested in her, are you?" Jiang Han laughed and didn't answer directly, but asked in return, "What? Are you interested in her too?" Li Yang quickly waved his hand. "I wouldn't dare. Sister Su Yao is a school flower. I don't have the guts, but if you really have an idea, I'll support you." After eating lunch, the four of them chatted while quickly returning to the dormitory. In the dormitory, the sunlight sprinkled on the ground through the windows. Looking a little lazy, Wang Zhe paralyzed on the bed as soon as he entered, let out a long sigh, and opened his mouth to ask, "How many more days do we have to finish our military training?" Li Yang answered while taking off his shoes, "Half a month. It's still early, take your time." After he finished speaking, he also directly laid down on the bed with a lifeless look. "Crap, half a month? This is simply killing me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately wailed, his entire body paralyzed on the chair, his face full of despair. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but just laughed and walked over to his bedside to sit down. He looked at the three of them and teased, "You guys can't make it here? This is just the beginning. There are even more exciting items waiting for us later." Li Yang rolled over and flopped on the bed, saying breathlessly, "Jiang Han, don't hit us. My legs are starting to shake now just thinking about the obstacle run in the afternoon." Wang Zhe followed suit and sighed. "Yeah, this military training is simply not a human life. My only wish right now is to be able to take a nap, but unfortunately even that has become a luxury." Zhang Yu suddenly sat up straight and said with a serious face, "You guys, if we pretend to be sick, can we escape the afternoon training?" Jiang Han shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't think about it. Instructor Lin Yu and Instructor He Chang are not vegetarians. If you pretend to be sick, they will be able to tell in minutes, and at that time, not to mention resting, they will probably have to train extra." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu instantly paralyzed back and said helplessly, "Forget it then. I'd better train honestly. At least I can still save this little life." The four of them were silent for a while, and the only sound left in the dormitory was the sound of the fan turning. After a while, Li Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Jiang Han, Do you think senior sister Suyao will come to see us train in the afternoon? Jiang Han froze for a moment, then smiled and said, why are you mentioning sister Suyao again? She's not from our class, so how could she specifically come to watch us train? Li Yang hemmed and hawed and flirted. That's not necessarily true. Maybe she just came to see you. When Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu heard this, they immediately got energized and coaxed. Right. Jiang Han, what exactly is the situation between you and sister Suyao? Quickly tell us. Jiang Han helplessly shook his head. You guys, don't guess. School sister Suyao and I are just ordinary friends. We just chatted a few times. It's not as complicated as you guys think. Li Yang skimmed his mouth, obviously not believing it. Ordinary friends? Then why did you smile so happily during dinner just now? I saw you two chatting quite a bit. Wang Zhe followed suit. That's right. Jiang Han, don't hide it from us. If there's really any progress, the brothers can also help you out. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't answer. He actually had some expectations in his heart. After all, the system's mission was there, and Suyao's favorability was something he had to raise. However, this was something he didn't want to say much to his brothers just yet. Just at this moment, the door of the dormitory was pushed open. The students from the next dormitory probed in and said with a smile, how many of you are still lying down? Hurry up and get ready. The afternoon training will start soon. The four of them wailed when they heard this. Li Yang grumbled as he climbed up from the bed. When will this day ever end? Zhang Yu also sighed helplessly. Forget it, just resign yourself to fate. Half a month will soon pass anyway. Wang Zhe patted Jiang Han's shoulder and said with a smile, Jiang Han, cheer up for the training in the afternoon. Maybe senior sister Suyao will really come to see you. Jiang Han smiled and didn't say anything more, only secretly thinking in his heart, if Suyao really comes to see the training, that would be a good opportunity. The four of them organized their clothes, walked out of the dormitory, and headed towards the training ground. Although they complained on their lips, they all knew clearly in their hearts that although military training was hard, it was also a rare experience. The midday sun was like a blazing flame, mercilessly scorching the earth. The air on the playground seemed to become hot, and every inch of the land was radiating heat. As the students stood on the playground, sweat quickly soaked their shirts, slid down their cheeks, and dripped onto the hot plastic ground, instantly evaporating without a trace. It's too aggravating. I've never suffered this kind of pain in my entire life. Li Yang complained in a small voice, a hint of aggravation and exhaustion in his voice. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand, but he couldn't help but drip it down again. Li Yang was a child who had been spoiled by his parents since he was a child, and usually seldom suffered. This military training was undoubtedly a great challenge for him. Not to mention you. I didn't either. Wang Zhe also muttered in a small voice, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. Hey, you guys don't mumble, in case the instructor sees you again. Now go squat 100 more, guaranteed to be even harder. Jiang Han reminded in a small voice. Li Yang and Wang Zhe looked at each other when they heard this. Both saw a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. The instructor stood at the front of the group, his gaze like a falcon scanning each and every student. There was not a trace of expression on his face, and his eyes revealed an unquestionable majesty. The instructor was a soldier, and had extremely high requirements for military training. Every action had to be standardized. In his eyes, military training is not only a physical exercise for students, but also a sharpening of their will. Chapter 20, How did you guess? The afternoon military training was particularly tormenting under the scorching sun. The sun poured down on the training ground without any shade. The ground was scorched, and a dry and hot scent filled the air. The boys stood under the sun, sweat sliding down their foreheads and soaking their camouflage uniforms. From time to time, their eyes glanced at the team of girls standing in the shade, their eyes filled with envy. If only we could also stand in the shade to train, Wang Zhe muttered in a low voice, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Li Yang sighed and said helplessly, don't think about it, let's just bask in the sun honestly. Look at instructor He Chang's eyes. Who dares to be lazy? Jiang Han stood in the team and didn't complain, although he also felt uncomfortably hot. His gaze occasionally swept towards the girls' team, as if he was looking for something. Sure enough, he saw Suyao's figure in the shade. She was talking about something with instructor Lin Yu. Just then, instructor He Chang's voice suddenly rang out. Dismissed. Rest in place for half an hour. Hearing this, a cheer erupted from the team. Many students directly lay down in place, as if their entire body's strength had been drained. Li Yang sat on his butt on the ground and sighed to the sky. Crap, this is killing me. Wang Zhe also sat paralyzed on the ground, fanning himself with his hands while saying, this weather is also too poisonous. I feel like I'm about to be dried up in the sun. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, directly laid down on the ground and said with his eyes closed, I don't want anything right now. I just want to lie down flat. This half an hour of rest is simply a lifesaver. Jiang Han, what are you doing? Wang Zhe couldn't help but ask as he watched Jiang Han suddenly leave the group. To buy ice cream. Are you guys going? Jiang Chen waved his hand without looking back and said in a relaxed tone. Not going, but want to eat. Wang Zhe responded with a smile, a hint of anticipation on his face. Alright, you guys wait. Jiang Han smiled and answered, then quickly left the playground and walked towards the kiosk not far from the playground. Looking at Jiang Han's back, Li Yang suddenly stood up from the ground, patted the ash on his pants, and said, wait, I'll go get the car. Let's go blow the air conditioning. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe's eyes immediately brightened up. Come along, it's a good idea to blow for a while longer. Zhang Yu also hurriedly agreed. Right. This weather is too hot. It's simply enjoyable to be able to blow the air conditioner. With that, the three of them walked towards the place where Li Yang had parked his car. Li Yang's car was a black Big G, parked under the shade of a tree near the playground. He took out the key and pressed it. The car lights flashed and made a drop sound. At the same time, Jiang Han had already walked to the kiosk. He pushed open the glass door. A wave of cool air instantly dispersed the body heat. He walked straight to the freezer, took 4 ice creams from it, and carried 4 bottles of chilled drinks along with him, paid the money and hurried back. Just as he walked near the playground, Jiang Han heard a horn honk. He looked up and saw that Li Yang's Big G was parked on the side of the road. The window was lowered and Li Yang poked his head out and shouted, Here, come blow the air conditioning. Jiang Han smiled, walked over quickly, pulled open the door and sat in the back. The air conditioning in the car was turned on sufficiently, and the cool breeze blew on his body, instantly making people feel alive. Thank you, brother cold. Wang Zhe saw the cold drinks and ice cream in Jiang Han's hand, and immediately smiled with joy. Immediately took out a bottle of drink from the bag, twisted the lid and took a big gulp of it, and sighed with satisfaction. Cool, this is simply life-saving water. Zhang Yu also couldn't wait to take a bottle of drink inside after taking a sip. In this weather, being able to drink a mouthful of chilled one is simply the pinnacle of life. Li Yang turned around from the driver's seat and said to Jiang Han with a smile, Jiang Han, your wave of operation is fine. Where's the ice cream? Quickly share it. Jiang Han smiled and handed over the ice cream. Here, 1 for each person. Don't grab it. The 4 people each took an ice cream, tore open the package and ate it beautifully. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became relaxed and happy, as if the scorching heat outside had nothing to do with them anymore. I don't see how I can see that none of our students in this playground look like the owner of the Bugatti at the entrance. Li Yang was eating ice cream while sizing up the students outside through the car window, with a few moments of doubt and curiosity in his tone. Is there a possibility that people didn't come to the military training at all? Can't be said. Wang Zhe shrugged unconcernedly and continued to enjoy the ice cream in his hands, obviously not too interested in this issue. Zhang Yu, however, suddenly interjected, but I heard that the Bugatti drove away yesterday, still pulling a female student. It should still be in school, and it's possible that it's older than us. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately became interested and turned his head to look at Zhang Yu. Really? Where did you hear that? Zhang Yu laughed and said, The school forum. Don't you guys read that stuff? Hearing this, Wang Zhe couldn't help but flirt. It's not mine anyway. Whoever you like. Jiang Han sat in the back row, listening to the 3 people's discussion, but his heart was a little complicated. He was actually no stranger to that Bugatti, and it could even be said that he had a special understanding of the owner of that car. But he didn't interject, just ate ice cream silently, his eyes occasionally sweeping out the window. Seeing that Jiang Han hadn't said anything, Li Yang couldn't help but ask, Jiang Han, what do you think? Who do you think the owner of that Bugatti could be? Jiang Han smiled and said lightly, Who knows? Maybe it's some low-profile rich second generation who usually doesn't show off. Hearing this, Wang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. A low-profile rich second generation? Driving a Bugatti can still be low-key? Jiang Han, this idea of yours is too naive. Zhang Yu also followed and flirted. That's right. How can someone who drives a Bugatti have a low profile? Once that car is driven out, it's simply the center of attention. Li Yang sniffed and immediately looked back at Jiang Han and said, Jiang Han, you wouldn't be the owner of that car, right? You said that you don't show your face. You spent over $1 million on it, right? Jiang Han, are you the car owner? Wang Zhe heard immediately in the eyes of the spirit of the head is back to look at Jiang Han asked, Do I look like you guys? Jiang Chen was embarrassed by the 2 men's question. Like, the 3 immediately responded in unison. I'm really convinced. I didn't say anything. How did you guys guess? Jiang Chen said speechlessly. Chapter 21, The warm man lines up behind the dog. Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu all froze when they heard Jiang Han's reply. Then, a look of disbelief flashed across their eyes, as if they had discovered some shocking secret. Crap, dude, you're hiding it really deep. Li Yang was the first to react, his mouth opening wide in surprise as he stared at Jiang Han with wide eyes. He shook his head incredulously, a few hints of flirtation in his tone. Usually I see you keeping a low profile. I didn't expect you to have such a section. When Jiang Han heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had expected such a reaction. Keep it a secret for me, don't give me the slip. Jiang Chen lowered his voice and reminded, his eyes revealing a hint of pleading. Oh, hiding the fact that you're a magnate young man from school sister Suyao, right? Don't worry, I have a tight mouth. Guarantee to complete the task. When Wang Zhe heard this, he immediately raised the thumb of his right hand and made an exaggerated gesture of assurance. His face was filled with an excited smile, as if he was watching a wonderful spy drama. That's not necessary. School sister Suyao knew about it before you guys did. Jiang Chen added with a smile, a hint of smugness in his tone. That pretty girl mentioned on the forum is school sister Suyao. Ha, crap. You're so quick to strike. Jiang Yu also reacted at this time. His eyes lit up, his tone filled with envy and admiration. Hearing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly waved his hand and explained, that was an accident. That day, I went out for a stroll, and then I happened to walk into the noodle shop where Sister Suyao worked part-time to eat noodles. At that time, there were 2 drunken customers in the store, causing trouble over there. I just happened to pass by, so I helped her out a bit. We really didn't have anything happen. Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Jiang Yu looked at me and I looked at you, with a few bad smiles on their faces, as if they had reached some sort of tacit understanding. The 3 of them nodded, and Li Yang smiled and spoke. When will you take me for a ride in a Bugatti? Young cold? Young cold. I also want to sit. Never sat in one. Wang Zhe sniffed, also cheaply swished over, his face written with anticipation. Me too. Jiang Yu wasn't willing to lag behind and immediately chimed in, his eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Han was amused by this appearance of the 3 people, waved his hand, pretending to be generous, said, okay, when you guys pick up girls need to remember to find me. Bugatti lend you to support the scene. Thank you, Mr. Cold. Upon hearing this, Li Yang burst into laughter and patted Jiang Han's shoulder, as if he had already seen the scene of himself driving around in a Bugatti. Wang Zhe also followed suit and laughed, saying with an excited face, Xiao Cold, you are truly our savior. With the Bugatti, am I still afraid that I won't be able to chase a girl? Jiang Yu, on the other hand, nodded his head in a pretentious manner, with a few flirtations in his tone. Young Cold, don't worry, when we pick up a girl, we'll definitely treat you to dinner. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile and was about to say something else when the whistle of the assembly on the playground suddenly sounded, interrupting their conversation. Jiang Han looked at the time and said, let's go, continue the military training. If we don't go any further, Instructor He Chang should get angry. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately revealed a lifeless expression. Li Yang sighed and lazily drilled out of the big G, muttering, when is this military training going to end? Wang Zhe also slowly got out of the car, stretched his back, and helplessly said, forget it, just resign yourself to fate. Anyway, just get through this half month. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, patted Jiang Han's shoulder and said with a smile, young Cold, when the military training is over, we'll have to celebrate. Don't forget your promise then. Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Okay, no problem. But for now, let's think about how to survive the afternoon training. The 4 of them joked and laughed as they walked towards the team. Although the training was still hard, with the flirting earlier and Jiang Han's promise, their mood was obviously much lighter. When they reached the front of the team, Instructor He Chang was already standing there, staring at them with his eyes like a torch. Li Yang hurriedly stood up straight and muttered in a low voice, it's over. Instructor He Chang seems to see that we are late. Wang Zhe also hurriedly lowered his head and pretended to straighten his clothes, whispering under his breath, don't panic, pretend nothing happened. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Jiang Han and whispered, young Cold, I'm relying on you. Jiang Han smiled helplessly and walked forward, saying to Instructor He Chang, reporting to Instructor, we just went to buy some water and were delayed for a bit. Instructor He Chang glanced at Jiang Han, then at the 3 people behind him, and said coldly, pay attention to the time next time, return to the line. The 4 were relieved and hurriedly ran back to the team. Li Yang whispered while running, Jiang Han, your reaction to this can be Instructor He Chang actually didn't get angry. After a short break, several people had come back from their respective relaxed states and returned to the team unhurriedly. At this time, it was still the incomparably hot sun hanging high in the sky, unreservedly releasing its heat, and the bright sunlight shone directly on the playground, baking the entire playground like a huge steamer. They, on the other hand, were standing upright in military posture on this steamer-like playground. Hey, how about we go eat in the afternoon? Let's go to the noodle shop where school sister Suyao works. Wang Zhe slightly turned his head sideways, with a few moments of anticipation on his face, and opened his mouth. Are you sick? Aren't you tired? Still running out to eat? Jiang Yu frowned and responded with a helpless face, fine beads of sweat on his forehead slowly sliding down his cheeks. You don't say. It's really possible to go. After eating, let's go find a clubhouse to press a button and relax. Li Yang tried to keep his military posture straight while lowering his voice and muttering in a low voice, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and longing for relaxation. Time was like the slowly moving light and shadow on the playground. 1 minute and 1 second quietly passing by. In the flow of sweat and the scorching sun, the afternoon military training soon came to an end. The students took a long breath, and their tense bodies gradually relaxed. Let's go out to eat. Li Yang moved his somewhat stiff shoulders and spoke, a hint of impatience in his voice. You drive the car under the dormitory building first. I'll go back and get the keys. Finish eating and press after Suyao's senior sister happens to be off work. Jiang Chen said with a confident smile on his face as the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Smiling. Crap. Dog-licking behavior. Zhang Yu's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this, and he immediately said aloud with a smile, his tone full of flirtation. What do you know? I call this warmongering. Jiang Han didn't care at all, still smiling as he responded, his eyes revealing a hint of smugness. As they spoke, the four of them walked towards the conspicuous big G parked next to the playground with a fairly neat pace. Li Yang agilely got into the driver's seat and started the car. With a mysterious smile on his face, he turned his head towards Jiang Han and said with a smile, Jiang Han, have you heard of a saying? What phrase? Jiang Han was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, his eyes filled with curiosity. What words? Of course it's that the warm man comes behind the dog. Zhang Yu reacted extremely fast and immediately grabbed the answer, after saying that he couldn't help but laugh himself first. Right. I also want to say this sentence. When Li Yang heard this, he also immediately followed with a smile, and his cheerful laughter echoed in the car. Chapter 22, I Reaper. Jiang Chen felt a pang of speechlessness when he heard this jesting from the three of them, and shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't take it too personally. After all, everyone got along with each other on weekdays. At this moment, the car soon arrived steadily under the school dormitory building. Jiang Han pushed open the car door, quickly got out of the car, and hurriedly walked towards the dormitory. Without a moment's work, he took down his car keys and quickly walked back to the car. Sitting back in the car, brother chill, quickly let me see the Bugatti's car keys. I'll send a friend circle to pretend. Wang Zhe's face was full of smiles, his eyes flashing with curiosity and excitement, and he opened his mouth with a smile. That look was like a child seeing a long-desired toy. When Jiang Han heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then he also naturally handed over the car keys. Li Yang, on the other hand, focused on driving the car, slowly moving along the campus road, and in no time, he arrived at the parking lot opposite the school entrance. Jiang Han, we'll wait for you here. Li Yang turned his head with a gentle smile on his face and said to Jiang Han, I'll go with you. I'll take a ride in the Bugatti too. Wang Zhe said as he couldn't wait to unbuckle his seatbelt, still with that grinning look on his face. Before getting out of the car with Jiang Han, the two walked side by side towards the Bugatti in the parking lot. Soon, a unique roar of a sports car came from the parking lot. The sound was low and powerful, as if it was the roar of a sleeping beast as it awoke. Wang Zhe was sitting in the car. His entire body was so excited that his eyes were flashing with excitement. Crap, that's a great sounding movement. Wang Zhe was so excited that his voice was trembling a little, and as he spoke, he couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and start taking selfies of himself and the luxurious decorations inside the car. Without realizing it, his gaze swept to the number 0101 behind the armrest box. One of the world's dark voice? Wang Zhe's eyes widened, full of excitement as he asked, his voice full of disbelief and surprise. Yo, quite knowledgeable. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, a hint of appreciation showing in his eyes. Saying that, Jiang Han gently stepped on the gas, and the car slowly started up. At this time, the setting sun's afterglow shines on this black Bugatti, that originally exudes a mysterious atmosphere of the body. At this moment is plated with a layer of golden light, appearing extraordinarily dazzling, as if the entire parking lot because of this car and glittering. Jiang Han steadily holding the steering wheel, driving this beast-like Bugatti, speeding quickly to the parking lot door. The car was like a bright star, and as soon as it appeared, it instantly attracted countless gazes like torches. In those gazes, there was amazement, envy, and curiosity. Many of the students who were passing by hurriedly couldn't help but stop their steps and turned their heads to look over, their eyes flashing with curiosity, all wanting to see clearly who was sitting in the car. How handsome! Jiang Han, this tart is hiding really deep. Li Yang sat in his big G, looking through the car window at the Bugatti that slowly drove out. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, a flirtatious smile on his face as he said with a smile. In that tone, there was both admiration for the handsome appearance of the Bugatti, but also with a jab at Jiang Han's usual low profile. Jiang Han drove the Bugatti and gently honked the horn as he drove to Li Yang's big G without slowing down. The crisp and loud horn sound was as if he was saying hello to Li Yang. Then, he continued to step on the gas, and the car continued to move forward like an arrow off the string. Seeing this, Li Yang hurriedly started the car and followed behind without slowing down. Crap, brother Han. Show me shyness. This Nima gaze reaper Wang Zhe sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti, his face red with excitement, his eyes flashing with excitement as he said loudly. While he was talking, he also kept looking left and right, feeling the various gazes cast around him. That look, both excited and a little smug. Shouldn't you have gotten used to this kind of gaze a long time ago? What are you excited about? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, an easy smile hanging on his face, and he said with a smile while concentrating on driving the car. There were a few hints of flirtation in that smile, as if he was a little amused by Wang Zhe's reaction of being so excited. There are a few sports cars at home, but they are not this eye-catching. Wang Zhe's face was full of excitement, his eyes glittering as he opened his mouth to respond. As he spoke, he also occasionally looked through the car window at the gazes cast outside, as if he couldn't get enough of it. This Bugatti is worthy of being a top-class sports car. This turnaround rate is simply absolute. He couldn't help but add another sentence. Soon, the two cars slowly arrived in front of the noodle shop where Suyao worked. This noodle shop was located on a lively street, surrounded by people coming and going, very prosperous. Jiang Han and Li Yang skillfully parked the car. The four of them pushed open the car door and walked straight towards the inside of the noodle shop. Suyao was originally busy in the noodle shop. When she saw the four of them walk in, she immediately felt speechless. She slightly frowned, thinking in her heart, after a day of military training, these guys actually still have the energy to run out. But she still quickly adjusted her expression and revealed a professional smile. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly when he saw Suyao, and a gentle smile surfaced on his face as he faintly smiled at the other party, which seemed to harbor a hint of special meaning. Then, he casually found an empty table and pulled over a chair to sit down. The other three also followed Jiang Han and took their seats at this table. Seeing this, Suyao also walked over with a light step. "For young masters, what would you like to eat?" Suyao stood beside the table, slightly bending down with a polite smile on her face as she looked at the four and spoke. Although there was a hint of flirtation in her tone, her attitude was very cordial. He. School sister Suyao, what a coincidence. A chance encounter. Li Yang's face was piled with smiles. His eyes narrowed into a slit as he said with a smirk. That look was as if he really ran into Suyao by accident, but that deliberate tone made people think that he said that on purpose. "I want a bowl of mutton noodles." Jiang Han lifted his head and looked at Suyao with a gentle gaze and said with a smile. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and he seemed to be in love with the mutton noodles here. "Sister Suyao, I want the seafood noodles," Wang Zhe couldn't wait to say, and while saying so, he also pointed at the picture of seafood noodles on the menu, his eyes filled with desire. "I want seafood noodles too," Zhang Yu hurriedly responded. His voice was loud and clear, as if he was afraid that Suyao didn't hear his words. "What about you?" Suyao turned her head slightly, casting her gaze towards Li Yang and asked softly. "I'm eating this chicken soup noodles," Li Yang said with a smile. Chapter 23. Oops, you don't mind being tired. Suyao sniffed and nodded gently. Her eyes fell on Jiang Han, slightly frowning, half scolding and half concerned. "You guys are really idle. Aren't you tired after a day of military training? Still running out to eat? The school doesn't have a cafeteria, There was a hint of helplessness in her eyes, as if she didn't understand the behavior of these boys who didn't go to the school cafeteria and had to come all the way out to eat. "Came out to eat something?" Li Yang said. "There was something, we came out together." Jiang Han still had that gentle smile on his face, explaining without slowing down. His voice was smooth, as if it was really only because Li Yang said there was something that he came out this usual. "Alright, you guys wait. Go back and rest soon after getting things done. You're not too tired." Suyao once again looked at Jiang Han, a few more points of concern in her eyes, and after saying that, she turned around and left the place, walking towards the kitchen with a brisk pace to place their order. You don't mind being tired?" Zhang Yu purposely dragged out his voice, imitating Suyao's tone just now in a subtle way, and said to Jiang Han with a bad smile on his face. His exaggerated expression and tone of voice imitated Suyao's demeanor very well. Upon hearing this, Li Yang and Wang Zhe were first stunned, then they reacted and couldn't help but laugh softly. Li Yang covered his mouth with his hand, his shoulders shaking slightly, trying not to laugh too loudly. Wang Zhe, on the other hand, grinned without a care in the world, letting out a bright laugh, his eyes turning into slits as he laughed. Scram! Jiang Han glared at Zhang Yu in a good-natured manner. Nothing substantial to be angry about, just a bit teary-eyed by this hullabaloo of theirs, and responded in a good-natured manner. That tone carried a bit of familiar casualness and intimacy. After all, we were all very close friends, and such jokes were more than normal between them. "Jiang Han, why isn't your car licensed?" Li Yang slightly tilted his head, his eyes staring at Jiang Han's Bugatti as he opened his mouth to ask with a curious expression. His gaze lingered on the cool sports car for a moment before turning back to Jiang Han, his eyes filled with doubt. It just arrived not long ago, didn't have time to get a license plate. Zhang Chen shrugged and responded easily. He picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a gentle sip, seemingly unconcerned about the fact that the car wasn't licensed. Then wait a few more days. There's an auction for the number 88888 on the 1st of next month. You can check it out then. Li Yang's body leaned forward slightly. With a hint of excitement on his face, he spoke with gusto. As he spoke, he gently tapped his hand on the desktop, as if he was imagining what the 88,888 license plate would look like hanging on Jiang Han's car. Well, then we can go and take a look, Jiang Chen said with a smile as his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, as if he had developed a strong interest in this license plate that was about to be auctioned. The four of them spoke easily and happily while looking around the noodle shop from time to time. Not long after, the noodles they each ordered were also carefully brought over by the other waiters and gently placed in front of each of them. The steaming noodles emitted a tantalizing aroma that instantly filled the entire tabletop, making one's appetite increase. At this moment, Su Yao was busy behind the bar, organizing some bills and items. A colleague on the side is a warm and cheerful older sister. She slightly close to Su Yao, face with a few points of gossip. Open mouth asked, Xiao Su, that is not a few days ago to help you that young man well? As she spoke, she also nudged towards Jiang Han's table without a trace. Well, that's my schoolmate. Su Yao stopped her hand movements and looked up, responding with a smile. Her smile was gentle, and there was a faint trace of cordiality in her eyes. Oh, also from Shanghai University of Finance? Ouch. I heard our store boy say that his car is not cheap. It has to be tens of millions of dollars. The colleague's eyes widened, his tone full of marvel. This young man is not simple. You have to take advantage of it. It's not like you'll get the moon when you're close to the water. As she said that, she gently touched Su Yao's arm, with some encouragement in her eyes. Sister Lu, we are just classmates. There is no such thing. Su Yao gently shook her head, a smile still hanging on her face, but there were a few more points of helplessness in that smile. Besides, none of us are from the same world. You think he's so young to be driving a car with tens of millions of dollars? Can we climb up? She sighed slightly, a hint of inferiority and a hint of sobriety showing in her eyes. That may or may not be true. Su Yao's co-worker raised an eyebrow. The corner of her mouth rose, and snickered. She patted Su Yao's shoulder with encouragement in her eyes, seemingly not agreeing with Su Yao's words. The four of them gulped down the noodles in front of them. After a day of intense military training, they had a good appetite. After a day of intense military training, their appetites were very good. The bowl of steaming noodles, under their devouring, was eaten cleanly in no time. Everyone finished a big bowl and stood up unfulfilled, patting their slightly bulging stomachs before walking towards the bar. Senior sister Su Yao, pay the bill. A satisfied smile spread across Wang Zhe's face as he said this while striding over to the bar with a grin on his face. His eyes were glittering with pleasure, and all the fatigue from military training seemed to have dissipated quite a bit after this meal. A total of 114. Su Yao responded with a smile. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear, and she skillfully operated the cash register as she spoke. Su Yao turned her head sideways, her gaze inadvertently glancing at Jiang Han before turning her eyes back to Wang Zhe, telling him seriously, you guys go back and rest early. You'll be even more tired tomorrow than today. Her eyes were full of concern, as if a big sister was admonishing her younger brothers. Okay, Lu, Su Yao's senior sister. In a moment I'll tell Jiang Han to go back earlier. Wang Zhe hurriedly nodded his head, still wearing that bright smile on his face, and said in a well-behaved manner. In his heart, he understood that Sister Su Yao was concerned about them. Just as the words fell into his voice, Zhang Yu and the three of them, Li Yang and Jiang Han, also walked over slowly. Jiang Han asked with a puzzled expression, what told me to go back earlier? His eyes were filled with puzzlement, not knowing what Wang Zhe and school sister Su Yao were chatting about just now. Oh, school sister Su Yao said for you to go back earlier, Wang Zhe hurriedly explained, pointing a finger at Su Yao as he said so. We'll go back in a while. Zhang Chen looked at Su Yao, a gentle smile on his face as he responded softly. His gaze met with Su Yao, as if conveying a silent tacit understanding. Su Yao nodded slightly, a hint of reassurance showing in her eyes. Afterward, the four of them turned around and left the noodle shop. Just after walking out of the noodle shop, Zhang Yu was quick on his feet and took an arrow step to grab a step ahead of Wang Zhe to sit in Jiang Han's Bugatti, excitedly shouting, it's my turn to experience. That look, like a child who got a new toy. His face was full of uncontrollable excitement. Seeing this, Jiang Han shook his head helplessly, but with a doting smile on his face. Without saying a word, he threw his car keys to Li Yang and said, you drive, I'll drive yours. Crap, I'll experience it too. Li Yang excitedly caught the car keys. his face smiled and said with a loud laugh. He couldn't wait to walk towards the Bugatti, ready to feel what it was like to drive this Bugatti. Chapter 24, This leg of mine is suffering after me today. Jiang Han and Wang Zhe sat in Li Yang's Big G. Jiang Han Big G the main driving position, Wang Zhe obediently in the back seat. Li Yang skillfully started Jiang Han's Bugatti. The two cars slowly drove out one after the other. On the street, the eyes of pedestrians have been attracted by these two luxury cars, the envious eyes. As if it is its special courtesy to them, people either stopped to watch, or whispered, full of curiosity about the people inside the car. Soon, in the envious gazes of the passers-by, the two cars slowly arrived in front of a luxuriously decorated clubhouse. The appearance of the clubhouse was extraordinary and brightly lit, highlighting the luxury and high class. At this moment, the four people who came down from the car, dressed in the school's uniform military training clothes, appeared particularly conspicuous in front of this high-grade clubhouse. The green military training clothes formed a sharp contrast with the luxurious surroundings, drawing the gazes of the people around them to focus over once again. Let's go, take it easy and relax. This leg of mine has suffered following me today, Li Yang said while rubbing his legs, a very helpless expression on his face. After a day of military training, the soreness in his legs made him long for relaxation at this moment. With that said, the four of them walked into the clubhouse with slightly tired steps. Their purpose was clear. They just came to simply relax and relieve the fatigue from the military training. Inside the clubhouse, the decoration was exquisite and elegant, the lighting was soft, and the air was filled with a light fragrance, making people feel relaxed physically and mentally as soon as they entered. Soon, a kind-faced attendant was enthusiastically leading the four of them to a spacious and comfortable room. The room was warmly and luxuriously decorated, with soft sofas and exquisite decorations, all of which showed the high class of this place. Immediately after, a row of technicians wearing neat uniforms walked in with a light step. They wore smiles and their eyes were professional and kind. After each of the four of them took a look around, they chose a technician, then lay down on the sofa and started to enjoy themselves. The technicians were skillful, with just the right amount of lightness, allowing the four people's tense bodies to gradually relax. Alas, tomorrow will be another sunny day. Wang Zhe enjoyed the technician's massage while looking at the weather forecast on his cell phone, and said with great disappointment, thinking that he would have to do his military training under the big sun again tomorrow. His mood could not help but be a bit low. I felt annoyed when it rained continuously before, but now I'm incomparably hoping that it will rain continuously for half a month. Li Yang spoke with deep empathy, recalling all the inconveniences of military training when it rained, and comparing it to the current worries about military training on sunny days. How he wished for a continuous rain to come to their rescue at this moment. You guys are students, right? No. 37 female technician who was serving Li Yang asked softly in an open voice while skillfully massaging Li Yang. She bowed her head slightly with a gentle smile on her face and a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Aha! Li Yang was immersed in the comfort brought by the massage, and when he heard the query, he only responded softly. He squinted his eyes slightly, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Sister, how can you tell? Zhang Yu, who was also enjoying the massage comfortably, heard the technician's words and instantly became interested and asked curiously. He turned his head to look at technician No. 37, his eyes filled with doubt. The four of you are wearing military uniforms. Aren't those who wear such clothes at this time of the year the students of these nearby universities? Which university are you guys from? Technician No. 37 patiently explained. The movements of his hands did not pause for a second, and as he spoke, he continued to massage Li Yang's shoulders. Zhenghai Finance College. Zhang Yu responded without hesitation. After saying that, he comfortably leaned back on the sofa again and continued to enjoy the massage. The atmosphere was pleasant as the four of them relaxed while you chatted with the technicians. The technicians shared some interesting stories about their work, and the four of them also recounted various fun things that happened during the military training, and bursts of laughter came from time to time in the room. Gradually, Li Yang and Wang Zhe, under the relaxation of this comfortable environment and massage, unconsciously also fell asleep in the past. Li Yang slightly tilted his head with a relaxed look on his face. Breathing evenly, Wang Zhe was leaning against the back of the sofa, letting out light snores. At times like this, time always faded quickly, as if it was just an instant. In the blink of an eye it was past 9 in the evening. The lights in the room were still soft, and in the quiet atmosphere, a voice suddenly came out. 4 of you, the service is over. Do you want to add more clocks? One of the technicians softly opened her mouth and asked. She stood in the center of the room with a polite smile on her face, her eyes sweeping over the four in turn. No need, let's take a break. Jiang Han looked at the time, then at the sleeping Li Yang and Wang Zhe, and spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of lethargy after exhaustion. Okay, the technician from earlier responded with a smile, and then the four technicians neatly bowed slightly to the four before leaving the room lightly. leaving behind only the quiet room and the 4 people who were still resting. Gotta power. Comfortable. Li Yang stretched his back comfortably, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he said aloud with a laugh. As he spoke, he moved his neck and shoulders as if he wanted to release all the comfort in his entire body. After this relaxation, he felt that his entire body was much more refreshed, and the fatigue from the previous military training was swept away. Alas, now it's comfortable. Tomorrow it's suffering. Go back to sleep. Wang Zhe sighed helplessly and spoke. Although he complained about the hard work of tomorrow's military training on his lips, his face at the moment also carried the pleasure after relaxation. He knew in his heart that no matter what happens tomorrow, at least he enjoyed this moment of cozy time now. Let's go. Zhang Yu nodded and simply responded. He stood up and organized his military uniform, preparing to leave this comfortable clubhouse. The 4 of them got dressed and went to the front desk to settle the bill before leaving the place together. The night outside the clubhouse was light and breezy, bringing a hint of coolness. They walked along the street towards the parking lot, the streetlights stretching their silhouettes out. Walking to the parking lot, Li Yang stopped, a flirtatious smile on his face as he looked at Jiang Han and said with a smile, "Hurry up and go pick up your senior sister Suyao from work. We'll go back to the dormitory first." His eyes were full of teasing, and he intentionally said the words "your sister Suyao" very heavily, wanting to tease Jiang Han. When Jiang Han heard this, a slight blush appeared on his face, and he gently laughed without responding too much. He knew that Li Yang was joking and didn't take it to heart. Afterward, he turned towards his Bugatti, pulled open the door and sat in. As Jiang Han gently stepped on the gas pedal, the roar of the Bugatti instantly sounded, the low and powerful sound echoing in the parking lot. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot and disappeared at the end of the street. Not long after, Jiang Han arrived at the noodle shop. Outside the noodle shop was still brightly lit, with people coming and going. He skillfully parked the car in the parking space in front of the noodle shop, then leaned back on the seat, took out his cell phone and played, quietly waiting for Su Yao to get off work. Chapter 25 Eating melon to eat their heads. Jiang Han sat in the car, and subconsciously opened the Jane short video when he was bored. The colorful images and lively sounds on the screen instantly filled the car, and while he casually swiped the screen and watched various interesting live content, he occasionally looked up at the noodle shop door, waiting for Su Yao's figure from work to appear. Not a moment later, a familiar roar of a sports car sounded from far and near. A brand new white Porsche 911 slowly stopped in front of the noodle shop. After the car steadily parked, the driver did not get out of the intention. Through the bright windshield, you can clearly see the passenger seat placed a large bouquet of dainty roses, petals with crystal water droplets. In the light of the illumination appeared particularly eye-catching, exudes a romantic and charming atmosphere. Jiang Han suddenly came to the interested in lying on the steering wheel of his car, eyes firmly staring at the Porsche 911. He did not forget to continue to play with a hand on the phone, fingers on the screen gently pointing, but the mind is completely attracted by the sudden situation in front of the eyes, waiting for the possibility of a good show. Ready to eat. A big melon. At this moment, Jiang Han's cell phone screen lit up. Is Li Yang called the video phone? He hurriedly clicked to connect. The cell phone screen instantly appeared on Li Yang's face with a smile. "Hey, Jiang Han, have you picked up yet?" Li Yang asked with a smile, his voice coming out from the cell phone receiver with a few hints of relaxation and flirtation. "Not yet, but I found an interesting thing now," Jiang Han said excitedly with his eyes glowing and a rakish look on his face. At the same time, he quickly turned the camera of his cell phone around, accurately focusing on the Porsche 911 not far from the opposite side. "See, there's a melon to eat," Jiang Han said with a smile as the corners of his mouth rose, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. "Don't you eat melon on your own head? Ha ha ha, not here to confess your love to senior sister Su Yao, right?" Wang Zhe's voice came out from the cell phone with obvious laughter and snickering. His voice was a bit noisy. It seemed like he was in the dormitory with other people's voices around him. "Ha ha ha, Wang Zhe, you're saying this to watch the fun. Can you look forward to something good for our buddy?" Zhang Yu's laughter followed from the phone as he laughed in response to Wang Zhe, his tone carrying the familiarity and closeness between his buddies. "A few people on the phone. You talk to me." The atmosphere is relaxed and pleasant, as if they are all by the possible confession drama evoked a strong interest. Nearly 9:30, the customers in the noodle shop gradually decreased, and the figure of Su Yao, who had been busy for a day, also walked out from the noodle shop. She slightly tilted her head and took a deep breath of the cool night air, her face carrying a hint of relaxation after exhaustion. The moment Su Yao walked out, the Porsche 911 that had been parked in front of the noodle shop also started to move, only to see the boy in the car push open the door, and with elegant movements, he walked down from the car holding a large bouquet of brightly colored roses from inside. The bouquet of roses was dainty and incomparable, emitting a charming luster under the illumination of the street lamps, as if it was telling a romantic story of the heart. "Su Yao, A boy in white sportswear shook his hand vigorously while holding the roses in the direction where Su Yao was. His face was filled with a nervous and expectant look. His eyes locked onto Su Yao. Then he quickly walked towards her with a hint of eagerness in his steps. Ha 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 ha, Wang Zhe, you broken mouth. It really made you hit the nail on the head. Li Yang's voice that was full of surprise and excitement came out from the cell phone. His voice slightly changed in tone due to his excitement, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Crap, it really made me hit the nail on the head. Wang Zhe leaked half of his head out of the screen, his eyes wide open, his face full of surprise and excitement. Apparently, the three of them had been in front of their cell phones, waiting to watch this hilarious scene, not missing a single detail. Jiang Han, you go on. What are you doing sitting here? Zhang Yu's anxious voice also came out from the cell phone, with obvious urging in his tone, as if he was eager to rush out from the cell phone and take action for Jiang Han. AI. Something's wrong. Look at Su Yao. She doesn't even look at that guy. Jiang Han, quickly go. Speed. Li Yang shouted excitedly from his cell phone, his voice breaking a bit because he was too eager. His eyes stared tightly at the cell phone screen, as if that would send more power to Jiang Han to hurry up and take action. With that said, Jiang Chen made a snap decision and hung up the phone directly. He pushed open the car door and got down from the car, walking towards Su Yao with a firm step. At this moment, there was a hint of concern in his eyes, as well as an inexplicable determination. Senior sister Su Yao. Jiang Chen accelerated his pace and quickly walked over and shouted. His voice echoed in the night streets with a hint of urgency. Jiang Han, you didn't go back? Su Yao's face showed a hint of surprise when she saw Jiang Han, and she hurriedly walked over and asked. Her eyes were filled with doubt, not understanding why Jiang Han was still here at this time. While the two of them were talking, the boy once again walked over with roses in his hands. Undeterred, with a reddened face, he said loudly, Su Yao, I'm sincere. I like you. There was a hint of pleading in his voice, as well as a hint of unwillingness. I don't like you. Su Yao's expression was serious, and she responded earnestly. Her eyes were firm, without the slightest hesitation, looking straight at the boy in front of her, making her attitude clear. Why? The boy seemed to be unable to accept this result, undyingly pursuing the question, his eyes filled with incomprehension and pain. No reason. Su Yao once again replied clearly. Her tone was decisive, not giving the other party any room for fantasy. Is it because of him? A freshman? I'm still no better than him? The man said a bit angrily, pointing at Jiang Han, his eyes filled with jealousy and anger, the muscles on his face trembling slightly due to his emotions. Hey, you guys just talk. What are you pointing at me for? Jiang Chen looked at this unreasonable behavior of the man in front of him. A wave of irritation welled up in his heart and he responded nonchalantly. He frowned slightly, a hint of warning in his eyes. What business is it of yours? You ran over here? Toad wants to eat swan meat. The man looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with disdain, and he responded with displeasure. His voice raised a few points, carrying a clear hint of provocation. Some toads can't even eat it if they want to. Jiang Chen sniffed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a mocking smile as he said nonchalantly. His eyes were filled with contempt as he stared straight at the other party without fear. As the words fell, the man became infuriated, his face reddening with anger. He angrily threw the rose in his hand onto the ground so hard that the petals scattered all over the place. Then, he violently yanked up Jiang Han's collar and said viciously, Mad, who are you? Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in school. His eyes glared round as if they were about to spit out fire. I don't believe it. Jiang Chen was calm and collected, saying that he easily pushed the man's hand away. His movements were clean and crisp, showing his calmness and confidence, not intimidated by the other party's threats. I can even smash you to death with money. What are you pretending for? The man was unforgiving and continued to yell. He waved his arms with an exasperated look, trying to threaten Jiang Han with money. Anxious. Unsuccessful confession is anxious, ha ha ha. No wonder sister Su Yao can't see you. Jiang Chen continued to say mockingly, a teasing smile on his face. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, his eyes filled with disdain for the man, undaunted by the other's threats. Chapter 26. But not your Portia. When Su Yao heard Jiang Han's words, she couldn't help but worry for him in her heart and subconsciously tugged on Jiang Han's coat. Her eyes were filled with worry, afraid that Jiang Han would suffer if he clashed with this man. After all, looking at this man's arrogant and domineering appearance, he didn't seem to be a master to be messed with. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly when he sensed it, a gentle smile on his face as he softly said to Su Yao, It's all right, senior sister Su Yao. His eyes were firm and confident, as if he was telling Su Yao that everything was under his control, so that she didn't need to worry. Good, kid, do you know who I am? When the man saw how calm Jiang Han was, the anger in his heart increased and he spoke loudly. He tilted his head, his eyes filled with arrogance, as if he felt that by reporting his identity, he would be able to make Jiang Han know who he was. Who are you? pretty awesome? Jiang Chen asked with a helpless expression, his tone full of disdain. He frowned slightly as he looked at the man in front of him who had a high opinion of himself, and was very tired of his behavior in his heart. You! The man was so infuriated by Jiang Han's indifferent attitude that he couldn't speak at once. His face flushed red, his hands clenched tightly into fists, and his body trembled slightly due to his anger. The man took a deep breath, forced down his anger, looked at Su Yao and said angrily, Su Yao, do you think you will be happy with this poor boy? Does he deserve to be with you? There are some things that come with birth. Can he afford this? Saying that, he deliberately took his Porsche's car key in his hand, and also deliberately pressed it. In an instant, the headlights of the not-so-distant 911 immediately lit up, and the bright lights looked particularly blinding at night, as if demonstrating to Jiang Han, bastard. Jiang Chen turned around and glanced at the lit-up Porsche, a more disdainful look appearing on his face as he said coldly. His eyes were filled with contempt, scoffing at the man's childish showing-off behavior. After saying that, Jiang Han no longer paid any attention to the man, directly pulling Su Yao's jade hand over and walking towards the Bugatti parked not far away. His movements were natural and firm, as if he was declaring to everyone that he wouldn't be affected by this man's words and behavior. Jiang Han took out the car key from his pocket and gently pressed it. Instantly, the Bugatti's iconic bar-eyed lights immediately lit up, and the unique shape of the lights exuded a mysterious and noble aura in the darkness. Jiang Han walked to the passenger side, reached out and opened the car door, gently signaling Su Yao to sit in. Only after Su Yao was seated did he himself sit in the main car. In an instant, the Bugatti, which was like a sleeping beast, let out a deafening roar, and the powerful engine roar echoed on the street. The car drove slowly. Jiang Han drove the car in front of the man, and then lowered the window. With a mocking smile on his face, he said even more disdainfully, Senior, I think you're right. Some things are born with it, but not your Porsche. Saying that, Jiang Han stretched his hand out of the car window, gently patted the door and said with a smile, Enough for this door? His eyes were full of provocation. Every action and expression was showing the man his own bottom and confidence. As the words fell, the roar of the engine sounded again, and it was even louder than before. Jiang Han stepped on the gas pedal, driving the Bugatti sound of darkness like a black lightning like a long way, leaving the man standing in place, angry red, but there is nothing he can do. The man looked at Jiang Han driving the Bugatti heart of the anger more, and nowhere to vent. He had heard of the school across the parking lot since the day of the opening of a Bugatti, but the owner has not appeared. He did not think that the inconspicuous teenager is the Bugatti owner. I'm sorry, Jiang Han, I've caused you trouble again. Su Yao sat in the passenger seat, her head slightly lowered, her voice thick with low spirits and self-reproach. Her eyes were a little bleak. She seemed to be in a heavy mood because of what had just happened, feeling that it was she who had brought Jiang Han unnecessary trouble. It's alright, school sister Su Yao. It's called nothing but trouble. You don't have to take it to heart. Jiang Han responded in a gentle tone as he focused on driving the car. His eyes were always on the road ahead, but his words were full of comfort for Su Yao, telling her not to be bothered by this matter. His name is Lu Chen. He's the son of a school manager of our school. Su Yao hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth. She frowned slightly, as if the mention of this name made her a little upset, and at the same time, she was also trying to make Jiang Han understand the other party's background and be a little more on guard. Don't worry, senior sister Su Yao. He knows very well in his heart that he won't come to trouble me. Jiang Han responded with a firm and confident tone. He had a calm smile on his face, as if he didn't care about Lu Chen's threat, and had a full grasp in his heart to deal with everything. He's also a rich second generation. Are you so sure? You'd better be careful. Su Yao asked in a small voice, her eyes filled with worry. She turned her head to Jiang Han, hoping that he would take this matter seriously and not get into trouble because of a moment of carelessness. Of course it's certain, because this car you're sitting in right now will show that he can't afford to mess with me and doesn't dare to mess with me. Jiang Chen responded confidently. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with confidence and pride, with a clear perception of his own strength. I know this car of yours is expensive. I heard someone say it's tens of millions of dollars. Why wouldn't he mess with you if he saw it? You are all rich second generation. Su Yao asked with a puzzled face. She tilted her head, her eyes full of doubts. She really didn't understand how a car could make Lu Chen scrupulous. Because, this car of mine can buy his one at least 100, Jiang Chen said with a laugh, an easy smile spreading across his face. There was a hint of flirtation in his laughter, and at the same time, he was also showing Su Yao where his bottom line was, allowing her to completely put her heart down. Su Yao was also shocked once again when she heard Jiang Han's words. Originally, she had only heard that this car was expensive, but she had never thought that it would be as expensive as hundreds of millions of dollars. Her mouth was slightly open, her eyes full of disbelief. Her mind constantly echoed Jiang Han's words, and she gained a whole new understanding of this seemingly familiar yet seemingly unfamiliar schoolmate in front of her. Suyao slightly turned her head sideways, her beautiful eyes quietly looking at Jiang Han. At this moment, in her eyes, Jiang Han seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious yet reliable light. Not only did he act calm and collected in the face of Lu Chen's provocation, but the wealth he possessed was beyond imagination. All these factors intertwined together, making Suyao's heart involuntarily generate an inexplicable sense of security, as if any difficulty could be solved as long as Jiang Han was by his side. Ding! Detecting Suyao's favorability rising. Current favorability 40/50. The system's voice resounded in Jiang Han's mind without any warning. That clear tone was like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly stirring up ripples within Jiang Han's heart. Jiang Han's heart was also a bit inexplicably excited when he heard the voice. He tried to suppress the excitement on his face, not letting Suyao see the difference. The rise in favorability meant that the relationship between him and Suyao was one step closer, which made him look forward to the future. He silently thought in his heart that he must seize the opportunity to make Suyao's favorability towards him continue to rise. The car soon drove to the front gate of the school. Jiang Han skillfully parked the car again in the opposite parking lot. After turning off the engine, he and Suyao pushed open the car door and walked slowly on the road back to the dormitory. The campus at night was extraordinarily peaceful. The streetlights emitted a soft glow, stretching their silhouettes long. Along the way, the two of them talked and laughed. The unpleasantness in front of the noodle shop just now seemed to have been thrown away, leaving only this quiet and beautiful atmosphere to accompany them as they walked together. Chapter 27, You Stay Away From Me. You're in danger. Almost to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Han slowly opened his mouth and said, Sister Suyao, go up and rest. Bye-bye. His voice was very soft, with a hint of tenderness. His eyes always stayed on Suyao's face, seemingly a little reluctant to part. Suyao nodded her head slightly when she heard Jiang Han's words and responded softly, You go back and rest early too. Her eyes carried the same concern. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, giving Jiang Han a faint smile. After saying that, Suyao turned around and walked into the girls' dormitory with light steps. Jiang Chen stood in place, quietly watching Suyao's disappearing back until that figure completely disappeared, before he withdrew his gaze and turned towards his own dormitory. Along the way, Suyao's smile still surfaced in his mind from time to time, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. Soon, Jiang Han returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Li Yang laughing and snickering. Yo, young cold is back? Li Yang was sitting on a chair, and when he saw Jiang Han return, a teasing smile immediately appeared on his face. Jiang Han, quickly tell me what happened then. What happened? Did you spoil it? Zhang Yu also came over with a curious look on his face, his eyes glittering with anticipation, impatient to know the subsequent developments. There's no need for me to stir things up. Sister Suyao refused on her own, Jiang Chen said as he walked over to his chair and sat down. He crossed his legs with a hint of smugness on his face. Who was that? You didn't ask? Li Yang continued to open his mouth and asked, leaning his body forward and showing keen interest. Asked, seems like it's Lu Chen. His dad is the school manager of our school, Jiang Han responded. He frowned slightly, seemingly a little concerned about Lu Chen's identity. Wow, the school manager's son. So scary. Li Yang sniffed and purposely exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, smiling and saying with a tone of obvious disinterest. He leaned on the back of the chair, his hands resting on the back of his head, his face full of disdain, as if he didn't even put the identity of the school manager's son in his eyes. Whatever, take a shower and go to bed. Jiang Chen stood up and took off the military training uniform on his body as he spoke. As the clothes slipped off, his well-defined muscular silhouette was immediately displayed, exuding a sense of youthful power under the light of the dormitory. Cold young man's little body is good. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, a bad smile appeared on his face, and with that, he reached out and patted Jiang Han's butt. His movements were very casual, carrying the characteristic intimacy and flirtation between close friends. Crap, you stay away from me. You're dangerous. Jiang Han instantly felt a wave of speechlessness as he turned his head and looked at Zhang Yu with a kind and amused look as he exclaimed. How could he not expect Zhang Yu to come so suddenly? His body even subconsciously dodged to the side. Ha 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 ha. When Zhang Yu heard this, he burst out in a burst of cheerful laughter. He laughed as if he had seen something extremely funny, and the entire dormitory echoed with his cheerful laughter. With that, Jiang Han walked into the separate bathroom in the dormitory to rinse off. In the bathroom soon came the sound of water flow. Jiang Han in the inside to enjoy the comfort of hot water shower. A day of military training accumulated fatigue as if with the water flow gradually washed away. Boys' shower is always very fast. Not a moment Jiang Han is from the inside wearing big pants. Bare bladder came out. His hair still had some water droplets, sliding down his cheeks, and his firm chest and abs looked particularly eye-catching in the light. Jiang Han, do you know what kind of instructor Yi Chang who gave us military training is? Li Yang was sitting in front of his own desk playing with his cell phone. When he saw Jiang Han come out, he He put down his cell phone and spoke. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes mysterious. What's the origin? Jiang Han asked with a smile while rubbing his hair with a towel. He walked over to his bedside and casually sat down with a curious look on his face. Special Forces origin. King of Soldiers. Li Yang stood up excitedly, waving his hands as if he was recounting an incomparable honor. His eyes glittered with excitement, and his voice unconsciously raised a few points. Bull. It's better to be honest in the future. Jiang Chen sniffed, a look of marvel on his face, then said with a smile. He was well aware of the King of Soldiers' power, and thinking about the next days of military training, he decided that it would be better to be a bit more restrained so as not to get himself into unnecessary trouble. Jiang Han stood in front of the mirror and skillfully picked up the hairdryer, quickly drying his hair. He casually scratched his hair with his hands to make it look more fluffy and natural. Afterwards, he returned to his bedside, sat on his side, leaned his back against the wall, and began to play with his cell phone. In no time, all four of them were lying on their beds, each immersed in the world of cell phones. The dormitory was quiet, with only the faint glow from the cell phone screens reflecting on their faces. Alas, you guys look at the people near Jiayin. Sister Suyao's roommate is live streaming. Zhang Yu, lying on the bed with his eyes fixed on the cell phone screen, suddenly said excitedly. I saw it too. You don't say that all of school Sister Suyao's roommates are quite good looking. Wang Zhe also responded while looking at his cell phone. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of an appreciative smile. Share over, I'll go in and take a look too. Li Yang came to be interested and hurriedly opened his mouth. He put down the game he was originally playing in his hands and reached for his cell phone that was placed aside, ready to receive the share. I shared it to our 4 WeChat groups, Wang Zhe said, and after he finished speaking, he returned his attention back to the screen of his phone, continuing to watch the live broadcast of Suyao's schoolmate's housemate. The 3 of them were drumming on their cell phones, immersed in the lively atmosphere of Suyao's schoolmate's live broadcast, emitting bursts of laughter and discussion from time to time. As for Jiang Han, after a day of tossing and turning, he was really a bit tired, and in no time, he also fell asleep, his even breathing sound resounding softly in the quiet dormitory. Li Yang, this level 53 is you? Zhang Yu's eyes stared at his cell phone screen, his finger tapping an avatar on it, and opened his mouth to ask. He frowned slightly, seemingly a little surprised by Li Yang's rank on Shake Shack. Which one are you? Li Yang responded without lifting his head while he was busy sending pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Most of his attention was on the screen, wanting to not miss any interesting moments. That little expression. Seeing that Li Yang didn't respond, Zhang Yu emphasized once again and purposely pointed at the corresponding small emoji avatar on his screen. Crap. Level 49. Didn't spend less. Only then did Li Yang react and looked at the avatar that Zhang Yu was referring to and couldn't help but chuckle. There was a hint of marvel in his tone. He did not expect that Zhang Yu's level on Shake Shack was not low. It seemed that he did not spend a lot of money on it. Wang Zhe, which one are you? Zhang Yu's curiosity grew when he continued to ask, his eyes scanning back and forth through the list of viewers in the live broadcast room, trying to find out Wang Zhe's account. That's not the level 56 one called Zhe. Li Yang immediately opened his mouth and responded, not forgetting to raise his chin in Zhang Yu's direction, signaling him to look over. Chapter 28, look over there. Those two are in good shape. The next day, the alarm clock of the cell phone rang abruptly in the dormitory as usual. The sharp sound mercilessly broke the beautiful dreams of several people. Several people were reluctant to slowly awaken from their sleep. Ugh, another day of suffering. Li Yang lay on the bed, his eyes half open and half closed, muttering under his breath as he opened his mouth very reluctantly. He rolled over and covered his head with the quilt, trying to covet the warm quilt for a little while longer. Don't be poor. Quickly go and come to the cafeteria to eat, Wang Zhe said as he nimbly sat up from the bed and began to tidy up his bed. He moved quickly, folding the quilt neatly and then smoothing out the sheets. The 4 of them walked into the washroom alternately, and after a while of busyness, they soon finished washing up. They were all sleepy-eyed, walking on the road to the school cafeteria with lazy steps. The early morning sunlight sprinkled on them, but it failed to dispel their sleepiness. Jiang Han, you didn't ask that Suyao's senior sister of yours what we're training for today? Li Yang suddenly remembered something, turned his head to Jiang Han and opened his mouth to ask. He stretched and yawned, his face still carrying the weariness of not having woken up from sleep. Didn't ask. Jiang Chen simply responded, his hands in his pockets, his eyes looking ahead as if he was still reminiscing about the dream he had just had. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe were busy looking around at the pretty female college students. Their eyes were like searchlights as they searched the campus for their targets. Zhang Yu, look over there. Those two have good figures. Wang Zhe suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes and reached out to pat Zhang Yu's shoulder, saying excitedly. His eyes were firmly fixed on the 2 girls not far away, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. I was just about to say that those 2 sisters have a good figure too, Zhang Yu said with a smile, a bright smile on his face. He looked in the direction Wang Zhe pointed, his eyes filled with admiration. It had to be said that all four of them had good face value. Li Yan was sunny and handsome, with a spontaneous temperament. Zhang Yu's features were exquisite, with a few moments of spirituality. Wang Zhe's face was rigid, with a hard-edged aura, and Jiang Han, whose clear and cold face stood out especially among the four, was like a star in a cold night, exuding a unique charm, which made people couldn't help but to look at it a few more times. After eating breakfast in the cafeteria, the four of them went to the playground. At this time, the playground had already gathered most of the new students, and as far as the eye could see, a piece of figures in military training uniforms were bustling with activity. Crap, why did you park so close? As soon as Jiang Han raised his eyes, he saw Li Yang's car parked steadily under the tree next to the playground and couldn't help but ask in surprise. He frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt, not understanding why Li Yang parked his car at this location. Wouldn't it be faster to blow the air conditioning during the break? Li Yang spoke triumphantly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He patted Jiang Han's shoulder as if he was showing off his masterpiece. Then Li Yang added, I managed to find a good place last night. Look at these cars. They were long occupied when we came back last night. As he said that, he pointed his finger at the surrounding vehicles that were also parked nearby. Alas, you rich second generation really know how to enjoy yourselves. Wang Zhe suddenly spoke with emotion, a hint of envy and flirtation in his tone. He shook his head helplessly, a smirking expression on his face. Don't you blow it in a while. Li Yang sniffed and immediately responded with a smile. He purposely slatted his face and pretended to be serious, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Don't, brother Yang, let me follow and enjoy myself too. Wang Zhe hurriedly responded with a smile piled on his face. He folded his hands and made a pleading appearance. How can you, a big brother with level 59 swiped on his pockmarks, have the nerve to say that we're from the rich second generation? Zhang Yu opened his mouth and said with a teasing smile on his face, purposely saying the words level 59 very heavily, his eyes full of teasing. As he spoke, he bumped Wang Zhe with his shoulder, seemingly reminding everyone of Wang Zhe's brilliant record on Jitterbug. That's it. You're shameless. Li Yang also chimed in, his mouth exaggeratedly wide open, making a disgusted expression, and sticking out his finger to point at Wang Zhe, causing the surrounding students to cast curious gazes. All three of you are rich second generation. Don't say anything about any of you. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the three of them snickering. He shook his head slightly, a relaxed and happy smile spreading across his face. In his opinion, we were all close friends, and such jokes were more than normal. You're least qualified to say that. Bugatti owner. Li Yang immediately responded when he heard Jiang Han's words. He raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth rose, and with a hint of provocation in his eyes, he intentionally bit out the words Bugatti owner clearly, as if he was emphasizing Jiang Han's luxury car status. Wrong. It's the owner of Bugatti. Dark voice. A car with more than $100 million was just thrown to the side of the road. Wang Zhe followed suit, waving his arms exaggeratedly with a marvelous expression on his face, as if he was extremely impressed by Jiang Han's expensive Bugatti Dark Knight voice and couldn't help but flirt with it again. Chapter 29. End of military training. Time flies, like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye it came to the last day of military training. Early in the morning of this day, the sky was not yet completely bright, and the hazy fog filled the campus, giving the whole school a layer of mysterious veil. As the assembly whistle sounded again, all the new students, like well-trained soldiers, marched quickly and orderly towards the school's huge gymnasium. Their pace was neat, their footsteps on the ground made a powerful rhythm, as if telling the hard work and growth of these days of military training. In a short while, the gymnasium will be full of energetic freshmen. They are wearing uniform military training clothes, posture upright, eyes penetrating the future of college life expectations and aspirations. In the middle of the gymnasium, a brand new platform was built especially eye-catching, on which neat tables and chairs were placed, and several school leaders were sitting on it amiably, scanning every new student under the platform, as if scrutinizing their efforts and transformations during this period of time. Hello classmates, the principal's loud and magnetic voice spread throughout the entire gymnasium through the microphone, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Today is the last day of our freshmen's military training. The principal's words carried a hint of relief. As usual, today we hold the freshman welcome assembly. He paused slightly and gazed fondly at the freshmen on the stage. Welcome all new students to our Shanghai Finance Academy. Applause rose like a tidal wave, drowning out the principal's words for a long time before subsiding. I wish you all a wonderful time at the academy, the principal concluded, his words filled with great expectations for the new students. The freshmen under the stage mingled with each other, sharing the joy and excitement of the moment. They knew that from this moment on, a brand new college life full of unlimited possibilities was about to begin. After the school leader's speech, The atmosphere in the gymnasium was instantly pushed to a new climax. Spotlights were lit up one by one. The curtain on the stage was slowly drawn back, and a wonderful welcome program was officially opened. The first to appear is the school and the various clubs, they with well-prepared programs, to bring an unforgettable audio-visual feast for the new students. The music started. The rhythm was cheerful and energetic. Wang Zai's eyes immediately stared at the stage. Staring at the stage, his face was full of uncontrollable excitement. He patted his classmates beside him and shouted at the top of his voice, "Ah yo! There are still schoolmates dancing for us," only to see the stage. Several sisters dressed in beautiful costumes, posture as light as a swallow, dancing with the beat of the music. Their movements are smooth and full of power. Every turn, every time to raise their hands, are pinpointed just right. The acne prints on the very hot interpretation of this dance is very infectious. The freshmen under the stage were also driven by this warm atmosphere, cheering and whistling one after another. Endless. Zhang Yu stood by the side, looking at Wang Zai's excited look. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a flirtatious smile, and joked, "You're not going to go up and swipe a few carnivals to help out?" The surrounding students couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Wang Zai also laughed along with them, scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment, "If this is a pimple mark live room, I high and low have to hole a few, but this reality doesn't have this function or else designate to let the schoolmates know my passion." The crowd laughed while continuing to enjoy the wonderful performances on the stage. The atmosphere of the scene became more and more lively, as if it was going to overturn the roof of the gymnasium. With the end of each club's performance, this wonderful and colorful welcome meeting was also officially announced to come to an end. The new students were still full of excitement and joy, exchanging their feelings about the performances. In the afternoon, all the new students were given half a day of free time. Everyone was like a bird that had been set free, and each of them planned their own arrangements for the rest of the day. Back in the dormitory, Li Yang flopped on his chair and said excitedly comfortable, "It's finally over." He stretched a big waist. His face was full of coziness. "What are we going to do in the next half day?" Li Yang said while turning his head to look at the other few people. "You guys go play. I have an appointment with a schoolmate." Wang Zai opened his mouth and said, with a mysterious smile on his face, as if the date with a schoolmate was some great secret, "Me too. So you two go play by yourself." Zhang Yu looked at Li Yang and Jiang Han and said with a smile that was full of complacency, as if he was showing off that he also had a good arrangement. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Han, eagerly opening his mouth to ask, "Don't tell me that you have an appointment with your Suyao senior sister as well. Just leave me alone in the dormitory." His eyes revealed a hint of panic, clearly not wanting to be left alone in the dormitory. "That's not true, but it's not too late to make a date," Jiang Han said with a smile, the corners of his mouth rising slightly with a hint of flirtation, deliberately teasing Li Yang. When the words fell, Li Yang reacted quickly. Directly paddling the chair, Whoosh came in front of Jiang Han, hands tightly grasping Jiang Han's arm, pitifully said, "Brother Han, don't leave me alone." He looked like a child who had been abandoned. "We're not bored in the dormitory," Jiang Han said with a smile, although he said so on his lips, but looking at Li Yang's appearance, his heart was also a little shaken. "Not boring. I'll take you down to the track to play." Li Yang's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of some brilliant idea, and said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to impress Jiang Han with this, "Can go. Now let's both go out for a meal and go straight to our destination." Jiang Chen said with a smile, his interest piqued by Li Yang's proposal. He thought it might be fun to play down the track, so he agreed decisively. The two of them left the dormitory building in conversation, their footsteps light and their mood extraordinarily pleasant. The sunlight poured down on them, reflecting the smiles on their faces. Along the way, they continued to discuss their upcoming trip to the track, full of anticipation for the activities to come. "I'll call out some sisters and some friends," Li Yang said with a smile, excitement shining in his eyes. He had already begun to figure out which people to call in his head, imagining the hilarious scene of everyone getting together in a while. "This can be had." Zhang Chan responded with a smile. He felt that more people would be more fun, and a group of people having fun on the track would definitely leave behind a good memory. Thinking of this, his pace couldn't help but speed up a few points, itching to reach the parking lot right away to kick off this joyous gathering. Chapter 30, Crap, You're Home? Soon, the two of them arrived at the parking lot. In front of the parking space where Jiang Han parked, there were several students gathered, excitedly taking pictures of the cool Bugatti. There were also a few fashionably dressed sisters who were stuffing small cards with contact information on the car windows, their eyes full of anticipation. "Please make way." "Coming through," Jiang Han said as he politely pushed his way through the crowd and walked towards the car. His pace was steady but with a hint of urgency. After all, he didn't want his favorite car to be disturbed too much. With that said, Jiang Han walked to the car and gently pressed the key. The lights instantly lit up for a moment, The unique light seemed to be announcing to the crowd that it was extraordinary. Jiang Han looked at the small card placed on the car, very speechless, reached out and took it. He was really a little helpless at the actions of these schoolmates, and after thinking about it, he placed the card on a parked car to the side, not wanting to let these cards ruin the tidiness of his car. Under the spectators of several people, Li Yang and Jiang Han also sat in the car. Li Yang looked at Jiang Han's series of actions just now and spoke curiously. What was that? His eyes glittered with curiosity, full of doubts about what Jiang Han was holding in his hands. The contact information of the pretty sisters. Jiang Han responded with a smile while fastening his seatbelt. His tone carried a hint of flirtation, as if he was used to this kind of situation. With that, Jiang Han started up the car. In an instant, the roar of the engine instantly sounded, that low and powerful sound, as if a sleeping beast awakened, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The students who originally took pictures and clocked in, the envy in their eyes instantly deepened. They looked at this luxury car. Their eyes were full of yearning. There were also some female classmates. Their gazes went to Li Yang on the passenger side. Their eyes filled with yearning. They couldn't help but feel a ripple in their hearts as they watched Li Yang sitting in such a cool car. I feel like the eyes of these beautiful schoolmates are going to kill me. Go go go. Li Yang pretended to be scared as he opened his mouth. He deliberately shrunk his neck, but his face wore a smug smile. He enjoyed the feeling of being noticed by everyone, and at the same time, he urged Jiang Han to hurry up and leave this wrong place. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile and slowly started the car, driving out of the parking lot in the eyes of the crowd, speeding towards the direction of the track. As the car smoothly hit the road, the surrounding students cast their gazes as if they were attracted by a magnet. In those gazes, there was curiosity, envy, and some hidden marvels. Li Yang leaned comfortably on the seat with a bright smile on his face and said jokingly, "Don't you throw those cards in the future. You give them to me. I'll do it." As he said this, he rubbed his hands together with an impatient look. "Okay, here you go." Jiang Chen responded with a smile, his eyes focused on the road ahead. Then, he pointed his right hand at the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat and continued, "There's a little bit more in there. I didn't throw it away, you take it." When Li Yang heard this, his eyes instantly lit up like the twinkling stars in the night sky, so excited that he almost jumped up from his seat. He hastily reached out and opened the storage compartment in front of him, his movements eager and slightly flustered, only to see him carefully take out the photos with contact information written on them from inside. Counting carefully, there were a total of a dozen photos. The schoolmates on each photo were youthful and beautiful, with charming smiles, and behind the photos, their own contact information was neatly written. "Crap, you still have a stash." Li Yang couldn't help but smile and marvel as he looked at a photo of a beautiful schoolmate. His eyes were full of surprise, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. "What stash? I forgot to throw it before." Jiang Han shook his head helplessly and responded with a smile. His tone was relaxed and natural, as if it was really only due to negligence that he hadn't dealt with the photos. "Ha ha ha, all forgetting to throw it means it's destiny, so you should quickly add it yourself." Li Yang laughed and joked, a promising smile spreading across his face as his eyes stared at Jiang Han, trying to find a hint of faltering in his expression. "I'll go. What are you being polite with me for? You keep it to yourself and add it. If you really can't, you can post these contact information in the group and let Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe add it." Jiang Chen sniffed and said with a speechless face. He frowned lightly, crying and laughing at Li Yang's proposal, thinking that this guy really didn't miss any opportunity. "Yo, this is because you're afraid of being discovered by school sister Su Yao," Li Yang said with a smile, his eyes full of teasing. He purposely dragged out his tone, wanting to further tease Jiang Han to see his reaction. "Don't say that. Dude is not a casual person." Jiang Chen responded, a hint of seriousness in his tone. He slightly straightened his body, as if emphasizing his principles. "Not a person when it comes to being casual?" Li Yang asked snidely, the smile on his face growing wider and wider as he looked unforgiving. He tilted his head, a wry look in his eyes. "Go to hell." Jiang Chen sniffed and was really a bit helpless, so he could only respond with a laugh and a curse. He gently shook his head, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Li Yang's endless jokes. "Ha ha 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 ha," getting anxious and cursing. Li Yang sniffed and burst out into a hearty laugh. The two of them joked as they drove towards the Zhonghai racetrack. The car was like a dazzling shadow of light weaving between the streets, and wherever it went, it immediately attracted the gazes of passers-by. Those gazes, there is curiosity, there is marvel, there are some hidden envy. After all, Bugatti, this kind of luxury car, is not every day can see. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Shanghai International Circuit. Li Yang looked around and said familiarly, "Go to the back. Let's go directly to the back track." "Regular customer, Mr. Li," Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of flirtation in his eyes. He was a little amused that Li Yang was so familiar with the place, and at the same time, he was also looking forward to the next trip to the track. What frequent visitor? Own home. Feel free to come and play in the future, Li Yang said with a smile, his face beaming with pride. He patted Jiang Han's shoulder, as if showing him his territory. Crap, your families? Jiang Chan asked in surprise, his eyes instantly widening. How could he not expect that this racing track that looked so professional was actually the property of Li Yang's family? And in his heart, he couldn't help but have a new understanding of Li Yang's family history. My brother is also a complete car lover. He owns this place, Li Yang replied, his words filled with admiration for his brother. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes glittering as if he was recalling the effort his brother had put into this racetrack. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the racetrack. When the security guard saw the incoming car, Li Yang immediately lowered the window and said in a casual but with a hint of majesty tone, "Open the door, second young master." Seeing the visitor, the security guard immediately greeted him with a smile piled on his face. At the same time, he quickly pressed the button and opened the railing with a very sharp movement. Chapter 31 Come. Whoever loses will be invited to dinner tonight. On the track, the three sports cars galloped like uncontrolled wild horses. The roar of the engines was deafening, as if they wanted to break through the boundaries of this track and echoed in the air recklessly. Li Yang and Jiang Han drove the car steadily to a safe parking area. After parking the car, the two of them pushed open the car door and walked down. Li Yang led Jiang Han towards a luxurious sightseeing hall. Let's both relax first. Wait for them. Li Yang spoke with a relaxed smile on his face. As he spoke, Li Yang raised his hand and beckoned, and immediately a cheongsam-clad waitress came walking in style. The cut of the cheongsam was just right, and it set off the waiter's posture with elegance. Li Yang said to the waitress, "Get us both something to eat and drink." "Okay, second young master." The waitress slightly owed her body and responded softly, her voice gentle and respectful. "Right, my brother isn't coming today, right?" Li Yang seemed to suddenly remember something and opened his mouth to ask. "This we are not sure about. We really don't know much about Mr. Wei's arrangement." The waitress responded politely once again, with a professional smile on her face. "Alright, first get us some fruits or something, then have someone prepare my brother's cars. I want to drive them later," Li Yang once again ordered, his tone carrying an unquestionable meaning. "Okay, second young master, I'll go and make the arrangements." After the waiter finished speaking, he took a light step and respectfully exited the room. After the waiter left, Jiang Han walked to the window, looked at the sports cars speeding on the track and sighed. "This place is really nice. I haven't really been to such a professional and luxurious racing track before." Li Yang walked to his side and said with a smile, "That's true. My brother didn't put much effort into this. Later on, let's go down and drive a couple laps, and I guarantee that you'll have a great time." Jiang Han turned his head to look at Li Yang with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "When you say it like that, I really can't wait. But you just asked your brother if he's coming. Are you afraid that he won't agree with us playing here?" Li Yang waved his hand and said uncaringly, "It's not that he doesn't agree. My brother is a person who loves cars as much as his life, but he's quite lenient with me. It's just that if he's here, there might be more things to do, and we won't be able to enjoy ourselves." As the two of them were talking, the door of the room was gently knocked again, and the waitress just now brought a few colleagues, pushing a food cart filled with fruits and drinks in. After they arranged the fruits and drinks neatly one by one, they politely retreated once again. Li Yang pulled Jiang Han to the table, picked up a piece of cut watermelon and took a bite, saying vaguely, "Eat a little to pad your stomach first, and then we'll go down the track for a good run later." Jiang Han also picked up a cup of juice and took a sip, feeling the sweet and sour flavor spread out in his mouth, but his eyes still looked at the track from time to time, and his heart had already begun to envision the upcoming experience of the track. Not long after, the door of the room in the sightseeing hall was pushed open, and two men and two women walked in. They were dressed in fashionable and trendy clothes, and their bodies exuded an air of youthful vigor. "Ugh, why does this beauty look so familiar?" Li Yang asked as he looked at the last beauty that walked in and opened his mouth, frowning slightly as he tried to search for memories of this girl in his mind. "Look familiar? You recognize it?" the man beside him asked, casting a puzzled gaze, somewhat curious about Li Yang's reaction. "I don't recognize it. It just seems like I've seen it somewhere. Wait a while for me to think about it. I also have a friend to introduce to you," Li Yang responded, gently tapping his head with his hand as he spoke, trying to recall that fuzzy memory. With that, he led the two men to Jiang Han's side. "Jiang Han, my roommate." Li Yang introduced these two newly arrived friends to Jiang Han with a warm smile on his face. "Jiang Han, these two are my buddies, Fong Tao, Lu Yuan." Li Yang turned his head again to introduce Jiang Han to Fong Tao and Lu Yuan, methodically completing this first acquaintance between friends. The three of them were also polite to each other, smiling and nodding to each other. A friendly atmosphere filled the air. Fong Tao opened his mouth and asked Li Yang, "Just now when we came up we saw a Bugatti. Your brother newly bought it?" His eyes revealed a hint of curiosity and envy. After all, A luxury car like a Bugatti is very eye-catching. What my brother newly bought. My brother wants to buy it, but my sister-in-law doesn't agree with it either. That's Jiang Han's, Li Yang responded, pointing his finger at Jiang Han as he spoke, indicating to Feng Tao and Lu Yuan the identity of the owner of that luxury car. Hearing this, Feng Tao and Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at Jiang Han with more surprise and admiration in their eyes. Wow, I didn't expect it. Jiang Han, you're deeply hidden, Lu Yuan said with a smile, a hint of admiration in his tone. Jiang Han smiled and waved his hand. Overpraise, just playing casually. His attitude was humble, and he didn't show the slightest bit of pride because he owned a luxury car. At this time, the two girls also walked over in a slim manner. Li Yang's gaze suddenly settled on the girl who had just walked in with Lu Yuan. His eyes lit up and he spoke. I remember. I think I've seen you live streaming. His tone carried a bit of excitement, as if he had discovered something novel. With that, Li Yang took his cell phone out nimbly, and his fingers quickly slid on the screen. In a short while, in the like list quickly found the girl posted dancing video. He turned his cell phone screen to the girl, with a smug smile on his face, and asked, Look, is this you? The girl slightly came closer to the cell phone screen to take a look. A sweet smile appeared on her face, and she graciously responded, It's me. Thank you for the likes. Yang Xiao. Her voice was soft and pleasant, with a hint of shyness and gratitude. Jiang Han, let's go. Go down and have some fun. Don't look here. Li Yang sniffed and enthusiastically greeted Jiang Han, his eyes filled with the excitement of not being able to wait to go down and gallop. With that, several people walked out of the sightseeing hall and hurriedly walked towards their respective cars. The sunlight sprinkled on them, reflecting the uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Jiang Han, let's compare. Let's see who can run faster between the 16-cylinder Sound of Darkness and my 12-cylinder Lamborghini. Li Yang sat in a white Lamborghini, holding the steering wheel with both hands excitedly, and said with a smile, that Lamborghini had smooth lines and exuded a charming luster under the sunlight, as if it was a beast ready to go. Ha ha ha, come, whoever loses will buy dinner at night. Jiang Han responded with a smile as he dashingly sat in his own Bugatti dark voice, his eyes brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. The Bugatti's unique shape and powerful aura was no less than Li Yang's Lamborghini. Good, ha 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 ha, Li Yang laughed, his laughter echoing by the empty track. At this moment, both of them were ready. The roar of the engines rose and fell, as if playing a prelude to the fierce battle that was about to unfold, and the entire racetrack was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Chapter 32 Race Condition. Only 4 coolly modeled supercars were seen slowly driving into the middle of the track like elegant behemoths. The sunlight poured down on the car bodies, reflecting a dazzling light, revealing their luxury and dominance. Then, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure holding a flag walked to the center of the 4 cars, and the flag in her hand fluttered gently in the wind. Immediately after, the beauty began to wave the flag rhythmically. At the same time, the 4 supercars seemed to be awakened by the beast, and issued a deafening roaring unison. The sound in the empty track back and forth agitation, echoing for a long time. In the next moment, the flag fell crisply. In an instant, the 4 supercars were like arrows leaving the strings, like beasts jumping out of the reins, instantly leaving a blur of light and shadow on the track. The thunderous roar in the track immediately caught Levi's attention from afar. He gazed at the track and looked at the familiar cars. A hint of realization flashed in his eyes before he slowly opened his mouth and asked the staff member beside him, Xiao Yang is here? Yes, Mr. Wei. Young Master Yang has brought his friend along with him. A middle-aged man wearing a straight suit with a respectful face spoke in a calm and slow tone in response. Levi nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising, revealing a doting smile. This kid, every time he comes, he's so windy, he said as he walked in the direction of the racetrack, his eyes filled with concern. At this moment, the 4 supercars on the track were traveling in a windy manner. Jiang Han was driving the Bugatti, his eyes focused on the front, his hands skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel. His face didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness, but instead carried a hint of excitement and enjoyment. At every curve, he was able to accurately grasp the timing and drift through it perfectly, drawing gasps of surprise from the surrounding spectators. Li Yan was not to be outdone. He drove his sports car like a bolt of lightning and rode on the track to his heart's content. He sometimes accelerated beyond the vehicle in front of him, sometimes skillfully avoided the other drivers to catch up, the whole process in one fell swoop, showing a high level of driving skills. The friends in the other 2 cars were also skillful in driving, and the 4 of them chased each other on the track, not giving way to each other, showing the speed and passion to the fullest. As the race progressed, Jiang Han gradually found the best state. The competition between him and Li Yang became more and more intense, and the distance between them was always kept between millimeters. At a key corner, Jiang Han saw the right time. A beautiful acceleration successfully overtook Li Yang. Good job, brother. Chill. Although Li Yang was overtaken, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he loudly cheered for Jiang Han. He knew that on a track like this, enjoying the process of the race was the most important thing. As for Li Wei, who was watching the race, he couldn't help but nod his head slightly in appreciation when he saw Jiang Han's outstanding driving skills. Who is this kid? Good driving skills. He turned his head to the staff member beside him and asked, Mr. Wei. He's young Master Yang's friend, called Jiang Han. The staff member replied respectfully. Jiang Han? Seems like young Master Yang's roommate, Li Wei said, sticking his hands in his pockets as he walked towards the back of the track with a steady pace. Along the way, he recalled in his mind the occasional mention of this housemate by Li Yang, and his heart became more and more curious about Jiang Han. Within a short time, he arrived at a safe location in the stands. There were already quite a few spectators on the stands, their eyes locked onto the track, their emotions running high as the cars sped by. The competition between the 4 people in the field was very intense, and the 4 supercars chased each other as they sped through the track. The sunlight poured over the cars, reflecting a blinding light, as if it was their flashing sharpness as they fought against each other. Jiang Han was fully concentrated, his hands precisely controlling the steering wheel, his eyes firmly staring at every curve in front of him. With his excellent driving skills, he successfully drifted around several consecutive curves, drawing cheers from the surrounding spectators. Li Yang was no less impressive, driving his sports car like a nimble cheetah, weaving freely on the track. Whenever Jiang Han took the lead, he would clench his teeth and look for the right time to overtake him. The other 2 friends are also very strong, and they skillfully utilize every advantage of the track to compete with Jiang Han and Li Yang. On a long straight track, Li Yang saw the right moment and pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. The roar of the engine instantly raised a few decibels, and his sports car, like a bolt of lightning, quickly overtook a car in front of him, and drove side by side with Jiang Han. Ha ha, brother chill, let's see how I can overtake you, Li Yang shouted excitedly, even though he knew that Jiang Han wouldn't necessarily be able to hear him. The fighting spirit in his heart was completely ignited at the moment. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth rose slightly. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he sensed Li Yang's challenge and secretly powered up. Only when he was about to enter the next corner, he adjusted the speed and direction of his car ahead of time, cutting into the corner with an almost perfect posture, once again pulling away from Li Yang. Li Wei stood on the bleachers and watched the intense race with interest. He frowned slightly, his eyes switching back and forth between the 4 cars, his heart appreciating Jiang Han's driving skills more and more. This Jiang Han, it's not simple, he whispered to himself, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. His eyes were locked onto the 4 windswept sports cars on the track. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the fierce competition with interest. Jiang Han drove his Bugatti with ease on the track. He grasped every corner with precision, utilizing the vehicle's outstanding performance to achieve beautiful overtaking at the corners time and time again. Li Yang was no less aggressive, looking for opportunities to overtake with his familiarity with the track. The other 2 friends also have excellent driving skills, and the gap between the 4 of them is always kept within a very small range, and no one is willing to admit defeat easily. At one of the consecutive curves, Jiang Han managed to pull away from the other 3 by virtue of his perfect control of the car's speed and angle. Seeing this, Li Yang gritted his teeth and increased the throttle to catch up. His eyes revealed determination, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was that he couldn't lose to Jiang Han. Li Wei couldn't help but reveal an appreciative smile as he watched the wonderful performance of the 2. These 2 brats, they really have the drive, he muttered. As the race progressed, the 4 came to the straightaway part. At this moment, the speed of the 4 sports cars were raised to the extreme, and the roar of the engines was deafening. Jiang Han's Bugatti took the lead, followed by Li Yang's sports car, and the other 2 sports cars were also not willing to show weakness, biting tightly at the vehicles in front. In the last straight line, Jiang Han took the lead and ran through the finish line, and the 4 people's cars slowly stopped. Chapter 33. All of us are our own people. The car stopped steadily. Li Yang couldn't wait to push open the door, and the whole person ran down from the car as excitedly as an arrow off a string. With a red face and an excited glint in his eyes, he shouted out in Jiang Han's direction, "Awesome, Jiang Han!" That voice echoed on the empty track, filled with admiration for Jiang Han's exquisite car skills. "Ha ha ha, you're not bad either." Jiang Han responded with a smile, a confident smile on his face. In fact, in this aspect of driving, Jiang Han knew in his heart that he was barely able to win this race by virtue of his rich experience in his previous life, and he was also very impressed with Li Yang's driving skills. "Hey, why did you 2 boys run out again if you're not in school?" At this moment, Li Wei, who was standing on the bleachers, put his hands in the shape of a trumpet on his mouth and shouted loudly towards them. The voice was loud and carried the characteristic majesty of an older brother. When Li Yang heard his brother's voice, It was as if he was electrocuted and immediately hit a jolt. His smile instantly froze and he slowly turned around to look towards the direction the voice came from, only to see Li Wei walking towards this side with a steady pace. In no time, Levi arrived in front of the several people. With a smile on his face, he looked at Jiang Han and said, "Hello again, fellow student Jiang Han." There were a few moments of cordiality in his tone. "Brother Wei." Seeing this, Jiang Han politely smiled and greeted him with respect in his eyes. Li Wei nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Li Yang, his expression becoming serious as he asked, "Shouldn't you guys be at school today? Why did you run out?" "We finished military training today, and were free to move around in the afternoon." Li Yang hurriedly opened his mouth and responded, with a slightly pleasing look on his face, hoping that his brother would not chastise him too much. "Yes, Brother Wei, this time we didn't run out." Jiang Han sniffed and also hurriedly agreed, fearing that Li Wei would misunderstand that they had sneaked out of the school. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's gaze slowly fell on the Bugatti beside Jiang Han that looked like a black beast. He squinted his eyes slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of marvel and curiosity, then looked at Jiang Han and asked succinctly, "Yours?" Jiang Chen sniffed and gently nodded, his movements crisp and clear. Levi immediately became interested and quickly stepped forward, surrounding the Bugatti and carefully sizing it up. His eyes were full of excitement, and his voice unconsciously raised a few points, saying, "The world's only one voice of darkness?" There was an undisguised shock in that tone. "Brother Wei has good eyesight." Jiang Han responded with a smile, his face beaming with pride. He felt great admiration for Levi's ability to recognize the car at a glance. "It's natural to pay more attention when you like this thing. I heard a long time ago that it was bought by a mysterious tycoon in our country, and I didn't expect that I would run into it today." Li Wei responded with a smile, his eyes glittering as if he recalled the scene when he first heard about this car. "Does Brother Wei want to try it?" Seeing this, Jiang Han didn't hesitate to reach out his hand, handing over the car key that symbolized the ultimate luxury and speed, saying with a sincere smile on his face, "Can it?" Levi confirmed with a smile, with both anticipation and a hint of concern in his eyes. After all, this was an extremely precious and rare luxury car. "Of course it can. What's not to like about this?" Jiang Han said with a smile, his tone relaxed and natural, as if lending such a precious car to others for a test drive was nothing more than normal. "Thanks." Seeing this, Li Wei didn't make any more excuses and graciously took the key, sitting into the coolly modeled supercar with a calm pace. He gently closed the door, and the exquisite interior of the car complemented his calm temperament. Immediately afterward, the engine's engine sound once again boomed, and the unique low roar of the 16-cylinder engine, like a majestic musical movement, instantly made people listen to it with a relaxed mind. The sound echoed over the track, as if proclaiming its mighty power to the world. Then, the car started slowly, like a beast awakening, gradually accelerated, and rode on the wide track to its heart's content. The body of the car shone brightly in the sunlight, cutting out a bright landscape. "Looks like my brother is even more excited than me," Li Yang said with a smile on his face as he looked at the sports car that sped around the track. Laughing, there was a hint of flirtation in his eyes and a few moments of knowing his brother. "Ha ha ha, if you lost just now, remember to treat me to noodles at the noodle shop where Sister Suyao works." Jiang Han laughed and joked as he patted Li Yang's shoulder, his eyes filled with laughter. The win or loss of this match was more like a joyful interaction between friends in his eyes at the moment. Eating noodles is still not random. Ha ha ha, Li Yang also said with a bright smile, waving his hand with disinterest, as if treating Jiang Han to noodles was a trivial matter that couldn't be easier. The two of them stood at the side of the track, their laughter drifting in the wind, overflowing with youthful vigor and joy. Not long after, the car once again sped up and steadily stopped in front of a few people, only to see Li Wei from that cool Bugatti calmly walked out. He wore a smile, handed the car keys back to Jiang Han, and sincerely said, "Thank you, little brother Jiang Han." "You're welcome, Brother Wei." Jiang Han hurriedly took the keys and responded with a smile, humility in his eyes. "I've had my fill as well. You guys go ahead and play, but remember to go back to school early," Levi said with a smile, his eyes sweeping over the two one by one. We'll go back in a while. Promise it won't be like that night." Hearing this, Jiang Han immediately said seriously, with a slight embarrassment on his face. Li Wei nodded slightly, his gaze turned to Li Yang and instructed, "Go get a VIP card for Jiang Han in a while. In the future, he can come whenever he wants." "Got it." Li Yang nodded obediently and responded seriously. "Thank you, Brother Wei," Jiang Han said with a grateful smile. His heart was touched by Li Wei's generosity. "You're welcome, we're all on our own," Li Wei responded cheerfully, then turned around and left the place with a steady pace. "Let's play a few more rounds for dinner." Seeing this, Li Yang had an excited smile on his face, his eyes glittering with anticipation, and he couldn't wait to propose another challenge. "Come on," Jiang Han responded with the same smile, and the two of them had a tacit understanding, as if they had already shared the same mind. He nodded and gladly accepted Li Yang's challenge. Hey, let me drive your Bugatti. I'll get addicted too. Li Yang rubbed his hands together and said with anticipation, as if he couldn't wait to experience the speed and passion of the Bugatti. Okay, I'll drive yours. Jiang Han responded with a bold smile, then turned around and sat in the Lamborghini driven by Li Yang, showing his trust and friendliness. The four supercars then started up again, their engines emitting a low and powerful roar as if swearing their powerful performance. The four cars formed a bright landscape on the track as they quickly weaved in and out. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground intertwined with the roar of the engines, forming a mind-blowing symphony. Li Yang sat on the driver's seat of the Bugatti, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes full of excitement and thrill. He stepped on the gas pedal deeply, feeling the powerful pushback feeling. The Bugatti rushed out like an arrow off the string. Wow, this feels great! Li Yang couldn't help but shout out. At this moment, he was enjoying the thrill of driving a top-class sports car. Chapter 34 seems like a way to go. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun was like a layer of golden veil, gently sprinkling on the racing track. The flags beside the track were gently swaying in the breeze, as if they were still reminiscing about the intense race that had just ended. Jiang Han and Li Yang, after enjoying some speed and passion, also left the racetrack with satisfaction. Jiang Han skillfully sat in the driver's seat of the cool Bugatti, along with a low rumble of the engine. The car is a string of arrows like driving towards the school neighborhood. Inside the car, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Li Yang slightly turned his head sideways with a flirtatious smile on his face, looking towards Jiang Han who was concentrating on driving, and asked with a smile, "Sure you don't want to rip me off?" There were a few hints of urgency in that smile, as if he was deliberately teasing Jiang Han. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth rose slightly, his eyes still gazing at the road ahead, and when he heard Li Yang's words, he laughed out loud cheerfully and said, "I'll rip you off a hard time when I catch up with Sister Suyao." Ha ha ha. His laughter was full of anticipation for the future, as if chasing after school Sister Suyao was something that was just around the corner. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a bad smile, and he responded in a hurry, He, I'll deny it when the time comes." That look was like a child playing a trick, making people unable to stop laughing. As the two of them joked and laughed, time passed quietly in this relaxed and happy atmosphere. Soon, they returned to the school side. At this time, both of their stomachs began to growl, both feeling a bit hungry. Jiang Han skillfully drove the car to Suyao's noodle shop and slowly stopped. Li Yang sat in the car, looking through the window at the ancient noodle shop in front of him, the light on the signboard emitting a warm halo. He couldn't help but smile and said, "I say you can't do it, you should come to work at the noodle shop too. You're running here every day." There was a hint of snark in his words, and at the same time, it also vaguely revealed his flirtation with Jiang Han's frequent visits here. When Jiang Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned, and then thoughtfully nodded his head gently and said in a serious manner, "Alas, it seems like a solution when you say it like that." That seriously thinking look, as if he was really considering this proposal. "I go, you really want to come to work? Ah, Ro, you're awesome." Li Yang's eyes widened as he said with a surprised smile, then reached out and opened the car door, walking down with a crisp and clean movement. When he was about to close the car door, he suddenly seemed to remember something important. His eyes brightened up, and he turned around in a hurry, sat in the car again, and took out the dozen or so photos from the passenger side storage compartment. Those photos were neatly placed in a folder. It could be seen that Li Yang treasured them very much. Seeing this, Jiang Han shook his head helplessly, but still had a smile on his face and said, "You really don't let yourself be idle." That smile contained both helplessness towards Li Yang and a hint of doting. Li Yang held the photo carefully in his hands, raised his head, gave Jiang Han a bright smile, and responded in a pretentious manner, "Low profile." That look, as if he had done something incomparably marvelous, made people both angry and amused. With that, the two of them walked into the noodle shop side by side. The noodle shop was filled with the aroma of food, and the warm yellow light sprinkled in every corner, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. The elder sister at the front desk was busily organizing the menu, and when she saw the two of them walk into the noodle shop, her face immediately blossomed into a warm smile, nodding with the two of them with a smile that seemed to carry a kind of magic, making people instantly feel incomparably friendly. The other little girl beside them was sitting on a small bench playing with a doll in her hand. She flashed a pair of big bright eyes, and when she saw Jiang Han and Li Yang, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly put down the doll in her hands, and came to her mother's ear, saying in a small voice, "Mom, these two brothers are here again. I'll go and shout for Sister Suyao to go." That voice was clear and pleasant, like a silver bell echoing in the air. After saying that, she was like a happy little rabbit, jumping and running to the back kitchen in a hurry. In the back kitchen, a thick smell of smoke and fire filled the air. Suyao was wearing an apron, concentrating on helping the chef prepare the ingredients. The little girl ran in like a gust of wind, rushed straight to Su Yao and said with some panting, "Sister Su Yao, that brother is here again." Ah, Su Yao was a bit dazed for a moment, her mind quickly pondering who the visitor was. She worked in the noodle shop every day and would come into contact with many people. For a moment she failed to react to which brother the little girl was talking about. When the little girl saw Su Yao was a bit confused, she stomped her foot anxiously, and quickly reached out to pull Su Yao's coat, pulling Su Yao towards the back kitchen. Her mouth still kept chanting, "It's that brother who often comes here." Ah. Su Yao was pulled by the little girl and walked out from the back kitchen. Her eyes scanned around the noodle shop. When she saw Jiang Han and Liang sitting there, then she suddenly realized who had come. She was slightly stunned, then a faint smile appeared on her face. That smile was like a flower blooming in spring, fresh and sweet. Seeing this, Su Yao also walked over with a light step, her voice softly asking, "What would you like to eat?" Her voice was gentle and melodious, as if it carried a hint of faint concern. Jiang Han lifted his head and looked at Su Yao, a sunny smile spreading across his face as he smiled and responded, "Noodles with scallion oil." That smile was filled with familiarity and friendliness towards Su Yao. Liang wasn't willing to show weakness either, and hurriedly grabbed it and said, "I want bashful noodles, and 2 meat buns." As he spoke, he did not forget to wink mischievously. Su Yao nodded at his words, and was about to turn around to place the order, when she inadvertently swept her gaze to the photos that were spread out on the table by Liang. The photos were arranged somewhat haphazardly, and within them she was also able to see her roommate's photo. She was slightly stunned, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. When Liang saw Su Yao's gaze, his heart thumped, as if he had done something wrong and was discovered. He hastily stretched out his hands to cover those photos. With an awkward smile on his face, he said with a smile, He, mine. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. That look was like a child who had done something wrong, making people unable to stop laughing. Chapter 35, I have a friend who needs work. When Su Yao heard this, although her heart still had doubts, she didn't ask any more questions. She just half-heartedly glanced at Jiang Han. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, and said with a faint smile, "The noodles will be ready soon. Wait for it." There was both skillfulness at work and a hint of imperceptible emotion in that tone. After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly towards the kitchen, her slender back looking particularly moving under the light. Jiang Chen nodded slightly after hearing this, his gaze following Su Yao's departure direction until her figure disappeared behind the kitchen door before he withdrew his sight. At this time, the little girl saw Su Yao leaving. Her eyes flashed with curiosity and she came over to Jiang Han's side like a lively kitten. She tilted her head, a sweet smile on her face, and asked with a brittle smile, "Brother, you like sister Su Yao, right?" Those innocent eyes were full of anticipation for an answer. "How can you tell? Little sister?" Jiang Chen smiled with a gentle smile on his face as he asked with an interested smile. He gently touched the little girl's head, a hint of doting in his eyes, as if this question from the little girl made him feel very interesting. "A lot of older brothers came to my store to look for sister Su Yao before, but then they all stopped coming." The little girl raised her little head and opened her mouth to respond in a serious manner. Her eyes were bright like 2 twinkling stars as she earnestly recounted what she had observed. "Are there many? How many are there?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile, a hint of nervousness somehow welling up in his heart, while still maintaining an easy smile on the surface. He moved slightly closer to the little girl, wanting to get a more precise answer from her. "I forget. Anyway, it's several." The little girl blinked her eyes and said in a milky voice once again. After saying that, she even nodded her head furiously, and that adorable look made people want to laugh out loud. "The next time another brother comes to look for sister Su Yao, you help brother drive them away. Brother will come tomorrow and bring you candy." Jiang Chen sniffed, a bright smile spreading across his face, and as he spoke, he gently pinched the little girl's little fleshy face in front of him. The little girl's face was fleshy and had an excellent feel to it, bulging up after being pinched, like a cute puffer fish. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with doting and anticipation, as if the little girl was his secret little ally. Xian, come here. Don't disturb the 2 brothers." The boss's wife at the front desk saw her daughter chatting with Jiang Han and the others and worried that it would affect the guests, so she opened her mouth to shout. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in the not-so-noisy noodle shop. The little girl in front of her heard her mom's call and first glanced at Jiang Han with some reluctance, as if she didn't want to end her chat with her brother so soon. But soon, she still obediently turned around, striding her short legs, jumping and immediately ran over. That lively back was like a spirited little note, adding a bit of cheerfulness to the noodle shop. "Do you count this as a bribe?" When Li Yang saw the little girl leave, a flirtatious smile appeared on his face and he couldn't help but laugh and snicker. He slightly tilted his head with a hint of teasing in his eyes, looking at Jiang Han as if to say, "Your trick is really interesting. I call this buying eyes. It's not a bribe." Jiang Chen immediately responded with a smile after hearing this. He puffed out his chest with a righteous look, as if this behavior of his was incomparably correct and brilliant. Saying that, Li Yang placed a photo in his hand in front of Jiang Han and said, "This seems to be Su Yao's roommate. I saw it when I watched the live broadcast with Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu at night before." Between the two of them, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from the kitchen. Su Yao was carrying 2 big bowls of steaming noodles, walking over with a light step. Her stance was elegant, the tray was steady in her hands, and those 2 bowls of noodles didn't seem to burden her in the slightest. Su Yao approached the table and was also just in time to see the photo spread out in Li Yang's hand. "How did you guys get Zhang Shue's photo?" Su Yao frowned slightly, placing the 2 of them face down on the table steadily, and with a hint of doubt in her tone, she opened her mouth to ask. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the photos, as if she wanted to discern some clues from them. "Senior sister Su Yao, do you believe me when I say I picked them up?" Li Yang smiled and said with that signature smile still hanging on his face as he looked at Su Yao with a smile. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes, trying to use this half-joking way to defuse Su Yao's doubts. "Where did you 2 go to get high this afternoon?" Su Yao ignored Li Yang's answer about the photo and asked with a slight sideways glance, her gaze sweeping over Li Yang as she looked at him. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes, as if she was interested in the 2's whereabouts this afternoon. "Didn't go out to get high. I took him to my house," Li Yang said with a smile, the smile on his face still bright. After saying that, he looked like he suddenly remembered something, then moved his body, adjusted his sitting position, smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "Sister Su Yao, does your store still need people?" His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, as if this question was vital to him. "What for? You want to come to work?" Su Yao stared incredulously at Li Yang and asked. Her expression was a bit surprised, as if how could she not expect Li Yang to suddenly ask such a question. "I have a friend who needs work, just tell me if you still need someone?" Li Yang asked again with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity. He leaned his body forward slightly, as if he wanted to get an affirmative answer from Su Yao's reply. "Didn't you 2 see the recruitment posted on the door when you came in?" "Of course I want it." Su Yao gently shook her head and said with a hint of laughter in her tone. Her eyes revealed a hint of relief, as if this question was not a difficult one. "All right, I'll talk to him," Li Yang responded with a smile, an expression of relief on his face. He patted his chest with an air of confidence. "Well, you 2 eat." Su Yao nodded, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then she turned around and walked away from the place, continuing back to the back kitchen with a light step, resuming her original work. That busy figure quickly blending back into the smoldering atmosphere of the back kitchen. "This is a return gift. Can't let you give me these photos for nothing." Li Yang sniffed, looked down at the photos in his hand and said with a smile as he patted them. His eyes revealed a hint of smugness, as if he had done something amazing. Good. Thanks." Jiang Han sniffed and shook his head helplessly, but still had a smile on his face as he chuckled. His smile contained both helplessness towards Li Yang and a hint of gratitude. After all, Li Yang was also creating more opportunities for him to get closer to Su Yao. Chapter 36 Calling Buddies from now on. Zhonghai First Deep Love. As the 2 of them chatted, time passed quietly in this relaxing and cozy atmosphere, and they soon finished this next lunch. The bowls and chopsticks on the table were eaten cleanly. Only a few leftovers remained, seemingly telling of the satisfaction of the 2 during their meal. "Let's go. I'll send you back first." Jiang Han wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Li Yang and said. There was a hint of concern in his eyes, as if sending Li Yang back was a matter of course. "I'm not going back either, my car is at school. You send it back to drive." Li Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, his eyes flashed with a spiritual light, as if he was playing some small plan in his heart. "Why are you going?" Jiang Han frowned slightly, a curious smile on his face as he continued to ask with a smile. He was really a little puzzled as to what medicine Li Yang was selling in this gourd. The corners of Li Yang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as he smiled and gently patted the photo in his hand, saying mysteriously, "Going to do a good deed." That look, as if he was about to go and accomplish a great and earth-shattering event. Crap, so efficient? Jiang Chen looked at Li Yang's expression and couldn't help but ask in surprise with his eyes wide open. He really didn't expect Li Yang to actually act so quickly, and his heart was filled with doubts and curiosity. "The one you're messing with is called an object. The one I'm messing with is called a friend. The nature is different. Go. Li Yang said while smiling as he walked towards the front desk. His pace was brisk, as if he was carrying some kind of mission on his back. When he reached the front desk, Li Yang skillfully pulled out his wallet and settled the bill before turning around and waving at Jiang Han. The 2 of them also left the noodle shop. The evening breeze gently brushed by, carrying a hint of coolness, blowing on the 2 of them, extraordinarily pleasant. Jiang Han drove the car. The engine emitted a low rumble. The car was like a sturdy cheetah, speeding on the road. The 2 soon returned to the school. Since Jiang Han's car did not have a license plate and did not have a school pass, The two had no choice but to show their student ID cards to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper carefully checked the information on the student card and confirmed that it was correct before lifting the bar and letting them through. The car slowly drove into the campus, leaving a faint exhaust. The Bugatti's low and extremely powerful roar sounded abruptly in the quiet campus, instantly breaking the calmness of the campus. This unique sound seemed to be an invisible signal, leading many students to stop what they were doing and cast their eyes over in unison. In every pair of eyes, there was a flicker of envy. This cool Bugatti was undoubtedly the center of attention in the school, like the brightest star in the night sky, attracting everyone's attention. Tread horse. I want to have you. This car I high and low to our schoolgirls are soaked one all over. Your car has suffered a lot by following you. I still recognize Su Yao. Li Yang sat on the passenger seat, enjoying the envious gazes from all around, and said with a smug and slightly flirtatious face. As he said that, he also exaggeratedly gestured, as if he had already fantasized about the scene where he drove this car like a fish out of water amongst the older sisters. Groove. From now on, call your buddy Zonghai first deep love. Jiang Han heard Li Yang's words and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, responding with a proud face. His eyes were firm, as if he was immensely proud of this obsessive feeling of his, determining that his deep love in this matter of pursuing Su Yao was unrivaled. Go balls out. Still the first deep love. If you ask me, school sister Su Yao can't even look at a big tart like you. Li Yang skimmed his mouth and disliked back with a speechless face. He intentionally made a disgusted expression and even rolled his eyes, seemingly scoffing at Jiang Han's deep love. The two of them fought with each other, and in this relaxed and happy atmosphere, the car soon arrived at Li Yang's parking area. Li Yang excitedly patted Jiang Han's shoulder and said impatiently, I'm leaving. I'm going to pick up my big sister. That look was like a child who was about to go to an appointment, his face full of anticipation. Be safe, Zhang Chen said with a smile, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. Although the two of them usually always flirted with each other, he was still worried about Li Yang at the critical moment. Scram! Li Yang responded without a good mood. Although his tone sounded a bit punchy, Jiang Han, who was familiar with him, knew that it was just a jokey response from him. Crap! This dude can't get along. I told you to be safe, not to be eaten up by your schoolmates, and you told me to get lost. Zhang Chen responded with a laugh as he pretended to be angry, but still had that playful smile on his face. He deliberately exaggerated, wanting to continue teasing Li Yang. I thank you, Ao, Li Yang said as he opened the car door and stepped out of the car. With a brisk pace, he walked straight to his Mercedes-Benz G63 before getting into the driver's seat. I'll go back to the dormitory to lie down for a while first, and then I'll go after school. Sister Su Yao is almost off duty. Jiang Han watched Li Yang get into the car, then waved his hand at him and said with a smile. After saying that, he started the car, and the Bugatti once again emitted a low rumble, slowly driving towards the parking area closest to the dormitory building. The sunlight sprinkled on the car body, reflecting a dazzling light, as if putting a layer of golden coat on the car, leaving a unique landscape on the campus road. Soon, Jiang Han steadily parked the car in the designated parking area. He pushed open the car door, stepped out of the car, smoothly stuffed the car keys into his pocket, and then walked towards the dormitory building with a brisk pace. The sunlight poured onto him through the dappled leaves, forming a sheet of light and shadow, as if adding a bit of youthful vigor to his figure. Along the way, many students recognized him and his eye-catching Bugatti, casting either envious or curious gazes, with some whispering, but Jiang Han was oblivious to it, and in his heart, he was thinking about how to create a pleasant meeting when Sister Su Yao got off work. On the other hand, in the cozy noodle shop, after being busy for a while, the customers in the store gradually decreased. Su Yao had just cleaned up the tableware of the last table of customers and was about to take a little break when the cell phone placed aside suddenly rang non-stop. The screen constantly flashed with message alerts from the dormitory group, and at a glance, all of them were at Su Yao's words, and the messages came in like a tidal wave. Yao Yao, big news, that luxury car in front of the school is your elementary school brother's. Yao Yao, cheer up and work hard. I'm waiting for you to take me for a ride in a luxury car. Why didn't your little brother look at me? I'm so annoyed. Then I don't have a chance. All kinds of messages were all over the place. Looking at Su Yao, she was a little bit in tears and laughter. She happened to be busy with the matter at hand, so she picked up her cell phone, clicked on the dormitory group, looked at these lively messages, shook her head helplessly, and then replied in the group. I don't have anything with junior brother Jiang Han. After sending the message, she sighed softly, thinking in her heart that these roommates were really capable of stating the obvious, but the corners of her mouth still unconsciously rose, revealing a faint trace of laughter. After all, these jokes from her housemates also made her feel a sense of relaxation and joy after her busy schedule. Chapter 37, driving a $100 million sports car and coming to work at the noodle house. Jiang Han returned to the dormitory and felt a little tired. so he just laid down on the bed. The dormitory was quiet, with only a few occasional insect chirps coming from outside the window. His thoughts were still drifting on senior sister Suyao, and he fell asleep without realizing it. Time passed quietly until 8 o'clock when the door of the dormitory was pushed open with a squeak, and Wang Zhe came back from outside. He reached out and pressed the switch on the wall. Bright lights instantly filled the entire dormitory. Jiang Han was in a light sleep, and was shaken by the sudden light, waking up violently from his sleep. Back, Jiang Han sprawled on the bed, his voice carrying a hint of lethargy and the raspiness of just waking up as he opened his mouth to ask. He lifted his head slightly and looked sleepily at Wang Zhe in the doorway. Crap! Scared the hell out of me. Why didn't you go out? Wang Zhe had just entered the door and was really startled by Jiang Han, who suddenly spoke. He fixed his mind and looked at Jiang Han, who had just woken up from a nap, and asked with a puzzled face. In his impression, Jiang Han was usually out and about at this time of the day. I came back in the afternoon and fell asleep. Just you came back, ah? Jiang Chen said as he rubbed his eyes in an effort to wake himself up. He sat up his upper body and leaned against the bed, looking at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe nodded at his words and responded. It looks as if it's just the two of us who came back. As he spoke, he placed the items in his hand on the table and began to change his shoes. Jiang Han sat up and stretched, only to feel his muscles and bones being stretched. He inadvertently looked at the time. His eyes widened and he blurted out, "Crap, it's almost time." He suddenly remembered that school sister Suyao was almost off duty, and he had an appointment to pick her up. With that, Jiang Han put on his shoes and hurriedly ran out of the dormitory. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Soon, he arrived in front of his car, quickly pulled open the door and sat in, starting the engine. With a low roar, the car drove like an arrow off the string and left the campus. The car soon arrived in front of Suyao's noodle shop, and Jiang Han saw a familiar car parked steadily in front of the noodle shop. The domineering Mercedes-Benz G63 was Li Yang's car, and he didn't need to think about it. Li Yang was sitting boredly in the car, and when he saw Jiang Han arrive, a smile appeared on his face, and he pushed open the door to get down from his big G. Jiang Han skillfully parked the car. Jiang Han skillfully parked the car next to Li Yang's car, and before he could say anything, Li Yang had already pulled open the door and sat directly into the passenger seat. The space inside the car was filled with a faint aroma of leather, and the two of them sat opposite each other in a relaxed and casual atmosphere. Didn't you go to look for your sister? Why did you run here? Jiang Chen turned his head slightly, his gaze looking towards Li Yang with a hint of doubt as he opened his mouth to ask. He was really a bit curious as to why Li Yang appeared here. After all, before Li Yang had sworn that he was going to pick up the big sister that he was talking about. Don't mention it. It's also a coincidence. Martyr, that's Su Yao's roommate. Li Yang frowned and responded with a speechless face. Thinking back to the previous incident, he still felt a bit of tears and laughter in his heart. He originally thought it was a beautiful encounter, but he didn't expect it to be such an oops. Ha 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 ha, you're quite good at picking a dozen photos, and you singled out this one. Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh out loud, his laughter echoing in the car. As he laughed and flirted with Li Yang, images of those photos came to mind. After laughing, Jiang Han then spoke. What are you doing here? Don't tell me that your beautiful sister is inside. Inside? I didn't go in. Li Yang nodded and responded honestly. He pointed inside the noodle shop, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Originally, he had planned to go in, but after thinking about it, he waited outside. With that said, Li Yang reached out and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket, sliding his finger quickly on the screen a few times before sending a phone number to Jiang Han. This is the noodle shop's recruitment number. I saw it just now when I was bored. I was thinking of going back to give it to you. Li Yang looked at Jiang Han and said seriously, with a hint of hope in his eyes, hoping that this information could help Jiang Han. Crap, thanks. Seeing this, Jiang Han had a surprised smile on his face, and in his heart, he was grateful to Li Yang for this gesture. After all, this recruitment call was an important clue for him that could increase his chances of getting along with Su Yao. You are also idle enough, driving $100 million sports car and coming to work at a noodle shop. Don't worry, I'll support you more in the future. Xiao Jiang. Li Yang smiled as he said this and reached out his hand to heavily pat Jiang Han's shoulder. He purposely dragged the word Xiao Jiang for a long time. His tone was full of flirting, and his expression seemed to be saying, this is too interesting for you. Scram. Jiang Han responded without a good mood, and although his mouth was disgusted, a smile was on his face. He knew that Li Yan was joking, and the two of them had long been accustomed to this way of getting along with each other. In the noodle shop, the unique roar of Jiang Han's Bugatti came in, and Li Meng immediately heard the familiar sound. Her eyes lit up and she excitedly pulled Su Yao and walked out from inside. As soon as she went out, Li Meng's eyes were instantly attracted by the Bugatti parked next to Li Yang's car. That dazzling body emitted a charming luster under the light, as if it had an invisible magic. Li Meng's eyes flashed with envy, tightly pulling Su Yao's arm, saying with a longing face, How nice it would be if my boyfriend could drive this kind of car. That tone was full of longing for having such a luxury car boyfriend. Didn't you put all the pictures on other people's cars? Suyao slightly raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile. She couldn't help but tease Li Meng as she looked at her flamboyant appearance. How did you know? Li Meng opened her mouth wide in surprise and looked at Suyao with an incredulous expression. How could she not expect that her small action was actually discovered by Suyao? I saw it when Li Yang came to eat noodles in the afternoon. Suyao also responded with a smile. Recalling back to the afternoon when she saw Li Yang's picture, she felt a little funny in her heart, and also understood some of Li Meng's recent little thoughts. Alright, you go to work quickly. I'll go look for Li Yang in case I can add WeChat with that cockney, Li Meng said as she let go of Suyao's arm, straightened her hair and walked towards the car with a brisk pace. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she could start a wonderful new life if she could add Jiang Han or Li Yang's WeChat. Chapter 38, You? Come to work? Not long after, Li Meng also walked to Jiang Han's car with a brisk pace, a little nervous and with a hint of anticipation. She reached out her hand and gently knocked on the passenger side window. That knocking sound was very light, as if she was afraid of disturbing the people inside the car. Your beautiful schoolmate is here to see you. After Jiang Han heard that familiar knocking sound, a smirk appeared on his face as he turned his head to look at Li Yang and spoke with a smile. There was a hint of snark in his eyes, as if he wasn't surprised by Li Meng's arrival. Li Yang also opened the door of the car with a very dashing movement when he heard this. He said with a smile while opening the door, "We're leaving?" There was a hint of flirtation in that smile, and his eyes were full of playfulness when he looked at Li Meng. You guys aren't going to chat for a while anymore? Seeing this, Li Meng slightly tilted her head and spoke with a sweet smile on her face. Her eyes were flowing back and forth between Jiang Han and Li Yang, and in her heart, she actually wished to chat with them more, especially to strike up a conversation with Jiang Han. While Li Meng was speaking, Jiang Han also pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. He straightened his clothes and glanced at Li Meng before speaking. I don't have anything to talk to him about. You guys talk. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the noodle shop with a firm and calm pace. Li Yang smiled at his words and turned around, turning his back to Li Meng and giving Jiang Han a thumbs up. That movement was very stealthy, and Li Meng didn't see it. Jiang Han also smiled slightly. He understood the meaning of Li Yang's action, which was an affirmation of his assist. In this seemingly simple interaction, the tacit understanding between the two was evident. Li Meng saw that Jiang Han did not pay attention to his own meaning. Originally full of expectations in the eyes instantly dimmed down. The bottom of the eyes also appeared a trace of loss. She slightly bit her lip, looking at Jiang Han's departing back. Her heart was a bit unfavorable, but there was nothing she could do about it. Jiang Han walked into the noodle shop. The warm yellow light inside the store sprinkled on him, bringing a cozy feeling. The boss's wife at the front desk was busily organizing the bill, and when she saw Jiang Han, her face immediately blossomed into a warm smile and said with a smile, "Here again?" The boss's wife was already familiar with Jiang Han. After all, he often came to the store and ordered the noodles with scallion oil every time. Boss lady, you're hiring here aren't you? Jiang Han had a bright smile on his face as he came forward and asked softly. His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, hoping to receive an affirmative answer. Yeah, you're coming? The boss's wife was slightly stunned and looked at Jiang Han with some surprise, then asked with a smile. How could she not expect that this young man who often came in a luxury car would want to come and work in the store? I want to work to earn some living expenses. Jiang Han responded in a serious manner. He tried to make his expression look sincere, not wanting the boss's wife to see what he was really up to. Hearing Jiang Han's answer, the boss's wife looked incredulous, looked Jiang Han up and down, and slowly spoke. The wages on our side are very low. They're not even enough for you to refuel. The boss's wife knew very well in her heart that a son of a like Jiang Han, who drove a luxury car, definitely wouldn't come here for that meager salary. That's okay, Jiang Han said with a smile that was filled with determination. He didn't care at all how much the salary was, as long as he could have the opportunity to work here and see senior sister Suyao often. It was enough. The boss's wife also knew what Jiang Han meant when she heard this, and she understood in her heart that this young man obviously didn't really come here for the living expenses, but for Suyao. However, she didn't point it out. After all, this was a young man's little secret. The boss's wife smiled and said, "Alright, you give it a try. Right, young man? Are you a college student?" The boss's wife looked like she suddenly remembered something and then asked. She thought about assigning Jiang Han work hours based on his course schedule. Boss lady, my name is Jiang Han, freshman. Jiang Han smiled at her words and responded. He felt relaxed communicating with the boss lady, and his heart was much more solid. Freshman, you can just come in the evening. I know you usually have a full schedule of classes freshman year, the boss lady said with a smile. She was sympathetic to the student's difficulties and also hoped that Jiang Han could work without delaying his studies. Alright, thank you boss lady. I promise to do a good job. Jiang Han responded with a smile. not to mention how happy he was in his heart. Finally, he was one step closer to his goal, and could have more time to spend with Su Yao. Upon hearing this, the boss's wife also shook her head with a helpless smile on her face. Previously, their store had also had quite a few males come in, and all of them had the same purpose as Jiang Han, but most of them were 3-minute hotheads, so I didn't know how long this youngster could last. The two chatted, time passed unnoticed, and soon it was time to get off work. The customers in the noodle shop were already few, and the light appeared softer and softer. Su Yao packed up her things in the back kitchen and walked out from the store. At a glance she saw Jiang Han and the boss's wife at the front desk were chatting with each other with fluttering eyebrows. Very happy, a trace of curiosity couldn't help but well up in her heart, so she also went up to greet them. "Boss lady, I'm leaving," Su Yao said softly with a gentle smile on her face. After she finished speaking, she turned her head slightly to look at Jiang Han, her eyes filled with curiosity, her heart wondering what he had been chatting about with the boss's wife that he could be so engaged. "Good, quickly go back," the boss's wife said with a big smile, her eyes filled with concern. She looked at Su Yao as if she was looking at her own child. Jiang Chen also smiled as he smiled and said, "I'm leaving too, boss lady." His smile was sunny and his tone carried a hint of relief. The boss's wife also nodded, her eyes following the two of them. As she watched them leave the noodle shop, a pleased smile appeared on the boss's wife's face and she exclaimed in a small voice, "It's good to be young." The voice was soft, as if she was talking to herself, and as if she was lamenting the beauty of the years. The two of them walked out of the noodle shop side by side. The night breeze gently brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness. Su Yao couldn't help but open her mouth again and ask, "What did you talk to the boss's wife about?" She tilted her head, her eyes glittering with curiosity as she stared intently at Jiang Han. "You, come to work at the noodle shop?" Su Yao sniffed, her eyes instantly widening in disbelief. She looked Jiang Han up and down. How could she not connect this male son who drove a luxury car with a job at a noodle shop? However, she actually vaguely guessed his purpose in her heart. "Right, I've come to work, to earn some living expenses," Jiang Han said with a smile, trying to make his expression look sincere and natural. He spread his hands out, looking like he was taking things for granted, trying to make Su Yao believe what he was saying. "Living expenses? You're doing this for a month is enough to fuel you up?" Su Yao responded breathlessly. She shook her head slightly with a helpless smile at the corner of her mouth. In her opinion, Jiang Han's reason for coming to work at the noodle shop was really a bit far-fetched. With that, the two of them walked side by side to the Bugatti. The lights of the night sprinkled on the body of the car, refracting a charming luster, making this luxury car appear even more dazzling. Jiang Han hurriedly walked up, elegantly and gentlemanly opening the passenger door for Su Yao, with a gentle smile on his face, signaling her to sit in. Su Yao was slightly stunned, then her face flushed. She softly thanked him and sat in the car. After Jiang Chen saw Su Yao sitting down, he himself quickly turned to the other side, pulled open the car door and sat in. The car was filled with a faint aroma of fine leather, quiet and cozy. Jiang Han fastened his seatbelt, started the car, turned his head to Su Yao and said with a smile, "I'm experiencing life alright?" There was a hint of playfulness in that smile, as if waiting for Su Yao's approval. Chapter 39, Tail stepped on? Su Yao was silent for a while, and slowly opened her mouth while waiting for the traffic light. "Jiang Han." Her voice was very soft, but seemed to carry an invisible power, breaking the originally somewhat relaxed atmosphere in the car. What's wrong, senior sister Su Yao?" Jiang Chen asked as he turned his head slightly, concern in his eyes as he looked towards Su Yao. He had a vague premonition in his heart that what Su Yao was going to say next might be unfavorable to him. "I know what you came to work at the noodle shop for. In fact, you don't have to be like this." Su Yao slowly spoke. Her gaze was looking straight ahead, a hint of helplessness on her face, and a hint of unquestioning in her tone. She understood Jiang Han's mind in her heart, and was also clear that he was doing this so that he could have more contact with himself. But she didn't want Jiang Han to do this because of herself. Jiang Han didn't say anything else after hearing this. His hands unconsciously gripped the steering wheel tightly. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a hint of loss. He didn't expect Su Yao would directly make it clear, and also rejected his own way of getting closer to her. Su Yao continued to speak. "I will talk to the boss's wife tomorrow. You don't have to go to work at the noodle shop." Her voice was calm, but every word was like a small hammer hitting Jiang Han's heart. She felt that the matter of letting Jiang Han come to work at the noodle shop wasn't quite right, and didn't want to bring Jiang Han unnecessary trouble because of herself. Nor did she want to make things difficult for the noodle shop's boss's wife. Jiang Han didn't know what to say for a moment. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond to Su Yao. At this moment, the green light was on. The car was traveling again. The roar of the engine was particularly abrupt in the quiet car. Jiang Han drove the car silently. His heart was mixed, both a little lost and a little overwhelmed. Near the school, many students on the road outside the campus were walking back. At night, The campus surroundings were bustling with activity, and the street lamps emitted a soft glow, illuminating the students' road ahead. Jiang Han's car slowly drove into the line of sight of the students. The unique appearance and low roar immediately attracted the attention of the students. Everyone cast envious gazes, and some students couldn't help but whisper. But Jiang Han and Su Yao inside the car didn't care to pay attention to these. The car slowly parked in the parking lot opposite the school gate. Jiang Han turned off the engine and turned his head to look at Su Yao on the passenger side. The night was deepening. The light from the street lamp softly sprinkled on her side face, outlining a gentle silhouette. Arrived, Jiang Chen said softly, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Su Yao nodded and gently pushed open the car door. The cold wind brushed through her hair, and she couldn't help but shrink her neck. Seeing this, Jiang Chen subconsciously wanted to straighten her scarf for her, but in the end, he just gripped the steering wheel tightly, his throat tightening. The two of them walked towards the school grounds one after the other. The campus was silent at night, with only a few sporadic footsteps from the end of evening study coming from the distance. The halo of streetlights enveloped them, lengthening the silhouettes of the two. Jiang Han walked in front, his footsteps unconsciously slowing down. He looked back at Su Yao who was following behind, her expression hidden under the light. He wanted to stop and ask her why she was always so restless these days, and why she took the initiative to ask him to meet her today. But when the words came to his mouth, there was only silence. Finally walking to the dormitory building, Su Yao's footsteps paused for a moment. She tilted her head and looked at the window on the dormitory building, seemingly searching for something. A moment later, she spoke softly, "Thanks for the ride today." Jiang Chen stood in place, watching her back gradually disappear into the door of the dormitory building. His heart was a mix of emotions, both happy to be able to send her off and lost because she left in a hurry. Jiang Han's mood was still low when he returned to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory. He looked up at the window of his dormitory and saw that the lights inside were still on. Li Yang and the others must have returned long ago. "Yo, young Cold is back?" Li Yang said with a smile. He was sitting on a chair playing with his cell phone, and when he saw Jiang Han enter, he raised his head to snicker. The sunlight poured onto his face through the dormitory window, reflecting a slightly lazy but energetic face. "Back." Jiang Chen nodded in response, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. He casually threw his keys on the table, his entire body looking listless. The tired look caused his originally bright eyes to lose their usual splendor as well. "What's wrong? Why don't you feel in a good mood? Got your tail stepped on?" Wang Zhe walked up and opened his mouth to ask. His heart was filled with doubt when he saw Jiang Han's lost face, and he couldn't help but ask with concern. As Jiang Han's close friend, he was more than familiar with this brother's character, and it was obvious that Jiang Han had encountered something troubling at this moment. "Li Yang, Sister Su Yao won't let me work at the noodle shop." Jiang Han slowly spoke, helplessness and loss written all over his face. He sat on the edge of the bed, his hands propped up on his head as he fell into deep thought. The tone of his voice revealed an unspeakable bitterness, as if this matter had pressed him to the point where he couldn't breathe. "No, you really went to the interview, ah?" Li Yang asked with some surprise. He had originally thought that Jiang Han was just talking off the cuff, but he didn't expect him to actually go and put it into action. There was a bit of teasing in his tone, but it also revealed the recognition of his friend's efforts. "Aha!" Jiang Chen answered briefly, his tone filled with frustration. He looked down at his fingers as if they were the most noteworthy presents at the moment. "What work? What?" Zhang Yu, who was originally reading a book on the side, heard their conversation and came over to ask curiously. He had a bewildered look on his face, completely unaware of what had happened. As a relatively introverted person, he always maintained a faint interest in this kind of gossip. "Jiang Han is going to work at the noodle shop in order to chase after Sister Su Yao," Li Yang explained to Zhang Yu, signaling with his eyes the ins and outs of the matter as he spoke. The tone of his voice carried a bit of teasing, but also revealed his support for his friend's efforts. "I thought, what's the matter? If you don't want to go, just don't go. You can just go and pick it up every night." Zhang Yu opened his mouth uncaringly. He didn't think it was a big deal and there was no need to bother about it. As an optimistic person, he did not think there was a need to be overly obsessive about emotional issues. Jiang Han lifted his head slightly as he listened to Zhang Yu's words, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Although what Zhang Yu said had some truth to it, there was still some reluctance in his heart. It was so hard to find a chance to spend more time with senior sister Su Yao, and to give it up so easily. He was really a bit reluctant to give it up, but at this moment, he didn't know what to do, and could only sit silently on the edge of the bed, falling into deep thought. The atmosphere in the dormitory became a bit dull because of his low mood. Chapter 40, Did you eat bee poop? After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Han simply washed up and lay down on the bed. The lively atmosphere of the daytime still lingered in the dormitory, but at this time, he was the only one left to be lost in his own thoughts. Li Yang came over and smiled as he tried to ease his mood. "Aya, don't be so bereft. So many pretty sisters are waiting for you. Don't take it to heart." Li Yang patted Jiang Han's shoulder, trying to divert his attention with a light-hearted tone. Jiang Chen glanced at Li Yang coldly, his tone carrying a bit of impatience. Get lost. Go to sleep. Fine. I'll roll. Seeing this, Li Yang no longer forced himself and returned to his own bed with a smile. The dormitory once again regained its calmness, leaving only Jiang Han's figure lying on the bed tossing and turning. Jiang Han picked up his cell phone, opened WeChat, and sent a simple good night to Su Yao. After sending it, he directly muted the phone, trying to relax himself. However, Su Yao's behavior today kept popping up in his mind. Her eyes seemed to be hiding something in her mind, and she looked distracted when she spoke. This made Jiang Han even more confused, and at the same time made him feel a pang of loss. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Su Yao also received Jiang Han's goodnight message. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and a warm current could not help but well up in her heart. Even though she was in a low mood today, Jiang Han's concern made her feel a hint of comfort. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Su Yao's favorability of 50, rewarded with 51% of the shares of the Shanghai Lunghao Hotel. Just as Jiang Han was about to fall asleep, a sudden system beep came. He sat up violently from his bed, his gaze fixed on his cell phone screen. This sudden news made him instantly forget the lost emotions he had just felt. Mission successful? It seems like school sister Su Yao still has a soft spot for me. Jiang Chen sat on the bed, his heart filled with excitement and surprise. He had been worried about whether his feelings for Su Yao would be rejected, but now the system's hints convinced him that, at least to some extent, Su Yao still had a good feeling for him. He couldn't help but smile, and secretly resolved in his heart, since the system had given him such an opportunity, he must cherish it and strive to make Su Yao really like him. At this moment, it was as if he saw hope for the future. Li Yang was lying on the bed and swiping his cell phone. When he heard Jiang Han suddenly Tang sat up from the bed, he was almost so shocked that his hand trembled and his cell phone almost fell on the ground. He turned his head to look and found that Jiang Han's face had a long-lost smile on it, and the whole person's state of mind was brand new. Crap! Jiang Han, are you alright? Li Yang asked in surprise, with a few hints of flirtation in his tone. You were wilting just now. Why are you suddenly like a chicken blood now? Jiang Han froze for a moment when he heard Li Yang's words, and then laughed out loud. It's fine. I just suddenly thought of something good. Cut. Cold Young, you belong to the dog face. Ah. Li Yang rolled his eyes. Change when you say change? Just now it was a bitter melon face. Now you've eaten B? Jiang Han was amused even more by Li Yang's words. He turned his head to look at Li Yang with a hint of cunning in his eyes. You don't care what I belong to. Anyway, I'm in a good mood right now. The next day, in the dormitory, the ear-piercing alarm bell rang on time. Li Yang was the first one to jump up from the bed. He grasped the pillow and rubbed his sleepy eyes while complaining. This is college. Why are you still in such a hurry? It's really speechless. There were a few hints of dissatisfaction in his voice, obviously quite vocal about the matter of waking up early. Alas, I was thinking that I could sleep in when I get to college. Wang Zhe chimed in. He slowly got up, stretched a long lazy waist, and without even having the time to put on his clothes neatly, he just waddled out of the dormitory. Jiang Han and Jiang Yu were also woken up by the alarm clock, but relatively speaking they adapted faster. After Jiang Han quickly washed up, he looked at Li Yang and Wang Zhe who were still dawdling, and couldn't help but open his mouth to remind them. If you two don't get up, you'll be late for breakfast. Got it. Li Yang responded as he put on his jacket. What a hothead. After the four of them simply washed up, they hurried towards the cafeteria. The campus was filled with a thin mist in the early morning, and with the early morning light, there was a hint of coolness in the air. The sycamore trees along the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, and occasionally a few yellowed fallen leaves drifted down to the ground. I said, cold young man, Li Yang teased as he walked. Why are you always in such a hurry? Don't you know that college life should be leisurely? Leisurely? Jiang Han rolled his eyes. The result of being leisurely is being late. Have you forgotten the lesson of being caught by the teacher for missing class last week? Li Yang was momentarily speechless by the comment and could only smile awkwardly. Wang Zhe, on the other hand, walked at the end of the line, yawning as he walked. I really don't understand why classes have to start so early. High school is over. Can't college be easier? Just get used to it. Jiang Yu walked in the middle. His tone was calm. Besides, waking up early isn't a bad thing. You can still take an extra nap. The four of them chatted about heavenly topics while walking, gradually arriving at the entrance of the cafeteria. The cafeteria was already filled with many students, wafting a burst of food aroma. The four of them found a window seat and sat down, ordering a simple breakfast: thin rice, steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Wow, this pickled cabbage tastes really good. Li Yang took a bite of the pickles and put it in his mouth, giving a thumbs up in admiration. It seems that the cafeteria aunt's craftsmanship is not bad. Cut the crap. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh. Eat your meal. You still have to go to class later. Okay, Okay. Li Yang hurriedly lowered his head and continued to eat his breakfast, not forgetting to mutter, "What a hothead." After finishing breakfast, the four of them walked towards the classroom. In the morning light, their backs looked exceptionally young and energetic. Although they were still a bit uncomfortable with the pace of university life, they all knew that this was just the beginning. There were still long days ahead, and they needed to adjust their state as soon as possible to meet new challenges. Chapter 41, Our young cold man has only sister Suyao in his eyes. The moment the four walked into the classroom, it was as if the entire class pressed the pause button. Their arrival was like a fresh wind, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Li Yang walked at the front, his sunny temperament attracting the surrounding eyes like a magnet. His smile was bright and confident, as if the whole world was under his control. Wang Zhe followed closely behind. His sense of humor made him stand out in the crowd, and students' eyes were attracted by his amusing actions from time to time. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, maintained his usual composure, his introverted temperament making him a unique sight. Jiang Han, who walked at the end, was the most striking presence among the four. His features were distinct and three-dimensional, as if he had stepped out of a painting. His eyes were deep and focused, as if he was thinking about something important. There was a hint of detachment in his aura, yet one could not help but want to get closer. Despite this, the four chose to sit in the corner of the classroom. They didn't like to be the center of attention, preferring to immerse themselves in their own world. They chose the window seat, and the sunlight poured through the window, adding a bit of a soft atmosphere to them. Hey, young cold man, take a look at the other beauties more often. Don't stare at school sister Suyao. Wang Zhe laughed and tapped Jiang Han's shoulder, teasing him. His tone was full of teasing, as if he was reminding Jiang Han that there were countless other beauties in the world waiting for him to discover. Alas, our young cold man only has sister Suyao in his eyes. Zhang Yu also spoke with a smile. His voice carried a hint of envy. Clearly he admired Jiang Han's devotion. Are you three going to die? Zhang Chen said without a trace of favor at the corners of his eyes despite his stern tone. His words were filled with helplessness, but they also revealed his deep attachment to Suyao. Ha 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 ha. Li Yang also laughed out at his words. His laughter was refreshing, as if it could dispel all the gloom. However, under the seemingly relaxed atmosphere, Jiang Han's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Suyao at the front of the classroom. She was wearing a light pink dress today, her long hair draped over her shoulders like a fresh lotus flower. Her temperament was elegant and calm, as if she was out of place with everything around her. Jiang Han's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. He knew that his feelings for Suyao had grown deeper and deeper. He had tried to convince himself to let go of this feeling, but whenever he saw Suyao's figure, his heart would beat wildly and uncontrollably. What are you guys talking about? Zhang Chen asked with forced composure, trying to change the topic. Nothing. Li Yang shook his head with a smile. We're just talking about how you're too dedicated to seeing your sister Suyao. Jiang Han's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just... Before he could finish his words, the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open. Suyao walked in. Her steps were light and elegant, as if the entire classroom was making way for her. Good morning. Suyao smiled and greeted everyone. Jiang Han's heart beat faster. He tried to control his emotions, trying to look calmer. Good morning, he responded simply. Suyao's gaze swept over the four of them, and her smile carried a hint of concern if nothing else. She seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Han, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Han lowered his head, his slender fingers unconsciously rubbing the edges of his textbook, the subtle rough touch coming from his fingertips but failing to soothe the ripples in his heart. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze. Even the rustling of the sycamore trees outside the window was extraordinarily clear. He could clearly feel his heartbeat roaring in his ears like a drum. He secretly glanced at Suyao who was sitting in front of him. The girl had her head slightly turned sideways, her long black hair falling over her shoulders, swinging gently as she turned her head. The sunlight sprinkled through the window on the tips of her hair, like a layer of fine gold dust had been sprinkled on it. Her eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon, and the corners of her mouth hung with a smirk if nothing else, her entire person exuding a fresh and unassuming aura. What are you guys talking about? Suyao's crisp voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence in the classroom. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat, and his fingers involuntarily tightened, almost pinching the edges of his textbook out of folds. He stole a glance at the reactions of the others. Both Li Yang and Wang Zhe's expressions were a bit stiff, and only Zhang Ming was still flipping through the pages of his book as if nothing had happened. It's nothing. Li Yang reacted the fastest and immediately put on a relaxed look. We were just discussing the recent course schedule. Sister, didn't you say you were going to the library to study? Why did you run here? Wang Zhe hurriedly changed the topic. Suyao tilted her head and thought, oh, I suddenly remembered that I need to help Mr. Zhou organize the materials. Her gaze fell on Jiang Han as she spoke, carrying a few probing hints. Jiang Han felt his face burn instantly and hurriedly lowered his head to hide it. At this moment, The sound of the classroom door being pushed open rang out at the right time. Teacher Zhou's steady footsteps came from far and near. Class is in session. You few grab your seats and go. Teacher Zhou's voice carried an unquestionable majesty. The four of them got up in a hurry, and Jiang Han almost ran back to his seat with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. After sitting down he could still feel his heart beating violently, and the desktop seemed to still have the warmth left behind from his earlier panic. The first class was math class, while Teacher Zhou stood on the podium explaining new knowledge points. Jiang Han's gaze drifted unconsciously to Su Yao, who was busy in front of the projector. Her movements were light and skillful, her slender fingers tapping on the keyboard with an elegant sense of rhythm. When the first formula appeared on the projection screen, Jiang Han suddenly realized that beads of sweat were already seeping out of his palms. He hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe it off, but in this instant, he met Su Yao's gaze in the air. The girl froze for a moment, then revealed a kind smile. At that moment, Jiang Han felt that the entire classroom brightened up. The time of one lesson quickly passed. After swimming in the ocean of knowledge, with the bell ringing crisply, Mr. Zhou gently closed the textbook in his hand and slowly spoke. Su Yao, in a moment, arrange for some of the male students to go to the faculty office to get the other textbooks. Especially the four lying on their backs at the end must go to work. Teacher Zhou spoke while pointing a finger at the corner where Jiang Han and the others were, a hint of unrefusable majesty in his eyes. Zhou Ting's voice resounded clearly in the quiet classroom, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly sending up layers of ripples. Some of the students heard these words and coincidentally turned back to look at the four Jiang Han who were lying on their desks. Some students had some gloating in their eyes, as if they felt that these four had finally been arrested by the teacher. Some showed a curious look, whispering and guessing what interesting things would happen when these four went to receive their teaching materials. Jiang Han, four people were originally lying on the table, some in closed eyes, some in the classroom content, by the teacher so-called, have raised their heads. Jiang Han had a helpless face, secretly muttering in his heart how he was named by the teacher. Li Yang smiled with disinterest, as if this kind of thing was nothing to him at all. Wang Zhe stretched and stood up, ready to listen to the arrangement. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, with a reluctant face, but he knew that there was no way to shrug it off. Hearing her teacher's command, Su Yao nodded and said, "Okay, Teacher Zhou." She turned to look at Jiang Han's four, a hint of apology in her eyes. After all, this mission was arranged by the teacher for her to convey. "Then you four come with me to the faculty office," Su Yao said, her voice soft and gentle. Chapter 42, he doesn't have that skill yet. The three Li Yangs frowned slightly at the words, reluctance written all over their faces. Originally having a cozy recess, they suddenly had to go do manual labor, which made their hearts more or less resistant, but it was not good to disobey the teacher's order, so they could only stand up very helplessly. "Jiang Han, dude, this is all for you all started physical labor. Remember to treat us for dinner." Wang Zhe spoke very unhappily while getting up. He purposely stretched his tone and pretended to look aggrieved, his eyes staring straight at Jiang Han, trying to get an affirmative answer from him. "I'll treat you all to dinner tonight." Jiang Chen smiled at his words. He understood in his heart that his brothers were being so cooperative in order to help him create an opportunity to spend time with Su Yao, so treating them to dinner was naturally something they should do. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the classroom with a brisk pace, as if going to collect the textbooks wasn't a chore. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Subsequently, Zhou Ting called out a few more boys. Those boys who were called out were also a little less than happy, but they still got up one after another. Su Yao led the way in front, Jiang Han and the others followed behind, and the group of people walked out of the classroom in great numbers, heading towards the faculty office. Along the way, the sunlight sprinkled on them through the gaps in the leaves, forming a patchwork of light and shadow. The three of them, Jiang Han and Li Yang, were talking and laughing, trying to alleviate the somewhat dull atmosphere. Su Yao, on the other hand, walked unhurriedly in front, occasionally looking back at everyone to make sure that no one had fallen behind. When the surrounding students saw their group, they all cast curious gazes, not knowing what they were going to do. Soon, their figures disappeared at the end of the corridor of the teaching building, leaving only the sound of the fading footsteps echoing in the air. Soon, several people also arrived at the faculty office. The faculty office was piled high with all kinds of textbooks, emitting a faint aroma of ink. They each found the books that needed to be distributed, and one person picked up a stack of them. The heavy books pressed into their hands as they all carried them towards their classes. "Brother Chill, where are we going to eat tonight?" Zhang Yu came forward and asked with a smile. He looked at Jiang Han with an expectant face, his eyes flashing with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to enjoy a meal. "How about I treat you guys to the Longhao Hotel?" Jiang Han responded with a smile. His smile was confident and calm, as if going to eat at the Longhao Grand Hotel was a perfectly normal thing. "Ha ha 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 ha, the Longhao Grand Hotel? You're inviting it just because you say so, huh? That's the top hotel in Shanghai. A casual meal in there costs tens of thousands of dollars. We are all classmates. Don't brag. A classmate named Louis opened his mouth to mock. A disdainful look appeared on his face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, his eyes full of contempt, as if he was certain that Jiang Han was talking big. Louis, I'm quite happy to hear bragging. Why are you interrupting him? Another student said with a smile. He was fanning the flames on the side, looking like he was watching a good show, with a hint of unkindness in his laughter. As the words fell out, Jiang Yu looked over angrily and blurted out with a red face, do you see me as someone who can't afford to eat at the Longhao Grand Hotel? Or do you think that just because you can't afford to eat it that others can't? His eyes reveal anger as he stares at Louis tightly as if he wants to see through the other party. Jiang Yu, we didn't say anything about you. You better stay away. Don't find trouble over nothing. Louis opens his mouth. He frowned with a hint of threat in his tone and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Go away. What's there to talk to clowns about? Jiang Han said with a smile before patting Jiang Yu. He tried to calm down the conflict, not wanting to ruin the mood because of this small matter. In his opinion, these people's taunts weren't worth paying attention to at all. Marred. I'll you to death outside. When Jiang Yu heard Jiang Han's words, he said to Louis and the others in a bad mood. He was trembling with anger. His hands clenched tightly into fists, itching to rush up and give the other party a little color. Right at this moment, Li Yang and Wang Zhe also happened to walk out carrying something. Li Yang was originally humming a little song with a relaxed face. When he saw Jiang Yu arguing with someone else, he instantly stopped in his tracks. Li Yang's fiery temper was not vegetarian. Hearing Jiang Yu arguing with someone else, without saying a word, he directly threw the pile of things in his hand over. The pile of books traces an arc in the air and flies straight towards Louis. Nemo Li Yang, you're a breaking pen, right? Louis curses at the sight. He didn't expect Li Yang to make a sudden move. He couldn't dodge as well and was smashed by the books. He was instantly infuriated and cursed. The atmosphere of the scene instantly became tense, and a conflict seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. At this moment of tension, Su Yao just happened to walk out from the faculty office, ready to go back to the classroom. She keenly caught the sounds of the quarrel outside, her brows slightly knitted as she quickly walked out. What for? Want to fight in front of the faculty office? Su Yao's voice was crisp and strong, instantly causing both sides of the quarrel to freeze. They both did not expect Su Yao to appear at this time, and for a moment, the scene became a little awkward. Pretending nymphets. Still Longhao Grand Hotel. Do you believe that one word from me will make you guys not even be able to enter? Louis said unconvincingly as he looked at Jiang Han provocatively, as if he wanted to see if he could really do it. Groove. I don't believe it. Jiang Chen immediately spoke at his words, his tone firm and unyielding. He believed he had enough ability and determination to fulfill his promise. Don't believe me? Fine. I'll see how you guys manage to get a meal at the Longhao Grand Hotel after school today. Louis opened his mouth. His words carried a hint of provocation, clearly wanting to see if Jiang Han really had the ability to fulfill his promise. After saying that, he carried the stack of books towards the classroom, leaving behind a calm Jiang Han and Su Yao. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She knew Jiang Han's character. Once he decided something, he would go all out. She gently patted Jiang Han's shoulder and said softly, no matter what, safety is most important. Don't do something you regret because of impulse. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Understanding Su Yao's good intentions, he opened his mouth and said, don't worry Sister Su Yao. He doesn't have that ability yet. After saying that, Jiang Han stepped forward and patted Li Yang's shoulder. His gaze was firm and with a hint of unquestionable aura. He said, I'll give you an out at night. His eyes were fixed on the direction Louis left, as if he wanted to convey this determination to the other party. Li Yang looked at Jiang Han, the anger on his face slightly eased. The corner of his mouth slightly rose, revealing a touch of unruly smile. Alright, just waiting for you to show off your skills. I'd like to see what that brat can still say at that time. He had full trust in Jiang Han and knew that since Jiang Han had said so, he would definitely do it. Wang Zhe also chimed in from the side. That's right, it's definitely no problem for Brother Cold to come out. We'll have to fix that guy's arrogance tonight, he says while rubbing his fists, as if he can't wait to see Lu Yi's face being punched. Chapter 43. Wow, the vice president is so big. The day's lesson ends very quickly. The bell of the last lesson in the afternoon rings crisply, announcing the end of the day's study life. Jiang Han packs up his books, gets up and walks straight towards Lu Yi's seat. He walks at a steady pace with determination and provocation in his eyes. Walking in front of Lu Yi, Jiang Han slightly lowers his head, stares straight at Lu Yi and says provocatively, see you in Longhao in a while. I will see how capable you are. His voice is not loud, but it clearly reaches Lu Yi's ears, carrying an undeniable aura. After saying that, Jiang Han beckons and turns towards the classroom door. Li Yang and the three of them followed Jiang Han without hesitation. Their pace was neat and tidy, carrying a different kind of tacit understanding. While walking, Li Yang opened his mouth and asked, really going to Longhao? although he had full confidence in Jiang Han in his heart. But the Longhao Hotel wasn't an ordinary place after all. He still couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. Of course, I still want to go and see how capable he is. Besides, if I don't have to take it out on you, can I let my brother get scolded for nothing? Jiang Chen said with a smile. His smile carried confidence, as if going to the Longhao Hotel for dinner was as easy as a home-cooked meal. The four of them walked out of the school building just like this, talking and laughing. At the same time, Louis and the two people who were watching from the sidelines during the day also walked out from the classroom. Louis's face is gloomy. He didn't expect Jiang Han to really take it seriously and openly provoke again. Hey, I'll see you at Longhao in a while. I won't be able to eat at Longhao, I'll take your surname. Jiang Han sees Louis come out, stops his steps and looks at Louis and speaks again. His eyes are full of disdain and his words are full of provocation. Good. I'm also putting my words here. I'll let you guys eat at Dragon Ho. I'll see you call you masters. Louis responds provocatively and then walks straight towards the parking lot of the academy. His eyes flashed with anger, as if he was dissatisfied with Jiang Han's challenge, but he was also secretly determined to win in tonight's duel. Let's go too, Jiang Han said with a smile as the four of them walked towards where Li Yang had parked his car. They walked at a steady pace with confident smiles on their faces, as if they were well prepared for the upcoming challenge. Not long after, the four of them came to Li Yang's Big G. The four of them left the school in the car and drove towards the direction of the Longhao Hotel. Outside the car window the night was getting thicker. The neon lights of the city began to flicker. The streets were sparse with pedestrians. Everything looked so quiet and mysterious. You're not going to pick up school sister Suyao tonight? Li Yang opened his mouth and asked. As he drove, he glanced at Jiang Han with a hint of concern and doubt in his eyes. Let's talk about it at night. It's not too late to come back. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. There was a calmness and composure in his smile, as if he had a clear plan and arrangement for everything tonight. The four of them drove unhurriedly, talking and laughing along the way, as if what they were about to face was not a competition but a relaxed party. In a short time, they arrived at the Longhao Hotel. This hotel looked particularly dazzling in the city's night color, and the gorgeous lights illuminated the surroundings as if it was daytime. This grandson came quite fast. Li Yang looked at the BMW driven by Louis at the main entrance. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he said with a smile. There is a hint of disdain in his tone and he is not surprised by Louis's appearance. The car slowly drove to the entrance of the lobby of the Longhao Hotel. Jiang Han looks at the grand hotel door in front of him. A confident smile appears on his face as he opens his mouth and says, Hey, don't rush down first. There will be a grandson coming out to greet us in a while. As he speaks, he reaches out on the steering wheel and presses the horn. The crisp sound of the horn is exceptionally loud in the silent night. Unsurprisingly, Louis immediately walks out with a few people after hearing the horn. He was originally waiting with his companions in the hotel to see Jiang Han's joke. When he heard the horn, his heart was delighted, thinking that Jiang Han had come to admit defeat, but he did not expect to see Jiang Han sitting in the car with a calm face. Groove, you really dare to come? Louis looks at Jiang Han sitting in the car. His face turns red with anger and says loudly, how could he not expect Jiang Han to really have the guts to come to Longhao Hotel? This was completely out of his expectation. Why wouldn't I dare to come? I still want to see how you're going to make me unable to eat here. Jiang Han smiled and opened his mouth, his eyes filled with teasing. He pushes open the door of the car unhurriedly and walks down from the car. That confident look seems to be telling Louis that he has already won this match. After Jiang Han gets off the car, he stretches his waist unhurriedly, and moves leisurely and freely, as if he has not put the situation in front of him in his eyes. After stretching his waist, he turned his head and spoke to a uniformed, smiling staff member. Go and tell the person in charge of your hotel that a man named Jiang Han is here, and let him come out in 5 minutes. Jiang Han's tone was smooth but with an unquestionable majesty, his eyes firmly looking at the staff. Groove, still pretending. My uncle is the vice president of this Longhao Hotel. How come I haven't heard of you? Pretending doesn't violate the law, so you can pretend all you want, right? Louis sniffs. His face is filled with anger and disdain as he opens his mouth loudly. He clasps his hands in front of his chest, his chin slightly raised, an overbearing look, as if he is certain that Jiang Han is bluffing. Wow, the vice president is such a big official. We haven't even seen it before. When Li Yang hears Louis's words, the corner of his mouth hooks up a mocking smile and says disdainfully. After saying that, he pushes open the car door and unhurriedly walks down from the car. He straightens his clothes and stands beside Jiang Han, his eyes looking provocatively at Louis as if saying, see what you can do. You go and call my uncle here. I'll see how he goes to dinner. Louis sniffs and says mockingly once again. His eyes reveal a hint of complacency, thinking that as long as he calls his uncle here, he will be able to make Jiang Han make a fool of himself in public and see how he can continue to be arrogant. While he was talking, he didn't forget to use his provocative gaze to sweep around Jiang Han and the others. That look was simply arrogant to the extreme. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han smiled disdainfully and patted Zheng Yu and Wang Zhe, who were still sitting in the back door, and the four of them walked into the hall. Their pace was steady, with confident smiles on their faces, as if they had full confidence in the upcoming challenge. Jiang Han sat on the sofa in the hall with a carefree look, crossing his legs. Louis sees Jiang Han's action. The corner of his mouth hooks up a cold smile, smiles and opens his mouth to say, "What's wrong? Afraid of being thrown out later to sit in the hall first, right?" His words were filled with sarcasm, as if he had already decided that Jiang Han would fail in the next match. "Who is it? Who's bullying my great-nephew?" As the words fell, a voice rang out and came over aggressively. "That person has a stout figure, full of crossface meat, dressed in a suit, obviously a powerful character." With that, he comes to Louis's side, bending down to look at him, with a few moments of care in his tone. "Shall we? Who is it? Who came to our hotel looking for trouble?" His gaze is sharp, as if it can penetrate through everything, causing people to involuntarily produce a sense of awe. "Over here, me." Jiang Han sniffed and looked at this imposing man, beckoning with carelessness, a confident smile on his face. His words carried an inexplicable attraction that made people unconvinced. Chapter 44. Tell him to get lost. I don't want to see him in Long Hao. Upon hearing this, Louis's uncle walks over and looks at Jiang Han in front of him with a haughty face, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain, as if Jiang Han is just an insignificant little character. "You're his uncle? The vice president of this Long Hao?" Jiang Han asked with a disdainful look on his face. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes meeting the other party's gaze without fear, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, even the vice president is not something that you few boys can afford to offend." Louis's uncle opened his mouth, his hands clasped in front of his chest, his tone filled with a threatening tone, as if he wanted to use his status to deter Jiang Han and the others. "Oh, there's still no one I can't offend in this Long Hao Grand Hotel. My name is Jiang Han. You should have heard of me today." Jiang Han crossed his legs and slapped the armrest of the sofa with his palms full of unconcern. His demeanor was relaxed and at ease, as if everything in front of him was under his control. That confident look was in stark contrast to Louis's uncle's arrogance. "Who? Jiang Han?" Upon hearing this, Louis's uncle asks with a shocked expression. The original arrogant look instantly disappeared and was replaced by a face full of shock and trepidation. He had naturally heard of the name Jiang Han today, but not from Louis's mouth, but rather in the afternoon when the senior management of the Long Hao Grand Hotel held an emergency meeting. The biggest boss of their hotel had been replaced, and that person was Jiang Han. At this moment, how could he not expect that this ordinary-looking young man in front of him was the new big boss of the hotel? Thinking that he had just been so arrogant and rude, his back couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and his heart secretly screamed, "Never heard of it? If you haven't heard of it, then call and ask the guy above you, and by the way, tell him to appear in front of me in 5 minutes." Jiang Han looks at Louis's uncle with a teasing face, a smug smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. His words are full of provocation, as if he is telling Louis and his uncle that he is capable enough to make them see his energy. Heard about it. I will inform General Manager phone." Louis's uncle responds with a very low posture at this moment. His face is pale, fine sweat oozing from his forehead. His original high and mighty aura is gone, replaced by a cautious attitude. He took out his cell phone and dialed with a trembling hand, his tone filled with respect and caution. "Uncle, what are you doing? He is just my classmate." Louis rushes forward and speaks. His face also changed. He originally thought that Jiang Han was just bluffing, but he didn't realize that he really had such a big head. He secretly regretted in his heart that he shouldn't be so arrogant in front of Jiang Han. "Shut up!" Louis's uncle immediately chided at his words. His gaze is stern and his tone carries an unquestionable majesty. He knows that now is not the time to explain, but rather he should resolve this thorny issue as soon as possible. He hung up the phone and turned to face Jiang Han, his attitude becoming exceptionally deferential. "Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. We didn't know your identity before, so please bear with us if we've offended you." His tone was sincere and his face was piled with a pleasing smile, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Jiang Han sniffs and has absolutely no intention of taking care of this vice president, his left hand holding his cheeks, slightly sideways looking at Louis. "Didn't you say that you'll let me not be able to eat in this Long Hao Grand Hotel? Your uncle doesn't seem to have that ability." His tone carries a hint of teasing, as if this is all expected by him. Louis's uncle's face instantly grimaced at his words, realizing that he had underestimated Jiang Han's identity and background. He hurriedly took a step forward, raised his hand and forcefully slapped it on Louis's face. His voice sternly said, "You rebellious son, you apologize when I tell you to apologize. Where is your turn to be so rampant?" Then, he turned his head again, his face piled up with a fawning smile, looking towards Jiang Han and said, "Mr. Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. This kid is spoiled by his family. I'll teach him a lesson for you." His words were filled with ingratiating meanings. hoping that this would calm Jiang Han's anger and salvage the situation. As the words fell, several men in suits were seen rushing over from the upper floors of the hotel. Their faces were grave, obviously an emergency mobilization after receiving important news. The man in the lead stood respectfully in front of Jiang Han, bowed deeply, and respectfully shouted, "Mr. Jiang." Li Yang was surprised to see the scene. The three of them were not clear about Jiang Han's origin. They only knew that Jiang Han drove a Bugatti Dark Voice, the only one in the world, and they didn't expect him to be. "This is who you manage?" Jiang Han slowly spoke, his gaze sweeping over the men in suits with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Jiang." The man immediately opened his mouth and responded. Sweat was already seeping out of his forehead, obviously aware of the seriousness of the situation. "What's your name?" Jiang Chen asked, his gaze lingering on the man's face as he waited for an answer. "Mr. Jiang, I'm Sun Chang." Sun Chang immediately responded, his voice trembling a little, obviously suppressed by Jiang Han's aura. "Mr. Sun, mind your people. Arrange a private room for me and serve some specialties. I want to eat with my friends." Jiang Han slowly opened his mouth and said, his tone tinged with command, "Arranging for you right away. Mr. Jiang and a few others this way please." Sun Chang said respectfully, then made a gesture of invitation. He quickly turned around and whispered a few orders to the few men behind him, and those men immediately split up. Jiang Han slowly got up when he saw this, and the three of them, Li Yang, followed behind Jiang Han. They followed Jiang Han towards the interior of the hotel, leaving behind a stunned Lu Yi and his uncle. Just 2 steps out, Jiang Han stopped and slowly turned to Lu Yi. "That's right, tell him to get lost. I don't want to see him in Long Hao." Jiang Han's finger slightly points at Lu Yi's uncle. "And this?" "Okay, Mr. Jiang," Sun Chang responded. He immediately understood Jiang Han's meaning and turned around to whisper a few words to Lu Yi's uncle. "Mr. Jiang, let me off. I have an old man and a young man. There is still a mortgage to pay." Lu Yi's uncle hurriedly begged for forgiveness. His voice was filled with fear and despair, obviously having been shocked by Jiang Han's aura and status. Chapter 45. Justin. This is the largest shareholder. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and waved his hand at Sun Chang. His expression was bland, as if all that was happening in front of him was nothing but a trivial matter, not worth bothering with. Sun Chang immediately understood and spoke to the staff beside him. "Let the security guards get them out. Don't disturb Mr. Jiang." His tone was urgent and serious, knowing that he had to deal with these two people as fast as possible, not letting them bring any more displeasure to Jiang Han. "Mr. Jiang, give me another chance. I really can't lose my job." Lu Yi's uncle continues to beg for mercy, his voice filled with despair and helplessness. His legs are so weak that he almost falls to the ground, his eyes revealing his extreme desire for this job. "Mard, you stinking brat, if it wasn't for you, I could lose my job." Lu Yi's uncle is enraged to the extreme, turning around and kicking hard at Lu Yi. He vents all his resentment on Lu Yi, completely disregarding the fact that this is in the hotel lobby and there are other people watching around. Hey, don't disturb our business here. Go out and fight." Jiang Chen hears Lu Yi's uncle's words, stops his steps and opens his mouth. He frowns slightly, a little tired of these two making such a racket in the hotel lobby. After all, this was the Longhao Grand Hotel, his property, and he didn't want such a farce to affect the normal order of the hotel. When the security guards heard Jiang Han's words, they didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly ran over to pull the two out. They move quickly and forcefully. One of them holds one, and soon brings Lu Yi and his uncle out of the hotel lobby. As the doors slowly closed, relative silence returned to the lobby, as if the scene just now was just a small episode, while Jiang Han and the others continued towards the private rooms, preparing to enjoy tonight's dinner. The four of them were brought into an elegantly decorated box, which was set up to be as luxurious and exquisite as possible. Several expensive paintings and calligraphy hung on the walls, and the soft light sprinkled on them, adding a bit of artistic flavor. A huge round dining table was placed in the center. The tableware on the table was exquisite and refined, emitting a faint luster. Sun Chang opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Jiang, what would you and a few others like to eat?" He bent over slightly, a respectful smile on his face, his eyes focused on Jiang Han. As he said that, he handed over a menu, the cover of which was made of high-grade leather material, with Dragon Ho delicacies written on it in hot-stamped gold font. Jiang Han took it with a smile. His smile was easy and natural, as if he had long been accustomed to such scenes. Then, he naturally pushed the menu in front of Li Yang and said, "Order what you want to eat." Li Yang looked at the menu in front of him somewhat flattered. He did not expect Jiang Han to be so generous and casual. After freezing for a while, he slowly turned over the menu. The rich and diverse dishes in the menu made him a little dazzled. All kinds of mountain delicacies and specialty delicacies were listed one by one, and the introduction of each dish made people salivate. "Wow, This menu is also too sumptuous. It feels like I don't even know what to choose. Li Yan looked through it while lamenting. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also came over, their heads squeezed together, excitedly discussing the dishes they wanted to eat, and the box was suddenly filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. They flipped through the menu while muttering in whispers, occasionally letting out exclamations of amazement, praising the richness of the dishes here. Soon, the three of them also ordered the menu for tonight, and Jiang Han spoke up. That's it. His tone was calm and carried a casual spontaneity. Okay, Mr. Jiang, we'll arrange it for you right away, Sun Chang said respectfully, then bowed slightly and turned around to leave the box at a brisk pace, going to carefully prepare tonight's dishes for them. Seeing Sun Chang leave, Wang Zhe immediately jumped up in excitement, his eyes glaring, full of incredulity as he shouted, "Crap, Brother Han, this Longhao Grand Hotel is yours." He was really shocked by this huge surprise. How could he not expect that Jiang Han, who was usually cheeky with them, actually had such an amazing identity? Not mine, Jiang Han said with a smile that carried a hint of flirtation. Then he added, it's just that it's the largest shareholder here. He said it in a light and breezy manner, as if it wasn't something worth making a fuss about. But when this fell on the ears of Wang Zhe, Li Yang and Zhang Yu, it was no less than a heavy bomb, making them even more shocked. Crap, you two are one more outrageous than the other. Gosh, what kind of players are living in our dormitory? One has a racing track at home, one has a 5-star hotel at home, and also a Beijing Circle youngster. Zhang Zhe looked at the three of them and said in a very speechless manner. His tone was filled with surprise and disbelief, obviously being completely shocked by Jiang Han's identity. He shook his head, feeling as if he was in an idle drama, and one by one, his roommates around him were the protagonists in the story. After speaking, Zhang Zhe looked at Wang Zhe and continued to speak. Wang Zhe, give me a precaution first. You don't have a quadrangle at home, do you? He asked half jokingly and half seriously, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. If Wang Zhe's answer gave him another surprise, he was afraid that he would have to wonder if he was living in a drama. Wang Zhe was amused by Zhang Zhe's words as he scratched his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not that exaggerated. However, my family does have some good industries, but compared to yours, it's nothing." There was a hint of pride in his words, but it was more of humility. Li Yang nodded his head silently from the side, secretly thankful in his heart that he was able to live in the same dormitory with such a group of excellent friends and spend this wonderful college time together. He raised the drink cup in his hand and said to Jiang Han, "Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu, we'll be drinking drinks when we still have to drive in a while, for our friendship. Cheers." The four of them were having a good time while eating and chatting. The table was filled with delicacies of all colors and flavors. Each dish exuded a tantalizing aroma that made people salivate. Li Yang picked up a piece of juicy steak and put it into his mouth to chew slowly. A satisfied look appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Chill, today is really in your favor. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy such top-notch food in this Dragon Ho Grand Hotel." Jiang Han smiled and waved his hand. "What are you talking about? We still care about this between brothers. It's most important that we usually have fun together." Wang Zhe picks up his wineglass, takes a sip of red wine, and says with excitement, "Then again, today, that kid Louis really lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. I guess how could he not imagine that you, Brother Cold, are the big boss of this hotel?" Zhang Yu also followed with joy. "That's right, he's still arrogant there. It's such a relief to see his uncle's panicked look. Ha 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 ha." The four of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 46 means, after the wine and dinner, the four of them were in an extraordinarily relaxed mood and left the box with a smile on their faces. Their laughter echoed within the box, as if they were still lingering on this delicious dinner and pleasant time. When they came to the entrance of the box, they only saw Sun Chang and a group of other executives of Longhao Hotel standing neatly waiting there. They were all dressed in straight suits, their expressions serious and respectful, their eyes revealing their awe of Jiang Han. Seeing this, Jiang Han turned to face Li Yang, patted his shoulder and spoke, "You guys go back first." His tone was calm and carried an older brotherly care. When Li Yang heard this, he nodded in understanding. He knew that Jiang Han might have something important to deal with next, so he didn't ask any more questions, and simply replied, "All right, then you also go back early," and then left Longhao Hotel with Zhang Zhe and Wang Zhe. Jiang Han looked at Sun Chang and those people who had a slight preoccupation, slightly frowned, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Let's talk in another place." His voice was steady and strong, carrying an unquestionable tone. "Good, Mr. Jiang." When Sun Chang heard this, he immediately piled a smile on his face and responded respectfully. There was a hint of ingratiation in his smile, mixed with a bit of nervousness at the same time. "Mr. Jiang, it sounds quite awkward. Just call me Jiang Han," Jiang Chen said with a smile and waved his hand. He hoped to get along with these hotel managers a bit more casually and didn't want to create a sense of distance because of the difference in status. Let's call you Young Cold then. This way please, Young Cold. Sun Chang thought for a moment and opened his mouth. He felt that the title Young Mr. Cold was not disrespectful, but also did not seem too alienated. With that, everyone walked into the elevator together. Inside the elevator, the silence was a bit depressing, with only the sound of light breathing and the sound of the elevator running. Soon, the elevator reached the office area on the 3rd floor. Sun Chang led the way in front, his pace brisk and steady, leading Jiang Han into the innermost office. The office was spacious and bright, the decoration luxurious without losing its style. One could only see stacks of documents on the table, which were piled up like a mountain. Seeing that the hotel had a lot of affairs, Sun Chang walked over to the table, picked up one of the stacks of documents, and slowly opened his mouth to say, "Young Mr. Han, this is our hotel statement for the past 2 years." His eyes looked intently at Jiang Han, trying to guess his thoughts from his expression. After saying that, Sun Chang hurriedly invited Jiang Han to sit on the sofa in front of him again. As soon as Jiang Han sat down, he keenly sensed the thoughts of the crowd as he swept his gaze around the room and said point blank, "You guys find your own places to sit as well. I know what you guys are thinking. You guys are afraid that you won't be able to keep your seats, right?" His words were direct and honest, without the slightest hint of beating around the bush. When everyone heard this, an embarrassed look appeared on their faces and they lowered their heads. They were indeed as Jiang Han had said. Their hearts were filled with worry. After all, the hotel had changed to a new owner, and everything in the future was full of uncertainty. Seeing this, Sun Chang raised his head slightly, looked at Jiang Han, and slowly spoke. "Young Mr. Cold, after all, we've suddenly changed bosses here. It's normal to have some concerns." His tone carried a hint of helplessness and sincerity, hoping to gain Jiang Han's understanding. "Well, I understand." Jiang Chen nodded in response. His eyes revealed understanding and tolerance before he spoke in a serious manner. "But don't worry, as long as you do a good job, your positions will still be yours. I still have to go to school now, and you can just follow the original process for the hotel management. Mr. Sun, empty out the vice president. You will be in accordance with the workability of these people to promote good." Jiang Han's words were like a tranquilizing pill, making the hearts of the people present instantly feel much more solid. They raised their heads one after another, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration, and they heartily marveled at Jiang Han's leadership ability and open-mindedness. "Really? Young Mr. Cold?" A trace of surprise flashed in Sun Chang's eyes, and his originally hanging heart dropped quite a bit. He hadn't expected Jiang Han to be so reasonable at such a young age, and to handle things in such a dry, decisive and understanding manner. "Of course it's true," Jiang Han said affirmatively, his eyes scanning every executive present. "I believe in your ability, Mr. Sun, and I also hope that we can work together to run the hotel better. Although I am the major shareholder, I will not interfere too much in the daily management. Everyone will just do their own job." Everyone raised their heads, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration, and said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Cold, we will definitely work hard." Jiang Han nodded slightly, then looked at the pile of statements. "I'll take a look at this statement first to understand the general situation of the hotel at the moment. Mr. Sun, tell me about some of the major problems and challenges encountered during the hotel's operation in these 2 years." Sun Chang hurriedly walked up and picked up one of the statements, pointing to the data on it and started to introduce it in detail. "Xiao Cold, the overall performance of the hotel has been quite stable in these 2 years, but in terms of competition in the market, a few new hotels of the same type have opened in the neighborhood, which has caused a certain amount of diversion of our clientele. In addition, the rise in labor costs and the fluctuation of raw material prices have also put some pressure on our profit margins." Jiang Han listened attentively, raising some questions and his own opinions from time to time. His quick thinking and precise analysis of the issues made the executives present secretly marvel and be impressed by the young boss. I see," Jiang Han said after listening to Sun Chang's introduction. "Market competition is inevitable. We need to find ways to highlight our own characteristics, improve our service quality, and create differentiated advantages. The issue of manpower costs and raw material prices, you guys also think of more ways to see if you can optimize them within a reasonable range." "Yes, Young Cold, we will discuss a concrete plan as soon as possible." Sun Chang nodded his head and replied. His eyes were filled with vigor. Jiang Han's instructions made him see the hope of solving the problem, and also inspired the fighting spirit within him. "Alright, let's talk here for today. Everyone go about their business and communicate with me in time if there are any important situations," Jiang Chen said and stood up. His movements were crisp and clean, displaying a thunderous style. "Young Mr. Cold, you take your time. Feel free to find us if you have any orders." The crowd rose and said respectfully. Their eyes were filled with respect and gratitude as they watched Jiang Han leave. Sun Chang followed behind Jiang Han, and the two of them walked slowly along the spacious and bright corridor. Jiang Han had his hands in his pockets, his expression calm, his mind still pondering the various matters about the hotel just now. A moment later, Jiang Han slowly spoke. Arrange a car for me to send me back to school. His voice echoed in the quiet corridor with a hint of fatigue. After all, he had been busy for a night, and at the moment, he just wanted to return to the school for a good rest. Okay, young cold. This way please. Sun Chang responded with a smile and a nod, a respectful smile always on his face. He turned around and led the way in front, his pace brisk and steady, leading Jiang Han towards the hotel's driver's class. Along the way, Sun Chang secretly pondered in his heart that he must arrange the most comfortable and luxurious car for Jiang Han to make this young boss happy. Chapter 47. I thought you were angry with me. Not long after, they arrived at the dedicated parking lot where the hotel's chauffeur class was located, only to see that the parking lot was brightly lit, the ground was as clean as a mirror, and a luxury car was neatly parked. There was a brand new Maybach here, with smooth body lines, exuding an understated luxury. There were also two Rolls-Royces, with their classic shapes and noble temperament, which made people feel awe at a glance. There were also three Bentleys, each of which manifested the ultimate dignity and elegance. These luxury cars reflected dazzling light under the illumination of the lights, as if they were telling the extraordinary and luxurious nature of the Longhao Hotel. Sun Chang led Jiang Han straight to one of the Rolls-Royce. He carefully stretched out his hand and respectfully opened the door for Jiang Han. The door of that Rolls-Royce slowly opened, and the exquisite interior of the car was revealed, with soft leather seats, luxurious decorations, and advanced configurations, all of which made people feel the top level of comfort and enjoyment. Jiang Han sat in, his body plunged into the soft seats, and immediately felt much more relaxed. He leaned slightly on the back of the seat and said to Sun Chang, who was still standing outside the car door, "Go back." His tone was calm, with a hint of faint weariness. "Okay, young cold." Sun Chang nodded in response, a smile still on his face. He gently closed the car door for Jiang Han, moving very gently for fear of any slip-ups. Looking at the car, Sun Chang silently prayed in his heart, hoping that Jiang Han would feel comfortable and cozy during this trip. When Jiang Han sat down, the driver turned his head slightly, a professional smile on his face as he politely asked, "Young Mr. Han, where are we going?" His voice was calm and gentle, giving off a sense of reliability. "To Shanghai Financial College," Jiang Han responded. After saying that, he closed his eyes slightly, preparing to rest a little during this short drive. At this moment, his mind had temporarily left behind the affairs of the hotel and those complicated business issues, and he only wanted to relax his taut nerves in this moment of tranquility. The car was quiet and cozy, with only the slight sound of the engine running, as if it had created a small world for him to rest in peace. The car drove smoothly, slowly passing through the busy streets of Shanghai. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city flashed non-stop, and the traffic was bustling. High-rise buildings were lined up one after another. People were coming and going in the streets and alleys, and there was a wide array of stores. However, Jiang Han was immersed in his own tranquility and didn't pay much attention to this bustling scene. The car drove all the way towards the direction of Shanghai Finance College, as if it was traveling through the hustle and bustle of the city, heading towards a relatively peaceful campus world. More than 20 minutes later, the car arrived near Su Yao's noodle shop. Jiang Chen slightly opened his eyes, looked at the familiar scene outside the window, and commanded the driver to slowly park the car on the side of the road. He straightened his clothes and prepared to get out of the car to pick up Su Yao. "Wait, I'm going to pick up someone," Jiang Chen slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was very clear in the quiet car. "Okay, young cold," the driver hurriedly responded, a respectful look on his face as he steadily parked the car and waited for Jiang Han to return. With that, Jiang Han pushed open the car door and stepped out of the car. The night breeze gently brushed his face, bringing a hint of coolness. With a brisk pace, he walked towards the noodle shop. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the door of the noodle shop. Warm lights came out from the noodle shop, illuminating a small area in front of the entrance. Jiang Han had just appeared, and the boss's wife inside saw Jiang Han's figure. The boss's wife was a shrewd and enthusiastic person. She could tell that Su Yao and Jiang Han had an unusual relationship, and when she saw Jiang Han at this moment, she understood a few points in her heart. Then the voice of the boss's wife came out from the noodle shop. Yao, go back today. I'm getting off work early today." The boss's wife's voice was clear and loud with a hint of concern. Not long after, Su Yao also walked out from the noodle shop. She had changed out of her work clothes and was wearing a simple dress. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she had a faint smile on her face, looking fresh and unassuming. Under the reflection of the light, her figure looked more and more soft and moving. "Senior sister Su Yao." Jiang Han hurriedly went forward and shouted with a smile. His smile was bright, and his eyes were filled with the joy of seeing Su Yao. After this busy day, being able to see Su Yao, it was as if all the fatigue had instantly dissipated. "I thought you were angry about what I said to you last night." Su Yao opened her mouth in a small voice. She slightly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously gripping the corner of her coat, a hint of apprehension and uneasiness in her eyes. When the two of them were chatting last night, she might have said some words that she regretted a bit, so at the moment, her heart had been worried that Jiang Han would get angry because of it. "Let's go," Jiang Chen responded with a smile. His smile was as warm as the spring breeze, and there wasn't the slightest bit of displeasure in his eyes. He gently reached out his hand and gently pulled Suyao's arm, signaling her not to think too much. In Jiang Chen's opinion, those words were nothing more than a small hiccup in the two's exchanges, and were not worth taking to heart at all. Soon the two of them arrived in front of the car. Jiang Han let go of Suyao's arm, quickly walked to the rear door, reached out and gently pulled the door open. His movements were elegant and gentlemanly. He slightly bent down and made a please gesture, smilingly said to Suyao, "Please get in the car." Suyao's cheeks blushed slightly, and after softly saying thank you, she lightly sat in the car. Seeing Suyao seated, Jiang Han quickly ran to the other side, opened the car door and sat in. The space inside the car was spacious and comfortable, and the soft lighting created a cozy atmosphere. As soon as Jiang Han sat down, he slowly spoke to the driver in the front row. "Let's go." "Okay, young cold," the driver responded, looking ahead intently as he gently stepped on the gas pedal and the car started smoothly, continuing to drive in the direction of Zhonghai Finance College. Outside the car window, the city's night scene was like a flowing scroll, constantly receding backwards. Inside the car, Jiang Han and Suyao were sitting side by side, occasionally looking at each other and smiling. A subtle and sweet atmosphere permeated between the two. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Zhonghai Finance College. The gate of the school looked solemn under the light of the night, and the big characters of the school's name emitted a soft glow. The security guards in the security booth saw this luxurious Rolls-Royce and showed a slight look of surprise, but quickly returned to their professional stance. Jiang Han pushed open the car door and took the lead to get out of the car. He had an upright posture and straightened his clothes, then went around to the other side of the car and opened the door for Suyao. Suyao elegantly got down from the car, gently smoothing her wind-blown hair. The two of them stood beside the car, and after giving a slight nod to the driver, the car slowly drove away. At this moment, the campus was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of passing students talking softly. The trees on both sides of the road gently swayed in the breeze, the leaves emitting a rustling sound, as if playing a soft music for this quiet night. The street lamps emitted a dim light, stretching the shadows of the two long, intertwining together on the ground. The two got off the bus and walked towards the dormitory. Jiang Han and Suyao walked side by side, keeping just the right distance from each other. Occasionally there would be unintentional body touches that would make one's heart beat slightly faster. Along the way, they didn't speak, just quietly enjoying this peaceful and beautiful moment. Chapter 48 Suyao, I like you. When they were about to walk to the girls' dormitory, the surrounding atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. Only the soft footsteps of the two of them echoed on the silent pathway. Suyao slightly raised her head and glanced at the girls' dormitory building not far away, then slowly opened her mouth and said, "Jiang Han, I won't go to work tomorrow, nor will I go to the noodle shop in the future." Her voice was soft, but it carried a firm determination. "Ah?" Jiang Chen asked in bewilderment. He stopped his steps and looked at Suyao with a puzzled look in his eyes. In his impression, Suyao was working well at the noodle shop. Why did she suddenly decide not to go? This caught him a little off guard. "My mentor introduced me to an internship at a financial company. It's near the school. I'm going to go for an interview tomorrow. I'm going to start my internship." Suyao slowly spoke. Her face was filled with longing and anticipation for the future. This internship opportunity was very rare for her. It was an important step towards her future career, so she decided to seize this opportunity. "Sister Suyao, can we still meet?" Jiang Han asked, his eyes revealing a hint of worry and reluctance. During the days he spent with Suyao, he had gotten used to having her company. Suddenly hearing that she was going to a new place for internship, his heart inevitably felt a bit lost, afraid that the chances of meeting in the future would become less. "It's not like I'm not coming back. Of course we can meet." Suyao responded with a soft smile at her words. Her smile was like the twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and warm, as if she was giving Jiang Han a piece of her mind. She understood Jiang Han's worries, but she also believed that the distance wouldn't affect the bond between them. "Aha!" Jiang Han nodded slightly and followed. He knew that Suyao had her own pursuits and dreams, and he should support her in her brave attempts. Although there was some reluctance in his heart, he still chose to face it with a smile. The two of them continued to walk towards the dormitory building, not speaking again along the way. The night breeze gently brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness, and also blew away the little bit of faint sadness in the hearts of the two. The moonlight sprinkled on them, pulling their silhouettes to a long length, as if a peaceful and beautiful painting. Without realizing it, the two of them walked to the front of the dormitory building. The women's dormitory building stood quietly in the night. and the lights in the building were dotted with stars, adding a bit of warmth to this quiet night. Jiang Chen also didn't hold back and spoke again. Su Yao. His voice was slightly trembling, and he seemed to have gathered a lot of courage. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han and responded. She slightly tilted her head, a hint of doubt in her eyes, yet she vaguely guessed what Jiang Han was going to say next. I like you. Jiang Chen spoke in a small voice. His face was slightly flushed in the night color, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up as he nervously waited for Su Yao's response. How many girls have you said this to? Su Yao sniffed and asked curiously. The corners of her mouth rose slightly with a hint of playfulness. Her heart actually wanted to know how serious Jiang Han was about this relationship. Nope, just you. Jiang Chen immediately responded, his eyes firm and sincere as he looked straight at Su Yao, hoping that she could feel his heart. Good. I kinda like you too. Su Yao responded with a smile. Her smile was like a blooming flower, which looked especially touching under the moonlight, and her eyes were filled with tenderness and shyness. Jiang Chen was ecstatic when he heard Su Yao's reply, so excited that he pulled Su Yao into his embrace, his voice carrying undisguised joy. I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. He held Su Yao tightly, as if he was afraid that the moment he let go, she would disappear. Alright, hurry back to the dormitory. It's quite late, Su Yao said softly. Her face was buried in Jiang Han's embrace, feeling his temperature and heartbeat. Her heart was both sweet and a little embarrassed. I'll go back if you say it again, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He held Su Yao like a rogue and didn't let go, his eyes full of anticipation. Then listen carefully, Su Yao said softly. Then in Jiang Han's arms, her voice was soft but clear. Jiang Han, I said I kind of like you too. This time, although her voice wasn't loud, it struck Jiang Han's heart word by word, making his heart seem to be filled with happiness. When Jiang Chen heard Su Yao's words, his heart seemed to miss a beat, followed by ecstasy sweeping over him. He couldn't help but hug Su Yao tightly again, as if he wanted to remember the beauty of this moment forever. The two silhouettes under the moonlight, embracing each other tightly, just like the plot in a fairy tale actually played out. I like you too, Su Yao, Jiang Chen repeated softly in her ear, his voice full of tenderness and firmness. He knew that this feeling was not just liking, but also deep love and dependence, and he was willing to guard this hard-won emotion with his heart. Su Yao felt Jiang Han's embrace and her heart warmed up. She gently patted his back, responding to this deep affection. Me too, Jiang Han, she said softly. Her voice was light, but it carried full of true feelings. The two of them embraced each other like this, forgetting the passage of time. Only each other's existence was the most important. Finally, Su Yao gave the reason to separate. Let's go in first, or else we'll attract others' attention, she reminded. Although she was a little reluctant to part, she knew better how to protect this innocent relationship. Only then did Jiang Han reluctantly let go of Su Yao, and the two walked hand in hand towards the girls' dormitory building. In the night, the two figures looked so harmonious, as if the whole world was left with only the two of them. As they were about to part, Jiang Han once again confirmed his feelings. No matter what happens, I hope you can remember that I am always here, waiting for you. Su Yao nodded, her head touched, knowing that this relationship would become one of the most precious memories of their youthful years. She responded softly, I will also always be by your side, Jiang Han. The two of them smiled at each other, bid farewell to this wonderful night, and returned to their respective dormitories. Despite being in different spaces, their hearts were tightly connected. Looking forward to their next reunion, Jiang Han hummed a small song and returned to the dormitory in a happy mood. As soon as he entered the door, he felt a familiar sense of closeness come over him. This was a small world belonging to them, full of laughter and memories. Li Yang and Wang Zhe were lying on the bed while Zhang Yu was sitting in front of the desk. When they heard Jiang Han come in, they all looked up at him. Li Yang smiled and asked, Yo, did young Cold Eat be so happy? As soon as his words fell, the dormitory resounded with joyful laughter, breaking the quiet of the night. Jiang Han didn't get angry. Instead, he responded even more happily. That's right, it's happier than eating bee. His face was filled with a happy smile, and his eyes were sparkling with starlight, as if something beautiful was blooming in his heart. Wang Zhe plopped down on the bed and asked with curiosity, When is it? Share it with the brothers. His words aroused Zhang Yu's interest and he also raised his head to look at Jiang Han, expecting him to give an answer. Jiang Han grinned and said, Dude got off the hook. Isn't that something to be happy about? His voice was filled with joy, as if he was announcing a big event, causing the entire dormitory to be energized. Crap. Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Han with an unbelievable face. He didn't expect Jiang Han to make a new development so quickly, especially considering Jiang Han's usually low-key character. This change was even more surprising to him. Chapter 49 10 Billion Rewards. Lying on the bed, Jiang Han repeatedly did not enter the dreamland. The bits and pieces of getting along with Su Yao constantly surfaced in his mind. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose from time to time. Just at this time, under the pillow of the cell phone suddenly rang the WeChat tone. In the silent night seems particularly clear. Jiang Han seemed to be infused with a force, and hurriedly rolled over a body to lie on the bed. His movements eager and with a hint of excitement. He quickly picked up his cell phone and unlocked the screen, and sure enough, he saw that it was Su Yao sending a message. "Are you asleep?" Su Yao asked in WeChat. Those few short words, in Jiang Han's eyes but seemed to carry endless tenderness and concern, making his heart warm. "No, you're not asleep here either," Jiang Chen replied, his fingers tapping lightly on the screen, the corners of his mouth hanging with an uncontrollable smile. At this moment, he was full of joy to be able to communicate with Su Yao in this late night, as if this was a sweet time that belonged exclusively to them. "What do you care about me? I have an interview tomorrow. It's not okay for me to be so excited that I can't sleep," Su Yao replied mischievously. Her lively and cute nature was evident between the lines. Jiang Han seemed to be able to see her slightly pouting and feigning anger through the screen, and couldn't help but laugh out softly. "Okay, okay, okay," Jiang Chen replied once again. 3 simple words, but full of doting on Su Yao. He knew that Su Yao attached great importance to tomorrow's interview. This excitement and nervousness he completely understood. "I'll tell you how, although I'll rarely be in school anymore. If I know you're womanizing in school you're done for," Su Yao warned in WeChat, her words carrying a strong sense of jealousy and care for this relationship. Immediately after, a good night message followed. Looking at these 2 messages, Jiang Han felt both sweet and somewhat amused in his heart. He knew that this was a sign that Su Yao cared about him. Ding! Detecting the host's success in picking up the schoolgirl, rewarding Tencent with 3% shares. The system's beep sounded instantly in Jiang Han's mind. The voice was crisp and loud, like a thunderclap exploding in Jiang Han's world. Hearing this system voice, Jiang Han immediately sat up in surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although this was only a 3% stake, this was a game empire with a market value of trillions of dollars. His heartbeat steeply accelerated, and he was so excited that he could hardly hold himself. His mind instantly flashed through Tencent's thunderous games and various popular products, as well as the enormous wealth and influence represented by this 3% stake. He sat dumbfounded on the bed, somewhat at a loss for words for a while, and only came back to his senses after a while, his heart full of longing and anticipation for the future. This sudden reward seemed to pave the way for an even more gorgeous color for his and Su Yao's future. In just a moment, Jiang Han immediately became a $10 billion tycoon. This sudden and huge surprise made his brain go blank, and his heart seemed to jump out of his throat. Various complicated emotions surged to his heart. Excitement, thrill, and disbelief intertwined together. It took him a while to try and calm down, and with slightly trembling fingers, he replied a good night to Su Yao. After sending the message, he once again laid down on the bed, yet his thoughts were like a runaway wild horse, unable to stop at all, tossing and turning. During this long dark night, various images kept surfacing in Jiang Han's mind. At one moment, it was the great changes he could bring after owning 3% of Tencent's shares. Those wealth, resources and influence flashed by one like a dreamlike scene. At another moment, he thought of Su Yao, thinking of the relationship they had just established, and his heart was filled with sweetness and happiness. These 2 emotions intertwined with each other, making his spirit always in a state of high excitement, and he was unable to enter dreamland at all. The next day, the early morning sunlight passed through the cracks of the windows and gently sprinkled on the floor of the dormitory. Li Yang's cell phone alarm clock rang on time, and the sharp ringtone broke the tranquility of the dormitory, and the 4 of them immediately woke up, only to see Jiang Han sitting on the bed with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, listlessly resting his cheeks with a look of helplessness and exhaustion. His hair was a bit disheveled, his eyes were covered in blood, and his entire person looked haggard. "No, buddy, you were so excited that you didn't sleep all night?" Li Yang looked at Jiang Han's appearance a bit unable to hold back and asked with a laugh. His laughter echoed in the dormitory with a hint of flirtation and curiosity. Li Yang really didn't expect that Jiang Han, who had always been calm and collected, would be so excited about something that he didn't close his eyes for the whole night. Kind of want to sleep now. This don't go to class," Jiang Chan responded breathlessly. His voice carried a strong sense of weariness, and every word seemed to exhaust his entire body. At this moment, he was filled with remorse that he was too excited last night, causing him to be mentally drained now, but he felt helpless about the upcoming lessons. Ha 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 ha, brother Cold, can you be a little bit out of it? This makes you too excited to sleep? Wang Zhe sniffed and laughed as he joked. He laughed while sitting up from the bed, his eyes filled with teasing. In his opinion, Jiang Han was usually calm in his dealings, but this time, he was so out of sorts over a matter. It was really funny. Stop laughing. Jiang Chen glared at Wang Zhe without any good humor. If it was you, you might not be as good as me. Although he said so, he himself also felt that his performance last night was a bit out of character. Zhang Yu also followed suit and said, that's right, that's right. Maybe if Wang Zhe encountered this, he could be so excited that he jumped up from his bed and ran laps in the dormitory. There was another burst of laughter in the dormitory. Alright, hurry up and wash up. You really should be late later. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly and got up to get the toiletries. Despite his physical exhaustion, an inexplicable motivation surged in his heart when he thought of his current status. After washing up, the four of them walked towards the classroom together. Walking on the campus path, Jiang Han was still a bit restless. His mind was still thinking about Tencent's 3% stake, pondering how to deal with this huge wealth, and how to utilize these resources to help his future development. Brother Han, you have to listen carefully today. Don't fall asleep again in class later, Li Yang reminded with a smile. Got it, Jiang Han casually responded, but in his heart, he was calculating that after class, he would have to find time to study this share matter and see how to maximize its value. Coming to the classroom, the four of them found a seat and sat down. Jiang Han tried his best to concentrate on the teacher's lecture, but the specialized knowledge was a bit hard to understand in front of his chaotic thoughts at the moment. His eyes drifted out the window from time to time. His mind had already drifted to the ninth cloud. It was hard to get through to the break between classes. Jiang Han was about to take out his cell phone to check the information about Tencent's shares, when suddenly his cell phone screen lit up. It was a message from Su Yao. Good morning. How's your status this morning? It didn't affect you today because of last night's insomnia, did it? Looking at Su Yao's words of concern, the corners of Jiang Han's mouth unconsciously rose, and his fatigue also seemed to have lessened by a few points. He quickly replied, good morning. I'm fine. Go for it in your interview today. I'm sure you'll have no problem. After sending the message, Jiang Han fell back into the vision of the future. With wealth and love, he felt as if he had opened a new chapter in his life. Chapter 50, come here, all four of you. Listen here. Li Yang was full of curiosity as he came over, his head almost sticking to Jiang Han's cell phone screen, his eyes staring straight at the dialogue box between the two of them, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he snickered in a small voice. Yo, this is caring. TSK. Not simple. He purposely dragged out each word for a long time, his tone full of flirtation, that expression as if he had discovered some heavenly secret. Scram! Jiang Han sniffed, his face flushed slightly, and he replied in a somewhat embarrassed whisper. He quickly moved his phone to the side, as if he wanted to avoid Li Yang's teasing gaze, but in his heart, he felt that Li Yang's joke was a bit too much for him to handle. Yo, in a hurry. Li Yang laughed in response. The laughter was not loud, but in the quiet classroom it still caused some sidelong glances from the surrounding students. He felt amused as he looked at Jiang Han's anxious appearance, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Just then, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Li Yang, Jiang Han, you two come up to the front and listen to the lesson come. It turned out to be Mr. Zhou Ting. He didn't know when he had stopped lecturing, and was standing on the podium, pointing his finger straight at the very front, the empty seat right in the middle of the podium, with unquestionable majesty in his eyes. The first row. In this classroom, has always been not many students are willing to sit in the place, too close to the teacher. Every move is the teacher's eyes. Want to secretly do something else is simply impossible. Wang Zhe heard the words, as if he had heard some big joke, immediately lying on the table, laughing, his mouth still slurred. Bye. That look was as if he was watching a funny farce. Don't laugh either. All four of you come over here. Give me a listen here. Teacher Zhou Ting's gaze was like a torch as he immediately pointed at Wang Zhe again and said, a clear warning in his voice. His eyes swept over the four as if he was telling them not to take any chances. The smile on Wang Zhe's face immediately disappeared without a trace, as if the pause button had been suddenly pressed. His eyes widened in disbelief, not realizing that his whim had gotten him into this. Zhang Yu, who was sitting on the side, originally still in a daze, was startled by this sudden turn of events, and innocently glanced at Jiang Han, Li Yang, and Wang Zhe, with eyes that seemed to say, I didn't do anything. How did I get dragged into this as well? Hurry up. Don't wait for me to invite you guys. Teacher Zhou Ting then spoke, his tone even more urgent, with a hint of impatience. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, he stood on the podium and looked down at the four, giving off an invisible pressure. As the words fell, the four looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness and reluctance. However, the master's orders could not be disobeyed, so they had no choice but to slowly stand up from their original corners. Jiang Han stood up and stretched, deliberately dawdling a bit as if he wanted to stall for time. Li Yang was packing up his books while whispering complaints under his breath. Wang Zhe drooped his head, his face frustrated as if he had lost something important. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and silently followed behind them. The four of them walked towards the first row with heavy steps, step by step, each step as heavy as lead. The gazes of the other students in the classroom turned to them, some with gloating smiles, others with sympathetic faces. Jiang Han felt like a special person surrounded by people at the moment. His heart was not to mention how awkward. After walking to the first row with great difficulty, they reluctantly sat down. Jiang Han just sat down. Feel uncomfortable. The podium is close at hand. Zouting teacher exudes the kind of majesty of the atmosphere makes him feel doubly depressed, as if he was locked into an invisible cage. Li Yang with his arm gently touched Jiang Han, lowered his voice and said, "This time we can become the focus of attention. A moment can be serious. Do not be caught by the teacher again." His eyes revealed a hint of worry. After all, no one wants to be stared at by the teacher in class. Jiang Chen blankly glanced at him, and whispered without any good humor, "It's not you who caused the trouble." At this moment, he was full of remorse. He should have known that he shouldn't have messed around with Li Yang in class. This is good. He was caught by the teacher as a typical example. Wang Zhe sat next to him, secretly raised his head and glanced at Mr. Zouting on the podium, only to see that the teacher was looking at them with a serious face. The eyes seemed to be able to see through his mind, frightening him to hurriedly lower his head, and in his heart, he kept on praying that this class would end quickly, never to make any more mistakes. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was sitting upright, his eyes looking straight at the blackboard, but his mind had already drifted out of the sky. He was thinking, if this class can be like usual in the corner secretly play cell phone, how good. Do not have to be like this, always fear, afraid of being criticized by the teacher. Teacher Zouting looked at the four people, finally sat down, nodded with satisfaction, then cleared his throat and continued to start lecturing. But these four people, on the surface, are pretending to listen attentively, some holding a pen in the notebook randomly scribble, some eyes staring at the blackboard but empty eyes, but in the heart, but each have their own little plan, are looking forward to this difficult a lesson can be early passed, so as to get rid of this embarrassing and depressing situation. Four people sitting in the first row, the feeling is like being roasted on the fire, uncomfortable, every minute and every second is quite tormented. Jiang Han from time to time secretly yawned, trying not to let the teacher found. Li Yang is fidgety, a moment to fiddle with stationery, a moment to sneak a look at the surrounding classmates. Wang Zhe eyes stagnant staring at the blackboard. His mind has long been unknown to drift to where to go. Zheng Yu is even more difficult to feel, as if the time is frozen in the general. The days are as long as the years. Finally, Zheng Yu really could not help it, quietly looked at his watch. His eyes instantly brightened up, realizing that this class was about to end. As if he had gotten some kind of relief signal, he immediately perked up, and his originally drooping head lifted up, sitting up straight, with a renewed luster in his eyes. Almost the end of class come to spirit? Teacher Zouting had long noticed the change in Zheng Yu, and looking at his suddenly revitalized appearance, he asked with a smile. The teacher's voice was not loud, but it was extraordinarily clear in the quiet classroom, drawing many students to cast their gazes at Zheng Yu. When Zheng Yu heard this, his face slightly reddened and he smiled awkwardly without responding. He understood in his heart that the teacher was flirting with him, but he was too embarrassed to say anything and could only use a smile to hide his embarrassment. Alright, we're almost done with this lesson. Tell you guys something serious. Mr. Zouting clapped his hands, drawing the attention of his classmates to himself. His gaze swept around the classroom before he said loudly, "The class president of our class will be Xia Liang, and the vice class president Chen Xian." Teacher Zouting's voice resounded clearly in the class like a thunderclap, and many students immediately turned their gazes towards the two of them, Xia Liang and Chen Xian. After saying that, Teacher Zouting stepped down from the podium and came in front of Jiang Han, gently knocking on the table in front of him. His eyes swept over the four in turn, and said seriously, "You four, be honest. Be cooperative with the two class leaders." Although the teacher's tone carried a hint of a joke, his eyes revealed seriousness and anticipation. "Got it, Teacher Zhou?" Jiang Han immediately nodded in response, a sincere smile on his face. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also nodded their heads, saying that they would follow their teacher's arrangements. "Alright, this is the only class today. Class dismissed." After Teacher Zouting finished speaking, he picked up his lesson plan, turned around and left the classroom. With the teacher's departure, the classroom burst into life as the students began to mingle and discuss the newly appointed class president and vice president, while Jiang Han's four finally breathed a sigh of relief and ended this difficult class. Chapter 51. The auction begins. The class bell rang cheerfully, as if it was a call for relief. As if they had heard the instruction, the four of them immediately left the classroom with impatience. Jiang Han walked at the very front, with those two big black circles under his eyes. The whole person looked listless and exhausted. His footsteps were a bit frail. "Ha ha 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 ha. Jiang Han can't. I'll send you to the zoo to keep company with the pandas." Li Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Jiang Han's appearance and joked. As he spoke, he reached over Jiang Han's shoulders, a teasing smile on his face. Jiang Han glanced at Li Yang breathlessly and muttered, "Go go go, you're the one who's poor." Although he said this on his lips, he really didn't have the extra strength to argue with Li Yang. Go back to the dormitory and squint for a while. What are you guys doing? Jiang Han opened his mouth and asked. He slightly tilted his head with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, hoping that someone would go back to the dormitory with him to rest. I'm also going back to sleep. There's nothing scheduled for today. Zhang Zhe opened his mouth and said, stretching his waist greatly with a sleepy look on his face. Obviously, after the morning's lessons, he was also a bit tired. You still give your car a license plate? No. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, that 88,888 license plate auction. Li Yang slowly spoke, frowning slightly as if he was reminding Jiang Han of this important matter. When Jiang Han heard this, a glint of light flashed through his originally bleak eyes, and after pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, then go and take a look tomorrow. It's not easy to get to the weekend again. That mustn't feed the spirit. In his heart, he thought that this license plate auction might be able to put together a lively event, and if he could get that 88,888 license plate, it would be quite interesting, and after last night's tossing and turning, really have to take a good rest, raise enough spirit to deal with tomorrow's things. Okay, let's go back to the dormitory first. Have a good sleep. Tomorrow have the spirit to go to the auction. Li Yang patted Jiang Han's shoulder. The four of them walked together in the direction of the dormitory, talking and laughing on the way. The tired figure in the campus pathway gradually far away. The next afternoon, the sunshine through the thin clouds, sprinkled in every corner of the city. Jiang Han's four people arrived at the auction house on time. The auction house had a magnificent appearance, and the interior decoration was even more luxurious, with crystal chandeliers emitting a soft and brilliant light, illuminating the entire hall with a golden splendor. The floor was paved with smooth marble, reflecting people's silhouettes as if it was a huge mirror. Jiang Han came here with a clear purpose, bent on preparing to take down those 5/8 license plate. He was dressed in a tailored black suit with a white shirt and red tie. His whole person looked handsome and calm. Although he didn't have a good rest last night, his eyes were firm at the moment, revealing a determination to win. Li Yang's trio, on the other hand, were purely here to join in the fun as they looked around, curious about everything around them. I heard that there will be a charity ball after the auction this afternoon. There is just no place to spend time, so we can join in the fun. Li Yang smiled and opened his mouth. His eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had already seen the lively scene at the ball. What's so fun about a charity ball? It's just pretending and looking at beautiful women. Zhang Zhe slowly opened his mouth, his hands clasped in front of his chest with a hint of disdain on his face, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. As the words fell, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Yang. The crowd followed the voice and saw Li Wei walking towards the four. Li Wei was tall and had an extraordinary temperament, wearing a dark blue customized suit, with every detail highlighting his taste and status. He walked at a steady pace and quickly walked up to the four people. Brother, why are you here? Li Yang opened his mouth and asked, a surprised expression on his face. He didn't expect to run into his brother here. Brother Wei. Jiang Han and the three of them smiled and greeted Li Wei when they saw him. They were all familiar with him and respected him greatly. Li Wei was not only Li Yang's brother in their eyes, but also a capable and charismatic person. Hello guys. Li Wei looked at the three Jiang Han and nodded, a gentle smile on his face, then said to Li Yang, you all can come, but I can't? His tone was relaxed, with a hint of flirtation. As the words fell, a lady in a long red dress walked up to the several people. The long red dress was like a burning flame, accentuating the lady's figure to the fullest. Her hair was coiled up, revealing a slender and elegant neck, and her delicate earrings shone charmingly under the light. When she saw Li Yang, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and she opened her mouth to greet him. Xiao Yang. The voice was gentle and charming. Li Yang immediately frowned upon seeing the visitor and shouted slightly helplessly, Sister Ling. From his expression, it could be seen that he seemed to have complicated emotions towards the Sister Ling. The girl named Sister Ling smiled and nodded, her smile as bright as a flower on a spring day. Then her gaze went to Jiang Han's trio, a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she smiled and asked, Xiao Yang, who are these three? Introduce them to sister. These three are my roommates, Jiang Han, Zhang Yu, Wang Zhe. Li Yang introduced, and as he spoke, he pointed his finger at the three Jiang Han. The three of them also smiled and gave a greeting. Jiang Han nodded slightly, Zhang Yu revealed a friendly smile, and Wang Zhe waved his hand enthusiastically. The auction soon began to take place. The staff walked onto the stage and announced the official start of the auction. The entire auction room instantly quieted down. All eyes focused on the stage. Li Wei and Sister Ling were also seated in the first row of the auction. Their position was very conspicuous, and their every move attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Han four people casually sat in the last row. They do not care about the location of the good or bad. At this moment are full of anticipation for the auction of the license plate. Eyes tightly staring at the stage, waiting for the much anticipated 5/8 license plate debut. Chapter 52 Bidding. One exquisite lot was presented in front of the crowd by the staff. Those lots were either uniquely shaped antique ornaments or valuable paintings by famous artists. Each of them exuded a unique charm and glittered under the light. However, the four Jiang Han looked at these things with no interest at all. What do you think is the point of these things? My father just loves to drum up these things at home. I don't even feel like it's interesting. Jiang Zhe slowly spoke up, his body leaning back on the seat, slightly tilting his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. His father was keen on collecting all kinds of antiques and paintings, and his home was filled with all kinds of collections, but Jiang Zhe could never understand why his father was so obsessed with these things. I don't know either. Maybe we don't understand the happiness of our old sons, Li Yang also said helplessly, spreading his hands and showing a bitter smile on his face. In his opinion, although these auctions were exquisite, they really couldn't arouse his interest. He was more willing to spend his time on something energizing and exciting rather than looking at these cold objects here. Jiang Chen frowned slightly at the side and didn't say anything. His mind was on the 5/8 license plates that were about to appear, so he naturally had no intention of paying attention to these lots in front of him. Wang Zhe, on the other hand, was looking around boredly, looking at the expressions of the people around him for a while, and then looking at the lots on the stage, yawning from time to time, showing his boredom. The auctioneer on the stage was still enthusiastically introducing each lot. Some of the audience under the stage were fully concentrated, their eyes revealing their desire for the lots, while some, like Jiang Han and the others, appeared disinterested. The atmosphere in the entire auction hall was somewhat subtle under the moods of different people. While Jiang Han and the four of them waited quietly for the lot they really cared about to appear in the midst of this atmosphere. Soon, the item Jiang Han was going to bid on finally appeared on the big screen of the auction table. The eye-catching string of 88,888 license plate numbers, under the lighting of the big screen, appeared particularly dazzling, as if carrying an invisible magic, instantly attracting Jiang Han's full attention. The next one is here. Li Yang looked at the license plate number on the screen and excitedly patted Jiang Han's shoulder and spoke. His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, and although he had little interest in the license plate itself, he was thrilled that Jiang Han was about to participate in the bidding. Aha! Jiang Han responded with a gentle nod, his eyes staring at the screen with determination and focus, as if the entire world was only left with this license plate at the moment. He slightly tightened his grip on the number plate in his hand, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, showing his inner tension and determination to win. Soon, as the previous lot was finished, this 5/8 license plate was also formally debuted. The atmosphere of the entire auction house instantly became enthusiastic, and the people who were originally a bit drowsy were also energized, and all of them cast their eyes to the stage, only to see the host clear his throat on the stage and said loudly, "This lot is rather special. It's a license plate." His voice traveled throughout the auction house through the microphone, carrying an unquestionable authority. After saying that, two upright staff members walked in a neat pace and displayed the two license plates with 88,888 printed on them. The license plate glittered with metallic luster under the light, and the 5 eye-catching 8 characters seemed to be telling its preciousness and uniqueness. The host's voice sounded again. The starting price is 500,000 yuan, and each increase shall not be less than 100,000 yuan. The words fell. The stage immediately someone did not hesitate to raise their cards and shouted, 1 million. The voice is loud and dry, showing the determination of the bidders for this piece of license plate. Then someone else was not willing to show weakness, immediately raised his card and began to raise the price. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense and intense, as the bidders fought for the license plate, not giving way to each other. Not long after, the price of the license plate was auctioned to 6.7 million. The soaring price caused the people present to suck in a breath of cool air, and they all sighed at the great attraction of this license plate. That's 677. Looks like it's going to 8 or 900. Li Yang opened his mouth and said as he came closer to Jiang Han, a hint of surprise and emotion on his face. In his opinion, the price of this license plate had far exceeded his imagination. Boss number 48 is bidding $6,700,000. One time, the host opened his mouth and shouted, his gaze scanning the room with anticipation in his eyes, hoping that more bidders would participate. Then he shouted again, any more bids from the owner? The voice echoed in the silent auction room, as if it was a challenge. 6,700,000 twice. The host's voice sounded again. Every word was like a heavy hammer, knocking on the hearts of the bidders. As the words fell, Jiang Han slowly raised the number plate in his hand, his voice steady and strong as he shouted, 7 million. Although his voice was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in this tense atmosphere, and everyone's eyes instantly focused on him as a new bidding competition kicked off. 750. The owner of number 48, who had just called for the bid, then raised his card and shouted, his voice carrying a hint of unquestionable momentum, as if to show Jiang Han that he was determined to win this license plate. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Han, as if he was engaged in a silent contest. 800. Jiang Han immediately shouted again, his voice calm and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, he was so intent on taking this license plate that he didn't care about the other party's provocation. He steadily held up the number plate, his eyes firmly staring back at Boss 48 without flinching. Oh, this little handsome guy seems to come from a lot. Someone from the surrounding people immediately murmured and said. Everyone's gazes switched back and forth between Jiang Han and Boss number 48, curious about the intense bidding. Some speculated about Jiang Han's identity and background, while others were secretly looking forward to the final result of this bidding. Boss number 93 bids $8 million. The host shouted, his voice high and impassioned as he tried to mobilize the atmosphere of the scene. Then he added, 8 million. Is there any more bosses who want to bid? His gaze swept across the room, not sparing any possible bidders. 8 million once, the host's voice echoed in the auction room. Each word was like urging the other bidders to make a decision. 8 million twice. As the host shouted, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense, and everyone held their breath as they waited for the final result. 8 million. The host's voice hadn't even fully sounded yet. The owner of number 48 from earlier was shouting again. 8,500,000. His voice was almost a roar, carrying a determination to break the bank. After shouting the price, he stood up violently, with obvious anger in his eyes, looking straight in the direction where Jiang Han's 4 people were, as if he was going to use his eyes to put pressure on Jiang Han. 1,000. Jiang Chen shouted with a flat face as he raised his number plate again. His expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest, as if the price of 10 million was just an ordinary number to him. His gaze frankly met that number 48 boss, and there was a sense of confidence and calmness in his eyes. The moment his eyes met, the other party's eyes had obviously become angry. He hadn't expected Jiang Han to raise the price so resolutely and by such a large margin, which made him feel that his plan had been seriously challenged. Hearing Jiang Han's offer, this boss number 48 was very unforgiving as he slightly raised his number plate in preparation to shout again. His hand trembled slightly in the air, and it was obvious that he was struggling inside. He was determined to win this license plate, but Jiang Han's bid had made it a little difficult for him to bear. However, after raising his hand halfway, he still simply lowered it and sat back down. He sighed deeply, a look of helplessness and resignation on his face. After all, continuing to raise the price further might exceed his budget, making him lose more than he gained. 10 million once, the host shouted excitedly, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. 10 million twice. The entire auction house was so quiet at this point that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was staring at the host, waiting for that decisive third sound. 10 million 3 times. Sold. The host raised the hammer in his hand high and dropped it heavily. Congratulations to buyer number 93 for successfully winning this license plate. Chapter 53, 14 times return. As the bidding ended, the atmosphere of the entire auction house gradually eased from tense and intense. Several staff members walked in a neat pace, holding the much-anticipated license plate and walking straight towards Jiang Han's front. With professional smiles on their faces, they respectfully placed the license plate on the table in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Chen looked at the license plate in front of him, his heart filled with joy. This piece of license plate, which had gathered many of his expectations, was finally placed in front of his eyes. Next was the process of formalities and payment. Jiang Han methodically cooperated with the staff, filling out various document forms and signing to confirm. His movements were skillful and calm, as if he had long been accustomed to such occasions. When making the payment, Jiang Han did not hesitate for a second and easily completed the payment of $10 million. Just at the moment the transaction was completed, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Detecting the host completing the consumption of 10 million, triggering 14 times return. Remaining number of returns *2". The voice was clear and loud, like heavenly music, making Jiang Han instantly energized. This was the first time he had triggered such a high multiplier return, and the surprise in his heart could not be described in words. His eyes instantly lit up, his face overflowing with uncontrollable excitement. Immediately after, the sound of a cell phone text message rang again. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to pick up his cell phone, only to see the bank's arrival notice displayed on the screen. $140 million arrived instantly. Seeing this number, Jiang Han's heartbeat steeply accelerated, and a great sense of accomplishment surged to his heart. He gripped his cell phone tightly, as if he was holding the entire world. In the front row, Sister Ling was originally talking softly with Li Wei, and when she heard the movement of the bidding in the back row, she also turned back curiously, wanting to see what kind of person it was who had spent $10 million to auction off a pair of license plates. When she turned back and her eyes landed on Jiang Han, she was slightly stunned. Then a look of interest appeared on her face and she whispered to Li Wei beside her. Xiao Yang's classmate is not simple. $10 million for a license plate. There was a hint of surprise and curiosity in her eyes, clearly surprised that Jiang Han had made such a big move. Sister Ling, This isn't considered rare. Levi slightly approached Sister Ling and responded in a low voice. His voice was suppressed so low that only the two of them could hear it. I even saw him driving one of the world's sports cars the other day. It's worth at least $100 million, Levi said while glancing at Jiang Han out of the corner of his eye, as if he was emphasizing Jiang Han's unusualness to Sister Ling. Ooh, so powerful? Sister Ling laughed and snickered, her eyes filled with amazement. She had originally thought that Jiang Han was just an ordinary student with some family money, but she hadn't expected to be so rich. She gently shook her head, the smile on her face growing brighter and brighter. And then she spoke again. Have you heard that the Longhao Grand Hotel has been acquired by a mysterious tycoon for 51% of its shares? There was a hint of mystery in her tone, as if she was sharing a major secret. Of course I heard about it. How could I not hear about such a big thing? Levi nodded and said, frowning slightly as if he was thinking about something. I also don't know who this mysterious tycoon is. To be able to come up with so much money at once to acquire the Longhao Grand Hotel, it must not be simple. Levi's gaze was a bit deep. He had been in the shopping mall for many years and knew that such an acquisition meant great wealth and influence. Yes, Longhao Grand Hotel is a landmark building in our area. There must be quite a story behind this. Sister Ling echoed, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity, as if she was eager to know the identity of this mysterious tycoon. Maybe there will be some big moves in the future for this Longhao Grand Hotel. Sister Ling gently pursed her lips, secretly speculating in her heart about the changes that might happen in the future. The two of them talked in whispers, their gazes looking towards Jiang Han from time to time, their hearts filled with curiosity and doubt towards the seemingly ordinary yet mysterious young man. Jiang Han's purpose of this trip was accomplished, completely uninterested in the next lot to be auctioned. Sitting there with Li Yang and the three of them just watched curiously, treating it as a different kind of hustle and bustle. During this time, the various reactions of the people around them, the intense atmosphere during the bidding, all became interesting sights in their eyes. Time passed quietly in this kind of watching, and soon the auction came to an end. Bosses, our auction ends here. There will be a dinner waiting for everyone next. I wish you all a pleasant meal, the host said on the stage with a big smile, his voice spreading throughout the auction house through the stereo. Upon hearing this, Li Yang also immediately stood up and stretched his waist greatly, his movements exaggerated as if he wanted to release all the fatigue in his body, muttering, "It's finally over. I'm starving." As he said that, he also rubbed his stomach, a look that caused the people around him to stifle their light laughter. Me too. Go back to bed after rubbing your stomach. Zhang Zhe also responded as he stood up and patted Li Yang's shoulder with a satisfied smile on his face, as if he couldn't wait to enjoy the dinner's food. While the four of them were talking, Levi and Sister Ling also arrived in front of the four of them, with a smile on his face and sincere congratulations in his eyes. Levi was the first to speak. Congratulations, our junior brother Jiang Han. You've captured 5/8 on the license plate. His voice was gentle and strong, making it extraordinarily comfortable to listen to. Sister Ling also chimed in with an elegant smile on her face. Yes, Jiang Han, this license plate is so prestigious. The turnaround rate when you go out in the future will definitely be super high. Her words carried a hint of flirtation, yet were full of goodwill. Thank you, Brother Wei. Thank you, Sister Ling too. Jiang Han smiled and nodded in response. His smile was sunny and confident, with some of the joy of shooting the license plate still lingering in his eyes. At this moment, he was in an extraordinarily comfortable mood. Not only had he harvested the license plate of his choice, but he also felt the blessings of his friends. Let's go to this dinner party together. It's also lively, Li Wei proposed. He looked at Jiang Han and the others, with an inviting meaning in his eyes. Okay, brother, then we'll follow you. Li Yang immediately responded, an expectant look on his face. For him, attending a dinner party with everyone would definitely be more fun. Chapter 54. Oh, coming at me? Several people walked out of the auction hall and headed towards the upstairs banquet hall. The two sides of the spacious corridor were decorated with exquisite art paintings, and the soft light sprinkled on the ground, creating a cozy and elegant atmosphere. Along the way, there were constantly well-dressed people who came over to greet Levi, and Levi always responded with a smile, showing his demeanor between his hands and feet. On the other hand, Sister Ling on the side, her gaze fell on Jiang Han from time to time, sizing him up with interest. She slightly tilted her head, a hint of inquiry in her eyes, as if she wanted to see something different from Jiang Han. Hey, Sister Ling, people are around younger than you. Why are you always looking at people? Seeing this, the corners of Li Wei's mouth rose slightly as he snickered in a small voice. Although his voice was small, in this quiet corridor, Sister Ling still heard him clearly. Roll. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. I'm just simply curious about this little brother, alright. Sister Ling feigned anger, lightly whacking Levi as she slowly opened her mouth. Her tone was pouty, but her eyes still didn't move away from Jiang Han. Brother, you guys go do what you need to do. We're going to get something to eat. Li Yang spoke up, He really didn't want to be flirted with by Ling anymore. And at the moment, his stomach was also hungry and couldn't wait to go in search of food. Li Wei nodded at his words, a gentle smile on his face, signaling them to make themselves at home. Li Yang then led Jiang Han and the others towards the long table filled with various desserts. The long table was filled with all sorts of exquisite desserts. There were cute macaroons, cakes with a rich chocolate aroma, and crystal clear fruit tarts, each of which was mouth-watering. Let's just stay away from the two of them, Li Yang spoke in a low voice, and as he did so, he looked back warily, fearing that Sister Ling would suddenly come over again. Li Yang, why do I get the feeling that you're scared of this Sister Ling? Jiang Han asked in a low voice, his heart filled with curiosity as he looked at Li Yang's cautious appearance. In his opinion, Li Yang was usually fearless. He rarely saw him being so scornful of someone. But don't mention it, this sister can be said to have bullied me from a young age, Li Yang said helplessly. He frowned as if recalling those memories of being bullied by Sister Ling, his face depressed. So ferocious? But it doesn't fit with this sister's appearance. High and cold big sister, Wang Zhe said with a smile, picking up a piece of macaron and putting it into his mouth, a satisfied expression on his face. In his eyes, Sister Ling's appearance was elegant and beautiful. It was hard to imagine that it would be the kind of character that loved to bully people. This sister doesn't come from a small place. Wang Zhe, your family might even know Sister Ling. Li Yang responded breathlessly as he picked up a piece of cake and took a big bite, as if he wanted to use the food to ease the helplessness in his heart. Forget it, I won't pry. Wang Zhe sniffed and immediately responded. He didn't want to get into any trouble because of his curiosity. The few people ate their desserts while talking in whispers, enjoying this relaxing moment. The four of them carried a plate each, going back and forth among the various delicacies like cheerful birds. Their eyes glittered with excitement, and they couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement at each new delicacy they saw. Jiang Han picked a piece of exquisite cheesecake, and took some fresh fruits. Zhang Zhe was in love with all kinds of meat food. Steak, roast meat had been put into his plate. Wang Zhe lingered in the dessert area, took several different flavors of pudding. Li Yang was even more nonchalant. Whatever looked delicious, put it into his plate. In a short while, the plate was piled up like a small mountain high. Not long after, Li Wei walked to the four of them with a steady pace. His eyes carried a hint of concern as he said, in a while, you guys will go back to school early after eating. Got it? You should do whatever you want. What do you care about us? Li Yang said without a good mood. His speech was a bit slurred as he still had a piece of roasted meat stuffed in his mouth. In his opinion, he was already an adult and didn't need too much discipline from his brother. You brat! When asking me for living expenses, hopefully you're also this tough. Levi sniffed and gave Li Yang a good-natured smack on the head. Although the blow was not heavy, it made Li Yang let out an ouch. Li Wei looked at Li Yang's appearance, angry and funny. This brother is always so naughty. If you don't give it to me, I'll let your mom ask you for it. Li Yang sniffed and opened his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Li Wei with a smug face, as if he had caught Li Wei's handle. In his heart, he knew that his brother listened to his mom the most, and if she stepped in, his brother would definitely obediently give him his living expenses. Levi helplessly shook his head. He knew this brother's nature. There was no way to take him. Alright, you guys go back early after eating. Pay attention to safety. As the words fell, a middle-aged man came over to greet Levi with a glass of wine. Long time no see. Mr. Li, long time no see. Mr. Jean, Levi responded, and then the two left the place. Not long after Levi left, a man in a black suit walked up to the four and said, several people, our young master would like to talk to the four of you about something. Can we take a step to talk? Who is your young master? We don't know him. No, Li Yang responded in an unfavorable manner. This young master, our family's son, wants the license plate you just photographed. Can you lend us a hand? The man in black asked towards Jiang Han. Oh, coming at me? Okay, let me borrow a step, Jiang Chen said with a sniff. Then the four of them were brought out of the banquet hall by this man in black and walked into a box next to it. Inside the box, a young man in a pink suit was leisurely eating fruits while being served by two black silk beauties. Young master, someone has come, the man in black slowly spoke. Li Yang was curious and looked towards the one sitting on the sofa. When the youth turned around, Li Yang also saw clearly who it was. Yo, a chance encounter. Second youngest Li, the youth slowly spoke. You recognize? Jiang Han asked in a small voice. This is the one who bid against me just now, right? I really like the license plate you auctioned off. Can you let me have it? Sort of make a friend? Before Li Yang could respond, the youth directly opened his mouth to ask Jiang Han. Chapter 55. Yeah, $100 million to sell to you. Jiang Chen heard the other party's tone, completely giving off a feeling of superiority, which made a few points of displeasure rise in his heart. With a slight smile, he stood up and spoke. Not for 10 million, and I don't see how much you like it. After he said that, he patted Li Yang's shoulder and turned to the others. Let's go. wasting time delaying us from looking at beautiful women. Upon hearing this, Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu also stood up, ready to leave this place that made them feel uncomfortable. Hey, are you really not thinking about it? The youth opened his mouth again and asked, clearly unwilling to give up this opportunity to sell at a high price. Fine. $100 million to sell to you. I'll think about it. Zhang Chen raised his hand and waved it in response. He then left the box with Li Yang and the three of them, leaving the youth frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Walking out of the box, Zhang Yu opened his mouth and asked, Li Yang, you guys know each other? Why do I feel a bit out of place? Recognize, he is Bai Chen from Hangzhou. Li Yang slowly opened his mouth and said, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness, Bai Chen? I remembered. I met him with my brother in Kyoto last year. Zhang Yu spoke, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Your brother? Who's your brother? Wang Zhe asked casually, obviously also shocked by this information. My brother's name is Zhang Lin. Zhang Yu responded helplessly, as if explaining an obvious fact. Crap, Li Yang exclaimed. Obviously he did not expect Zhang Yu's brother to be Zhang Lin, one of the 4 young men of the capital. Alas, it's too stressful for an ordinary person like me to be with the 3 of you. Jiang Chen snickered, a relaxed smile on his face but a hint of flirtation in his eyes. He spread his hands out and shook his head in mock helplessness. As the words fell out, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe directly went up to press Jiang Han's neck, and although their movements seemed to be forceful, they were actually holding the balance and were just joking around. Zhang Yu laughed and said, you're still an ordinary person? Hundreds of millions of sports cars to drive, $10 million to buy a license plate. You tell me you call this an ordinary person? As he said this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, that cheerful laughter echoing in the corridor. Why are you even more pretentious than that Bai Chen just now? Wang Zhe followed suit, his eyes laughing into slits, his face overflowing with merriment. In his opinion, Jiang Han's ordinary person comment was just too amusing. I'll take you to the restroom. The 3 of us will go to the restroom to teach young Cold a lesson. Li Yang also joined in the joke. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Han's shoulder, gesturing to drag him towards the toilet, his mouth still chanting, today, I have to let lesser Cold know. Don't pretend to be an ordinary person in front of the few of us. Jiang Han was tossed by a few of them crying and laughing, while laughing and begging for mercy. Don't mess. I'm wrong, not okay. I'm not an ordinary person, okay. A few people just like this in the corridor, pushing and shoving, fighting and joking, as if forgetting all the troubles, enjoying this relaxed and happy moment. When the surrounding passers-by saw their appearance, they couldn't help but reveal heartfelt smiles, infected by the pure friendship between them. In the midst of the jostling, Jiang Han's cell phone suddenly rang. Li Yang's eyes were sharp, and when he saw the caller ID, his face instantly revealed a flash of a promising smile as he laughed and joked. Yo, school sister Su Yao has come to check on us. His tone was full of flirtation, causing several people around him to laugh along. Jiang Han helplessly glanced at Li Yang before picking up the phone. In an instant, Su Yao's gentle and sweet voice rang out over the phone. Turn back to the right. Jiang Chen heard this and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately turned back to look over, only to see that in a corner of the banquet, Su Yao was standing there, gently waving towards Jiang Han. She was wearing a light blue evening gown today, the slim cut perfectly outlining her delicate figure, the hem of the dress swaying gently with her movements, just like a blooming blue flower. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands of hair in the light of the reflection flashed with a charming luster. Delicate face in the light appeared to be more choo-choo touching, the corner of the mouth hanging that smile, as the warm spring sun instantly warmed the heart of Jiang Han. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately hung up the phone. A gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his face, then walked quickly towards Su Yao. He walked in front of Su Yao and asked softly, "Why are you going?" The tone of his voice was full of concern. "Crap, senior sister Su Yao? This can also be a chance encounter?" Wang Zhe saw Su Yao in the distance and spoke in surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Li Yang laughed at the side and said, "This is fate. Haven't you heard of a heart-to-heart? Maybe the young couple had already made an appointment." Zhang Yu also followed and nodded. "It seems that our brother Han, this charm cannot be small. Su Yao's school sister, this big beautiful girl, were charmed to take the initiative to find." A few people were talking while walking in the direction of Jiang Han and Su Yao. Their footsteps were brisk and their faces were filled with enthusiastic smiles, ready to go and say hello to Su Yao. "Why are you here?" Jiang Chen walked up and slightly looked down at Su Yao, his eyes filled with surprise and concern as he asked softly. At the moment in his eyes, Su Yao was like the brightest star in the night sky, emitting a unique light in this lively banquet. "I accompanied my friend here. I didn't expect to meet you guys by chance," Su Yao said with a smile, her smile as brilliant as a flower blooming in spring, her eyes bright and soulful. After she finished speaking, she gently raised her hand and pointed at a woman in a gorgeous dress not far away. That woman was wearing a burgundy evening gown with exquisite tailoring, which set off her figure in a tall and elegant manner. The fine diamonds inlaid on the gown sparkled brightly under the light, as if countless small stars were jumping on her body. Her hair was coiled up high, revealing her slender neck, and the diamond necklace she wore added a bit of noble temperament. Li Yang. Several people walked closer and greeted Su Yao with smiles. Good day, school sister Su Yao. Sister, what a coincidence. Su Yao also smiled and responded to them one by one. How are you all? Why are you here at the banquet today? Li Yang jumped ahead. We accompanied Jiang Han to shoot for the license plate, but we just finished and were about to eat something when we ran into you. Senior sister. Chapter 56. You're not a bastard, are you? Jiang Chen looked at Su Yao. His heart was very happy. At the moment everything around him seemed to be the background. The only thing in his eyes was her figure. He couldn't help but come to Su Yao's ear and asked in a low voice. The desserts here are not bad, do you want to go get some for you? His voice was soft and gentle, carrying the tenderness and thoughtfulness that belonged only to the two of them. No need. I'm almost full. Su Yao nodded in response. She tilted her head slightly with a sweet smile on her face, her eyes filled with gratitude for Jiang Han's concern. A few people stood chatting. The atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Not a moment later, the gorgeously dressed girl also walked back with elegant steps. Her posture swayed, and each step seemed to carry a confident glow, drawing gazes from many people around her. Yao Yao, how come you attract handsome men everywhere you go? The woman walked over and said with a smile. Her smile was bright and open. Her eyes were permeated with intimacy and flirtation towards Su Yao. Shui Shui, these are our department schoolmates. Su Yao opened her mouth and responded, her voice gentle with a smile, then proceeded to lift Jiang Han's hand, moving naturally and intimately, and said with a smile, this is Jiang Han, I told you about it. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and joy as she looked at Jiang Han. Oh, this is that elementary student. The woman smiled and joked. She looked Jiang Han up and down with a hint of curiosity and inquiry in her eyes before introducing herself. My name is Lin Shui. It's your senior sister, Su Yao's senior sister. Hello beautiful sister. Li Yang sniffed and immediately opened his mouth to respond, his face piled with smiles and a well-behaved look. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also followed suit and greeted him. The eyes of the several people looking at Lin Shui carried a few hints of politeness and respect. Lin Shui smiled and nodded. Her eyes swept over the several people one by one, and finally fell back to Jiang Han and Su Yao's hands holding together. The corner of her mouth rose slightly as she joked. It seems like Yao Yao has been living a very sweet life lately. This is all blatantly spreading dog food. Su Yao's face slightly reddened, gently slapped Lin Shui's arm and snapped, you're the only one who can tease me. Lin Shui gently covered her mouth and laughed. A pair of bright eyes flashed with a cunning light as she said to Jiang Han, I'll borrow your Su Yao schoolmate first. I'll return it in a while. Her tone was relaxed, with a few hints of playfulness. What for? Su Yao asked with some doubt. She looked at Lin Shui, her eyes full of inquiries. Lin Shui pulled Su Yao's hand and pouted. The biggest purpose of this charity gala is to get acquainted with the one from Kyoto. All the people here are here for this purpose. You just accompany me to go down together. Her voice was soft and sticky. With a sweet smile on her face, she looked both cute and touching. Su Yao looked at Lin Shui. Her heart understood. It turned out that she wanted her to accompany her to negotiate cooperation matters. With a slight smile, she nodded her head and agreed. All right, I'll accompany you. After saying that, Su Yao looked at Jiang Han and spoke. I'll accompany her. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but it was not good enough to refuse Lin Shui's request. Go! Jiang Chen nodded in response, his gaze gently looking at Su Yao, his eyes full of trust and encouragement, as if he was telling her not to worry. He would be here waiting for her to come back. Beautiful sister. Who's from Kyoto? Li Yang asked curiously. His eyes flashed with curiosity. He was full of interest in being able to meet someone from Kyoto on such an occasion. Zhang Lin of the 4 young men from Kyoto with his father. Lin Shui responded, a hint of faint pride in her tone, as if knowing someone of such status was something to be proud of. Zhang Yu immediately frowned upon hearing this. He had not heard that his father and elder brother were coming to Shanghai. He had some doubts in his heart, wondering what the purpose of his father and elder brother's visit was, and why they did not tell him in advance either. Coming. Yao Yao accompany me for a while. Senior brother Jiang Han will return you in a while. Lin Shui sniffed and immediately pulled Su Yao over. Her footsteps were light and her eyes revealed a trace of eagerness. Obviously she didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet with Zhang Lin's father and son. Your father came with your brother? Li Yang asked as he looked at Zhang Yu, surprise written all over his face. Not expecting to meet Zhang Yu's father and brother here. I don't know either. I haven't contacted my family for a while either. My father and my brother haven't contacted me either. Zhang Yu said helplessly, spreading out his hands with a confused expression on his face. He couldn't figure out how his father and elder brother could suddenly appear here without any prior news. Jiang Han patted Zhang Yu's shoulder from the side and comforted him. Maybe it's something important. We'll know when we meet them later and ask. Li Yang also nodded in agreement. Yeah, don't think too much. Maybe it's a surprise. I don't know either. I haven't contacted my family for a while. My dad and my brother haven't contacted me either. Jiang Han said helplessly as he scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Hey, you wouldn't be a bastard, would you? Ha 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 ha. Wang Zhe laughed and joked. His laughter echoed in the air, drawing strange gazes from the people around him. Scram! Jiang Han said without a trace of anger as he waved his hand, signaling Wang Zhe to stop joking. He then quickly took out his cell phone and dialed his big brother's number. The call was quickly picked up and Jiang Yu asked over the phone, "You came to Shanghai with Dad? Who leaked the news?" Zhang Lin's voice came from the other end of the phone with a hint of lethargy and carelessness, as if he was leisurely enjoying some tranquil afternoon. "You don't care. I also know that you are attending a charity gala." Jiang Yu continued, a hint of urgency in his tone. Clearly this matter was very important to him. "Hey, Xiao Yu." The original lazy voice on the phone disappeared, replaced by a mature and steady male voice. This voice belonged to Zhang Yu's elder brother. His words carried an unignorable power and majesty. "Dad." Zhang Yu immediately heard it, a hint of surprise and delight in his voice, clearly not expecting to meet his father and elder brother on such an occasion. "Your brother and I didn't come to Shanghai with the intention of hiding anything from you. We came for work. Thought of telling you tomorrow." Zhang Yu's father opened his mouth. His tone carried an apology and helplessness. Obviously they did have an important work assignment this time they came. "Hang up. I see you guys." Zhang Yu looked at his father and elder brother who were in the crowd and immediately prepared to hang up. He did not want to disturb his father's work in public, and at the same time, he also hoped that he would be able to meet his father and big brother face to face as soon as possible. Don't hang up. You go to the second floor and wait in box 1. Zhang Lin immediately took the phone and said, a hint of urgency and expectation in his tone. Obviously he also hoped to be able to communicate with his brother alone as soon as possible. "Oh, then I'll go over with my classmates first," Zhang Yu said, a hint of excitement and anticipation in his tone. Clearly he was looking forward to meeting his father and elder brother. Go. Zhang Lin spoke. His tone carried a sense of relief and anticipation. Clearly he was also looking forward to meeting his brother. As the words fell out, Zhang Yu hung up the phone. He turned to look at Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Jiang Han with a hint of excitement and anticipation on his face as he said, Let's go to the second floor's box 1. My father and big brother told me to go there." The few people looked at each other and smiled, then walked together towards the second floor's box 1, their hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity. Chapter 57, Zhang Lin's attention. The four of them took a step towards the second floor's box number 1. Jiang Han walked while reporting his schedule to Su Yao, who also immediately replied that she knew about it. Soon, the four of them walked into the number 1 box, and there was a waiter in the room ready to receive them. The four people walked in and directly sat in the sofa of the box. The waiter saw the four people sitting down and immediately brought 4 cups of water in front of the 4 people. "You sit inside. We sit at the door. In a moment when your father beats you up we can run." Li Yang smiled and joked, "If my father wants to beat me up, I will definitely pull you guys so that you can't run away," Zhang Yu said breathlessly. Not long after, there were noisy voices coming from outside the door. The voices came from far and near, accompanied by the sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground, as if it signaled that an important meeting was about to begin. The door of the box was pushed open again. "Mr. Zhang, please come inside." A man in a straight suit spoke respectfully, bending slightly with a professional smile on his face, his eyes filled with awe. With that said, a young man who looked quite similar to Zhang Yu walked in with a calm and steady pace, following a middle-aged man with a powerful aura. The middle-aged man had a straight posture, his eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts, and exuded an innate majesty between his hands and feet that made people feel awe. The man in the suit at the beginning froze for a moment when he saw that there was someone else in the box, and a very embarrassed look appeared on his face. He hurriedly said to the middle-aged man beside him, "I'm sorry, Dong Zhang. I'll have someone invite them out right away." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands uneasily, fine beads of sweat emerging on his forehead. "No need, that's my youngest son." The middle-aged man slowly spoke as he stretched out his hand and pointed at Zhang Yu, a trace of love showing in his eyes. The 4 people also stood up when they saw the person coming through the door, moving neatly and quickly. With a trace of excitement on his face, Zhang Yu led Jiang Han, Li Yang and Wang Zhe to his father and big brother, shouting in a loud voice, "Dad, Uncle Zhang." Jiang Han and Li Yang, Wang Zhe also opened their mouths and shouted, their voices carrying politeness and respect, but also a small trace of nervousness. After all, this Dong in front of them had a significant position in the business world. "Hello you guys," Zhang Yu's father responded with a smile and a nod. His smile was amiable, making people feel as if they were in the spring breeze, instantly easing the tension of several people. After that, Jiang Lin looked at the four with a smile and a hint of flirtation in his eyes as he asked, "It's the four of you who went to the bar on the first day of school, huh? Don't mention which pot is which." Jiang Yu sniffed and responded without any good humor. His face slightly reddened, remembering his experience at the bar on the first day of school. His heart was a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lin immediately laughed at his words, his bright laughter echoing in the box. He then enthusiastically pulled the four of them back to sit on the sofa, his movements natural and cordial, as if they were not meeting each other for the first time, but rather old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Soon, there were quite a few famous people from Shanghai in the box. Li Chen and Sister Ling as well as Su Yao and Lin Shui and the previous Bai Chen all appeared in the box. The entire box was instantly bustling with pleasantries and greetings. When Bai Chen saw the four people appear, his face immediately clouded over. A hint of displeasure and hostility flashed through his eyes as he stared tightly at Jiang Han and the others, as if he had remembered a previous unpleasant experience and his heart was filled with resentment. Li Wei and Sister Ling as well as Su Yao and Lin Shui were surprised to see the four of them, not expecting to run into them here. A surprised expression appeared on their faces, then they all revealed smiles and walked forward to greet them. "Xiao Yu, you and your classmates sit next to me. I'll ask you guys later." Zhang Yu's father opened his mouth and shouted. His voice was calm and strong, carrying an unquestionable tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu also sat over with Jiang Han's trio. As soon as they sat down, the atmosphere within the box seemed to have undergone some subtle changes again, with everyone's gazes falling on them in one way or another, as if a big show was about to kick off. Bai Chen looked at Jiang Han. His eyes were furious. The anger was burning in the bottom of his heart, but at this time, the occasion made him have to hold back. Not to show it, he could only secretly clench his teeth. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Li Wei and Sister Ling with Lin Shui and Su Yao saw the four people sitting there, the heart even more shocked. This position is an extremely important place in the box. To be able to sit next to Zhang Dong is enough to show that the identity of these people is not ordinary. Xiao Wei, these few housemates of Xiao Yang are not simple. Zhang Dong's second son. There's also one who spent $10 million on a license plate. Sister Ling spoke in a small voice, her head slightly turned sideways, her eyes looking at Li Chen, her eyes full of surprise and emotion. These four boys ran off to get high in a bar on their first day of school. I'm not sure where they came from either, but I'm sure each one of them isn't simple. Li Chen also responded with a helpless shake of his head as he sighed softly, seemingly feeling a bit helpless about the behavior of these youngsters and curious about the background behind them. As the words fell, Zhang Lin came silently to Li Chen's side at an unknown time and suddenly whispered, "Who spent $10 million on a license plate?" His voice was very soft, but it exuded a majesty that could not be underestimated. "Crap, you scared me to death." Li Chen was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice. His body shook violently. A shocked expression appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but burst out. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Lin laughed cheerfully at the sound. His laughter was infectious, causing the originally somewhat tense atmosphere around him to instantly relax. Afterward, he pulled a chair and sat down graciously. "That's your brother. Ha, no wonder he looked a little familiar when I first saw him." Li Chen opened his mouth and said, slapping his head as if he had just reacted, "You guys have met?" Zhang Lin asked, frowning slightly as a hint of doubt passed through his eyes. "It's hard not to see each other. On the first day of school your brother and my brother went to the bar with those two boys. You should know that too." Li Chen shook his head and said. He smiled helplessly as he said it, as if he was feeling a bit of a headache about his brother and their behavior of running off to the bar on the first day of school. "That's over. My brother got together with your brother? It's not going to be a clean slate from now on." Zhang Lin immediately frowned at his words and said, a worried look on his face, his mind already beginning to imagine the various troubles that his younger brothers might cause if they got together. After speaking, Zhang Lin then opened his mouth and asked, "Tell me first, who spent $10 million on a license plate?" His eyes were fixed on Li Wei, impatient to know the answer. "It's that classmate of his sitting next to your brother. It's called Jiang Han," Levi responded, pointing his finger in Jiang Han's direction with a hint of mystery in his eyes. $10 million for a license plate? What license plate? Zhang Lin continued to pursue, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. "A license plate with 5/8, Li Wei said. Then he intentionally sold a secret, then whispered in Zhang Lin's ear, "I'm telling you, this Jiang Han little brother is not simple. The dark night voice of a global car is in his hands." His voice was suppressed extremely low, as if he was sharing a heavenly secret. "Interesting, calling to play at your place tomorrow," Zhang Lin said with a smile, his eyes glittering with excitement and an amused look on his face. Then his gaze went straight to Jiang Han, as if he had already hit upon the idea of getting further acquainted with him in his mind. Chapter 58, Zhang Lin. Outside, the moon rose quietly, and the soft moonlight poured through the cracks in the windows and spilled into the hall of the dinner party. adding a touch of romantic and quiet atmosphere to the entire scene. Meanwhile, the dinner party was proceeding in an organized manner. Who stepped on the tail of Bai Chen's dangling hair? Zhang Lin looked at Bai Chen, who was sitting across from him with an ugly expression on his face, and opened his mouth to ask. His eyes filled with curiosity as he slightly tilted his head sideways to look at Li Chen beside him. Don't know. Who knows who messed with him, but I'm quite happy to see him in such a difficult situation, Levi said with a smile, a gloating expression on his face, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, and a smirk twinkling in his eyes. Same. Zhang Lin also responded in a small voice with a smile, as he and Levi glanced at each other, and the two of them laughed heartily, as if seeing Bai Chen suffer a defeat was an incomparably amusing thing. Who else could have messed with him? Jiang Han chanting. He's the one who bid on that license plate with Jiang Han. Sister Ling sat on the side and gently approached the two of them, whispering. Her voice was light, but it was enough for Zhang Lin and Li Chen to hear clearly. Ouch. This little brother Jiang Han seems to be at odds with him as well. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Lin said with a smile, and as he laughed, he looked over at Jiang Han with a few moments of admiration and probing in his eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Han to have such vigor at such a young age, daring to go against Bai Chen. Zhang Yu's father, who was sitting on the first seat, was eating his dinner while talking to Zhang Yu and Jiang Han. His tone was amiable as he inquired about the several people's studies and life situation. However, apart from Zhang Yu, who was comfortable with his situation, Jiang Han, Li Yan and Wang Zhe were all very restrained. After all, they would inevitably feel nervous when facing such a figure who called the shots in the business world. Compared to watching Bai Chen's hilarity, I still prefer to watch my family's penis hilarity, Li Chen said with a smile. His gaze moved away from Bai Chen and looked at Li Yang, Jiang Han, and Wang Zhe, and couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched them sit there in a fidgety manner. There's no point in being here. Have you two had enough? Let's change places? Zhang Lin asked with a smile as he put down the cutlery in his hands and leaned on the back of his chair, his eyes revealing a hint of impatience. Where to? Sister Ling asked with a smile. She slightly tilted her head and looked at Zhang Lin, her eyes filled with curiosity. The bar. Where else can I go? Zhang Lin looked at Sister Ling and said with a smile as he raised his eyebrows, as if he felt that this proposal couldn't be more natural. Ugh, you guys go ahead. This young lady won't join you, Sister Ling said with a smile as she waved her hand, a hint of playfulness on her face. TSK, Missy's not going? Little milk dog isn't happy to know? Zhang Lin laughed and joked as he deliberately made an exaggerated expression in an attempt to amuse Sister Ling. Scram! Old lady has an appointment with her girlfriends, going on a trip abroad tomorrow. Sister Ling responded in a displeased manner as she glared at Zhang Lin, a smile on her face despite the dislike on her lips. Alright then, let's get together again when you come back from your trip, Zhang Lin said, then turned his head to look at Li Chen. Then let's make a deal. We'll go to the bar and call those boys together. Zhang Lin nodded, then stood up with an upright posture and walked towards the main seat with a calm pace. He arrived behind Jiang Han and Zhang Yu, slightly bending down as he spoke. Old man, I'll take them to change places and play. Do what you need to do. His tone carried a hint of casualness and intimacy, and to the onlooker, this mode of getting along between father and son was very relaxed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's father glanced at his eldest son in an unfavorable manner, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, but with a strong sense of doting. Seeing this, Zhang Lin smiled and patted Jiang Han and Zhang Yu's shoulders, saying, Are you guys full? Let's change places after we're full? I'm full, Zhang Yu immediately said. He had long wanted to get rid of this slightly formal occasion. Hearing his big brother's proposal, he naturally begged for it. Eat and go, Zhang Lin said with a smile, his face overflowing with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to start the next part of his fun time. When Jiang Han's trio heard this, they immediately felt as if they had been relieved. They had originally been somewhat unable to let go in front of Zhang Yu's father, and now they could finally relax and play at ease. Thus, they followed Zhang Lin and left the box together. Brother, you know Brother Wei and Sister Ling? After Zhang Yu left the box, he opened his mouth to ask with a curious expression. He had always known that his big brother was widely socialized, but he didn't expect to be so familiar with Li Chen and Sister Ling. When we met, you were still wetting the bed, Zhang Lin said with a smile, his face filled with laughter as he deliberately flirted with his younger brother. It's not that exaggerated, but you guys should still be peeing and playing with mud. Levi followed suit and said with a smile. The atmosphere between the few people was relaxed and pleasant. With that said, Zhang Lin swept Jiang Han over with a very natural movement and said with a smile, I heard that you suffered a defeat with that dangling hair of Bai Chen. There was concern in his eyes, but also a hint of wanting to take the heat out of Jiang Han. Brother Lin, you're quite well informed, Jiang Han responded with a sniff, feeling a little surprised in his heart that Zhang Lin knew about this so quickly. It's alright, he's not convinced brother will cover you. Zhang Lin patted Jiang Han's shoulder and said in a firm tone, displaying a complete big brother demeanor. Thank you, Brother Lin, Jiang Han said with a smile. Zhang Lin's words warmed his heart, feeling the care brought by this new friend. It's fine, no need to thank you. I heard that the dark voice is with you? Zhang Lin asked, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and excitement, clearly interested in that luxury car. Aha! Zhang Chen nodded in response. He understood that Zhang Lin was talking about the sports car that was the only one of its kind in the world. Did you drive it? Zhang Lin asked excitedly. His voice unconsciously raised a few points, showing how curious he was about this car. Didn't drive it, Zhang Chen said, shaking his head slightly as he looked at Zhang Lin. Alright, that's quite a pity, Zhang Lin said with a smile. Although there were some small regrets, the smile on his face remained unabated as he patted Jiang Han's back. You'll have to drive it and feel it when you have the chance in the future. Several people walked towards the elevator while talking. The elevator door opened and a group of people walked in. A relaxed and slightly excited atmosphere permeated the small space. Zhang Lin stood at the front, his hands in his pockets, a confident smile on his face. Jiang Han stood beside him, slightly raising his head as he looked at the numbers jumping on the elevator display. Zhang Yu stood at the back with Li Yang and Wang Zhe, chatting in small voices, occasionally letting out a few soft laughs. Chapter 59 Master Driving Proficiency. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. The door slowly opened, and the lively scene outside came to the surface. People were coming and going in the hotel lobby, the lights were shining brightly, and people were wearing all kinds of gorgeous clothing, with the sounds of conversation and laughter intertwining together. Zhang Lin took the lead and walked out of the elevator, leading the crowd towards the entrance of the hotel. Just as they reached the entrance, a cool night breeze blew in, gently brushing across everyone's faces, making people feel extraordinarily cozy. There was a row of luxury cars parked at the entrance, flashing dazzlingly under the illumination of the lights. Zhang Lin walked to a dazzling sports car and pressed the car key. The door slowly flipped upwards like a steel eagle with wings spreading. Get in, Zhang Lin said and got into the driver's seat. Jiang Han's few people exchanged glances and walked towards the other vehicles. Zhang Yu opened the door of a sedan and sat in it. Jiang Han, Li Yang and Wang Zhe sat in Li Yang's big G, excitedly discussing the bar they were going to later. Zhang Lin stood in front of the big G and spoke. Follow me, let's go to the Clouds bar. After saying that, he got into the sedan that Zhang Yu was in. Jiang Han followed closely behind, and other vehicles also followed. A fleet of vehicles sped away in the night, leaving behind a trail of brilliant light and shadow. Soon, they arrived at the Cloud Bar. The bar entrance was swarming with people, and the music was deafening. Zhang Lin parked his car and led the crowd into the bar. Inside the bar, the lights were dim, colorful lights flashed on the dance floor, and people danced to the rhythm of the music. Zhang Lin brought Jiang Han and the others to a spacious booth and ordered a few bottles of high-grade drinks. After the drinks were served, Zhang Lin picked up a bottle of champagne and opened it with a bang, the champagne bubbles instantly gushing out. He filled everyone's glass with wine, then raised his glass and said, "Come on, it's fate for everyone to get together today, so don't be polite and play to your heart's content." The crowd raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. Jiang Han felt the warm atmosphere in the bar, and the feeling of constraint in his heart had long disappeared without a trace. He drank and chatted with Zhang Lin, Zhang Yu and the others, and was occasionally amused by the jokes told by Li Yang and Wang Zhe. Zhang Lin looked at Jiang Han and asked with a smile, "Jiang Han, how does it feel to be here? Much more relaxed than just now in the box, right?" Jiang Han nodded and said, "Brother Lin, it's really relaxing here. Thank you, Brother Lin, for bringing us here. What's the point of being polite with me?" Zhang Lin patted Jiang Han's shoulder. "Remember to call me if you have any fun in the future. Let's have some fun together." "Brother, if you're drinking with your sister here, will my sister-in-law break your legs if she finds out?" Li Yang came to Li Wei's side and said loudly. His voice was a bit slurred because of the effect of alcohol, but the flirting meaning was very obvious. At this time in the bar, the music was noisy, the lights were dim, and people were swaying on the dance floor. Li Yang shouted out this voice, which drew a lot of curious gazes from the surrounding people. "You kid, don't give me nonsense. Just no one knows." Levi responded in a tone-deaf manner as he glared at Li Yang, trying to shut up this mischievous younger brother with his eyes. But Li Yang acted as if he didn't see it, still grinning from ear to ear. Gradually the night deepened, and the people in the bar began to leave one after another. A few people were also drunk and staggered out of the bar. Alcohol made their consciousness a little blurry. Everyone's face was flushed and their eyes were mesmerized. Li Wei called a chauffeur to get ready to go home, and Jiang Han also spoke up. "Let's go to Longhao. I'll have someone get a room." His voice was still clear, although it was also tinged with drunkenness. In this late night, going to the familiar Longhao Hotel seemed like a good choice. It's closed even if we go back now." Wang Zhe nodded in response as he rubbed his head in an effort to clear his head. Indeed, it was definitely too late to go back to the school dormitory this late. "You guys are also going to the Longhao Hotel?" Jiang Lin asked drunkenly, his body staggering and his speech a bit tongue-tied. Aha! Jiang Chen nodded in response as he reached out to support Jiang Lin, who was a little unsteady on his feet. It just so happens to be on the way. Let's go together, Jiang Lin said, beckoning over two chauffeurs. The two cars started slowly in the night, driving towards the Longhao Hotel. Along the way, the car was filled with the smell of alcohol, and a few people whispered from time to time, sometimes letting out bursts of laughter. Soon, the few people arrived at the Longhao. Walking into the hall, the luxurious decoration and bright lights made them somewhat unable to open their eyes. Immediately, a waiter walked over quickly and respectfully said, "Young Cold, prepare 5 rooms." Jiang Han slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of exhaustion. "No need, the 4 of you will be fine to stay. I've already opened a room here a long time ago." Jiang Lin spoke, patting Jiang Han's shoulder with a smug smile on his face. Jiang Han beckoned at his words, and a waiter walked over to bring Jiang Lin over. Subsequently, the 4 of them, Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were also brought to their respective rooms by the waiter. The hotel's corridors were quiet and spacious, with soft lighting, and several people dragged their tired bodies into their rooms, ready to sleep well in this cozy environment and end this story-filled day. The next day, the early morning sunlight gently sprinkled on Jiang Han's face through the gaps in the curtains. Jiang Chen woke up early, only to feel extraordinarily refreshed. He stretched, got up from the soft big bed, and slowly walked into the bathroom. The bathroom was very spacious, and the huge bathtub was like an exquisite work of art, emitting a faint luster. Jiang Han gently removed his clothes and slowly laid into the bathtub. The warm water flow wrapped around his body, making him feel incredibly cozy. "System, how many divine magnificence points do I have?" Jiang Han asked silently in his heart, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. "Currently, 13.34 million divine greatness points." The system's mechanical voice immediately sounded clearly in Jiang Han's mind. The voice didn't carry a trace of emotion, but it caused a ripple of excitement to rise in Jiang Han's heart. "Open the system mall," Jiang Chen said again, his tone carrying a hint of decisiveness. As the words fell, a light screen emitting a soft glow that only Jiang Han could see appeared in front of him. The light screen was filled with a wide variety of skills that dazzled the eye. There were super physical skills that could enhance physical quality, mysterious business insight skills, and various magical life skills. Jiang Han's eyes wandered between these skills, finally placing his hand on Master Driving Proficiency and clicking on it without hesitation. Redemption successful. Consumption of 10 million Divine Greatness Points. The system's beep sounded again. In the next moment, huge memories immediately flooded into Jiang Han's mind like a raging tide. All sorts of driving techniques, from the most basic car control, to the extreme driving skills on the racing track, to the methods of coping with all sorts of special road conditions, immediately surfaced clearly in Jiang Han's memory. It was as if he had personally experienced countless times of driving training, and every detail of operation, every way to deal with emergencies, was deeply imprinted in his mind. Jiang Chen closed his eyes tightly, immersed in the marvelous feeling of this massive influx of knowledge. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a confident light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he had already mastered master-level driving skills, as if he could control everything just by sitting in the driver's seat. Chapter 60, I lose and I burn my car. You lose, you guys burn cars. Jiang Han stepped out of the bathroom, only to feel filled with strength. His body relaxed like never before. The skills about driving kept coming up in his mind like a movie. Those complicated operations and ways to deal with various road conditions were clear as if they had become part of his body instincts. After changing his clothes, Jiang Han arrived at the restaurant of Longhao Hotel in high spirits. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, a foreman saw him with a sharp eye and immediately went forward with a smile on his face to greet him. Young Mr. Cold. The foreman bent over slightly, his attitude respectful and enthusiastic. Get some breakfast to eat. I'm starving. Jiang Han slowly opened his mouth and said, touching his stomach. He indeed felt famished. After last night's relaxation and the exertion of just acquiring a new skill, food was desperately needed to replenish his energy at this moment. This way please, young Cold, the foreman said hurriedly, making a sideways gesture of invitation before leading Jiang Han into the restaurant of the Longhao Grand Hotel. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated, crystal chandeliers emitting a soft glow, exquisite tableware on the dining table, and a faint aroma of food permeating the surroundings, whetting one's appetite. Get some whatever you want, then arrange for a car to send me to Zhonghai Finance Academy later, Jiang Han said as he took a seat at the location the foreman had guided him to. He thought that he still had things to take care of at the school today, so he ordered in passing. Good, this will be arranged for you, the foreman responded with a smile, always keeping a warm smile on his face. After receiving the instruction, he quickly turned around and walked quickly towards the kitchen to arrange for breakfast, while not forgetting to instruct the other waiters to go and prepare the vehicle to ensure that Jiang Han could have breakfast as soon as possible and travel to the Shanghai Finance Academy without any problems. After breakfast, Jiang Han was also arranged a Rolls-Royce to be sent to the academy. The Rolls-Royce body was black and shiny, reflecting dazzling light under the sunlight, just like a flowing work of art. The interior decoration of the car was luxurious to the extreme, and the seats were made of top-grade leather, soft and comfortable, emitting a faint leather aroma. Jiang Han sat in the back row, enjoying the comfortable journey. While on the road, Jiang Han's cell phone rang. The screen showed that it was Li Yang calling. After Jiang Han connected, the phone rang with Li Yang's slightly lethargic voice. "Wake up from sleep? I'm all set to drive here at the academy." Jiang Han responded with a smile, a hint of relaxation and pleasure in his voice. The early morning sunlight sprinkled on his face through the car window, making his entire person look full of energy. "So early? Then let's go straight to my brother's racetrack later. The few of us will go over after dinner in a while." Li Yang opened his mouth. The sound of clashing cutlery came from the other end of the phone, as if he was enjoying his breakfast. "Good. See you in a while," Jiang Chen responded, then hung up the phone cleanly. He leaned slightly on the seat, images of the racing track floating in his mind, his heart full of anticipation for the upcoming racing event. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the academy. Jiang Chen commanded the driver to drive directly in front of and behind his car. The voice of darkness was like a sleeping beast, quietly parked there, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. Jiang Han pushed open the car door and got out. He gently stroked the body of the voice of darkness, feeling the cold yet powerful touch. Afterward, Jiang Han sat in his dark night voice. The moment he sat in, it was as if he became one with the car. The roar of the engine was as shocking as the roar of an awakened beast. Jiang Han gently stepped on the gas pedal, and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot towards the Shanghai racing circuit. Along the way, Jiang Han felt the marvelous experience brought about by the master driving proficiency skill. Every shift in steering was incomparably smooth and natural, as if he and the voice of darkness had become a perfect whole. Galloping on the road to his heart's content and speeding towards his destination. Nearly 11 o'clock, Jiang Han also arrived at the racetrack, and the roar of the sports cars had long resounded within the track. Jiang Han will slowly drive the car into the parking area on the side of the track. In no time Li Yang's phone call is to call or that box. "We're early." "Good," Jiang Han responded. Then he stepped out of the car and walked towards the box he came to last time. Inside the box, several people had arrived long ago, and there were quite a few beautiful women in the box as well. "Coming?" Zhang Lin greeted with a smile when he saw Jiang Han approaching. "Brother Wei." "Brother Lin." Jiang Han smiled and greeted Li Wei and Zhang Lin. "I've prepared a lot of toys for you guys. Motorcycles, F1s, whatever you want to play with today." Levi smiled and went up and patted Jiang Han and said with a smile, "Go, let's go down and have some fun. Don't be here." Zhang Lin also said with a smile. Then the group left the box to the track. When several people came down, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also happened to pull up in their two supercars. The crowd was having a great time in this track paradise. Until nightfall, there were 7 or 8 sports cars that slowly drove into the track, led by a Koenigsegg. Bai Chen walked down. "Yo, come quite early ah." Bai Chen looked at Zhang Lin and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Play if you can, roll if you can't, don't spoil our nature." Zhang Lin sniffed and said nonchalantly. Bai Chen sniffed and ignored it, looking to the side of Jiang Han who was talking to Li Yang and the others. "Hey, kid, let's see what kind of car you have that can match a $10 million license plate. Let my brother have a long look." "I say Bai Chen, don't pretend. Your Koenigsegg compared to others really do not deserve to hang 10 million license plates," Li Chen said with a smile. Saying that, he pointed to the dark voice parked on the side. "Bai Chen is very knowledgeable. A glance is recognized." Face instantly gloomy down. Jiang Han at this time also walked over to speak. "I'm enough to hang 10 million license plate not? What's the use of a good car? Will not drive is not the same to eat exhaust?" Bai Chen sniffed unconvincingly responded. "Why don't we play a little?" Jiang Chen sniffed immediately came to the interest and said with a smile. "Groove, how do you want to play?" "I'll play with you today," Bai Chen responded. Jiang Han looked at the Koenigsegg in front of him and the several Lamborghinis, Ferraris and McLarens behind him and said with a smile, "Let's do it this way. My car should be enough to buy this row of you. If I lose, I'll burn my car. If you lose, you burn your cars. Play or not?" Words fell. Bai Chen behind a few people immediately laughed out loud. Li Wei is also forward in the body of Jiang Han whispered, "I say brother, those two are professional drivers. Don't overdo it. It's fine, brother Wei. It's just a car. There won't be anyone who doesn't dare to play, right?" Jiang Chen looked at Bai Chen and said very provocatively, "Ha ha 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 ha." "Great." Bai Chen sniffed and immediately laughed out and agreed. Chapter 61, The Race Begins. As Bai Chen sniffed, A hint of sinister cruelty flashed in his eyes as he turned his head and waved with the two professional drivers behind him, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. You two, sit back and get ready. Today, you must give me a hard lesson on those guys across the street. The two professional drivers had a cold face and nodded silently. Their eyes were professional and confident. They quickly sat in the car, fastened their seatbelts and put their hands firmly on the steering wheel, their whole body exuding a kind of aura that was ready to go. Jiang Han, on the other hand, had a relaxed look on his face, and said with a smile to the two people beside him, Li Chen and Zhang Lin, Brother Wei, Brother Lin, I'm all done pretending. I've seen the skills of the two of you, and it's awesome. Let's abuse him together and let him know how powerful we are. As Jiang Han spoke, his face was filled with a confident smile, and his eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had already seen Bai Chen's defeat. When Li Wei heard this, he shook his head helplessly, with a hint of a doting smile on his face. If you weren't surnamed Jiang, I feel like you and Zhang Lin were blood brothers. This character is too similar. One is more tossing and turning than the other, and one is more daring than the other. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Lin directly let out a loud laugh upon hearing this, his cheerful laughter echoing around the track. As he laughed, he patted Li Wei's shoulder and said, Xiao Han has said so. We can't let him burn the car. We have to abuse them and let that guy Bai Chen know that we're not something to be messed with. Zhang Lin's eyes were filled with determination, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of provocation. With that, Zhang Lin walked towards a Pagani in large strides, which was like a beast ready to go. Its body lines were smooth and stern, emitting a chillingly domineering aura. Zhang Lin pulled open the car door and sat in it dashingly, holding the steering wheel skillfully with both hands and staring intently at the track in front of him, as if he was already in the middle of a fierce race. Li Chen also did not hesitate to walk towards his own Lamborghini Daniel. The Lamborghini had been carefully modified to have a cooler appearance and stronger power. Li Chen sat in the car, felt the fit of the seat, gently stroked the steering wheel, and his eyes were full of love and trust for his car. Jiang Han and Bai Chen saw this and also sat in their cars. After Bai Chen sat in the car, he shouted at Jiang Han through the car window, Kid, it's no good crying when you lose. Don't be unable to afford to lose at that time. His eyes were full of provocation, and the corner of his mouth held a contemptuous smile. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously at his words, and that smile carried endless confidence and disdain. He instantly unleashed this dark voice of his own, and the 16-cylinder engine emitted a deafening roar, as if an awakened ancient beast was roaring, immediately resounding throughout the entire track. The sound was so penetrating that one's heart couldn't help but beat faster with the rhythm. The other few sports cars were also not willing to show weakness, and they all blasted their throttles, and for a while, the sound of engines rose and fell on the track, as if a fierce war was about to break out. Relay, one person, one lap, the one whose 3 scores add up to the lesser wins. Bai Chen opened his mouth loudly, his voice still audible over the roar of the engines, his eyes staring tightly at Jiang Han, trying to see a hint of panic in his expression. Brother Wei, you're first, Lin you're second. I'll try with this hanging hair, Jiang Chen said with a smile, his tone relaxed and casual, as if this match was won. As he spoke, he moved his wrist, his eyes revealing his anticipation for the upcoming match. Okay, Zhang Lin responded briefly but forcefully, nodding his head slightly with determination and resolve in his eyes. Although Zhang Lin and Li Wei were not professional drivers, their love for cars was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. They spent a lot of time and energy studying various car models and participating in various racing activities to continuously hone their skills. Their skillful and precise control is no less than that of real professional drivers. In their hearts, racing is not only a hobby, but also a belief in the pursuit of speed and passion. The beautiful judge stood in the middle of the 2 supercars with a graceful figure and raised the signal flag high in her hand. Her eyes are focused and serious, scanning the track and participating vehicles. With a clear whistle, the beautiful judge quickly dropped the signal flag. In an instant, the 2 supercars in the track flew out like arrows leaving the strings, the tires rubbing against the ground with sharp sounds, raising a cloud of dust, leaving only 2 blurred shadows of light speeding on the track. The sports car driven by Levi rushed out like an arrow off the string, the tires rubbing violently against the ground, splashing a burst of smoke. He skillfully controlled the steering wheel, accurately grasping the entry and exit points of each corner, and the car body drew a smooth arc on the track. Zhang Lin sat in the Pagani, his eyes fixed firmly on the front, waiting for his time to get on the track. He kept adjusting his hands on the steering wheel, feeling every ounce of the vehicle's dynamics, silently calculating Li Wei's rhythm and timing in his mind. Jiang Han sat in the sound of darkness, his eyes focused and determined. He gently stroked the steering wheel, as if communicating with his car. The low rumble of the 16-cylinder engine was like the roar of a beast, making his blood boil. He looked at the track in front of him, his mind constantly simulating the next driving route and maneuvers. Bai Chen sat in his sports car, his face grim as he glanced at the two professional drivers next to him and said in a low voice, "Make sure you win this time. Don't drop the ball for me." The two drivers' faces were gloomy and they nodded their heads. Soon, the sports car driven by Levi completed the first lap and rushed past the handover point with the wind. Without hesitation, Jiang Lin stepped on the gas and the Pagani instantly catapulted out, like a black lightning bolt that instantly disappeared from the crowd's sight. Jiang Han and Bai Chen were waiting for the return of their respective teammates on the side. Jiang Han had a relaxed look on his face, joking with the people around him from time to time, while Bai Chen was biting his lips tightly, his eyes staring at the racetrack, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Not long after, the Pagani driven by Jiang Lin dashed past the handover point at an extremely fast speed, handing over the baton to Jiang Han. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth rose slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of confidence as he slammed on the gas pedal, and the voice of darkness roared out like an enraged beast. At the same time, Bai Chen also drove his sports car like crazy and rushed out, launching a fierce chase with Jiang Han. The two supercars chased each other on the track, and the speed was so fast that people were dazzled. Jiang Han, with his master-level driving proficiency skills, skillfully drifted through the corners. Each operation was precise and accurate, bringing the performance of the voice of darkness to the extreme. Bai Chen was not to be outdone. He worked closely with the two professional drivers behind him, trying to find a chance to overtake Jiang Han. The whole track was drowned out by the roar of the engines and the shouts of the spectators. Everyone was attracted by this fierce race. Their eyes closely followed the two speeding sports cars, and their heartbeats accelerated with the rhythm of the race. Chapter 62? There's still this hand? The Shanghai racing circuit was bustling at night. It was like a paradise for racing enthusiasts. Every night, there were always a lot of people with a love for speed and passion coming here to have fun, especially at this point in time when Jiang Han's few people were racing. The entire racetrack was illuminated as if it was daytime, and the seats next to it had long been filled with densely packed spectators. These spectators came from all walks of life. There were young hot-blooded guys. There were also mature and steady racing enthusiasts. They carried the love of racing and came to the racetrack early, looking forward to this wonderful race. Crap, today's scene is a bit awesome. Koenigsegg, Pagani, and a Bugatti. Someone in the audience shouted excitedly, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. His eyes were wide open, staring dead center at the supercars lined up on the track, his eyes full of envy and desire. These top-class sports cars emitted a fascinating light under the illumination. Each one was like a fine work of art, and like a beast ready to go, just parked there quietly. It already made people feel their powerful aura. Levi, who was on the first stick, was playing against one of the two professional players. At the beginning of the race, the two men were neck and neck. Levi drove his car, and with his excellent driving skills and familiarity with the track, he competed fiercely with his opponent. The two sports cars were chasing each other on the track, and the speed was so fast that people were dazzled. The spectators followed them closely, cheering and shouting, and the whole track was immersed in a warm atmosphere. However, in the second half of the race, Li Wei gradually lost some strength. As a professional driver, his opponent had more professional training and racing experience, and was more precise in his control and rhythm of the car. As the race progressed, Li Wei was gradually pulled away. In the end, the moment the line was crossed, Li Wei was 4 seconds behind. Although this 4-second gap may be insignificant in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the racing field where there are so many masters, this is already a not-so-small gap. Li Wei slapped the steering wheel with some chagrin. He knew that he had tried his best, but he was still a bit unhappy with the result. On the second pole, Jiang Lin drove his Pagani slowly into the track as well. He sat on the driver's seat, his eyes focused and determined, as if the whole world was left with him and the track in front of him. As the command flag fell, he pressed the gas, and the Pagani dashed out like a black lightning. The roar of the engine was deafening, as if it was going to overturn the entire track. The driver who raced with Jiang Lin in this race was another professional driver, driving an explosively modified Lamborghini. The Lamborghini had been carefully modified. Its power had been greatly improved and its appearance was even cooler. Although Jiang Lin's Pagani was far more expensive than the Lamborghini, it hadn't been modified, so it fell behind at the start. The Lamborghini rushed out like an arrow from a string, while Jiang Lin's Pagani was slightly slower and lagged behind his rival at the start. Jiang Lin gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes revealing a trace of unwillingness. He knew he could not give up so easily. He had to find a way to catch up. Until the final line, Jiang Lin was not able to overtake his rivals, but was left behind by 3.78 seconds. In the last race, the match between Jiang Han and Bai Chen finally came. Bai Chen, who had won 2 games in a row, was even more arrogant. With his chin slightly raised and contempt in his eyes, he looked at Jiang Han and said, "Little friend, it seems you're going to lose. With that performance in front of you, you can't even compare to us. You won't really have to cry in a while, right? Ha 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 ha." His laughter echoed over the arena, full of provocation. Thanks for the concern, but I think it's better if you don't get sick from anger in a while. Jiang Han disliked back without fear, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Afterwards, a Bugatti and a Koenigsegg slowly drove into the starting point of the track. These two supercars were like two warriors who were about to go into battle, exuding a chilling aura that drew the eyes of the surrounding spectators to focus on them. The deafening sound of the engines of the two supercars, as if they were roaring from hell, made the whole audience excited. Excitement was written all over everyone's face, and the cheers and shouts were intertwined, pushing the atmosphere of the arena to a climax. Everyone couldn't wait to see the two drivers have a thrilling battle on the track. The moment the flag dropped, it was like lighting a fuse. With the master driver's mastery, Jiang Han's start was perfect, and the car instantly sprang out like a discharged cannonball, taking the lead over by Chen in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that one could barely react in time. Ooh, little chill start is something. So fast. Zhang Lin couldn't help but marvel as he watched from the side, his eyes wide with surprise and appreciation. Bai Chen was also shocked by Jiang Han's start. He had originally thought that he had a sure win, but this start made him realize that his skills didn't seem to be as good as Jiang Han's. However, he quickly calmed down, secretly thinking in his heart, good thing that his side has more than 7 seconds of advantage. As long as the stability, this game is still their own win. Jiang Han drove the Voice of Darkness speedily in the track. The wind whistled past his ears. His eyes were focused and calm, as if he was one with the car. In no time, it came to the 4 consecutive turns in the second half of the track. This 4 turns is the most challenging part of the whole track. A little carelessness will be out of control out of the track. Crap, such a fast speed into the corner. Crazy ah. Li Wei looked at Jiang Han's maneuver and burst out in foul language, worry written all over his face. Then immediately, he was pointing at the staff on the side and shouted, "Prepare for rescue." He knew how dangerous a move it was to enter a quadruple turn at such high speeds, fearing that Jiang Han would have an accident. The next second, only to see Jiang Han driving his car at high speed into the first curve with an extremely ethereal posture, his hands precisely maneuvering the steering wheel, the body like a nimble dancer, lightly weaving in and out of the curves. The remaining 3 curves, he was even more silky smooth through, not the slightest intention to slow down, the whole process without danger. Crap, Little Chill still has this hand? It's not even 7 seconds. It could have been snatched out in 10 seconds. Zhang Lin said incredulously, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. At this moment, his heart was full of marvel and admiration for Jiang Han's driving skills, completely not expecting Jiang Han to be able to make such a stunning maneuver in such a dangerous quadruple turn. Chapter 63, Fireworks Feast. After the 4 consecutive turns, the rest of the journey was already stress-free for Jiang Han, who had already left Bai Chen behind early with his exquisite driving skills and the master driving proficiency skill. At this moment, Jiang Han, driving the Voice of Darkness, sped on the track, just like controlling the messenger of the wind, easy and free. At the final dash to the line, Jiang Han made an unexpected move. He slowly decelerated. While blasting the gas, the engine emitted a low and powerful roar, as if proclaiming its power to the world. He maneuvered as if he was waiting for something, until just before the finish line, Jiang Han stopped the car directly, right in front of the finish line. Immediately afterward, he maneuvered this dark voice, the only one in the world, to spray fire, only to see the rear of the car spewing out gorgeous flames, flickering and jumping in the night sky, like a grand fireworks show. This move immediately lit up the entire venue. The audience instantly boiled up. Cheers and screams resounded throughout the arena. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Han's highly personalized and dominating maneuver and stood up to applaud him. Jiang Han, on the other hand, was inside the car, calmly calculating the time. When he saw Bai Chen's car appear in the final straight line, his eyes flashed and he stepped on the gas, and Dark Voice rushed across the finish line like an arrow off the string. Ha 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 ha, Bai Chen is going to be pissed off. Zhang Lin couldn't help but laugh as he watched Jiang Han's maneuver. He laughed so hard that his hands kept slapping his thighs, his eyes full of appreciation and excitement for this wonderful maneuver by Jiang Han. Until Bai Chen crossed the line, the results of the two sides appeared on the big screen. Jiang Han's score on his side was not much, not less, exactly 1 second faster than Bai Chen's side. This seemingly tiny difference decided the winner in this intense match. Aya crikey, this kid still counts time? This mustn't give Bai Chen a fit? Li Chen also shouted with a laugh, his face beaming with a smooth smile, admiring Jiang Han's wit and precise calculations. Thank you, Young Chen, for sponsoring the fireworks. Jiang Han parked his car in a safe area and stepped out of the car in a dashing manner, shouting to the entire audience. His voice traveled throughout the arena through the loudspeaker with a hint of flirtation and smugness. Wow! Thanks to Bai Chen Shenxiao for sponsoring the fireworks. Zhang Lin also shouted excitedly, then couldn't wait to run over and swept Jiang Han into his arms. His movements were filled with enthusiasm, as if he was declaring his appreciation and support for Jiang Han to the world. "You can do it, little old brother," Jiang Lin said with a smile as he patted Jiang Han's back, his eyes full of praise. "Low profile, basic operation. How about it, brother Lin? Was I handsome just now?" Jiang Han laughed and joked. He slightly raised his chin with a confident yet playful smile on his face. "Handsome, handsome," Jiang Lin said with a smile without hesitation as he gave a thumbs up, rating Jiang Han's performance extremely highly. "There will be even more handsome ones in a while," Jiang Han said mysteriously with a smile, then turned around and quickly ran to the front of the audience where Li Yang's few people were. He looked up and shouted at Li Yang, "Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe, Li Yang, Zhang Yu, Wang Zhe, come down and set off the fireworks. Swing up." His voice was full of vigor and passion, as if he wanted to convey this joy to everyone. Coming, ha ha ha, it's the first time I've set off such expensive fireworks," Li Yang immediately responded, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Several people quickly got up and ran towards Jiang Han's direction. An even more joyous celebration was about to begin. Jiang Lin Ili ran to where Bai Chen was, a victor's smile on his face as he teased, "Bai Chen, you won't be unable to afford to lose and run away, will you?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for the people around him to hear. Bai Chen's face was iron blue, veins rippled on his forehead as he glared angrily at Jiang Han and Jiang Lin, but he couldn't say anything. Bai Chen directly threw the key over, and that key drew a graceful arc in the air, landing steadily in Jiang Lin's hands. Jiang Lin took it and waited, then asked again, "Why just one? What about those several?" His tone was teasing and smug. "Give it to him," Bai Chen said angrily, his voice low and full of anger and resentment. The remaining few people also immediately threw their car keys to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin received the keys to a few supercars and shouted loudly, "Come on, fireworks are off." His voice echoed over the racecourse, drawing curious gazes from the surrounding people. When Jiang Han and the others saw this, they also came over, and Levi laughed and said, "Crap, you really went and asked for his car keys?" His tone carried surprise and admiration. "That had to be ha 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 ha, who doesn't love to see fireworks?" Jiang Lin said with a smile before handing Jiang Han the car keys. "Brother Lin, throw it directly inside and open it up," Jiang Han said with a smile. As the words fell, he only saw Li Yang come over with a tank of gasoline that he had long been impatient to carry, and poured a circle around a few sports cars. Come, Xiao Han, you do some yourself." Jiang Lin took out a lighter from his pocket and lit a cigarette and handed it over. Seeing this, Jiang Han took the lighter and threw it in directly, the flame instantly rising. Several people immediately ran out when they saw this, and Jiang Lin laughed and said, "Ouch, crap. This is the first time I've seen such expensive fireworks. Ha 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 ha." His voice was full of joy and excitement, causing everyone around him to laugh as well. Li Yang was also hilarious as he took over the track speakers from the hands of a staff member on the side, his face overflowing with uncontrollable excitement. He couldn't wait to shout directly, "Thanks to Chen Xiao's sponsorship of the Koenigsegg license plate, the Lamborghini license plate, Ferrari brand, McLaren brand fireworks." That voice went out through the loudspeaker and echoed throughout the entire racing circuit with a full of banter and joy. A few people also laughed immediately after hearing it, their laughter spreading uncontrollably in the night sky. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. In their eyes was the joy brought by this victory and couldn't help but laugh at Li Yang's weird behavior. Li Yang was so excited that his face turned red. Immersed in this joyful atmosphere, the speakers didn't even turn off. And again, he sighed in a small voice. In this life, I'll only be able to see such expensive fireworks for such a short while." He slightly shook his head. His tone was full of emotion, as if at this moment, this fireworks show lit by a luxury car had become the most unforgettable scene in his life. However, Li Yang didn't pay attention to the fact that he didn't close the microphone, and the small voice that he had just muttered immediately sounded clearly in the loudspeaker of the racetrack, and the sound spread to every corner of the racetrack. The originally lively racetrack instantly experienced a moment of silence due to this sudden sound, followed by a new round of laughter. When Bai Chen heard it, his face instantly became incomparably gloomy, and he, who was already angry, was even more furious at the moment, trembling all over. His hands were clenched tightly, his knuckles whitened from exertion, and his bones emitted a crisp rattling sound, as if the sound was the venting of his inner rage. His eyes stared at Jiang Han and the others, his eyes burning with rage, itching to eat them alive. When Jiang Han and the others heard Li Yang's complaint, they couldn't stop laughing. Zhang Yu laughed his ass off, while Wang Zhe covered his stomach, tears almost coming out of his eyes. Jiang Han also laughed while patting Jiang Lin's shoulder, as if he wanted to convey the joy in his heart through this action. Jiang Lin, who was smoking a cigarette, was originally immersed in the joy of victory and the atmosphere of joy, when he was unexpectedly startled by Li Yang's voice and directly choked on the cigarette. He coughed violently, coughing and laughing at the same time, His appearance was both lousy and comical, causing the surrounding laughter to become louder and louder. The entire racetrack was enveloped by this joyful atmosphere, while Bai Chen looked more and more forlorn and angry in the midst of this laughter. Chapter 64, The Four Young Men of the Middle Sea, Jiang Han. Suddenly, the system's voice in Jiang Han's mind rang out without warning. Event triggered. Detecting an unmediated event between the host and Bai Chen. Bai Chen favorability -100. Unlock mission, drive Bai Chen out of Shanghai. The voice echoed in Jiang Han's mind, clear and loud. Immediately after that, another series of voices followed. Favorability reward issued -20 favorability reward. Tencent 3% shares. Favorability reward -50 favorability reward. 4% of Tencent's shares. A favor reward of -100 favor rewards. Twin Towers in Shanghai. This series of sudden voices kept exploding in Jiang Han's mind, especially the last one, which made Jiang Han couldn't help but be shocked. Shanghai Twin Tower. That was one of Shanghai's landmarks. Standing in the financial center of Shanghai, it was the highest-end office building in the entire city, representing incomparably great wealth and status. As the system's voice fell, Jiang Han's cell phone also rang at the right time. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Jiang Han frowned slightly. His heart was a bit puzzled, but he still sought out a quiet place before pressing the connect button. Jiang Dong, hello. I am Tencent Lin Shuhua. I am very sorry to disturb you so late. Lin Shuhua's voice with apologies came clearly from the phone, her tone full of respect. It's fine. What's the matter with you? Jiang Han opened his mouth and asked. His voice was calm and quiet. Although his heart was filled with curiosity about the call, he didn't show too much surprise. Jiang Dong, you now have 10% of our company's shares in your hands, and are now our company's third largest shareholder. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon there will be a board meeting in our company, and I would like to ask if you have the time to attend. Lin Shuhua said in an organized manner, with a hint of anticipation in her words. Yes. Jiang Han responded briefly and dryly. A surge of surprise surged through his heart. He didn't expect the system's reward to be so generous, making him a major shareholder of Tencent in one fell swoop. Okay Jiang Dong, I'll add you on WeChat and you pass. Let's see you tomorrow. I won't bother Jiang Dong, Lin Shuhua said, a hint of relief in her voice, as if getting an affirmative reply from Jiang Han made her relieved. After the phone hung up, Lin Shuhua was surprised. The voice she heard through the phone just now was very young. How could she not expect that in such a short period of time, there was actually such a young man who had acquired 10% of Tencent's shares, leaping to become the company's third largest shareholder? She couldn't help but be curious about this mysterious Jiang Dong, secretly pondering in her heart, tomorrow's board meeting. What kind of impact will this young major shareholder bring to the company? Jiang Han put away his cell phone, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as a confident smile appeared on his face. He looked up into the night sky, thinking in his heart, the surprises brought by this system are really one after another, and this task of driving Bai Chen out of Shanghai seems to have become even more interesting. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Han returned to the few people with a brisk pace. Li Wei just saw Jiang Han went to the side of the phone, at this time to see him back, with a concerned look on his face and asked, what's wrong with the small cold? What's the matter? Need me to solve it for you? Li Wei patted Jiang Han's shoulder. His eyes were filled with brotherly care. No need brother Wei. It's something on the company. Let me attend the board meeting tomorrow. Jiang Han slowly opened his mouth and said. There was a hint of calmness in his tone, as if becoming the company's major shareholder and attending the board meeting was a rare thing. Ha ha ha, I can't help you with this one. Ha ha ha, Levi laughed and joked, his cheerful laughter echoing in the night sky. The relaxed atmosphere between the few people allowed everyone to bask in the afterglow of the fun. The crowd saw the few supercars burn out, the blazing fire fading out, leaving only a pile of wreckage still smoldering before they were ready to leave. This fireworks show lit with supercars has undoubtedly become the most unforgettable image of tonight's racetrack. It's over. Let's go. Let's go back to bed. Zhang Lin stepped forward and said with a smile, stretching his back with a satisfied smile on his face. Everything tonight was an unrivaled revelry for him. Let's go. Levi nodded and said. He looked around and walked towards the exit with everyone else. The four of them, Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu, returned directly to the school and walked into the familiar school dormitory. After tonight's tossing and turning, everyone looked a little tired, but there was still a look of excitement lingering on everyone's face. As soon as Li Yang entered the room, he directly lay on the bed, his limbs spread out in the shape of a big, and his mouth was still chanting. Think about this with the Koenigsegg fireworks thing is cool. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if he was back to that exciting moment. Sleep sleep sleep. I'm exhausted. Zhang Yu dove headfirst into the bed and pulled the quilt over his body without even having the time to take off his shoes. His voice carried a strong sense of weariness, and in no time, the sound of even breathing came out. The four of them were also quite tired, and went back to the dormitory and fell asleep. The dormitory was quiet at night, with only the sound of their light breathing. Moonlight sprinkled on their faces through the windows, reflecting their calm and contented sleeping faces. On this very night, the sleeping Jiang Han didn't realize how loud his name would become in Shanghai after this night. In just 2 or 3 hours, countless posts on the internet about the 4 young men of Shanghai were being frantically forwarded. Someone had uploaded the wonderful video of tonight's racetrack to the internet, and the video of Jiang Han driving the dark voice in the wind, as well as setting off fireworks with his supercar, quickly attracted countless people's eyes. Netizens marveled at Jiang Han's bravado and dominance, with various comments coming in like a tidal wave. Jiang Han's name was also directly on the network to harden the original Bai Chen, one of the 4 young men's identity. Once Bai Chen, by virtue of the family power and some so-called affair in the social circle of Shanghai small fame, known as one of the 4 young people in Shanghai. But after tonight, Jiang Han appeared in an extremely high-profile and shocking way in the public's field of vision, and his light instantly overshadowed Bai Chen. Bai Chen was completely reduced to a supporting role in this invisible competition, while Jiang Han became the new topic of conversation in the city of Shanghai, and countless people were curious about what kind of background and story this young man, who had gained fame overnight, had. Chapter 65 Hot Search. The next day, the sunlight at 9 o'clock or so passed through the window and gently sprinkled on the dormitory floor. Li Yang was flipping through his cell phone in boredom, when suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment and an extremely shocked look appeared on his face, immediately shouting Jiang Han, who was still asleep, out of his bed. Crap! Jiang Han, wake up! Li Yang was so excited that his voice changed tone, almost shouting at the top of his lungs. What? Jiang Han's sleepy eyes and voice carried a strong sense of sleepiness as he struggled to open his eyes and asked with a confused expression. Quick look! You're on the hot search, Li Yang said while stretching his cell phone in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Han wondered in his heart, then came over to take a look at Li Yang's cell phone, only to see a hot search called Shanghai Rich Young Man, Koenigsegg brand fireworks directly break ahead of the second place, steadily dominating the first position of the hot search. That eye-catching title and super high heat level made it hard for people to not pay attention. Jiang Han instantly sobered up, and he quickly opened his own cell phone to check it out as well. The screen was filled with all sorts of news about last night's racetrack, and those wonderful moments were spread wildly by netizens. Crap! I was thinking of relying on face value to eat. Now I'm relying on talent, Zhang Chen said breathlessly as he looked at the hot search, shaking his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. After all, it felt quite marvelous to be on fire in such an unexpected way. Then he began to scroll through the comment section. All sorts of live videos were appearing. Videos of himself driving the dark voice on the racetrack in the wind, and the shocking scene of setting off fireworks with a supercar, edited by netizens to the point of boiling blood. There were also a lot of photos of disliked faces in the comments. Those photos showed off his handsome appearance to the fullest, and many netizens left comments below praising his face value and dominance. Ha ha ha, ouch Shanghai fourth young man, Li Yang said with a smile, his eyes full of teasing as he laughed while patting Jiang Han's shoulder. While the two were talking, Wang Zai's cell phone suddenly rang, and the sharp ringtone broke the originally relaxed atmosphere in the dormitory. Wang Zai was also woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. He frowned and reluctantly stretched out his hand from the quilt and picked up the phone. Who is it? His voice carried an obvious waking breath, sounding annoyed. Bastard, letting you go to Shanghai is good school. You are on the hot search? An angry voice came from the phone. The voice carried the majesty and dissatisfaction of an elder, and one could tell that it was Wang Zai's father. Dad, you've taken the wrong medicine. What hot search? Wang Zai was puzzled as he asked, sitting up and rubbing his eyes, with a blank face, completely unaware of what had happened. Look at the hot search yourself. Look at what you brat did. The voice on the phone rang out again, with an unbeatable majesty and severity, as if it wanted to squash all of Wang Zai's defense. Fine, I'll take a look. Hang up. Wang Zai responded impatiently as he directly hung up the phone, secretly muttering in his heart about how his father knew about this. He quickly opened his phone and found the hot search list, and when he saw his name listed, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Crap, this can also be on the hot search? Wang Zai looked at the hot search and said speechlessly. He did not expect that his feat last night had attracted so much attention. He quickly browsed through the news content and comments, and found that his photographed figure and expression had been magnified and interpreted, and even some comments had risen to the height of the family's reputation. With that said, Wang Zai was speechless as he opened his own phone to also look at this hot search, and he realized that his image was being portrayed as a dude's image, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He decided to act more cautiously in the future, not to leave such an impression on people again. Not a moment later, Jiang Han's cell phone also rang, and when Jiang Han saw that the caller ID was Su Yao, a smile appeared on his face, and he immediately answered the call. Congratulations young cold, It's all become the four young men of Shanghai. Su Yao's voice came out over the phone with a few hints of flirting and laughter. What for? Why are you still undermining me? Jiang Chen smiled and responded. He was in a good mood and didn't feel uncomfortable at all because of Su Yao's flirting. Look at your WeChat. I've sent you many messages and you haven't even replied to me. Su Yao said a bit angrily, with a few elements of pettiness in her voice. Just woke up from sleep. Didn't see it. Where are you? Jiang Chen explained with a smile. He was actually very happy that Su Yao had sent him a message. He just forgot to reply because he was busy. At the company. I have to go with the minister to talk to Partier's father about cooperation this afternoon, Su Yao said, with a bit of pride and anticipation in her voice. Then are you free in the evening? Jiang Chen asked. He hoped to spend dinner with Su Yao, even if it was just a simple chat. Depends on your performance. Hang up. Remember to return the message, Su Yao said, and hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Han with a memorable ending. Jiang Chen looked at the cell phone screen. The corner of his mouth hung a happy smile, his heart silently calculating how to give Su Yao a surprise. Hang up the phone. Jiang Han immediately remembered yesterday promised Lin Shuhua to participate in the board of directors. A pat on the head, secretly said bad, and then like a gust of wind immediately rushed into the dormitory washroom began to wash up. Faucet water clattering flow. Jiang Han quickly squeezed toothpaste, brush your teeth, wash your face. The action is very sharp. The heart is still thinking about the board of directors of the thing. Cannot be late because of this small matter. After washing up, Jiang Han quickly picked a piece of clothing from the closet and put it on his body. What's going on? Young cold. Wang Zhe couldn't help but open his mouth to ask as he looked at Jiang Han's windy and flaming appearance. Yeah, Sister Su Yao is looking for you? Wang Zhe then went on to open his mouth and snickered, with a smirk of urgency on his face. No, there's a serious matter today, Jiang Han said while speaking, then put on his jacket and walked quickly to Li Yang's side. He patted Li Yang's shoulder and said, drive your car, help me get a license plate and go out and drive mine today. I'll treat you to dinner later. With that, he threw the Bugatti's car keys to Li Yang, the car keys in the air in a beautiful arc. Li Yang quick eyes and hands, stable catch. Seeing this, Li Yang also took out his own car keys without hesitation and handed them over, his face full of smiles. Good deal, I'm definitely happy to drive yours. I'll go pull my sister. In his heart, he thought, driving a Bugatti out for a ride, it might even attract a lot of girls' attention. This good thing is hard to find even when you hit the lantern. Jiang Han took Li Yang's car keys, hurried out of the dormitory door, ready to deal with this important board meeting in the afternoon. Chapter 66, You have to make it up to me at night. After Jiang Han walked out of the dormitory, he skillfully got into Li Yang's car, started the engine, and slowly drove away from the college. The sunlight sprinkled on the car body, refracting a bright light, as if adding a touch of different color to his trip. On the road, Jiang Han dialed Su Yao's phone while keeping an eye on the road conditions. The phone was quickly picked up and Jiang Han said gently, What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go send it to you. His voice was full of concern, and he felt very satisfied in his heart thinking that he could send Su Yao a warm lunch at noon. Go and bring me one. The noodles from the noodle shop at work before, Su Yao responded. Her voice came from the other end of the phone with a hint of fatigue, but more than that, it was her trust and reliance on Jiang Han. Good. What kind of noodles do you want? Jiang Chen asked, his eyes slightly narrowed, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he patiently waited for Su Yao's answer. Noodles with scallion oil. Thank you, Mr. Cold. Su Yao continued to snicker. She seemed to like to tease Jiang Han with the title Young Cold. Every time she called him that, she felt very amused. Why are you still undermining me? Jiang Chen sniffed helplessly and said. Although his mouth said helplessly, his tone was full of doting. He gently shook his head but had a smile on his face. He was actually very flattered in his heart for Su Yao's little joke. I'll see you later. I'll send you the company address. I still have things to do here, Su Yao said with a smile, a hint of busyness in her voice. After she finished speaking, she hurriedly hung up the phone. Good. Bye. Jiang Chen responded with a sniff. He put away the phone and focused on driving. His heart was already calculating the route to that noodle shop, thinking that he would deliver the steaming hot onion oil noodles to Su Yao as soon as possible. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the noodle shop where Su Yao worked. The noodle shop was located on a slightly rustic street, and the surrounding buildings bore traces of age, but also exuded a unique flavor. The noodle shop was not big, and the signboard was a bit old, but it was permeated with a strong sense of life. Jiang Han parked his car in a familiar manner. The car looked a bit out of place in this slightly rustic environment. After parking the car, he pushed open the door and walked in. Here you are, Xiao Jiang, the noodle shop owner's wife said with a smile. The boss's wife was a warm and bright middle-aged woman who always had a cordial smile on her face, making people feel extra warm. She was wearing a clean apron and was busily shuttling between the kitchen and the front desk. When she saw Jiang Han enter, she immediately greeted her warmly. "Boss lady, 2 portions of noodles with scallion oil, 1 to eat here and 1 to take away," Jiang Han said with a nod. His voice was gentle and calm, echoing in this tiny noodle shop. "Good, quickly take a seat. I'll have someone make it for you," the boss's wife responded with a smile, turning around and heading towards the kitchen to get busy, not forgetting to mumble, "As usual, got it." Jiang Han sniffed and casually sat down at a table, which was a bit old. The wooden tabletop was worn smooth, but also had a different texture because of it. He played with his cell phone while waiting. The faint light from the phone screen reflected on his face, making him not look so bored even while waiting. "Big brother, you lied to me." A little girl ran out from the counter and jumped to Jiang Han's side like a lively bunny and said. The little girl had 2 cute pigtails, her eyes were big, her face was flushed, and her appearance was very endearing. "Why did I lie to you, little sister?" Jiang Chen said with a smile as he put down his cell phone, a gentle smile on his face. His eyes filled with doting as he looked at the little girl. "Big brother said he would bring me candy to eat," the little girl said with a puffed up little face. That little mouth was pouting high with an aggrieved look, which made people couldn't help but want to coax it. Forgot. Big brother will go buy it for you," Jiang Chen said with a smile. He stood up and gently pulled the little girl's small hand out of the noodle shop. The little girl's hand was small and soft, and holding it in Jiang Han's big hand formed a stark contrast. Next to the noodle shop was a kiosk. The store was not big, but filled with all kinds of snacks and daily necessities. Jiang Han led the little girl to the front. The kiosk was filled with the aroma of various snacks, and the shelves were filled with a wide array of goods. "Which one do you want to eat? Big brother treats you," Jiang Chen said with a smile. He bent down slightly, leveling his eyes with the little girl. His eyes filled with patience and gentleness. The little girl's eyes shone brightly as she sniffed, her little hand pointing to a strawberry-flavored lollipop. The lollipop was wrapped in transparent sugar paper, and the pink candy shimmered with a tantalizing luster under the light, as if beckoning to the little girl. Seeing this, Jiang Han reached out and gently picked it off and placed it in the little girl's hand, then took out his cell phone and said, "Boss, how much?" His movements were natural and smooth, showing a gentlemanly demeanor. "1 piece, the kiosk boss said. The boss was a simple uncle with a simple smile on his face, and was sitting behind the counter looking at the newspaper. Jiang Chen also immediately paid over after hearing this. The moment the payment was completed, the system's voice once again sounded in his head. Ding. Consumption successful. Trigger 100 times return. Returned $100. The remaining number of returns 1. The voice was clear and loud, echoing in Jiang Han's mind. Jiang Han heard the system's voice and felt speechless. He had the consumption return times which he had long forgotten all about. He shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. After all, this sudden little surprise is also considered a little bit of fun in life. He took the little girl's hand and went back to the noodle shop again, ready to enjoy his own noodles with scallion oil. Just back to the noodle shop. Jiang Han has not had time to sit down. The pocket of the cell phone will be buzzing vibration. He took out his cell phone. The screen showed Su Yao's call. The corner of his mouth unconsciously rose. His eyes were full of tenderness, and he immediately answered the phone. His tone with a hint of flirtation, "You miss me so soon?" Su Yao's clear laughter came from the other end of the phone, and then said, "But I don't think so. However, don't come back later. I'm going out with the minister to talk about business." Su Yao's voice was a bit apologetic. She was also helpless. Originally she was looking forward to meeting Jiang Han, but her work schedule didn't allow it. "Alright." Jiang Han heard this news. His heart inevitably lost some. His tone also unconsciously brought a trace of aggravation. Then said, "Then I'll pick you up when you get off work in the afternoon." He still hoped to see Su Yao as soon as possible, even if it's just a short gathering. Why are you still aggrieved?" Su Yao heard the wrongness in Jiang Han's tone. Her heart ached a little, and she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I can only see you tonight." She frowned slightly on the other end of the phone, full of guilt, feeling that she couldn't apologize to Jiang Han for canceling the appointment. Jiang Han took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound easier. "It's okay, work is important. You'll have to make it up to me that night." He tried to use this half-joking way to make Su Yao feel better, and didn't want to affect her work mood because of this little thing. Chapter 67, You make a report? I'll approve a note. Just after hanging up the phone, the boss's wife gently placed the packed green onion oil noodles in front of Jiang Han with a sharp step. The packing box was square, with a simple texture, and faintly emitted the tantalizing aroma of the noodles with scallion oil. "Little Jiang, this is packed for you," the boss's wife said with a smile, the smile on her face as warm and cordial as the warm sun in spring. Her eyes were filled with concern, as if she was treating her own child. "Thanks," Jiang Han sniffed in response, his voice gentle and courteous. As he looked at the mixed noodles in front of him, the cravings in his stomach were tickled, so he simply opened the portion of mixed noodles with scallion oil that he had originally planned to take away as well. preparing to eat it together. Jiang Han picked up his chopsticks and skillfully picked up some noodles, which were rooted and coated in rich scallion oil and sauce, and also dotted with bright green scallions, which was very beautiful. He gently blew and then put it into his mouth. Between chewing, the aroma of green onion oil overflowed in his mouth. The noodles were strong and chewy with just the right amount of salty flavor, making him unable to resist letting out a sigh of satisfaction. In no time at all, both portions of noodles were settled by Jiang Han in a whirlwind. He leaned back in his chair and patted his stomach slightly, a cozy look on his face. This familiar flavor always made both his stomach and heart extremely satisfied. After eating the noodles, Jiang Han walked out of the noodle shop and came to Li Yang's Mercedes-Benz Big G. He pulled open the door, sat in the driver's seat, gently turned the key, and the engine emitted a low and powerful roar. Jiang Han adjusted the seats and mirrors, fastened his seatbelt, and drove towards where Tencent was. Jiang Han's traveling speed wasn't very fast, and he intentionally slowed down the speed of the car. This was also the first time Jiang Han had taken such a leisurely stroll since arriving in Shanghai. Stores lined both sides of the street. Pedestrians came and went, bustling with activity. The windows on the roadside displayed all kinds of commodities, and the lights flashed, as if telling the prosperity and vitality of the city. Jiang Han watched all this with interest through the car window, feeling the unique atmosphere and rhythm of the city. The sunlight sprinkled on his face, and the breeze gently brushed by, making his mood extraordinarily relaxed. He enjoyed this rare leisure, as if all the pressure and worries were left behind at this moment. Not long ago, the car drove to the Tencent building, where many internet companies are gathered. Tencent building in these companies is quite conspicuous. Whether the company is located in the building or the size of the company is in this area is the first existence. Jiang Han parked his car in the place where the employees parked in front of the building and walked towards the Tencent building. Into the hall. Busy figures can be seen everywhere. Jiang Han walked to the front desk, opened his mouth and said, "Hello, I'm here to find Lin Shuhua. Please help me inform that Jiang Han is here." "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" "Without an appointment, Mr. Lin won't be able to see you," the receptionist responded. "Forget it, I'll call her," Jiang Han said with a sniff, then took out his cell phone and prepared to call Lin Shuhua. As the words fell, a young man in a suit walked up to the front desk and said in a moment, "The new director of our group is coming to attend the board meeting. All of Mr. Lin's appointments are scheduled for later. This new director of ours will be treated directly today." "Okay, Assistant Dong," the receptionist spoke. Assistant Dong looked at Jiang Han who was standing on the side. "Buddy, please leave. We have an honored guest in our group today." "Assistant Dong, this gentleman is also here to see Mr. Lin," the receptionist said. "Do you have an appointment? If you don't have an appointment, why don't you let someone drive him away? Don't delay the reception of our company's new director later," Assistant Dong spoke. Saying that, Assistant Dong's critical gaze was like a searchlight as he looked up and down on Jiang Han. He saw that Jiang Han was wearing an extremely plain outfit, and the material and style of the clothes showed that they were inexpensive, adding up to no more than $100. "I'm afraid," Assistant Dong's eyebrows instantly furrowed into a Chuan character, his eyes full of dislike. His tone contemptuously said, "What is our Mr. Lin's status? Can he meet anyone? Quickly let the security guards come and throw him out." The voice was sharp and piercing, as if Jiang Han was some disgusting dirty thing. "Lin Shuhua invited me here. You're kicking me out?" Jiang Han sniffed and asked slowly without slowing down. His voice was steady and calm, and his eyes revealed a hint of faint displeasure. But more than that, it was a kind of composure and calmness. He didn't expect that he, as the company's major shareholder, would be treated like this by a tiny assistant. "Is Mr. Lin's name also called by a poor boy like you?" Assistant Dong responded disdainfully, her face filled with arrogance and mockery. In her opinion, someone dressed in plain clothes like Jiang Han couldn't possibly have any relationship with Mr. Lin and must have come to the company to cause trouble. Fine, I'll go. Have Lin Shuhua roll down and pick me up later," Jiang Han said breathlessly. He really didn't want to continue tangling with this unreasonable assistant. After saying that, he turned around and left the front desk, his steps firm and strong. Jiang Han stepped aside, his face as gloomy as the sky of an impending storm. He took out his cell phone and quickly pressed Lin Shua's phone number with his fingers. The phone quickly connected, and Jiang Han's voice said with a hint of anger, "I'm at the front desk of your company, and your people are driving me away. I'm very sorry, Jiang Dong." Lin Shuhua heard this and instantly stood up in fear, a horrified expression on her face. Her voice trembled, filled with guilt and unease. She was well aware that Jiang Han, as the company's third largest shareholder, had a significant influence on the company. It was a big mistake for her subordinate to treat the major shareholders so rudely. Lin Shuhua didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and hurriedly ran out of the office. Her high heel shoes made a did sound on the ground, as if it was a reflection of her flustered mood at this moment. While running, she prayed in her heart, hoping that Jiang Han would not have a bad impression on the company because of this incident. Not long after, Lin Shuhua hurriedly ran out. Her hair was a bit messy, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Obviously she ran all the way here. Seeing Lin Shuhua's anxious appearance, Assistant Dong immediately greeted her, her face piled up with smiles, and asked in an eager tone, "Mr. Lin, is Jiang Dong here?" In her heart, she was still secretly pleased with herself, thinking that she was doing Mr. Lin and the company a favor by strictly enforcing the rules and stopping unrelated people outside. Lin Shuhua hadn't seen Jiang Han before, and only roughly recognized that this Jiang Dong wasn't very old through the young and calm voice on the phone. She quickly scanned around the hall, and her gaze finally landed on Jiang Han on the side, only to see Jiang Han standing there in a dignified manner. Although he was dressed plainly, his body exuded a unique temperament, as if he came with an invisible aura. Lin Shuhua didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly accelerated her steps to walk over. "Hello, may I ask if you are Jiang Han Jiang Dong?" Lin Shuhua asked carefully, a hint of apprehension in her voice. She owed her body slightly, her eyes filled with respect and anticipation. To be able to achieve this position, you have more eyesight than him." Jiang Han slowly spoke, a hint of faint flirtation in his tone. He looked at Lin Shuhua, his eyes revealing a kind of scrutiny and consideration. When Lin Shuhua heard this, her face immediately tensed up, her body slightly stiffened and her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her coat. She was just about to open her mouth to explain, when Jiang Han said coldly, "Do his separation. You make the report. I'll approve the note." Although Jiang Han's voice was not high, it carried an unquestionable majesty. He really couldn't tolerate such a profiling and impolite assistant to stay in the company, especially in treating the shareholders so badly, which was not only disrespectful to him personally, but also damaging to the company's image. Lin Shuhua was shocked when she heard Jiang Han's words, but without the slightest hesitation, she quickly nodded her head and said, "Okay, Director Jiang, I will deal with it right away. And I will definitely not let you encounter such a thing again." She deeply knew that Jiang Han's decision was correct and understood the seriousness of this matter. Chapter 68, He is Jiang Han. This scene of sudden change was like a boulder cast on a calm lake, instantly attracting many onlookers in Tencent's corporate hall. The employees, who were still busy and in a hurry, stopped in their tracks, and their curious gazes were directed towards Jiang Han, Lin Shuhua and Assistant Dong. In just a moment's time, Assistant General Manager Dong, who had been used to bossing around the company, had instantly become the most superfluous presence in the building. She stood there, her face pale, her eyes full of panic and helplessness, the surrounding people's pointing and strange gazes, like a sharp blade piercing her heart. Quite a few people were talking on the sidelines. The voices were not loud, but they were clearly audible in this quiet hall. "Is this the new director of our company? Young, really young," a beautiful woman in work attire said in surprise, her eyes wide open with curiosity and amazement. The well-fitting work attire set off her figure just right, and underneath the delicate makeup was a face full of vigor. Too young. So young to become the third largest shareholder of our company. The family must not be simple either." Another beautiful woman holding coffee chimed in, gently taking a sip of her coffee, her eyes revealing a hint of envy. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders with an elegant demeanor, and the coffee cup in her hand flickered softly under the light. When she finished speaking, she couldn't help but sigh and lamented, "Alas, this kind of Prince Charming is the only two of us who are lucky enough to see the real thing. Why does it look so familiar? Where have I seen it before?" "Seen it before?" The beautiful woman in work uniform frowned, thinking hard and muttering under her breath. Her fingers gently tapped her chin, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "You've seen it? You wouldn't have dreamed about it while dreaming, right?" The beautiful woman holding the coffee laughed and teased, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, revealing a playful smile. "Nope, it really seems like I've seen it somewhere before. I just can't recall it violently." The pretty girl in the work uniform looked at the person in front of her and said in a good-natured manner. She was a bit anxious and stomped her foot, her eyes filled with chagrin. Well, seen, not dreaming, dreaming." The beautiful woman with the coffee smiled and compromised, as she gently patted her friend's shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. As for Jiang Han at this moment, he didn't care too much about the comments of the people around him. His gaze was firm and confident as he quietly waited for Lin Shuhua to take care of the follow-up. Lin Shuhua, on the other hand, was full of apologies, arranging for someone to handle Assistant Dong's departure, while carefully accompanying Jiang Han for fear of making any further mistakes. Just as the two beauties were still snickering, the beauty in the work uniform suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes, as if she had remembered something important. She excitedly grabbed the arm of the coffee-carrying beauty and said loudly, "I remember, he's Jiang Han, the rich young man from Shanghai who has been on the hot search recently, the one who set off fireworks with a Koenigsegg." The beauty with the coffee first froze, then her eyes also widened, her face full of shock. Really? It's that Jiang Han who became famous in Shanghai overnight? 1,000 times true. I've swiped his video before. I thought he was very handsome at that time. I didn't expect that he's actually the new director of our company. The pretty girl in the work uniform said excitedly, her eyes glittering. When the people around them heard their conversation, the murmurs that were originally just curiosity instantly became more enthusiastic. Everyone exchanged words, curious and speculative about Jiang Han's identity and background. So he's Jiang Han. No wonder he's so capable at such a young age to become the third largest shareholder of our company. I heard that he has a mysterious background, and he set fire to Shanghai overnight. So it seems that he really has two skills. This might even be able to see him more often in the company in the future. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Lin Shuhua heard the comments of the people around her, and in her heart, she was thankful that she arrived in time and didn't make things worse. She led Jiang Han towards the elevator and said as she walked, Jiang Dong, I'm really sorry for bringing you such an unpleasant experience. I will definitely strengthen the management and training of the company's staff. Jiang Han nodded slightly and said, I hope similar things won't happen again. The company's image and the quality of its employees are both very important. Yes. Don't worry Jiang Dong, I will definitely take care of it. Lin Shuhua said hurriedly, her eyes full of sincerity. The two of them walked into the elevator. Lin Shuhua pressed the floor heading to the conference room. The elevator was quiet. Jiang Han looked at his own reflection on the elevator wall, thinking in his mind about what would happen next in the boardroom. Soon, the elevator reached the floor where the conference room was located. Lin Shuhua led Jiang Han into the conference room. At this time, the conference room was already filled with quite a few people, and when everyone saw Jiang Han come in, they all cast curious gazes. Lin Shuhua walked forward and introduced to everyone. Everyone, this is our company's new director Jiang Han Jiang Dong. The crowd rose to their feet and welcomed Jiang Han. Jiang Han smiled and nodded his head before taking a seat in his own seat. The meeting began with a discussion centered around the company's development strategy and recent business situation. Jiang Han listened carefully to everyone's speeches and offered his insights and suggestions from time to time. His innovative and unique viewpoints and thorough analysis of problems impressed everyone present. Halfway through the meeting, one of the directors put forward a proposal on the company's expansion into overseas markets. He elaborated on the content and expected results of the program, but Jiang Han keenly discovered some problems in it. Jiang Han stood up and said unhurriedly, I think that although this program has a certain degree of feasibility, there are still deficiencies in market research and risk assessment. We can't enter the overseas market blindly. We need to fully understand the local market environment, policies and regulations and competitors. Then, Jiang Han analyzed the program from many angles and put forward some suggestions for improvement. His speech was well organized and justified, which made everyone fall into contemplation. After some discussions, we finally adopted Jiang Han's suggestions and revised and improved the program. After the meeting, everyone praised Jiang Han's ability and insight, and expressed their confidence in the company's future. Jiang Han walked out of the conference room. Lin Shuhua followed him and said with a smile, Jiang Dong, your performance today was so outstanding that everyone admired you. Jiang Han smiled and said, this is just my duty. The development of the company needs everyone's joint efforts. Just then, Jiang Han's cell phone rang. It was Su Yao calling. Jiang Chen picked up the phone and said gently, Hey, Su Yao, finished talking about business? Su Yao's tired but happy voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm done. This cooperation is very smooth. Didn't you say you would pick me up in the evening? I'm already off work. Jiang Han looked at the time and said, Okay, I'll go over right now. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Han said to Lin Shuhua, Mr. Lin, today's meeting was very productive, so I'll trouble you to follow up on the follow-up. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Lin Shuhua quickly said, Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I'll take care of it. I wish you a pleasant evening. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Lin Shuhua and hurriedly left the company. He drove his car, his heart full of anticipation, thinking that when he saw Su Yao later, he would take her to a romantic dinner to celebrate her negotiated cooperation. In Tencent, Jiang Han's name and his wonderful performance at the board meeting began to spread among the employees and became a hot topic of discussion. Chapter 69 Jiang Han, you wait for me. Jiang Han sped all the way. The night of the city is like being overturned pallet. Colorful lights in the car window quickly swept through. Vehicles such as shuttle fish like endless streams. But at this moment, Jiang Han's mind is not in this prosperous night scene. His heart is full of the anticipation of meeting with Su Yao. Every time he stepped on the gas pedal, it was like drawing the distance between him and Su Yao closer. The joy of seeing Su Yao was like a warm flame burning in his chest, making him feel that all the beauty in this world was not as good as Su Yao's brilliant smile. Finally arrived downstairs of Su Yao's company, Jiang Han just parked his car. His eyes eagerly searched for Su Yao's figure at the company's gate. At this moment, he saw Su Yao walk out from the company's front door. She was dressed in a well-tailored professional suit. The delicate lines outlined her delicate figure. Although her makeup was carefully modified, it was hard to hide a trace of fatigue in her eyes, but her face was still wearing a bright smile, just like the most dazzling star in the night sky. Jiang Han quickly stepped up to welcome her, his eyes full of heartache and concern, gently said, "Hard work. It must have taken a lot of energy to talk about the cooperation." Su Yao smiled and held Jiang Han's arm, gently leaned her head on his body. The action was natural and intimate, as if Jiang Han was her most solid support. She said softly, "It's all right, with you here, this tiredness is nothing." The tone was full of sweetness and peace of mind. Jiang Han brought Su Yao to a cozy and romantic restaurant. As soon as the door of the restaurant was opened, soft lights poured out like flowing water, soothing music flowed in the air like a babbling brook, and a delicate rose was placed on each table, which was red like fire and emitted a faint fragrance, adding a touch of romantic color to the whole restaurant. They found a seat by the window and sat down. Jiang Han carefully pulled out the chair for Su Yao. The action was gentle and gentlemanly. Then he skillfully ordered Su Yao's favorite dishes. Each dish was memorized by his heart, because he wanted Su Yao to taste the most familiar delicacies after this tiring day. During the meal, Su Yao excitedly shared the details of the talk about cooperation with Jiang Han. Her eyes were bright, her face was filled with the joy of success, and her hands were gesticulating from time to time, as if she wanted to show the scene in its entirety in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Chen listened attentively, his body slightly leaning forward. His eyes always stayed on Su Yao's face, nodding in response from time to time, and also giving some praise and encouragement at the right time. Looking at Su Yao's frowning face, Jiang Han felt that she was so charming at this moment, as if the lights of the whole restaurant were converging on her body. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant was violently pushed open with a loud bang, breaking the originally cozy atmosphere of the restaurant. A group of people noisily walked in, their loud clamor and disorganized footsteps, as if they were a group of uninvited guests intruding into the quiet world. Jiang Han looked up and saw that it was actually Bai Chen and a few of his fox friends. Bai Chen saw Jiang Han and Su Yao at a glance, and his originally somewhat complacent face instantly turned gloomy, like a clear sky suddenly filled with dark clouds. His eyes were filled with anger and jealousy, and that gaze was like a sharp blade that shot straight at Jiang Han. Bai Chen led the way to Jiang Han's table, intentionally raising his volume and saying conspiratorially, "Yo, isn't this John Dishao? What? Bringing your little girlfriend to dinner?" That tone was full of mockery and provocation. Jiang Han frowned, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Bai Chen, you'd better show some respect, don't spoil everyone's fun." His voice was low and strong, as if he was warning Bai Chen not to act rashly. Bai Chen sneered, the corner of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. "Respect? You stole my thunder and made me lose face in Shanghai. How could I possibly respect you?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Jiang Han, the action arrogant and domineering. Su Yao was a little scared as she ducked behind Jiang Han. Her body trembled slightly and her hands tightly grasped the corner of Jiang Han's coat. Jiang Chen gently patted her hand. That movement was gentle and firm, signaling her not to be afraid. Then he stood up, straightened his back, and looked straight into Bai Chen's eyes, his gaze revealing an inviolable majesty as he said, "Bai Chen, it's you who are not as skillful as you are, and you can't afford to lose after losing the match. If you continue to be unreasonable here, don't blame me for being impolite." Bai Chen was enraged by Jiang Han's words. His face turned red like a ripe apple, and the veins on his forehead flared up. He reached out his hand and was about to push Jiang Han. The movement was fast and vicious, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. Jiang Han reacted quickly and grabbed Bai Chen's wrist, which was so strong that it instantly caused a sharp pain in Bai Chen's wrist. Jiang Han forcefully twisted. Bai Chen pain out screamed out, face showing pain expression, the body also involuntarily backward a few steps. Bai Chen's friends saw this, immediately surrounded. They rolled up their sleeves, fists and palms, their eyes revealed a ferocious aura, wanting to make a move. At this time, the manager of the restaurant hurriedly ran over, his face filled with anxiety and helplessness as he said loudly, "Everyone, this is a restaurant, please don't make trouble. If you guys keep this up, I'll call the police." That voice echoed in the restaurant with a hint of majesty. Although Bai Chen was unconvinced in his heart, he didn't dare make a scene in front of the police. He glared viciously at Jiang Han, that look filled with resentment and unwillingness, and said, "Jiang Han, you wait for me, this matter is not over." After saying that, he left the restaurant with his men in ashes. That back looked a bit wretched. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han worriedly, her eyes full of worries, and said, "Jiang Han, will he come back to trouble us again?" Her voice was a little shaky, obviously still having palpitations. Jiang Chen comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. If he dares to come back, I won't let him go." He gently took Su Yao into his arms. The embrace was warm and solid, as if he could block all the storms for her. After this mess, the original romantic atmosphere was ruined quite a bit, but Jiang Han and Su Yao tried their best to adjust their moods and continued to enjoy the meal. As they ate their meal, they talked softly, trying to dispel the unpleasantness they had just experienced with cozy words. Chapter 70, I want to make him completely unable to mix in Zhonghai. After Bai Chen left, the sweet atmosphere that had originally permeated the restaurant instantly dissipated like light smoke, and was replaced by an atmosphere of tension and worry. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han with a worried expression, her eyes full of concern. She slightly approached Jiang Han and reminded him in a low voice, be careful these 2 days, there's nothing going on, don't run outside the school. Her voice was soft but with unquestionable firmness, as if she was admonishing her most beloved person. Then what should I do if I miss you? Jiang Chen asked as he opened his mouth, deliberately speaking in a slightly petulant tone in an attempt to ease the worry in Su Yao's heart. He slightly tilted his head. The corner of his mouth carried a faint smile, but his eyes were filled with longing for Su Yao. Video. Besides, it's not like I'm not going back to school. I haven't found a good house yet. Lin Shui looked for a few without a suitable one. Su Yao opened her mouth and said. She sighed softly, a trace of helplessness showing on her face. Her hands rested on her chin, her eyes a little confused, as if she was still worried about finding an apartment. You two are going to share a room, huh? Jiang Chen asked. A small trace of jealousy suddenly surged in his heart, but it was more of a concern for Su Yao. He sat up straight and looked at Su Yao seriously, waiting for her answer. Aha! Su Yao nodded in response. Her eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, as if she had already imagined the wonderful life after sharing a room with Lin Shui. I think living with Lin Shui should be fun. We can cook and chat together. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, a happy smile spreading across her face. Jiang Chen looked at Su Yao's longing look. The jealousy in his heart instantly dissipated. He smiled and said, that's quite good. A companion can also take care of each other, but you have to be careful when looking for a house. Make sure to find a safe and cozy place. He reached out and gently touched Su Yao's head. That action was gentle and doting. Su Yao nodded and said, I know, don't worry about it. You yourself must be careful of Bai Chen in the next 2 days. That man of his has a small heart. He definitely won't let you off easily. Worry once again showed in her eyes, and she held Jiang Han's hand tightly. Jiang Chen patted Su Yao's hand and comforted. Don't worry, I'll be careful. If Bai Chen dares to come looking for trouble again, I won't be polite anymore. His eyes revealed a firmness and confidence, as if he was ready to deal with anything. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, the lights in the restaurant were still soft, but the hands of the clock on the wall were moving unhurriedly, reminding them of the passage of time. Su Yao raised her eyes and glanced at the clock, then spoke, let's go back too. It's getting late. If we go back any later, the dormitory will be closed. Her voice carried some reluctance. After all, the time she spent with Jiang Han was always so short and beautiful, but reason told her that she couldn't go back too late. Jiang Chen nodded. He also realized that it was indeed getting late. He stood up. His movements were elegant and gentlemanly. First he helped Su Yao gently pull the chair away. Then he reached out his hand and gently helped Su Yao to get up. Su Yao obediently stood up, straightened her skirt, looked up to Jiang Han. The moment their eyes met, both of them saw fondness in each other's eyes. Jiang Han took Su Yao's hand. Those hands were warm and strong, as if they could give Su Yao an endless sense of security. They slowly walked out of the box, and as they passed through the aisle of the restaurant, the surrounding diners cast envious or curious gazes. Jiang Han and Su Yao didn't care. They were immersed in each other's world. They only felt that having each other by their side at the moment was enough. When they came to the entrance of the restaurant, the cool wind of the night gently brushed by. Su Yao couldn't help but shiver slightly. Jiang Han noticed her small action, immediately took off his jacket and gently draped it over Su Yao's shoulders. Su Yao looked up at Jiang Han, her eyes full of emotion, and said softly, thank you, Jiang Han. Jiang Han smiled and shook his head, saying, fool, why are you still polite with me? He held Su Yao's hand tightly and led her towards the parking place. The moonlight sprinkled on them, pulling out long shadows, as if telling a beautiful story between them. Arriving at the car, Jiang Han opened the door and let Su Yao sit in first before he himself went around to the driver's seat. After starting the car, Jiang Han drove carefully, looking at Su Yao beside him from time to time, while Su Yao sat quietly on the side, looking at the night scene outside the window, her heart full of sweetness and worry. The sweetness was being able to spend such a night with Jiang Han. The worry was that Jiang Han would have to face Bai Chen's revenge next. The car drove slowly on the silent streets and soon drove into the school. Jiang Han parked the car and got out with Su Yao. Under the streetlight in front of the dormitory, Jiang Han once again embraced Su Yao into his arms and said softly, go back and rest well. Don't worry about me. I'll take care of everything. Su Yao hugged Jiang Han back tightly and said, you must be careful. I will worry about you. After saying that, she gently kissed Jiang Han on his cheeks before releasing her embrace and turning towards the dormitory building. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was nestled in his extravagantly luxurious villa, his entire body resembling an enraged lion. He was so furious that he stormed out, slamming the wine glass in his hand onto the ground with a loud clang, splattering glass shards everywhere. Jiang Han, how dare you humiliate me like this? I won't let you live it down, he said through gritted teeth, the muscles on his face twisted with anger, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. One of his fox friends cautiously came forward, a fawning smile piled on his face, and said softly, Brother Chen, we can't just let it go. Why don't we find someone to teach him a lesson? That voice was trembling with fear, afraid of annoying Bai Chen, who was in a rage. Bai Chen frowned and snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Finding someone to teach him a lesson is too cheap. I'm going to make him completely unmixable in Shanghai and lose his reputation. He stroked his chin, a hint of sinister in his eyes. Chapter 71, Brother Cold, you turned on your broken computer? Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory, and before he could fully step through the threshold, he was surrounded by the deafening game sound effects and intense shouting in the dormitory. Li Yang and the three of them were engrossed in conquering the canyon, the computer screen flickering with the light of various skill effects, as if it was a splendid light and shadow feast. Their faces were overflowing with tension and excitement, their fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard and mouse, and their mouths issued various commands and shouts from time to time. The entire dormitory was like a smoke-filled battlefield. Yo, young Cold has come back from eating bee again? Li Yang was sharp-eyed and glanced at Jiang Han in between the intense game operations, immediately revealing a teasing smile on his face as he joked. He intentionally said 8 honey is 8 bee, just to tease Jiang Han and make the atmosphere in the dormitory a bit more relaxed. Crap, is it that obvious? Can you tell at a glance? Jiang Chen responded with a smile as he spoke while walking slowly to his bed. His pace was light and his face still had the sweet smile left on it after spending time with Su Yao. He reached out to untie his shoelaces and prepared to change his shoes, his movements looking very cozy. Ha 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 ha, it's too inconspicuous, so obvious that I can tell with a bladder sweep. Li Yang responded as he operated the game. His fingers were like agile dancers on the keyboard, rapidly tapping the keys, his eyes staring at the computer screen without missing a single detail. His exaggerated statement amused everyone, and the atmosphere in the dormitory became even more cheerful. Suddenly, Li Yang's eyes instantly widened and the expression on his face became unusually tense as he shouted, Wang Zhe, the playing field is bloodied in red. Quickly block him. His voice was filled with tension and excitement, as if he was the commander on the battlefield, commanding a crucial battle. His body trembled slightly from excitement, and his hands gripped the mouse and keyboard tightly, as if he wanted to inject all his strength into the game. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment when he heard this. He shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but rise slightly. He had no choice but to sit down in front of his computer, looking at the brand new computer, thinking in his mind that perhaps he could use it to do something meaningful. He reached out his hand and gently pressed the on button. However, at that very instant, the originally bright lights in the dormitory suddenly all went out, and the entire dormitory was plunged into total darkness. Crap, power failure? Li Yang looked at the pitch-black computer screen and said breathlessly. His brows were tightly locked, and the expression on his face was very ugly, obviously a little annoyed by this accident. Marred, which grifter used a high-power electrical appliance? Someone in the dormitory's hallway immediately shouted, his voice filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Obviously, this sudden power outage had made everyone's mood bad. Brother chill, you're not going to turn on your broken computer, are you? Last time I turned it on once the treadmill directly tripped. Zhang Yu opened his mouth and asked, his voice carrying a few hints of flirtation and surprise, stopping his hands while speaking and turning his head to look at Jiang Han. Ah, just now it opened up a bit. Jiang Han responded helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. He was also a bit depressed in his heart. He didn't expect this computer to go out of order as soon as he turned it on. It seems that this computer's power problem is really a big trouble. The words fell, only to see Li Yang open the flashlight of his cell phone. The weak light illuminated his angry face. He huffed and puffed to the hallway, shouting at the top of his voice, Marred, which grifter is using high power? I'm playing a game. That voice echoed in the silent hallway, full of dissatisfaction and anger. The people in the other dormitories in the hallway were attracted by his shouts and poked their heads out to see what was going on. After Li Yang finished shouting, he ran back like a gust of wind, with a smug look of I've accomplished my mission on his face, and said, well, we've gone out to curse too. It couldn't have been our dormitory. He patted his chest as if this would prove the innocence of the dormitory. Nima, you cursed me so out of temper. Jiang Han responded with a burst of speechlessness upon hearing this. He was really angry and amused. Although Li Yang had vented his own emotions with this shouting, in Jiang Han's opinion, it didn't solve the actual problem, but but instead might cause the other dormitories to resent him. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly, thinking that this Li Yang was really a living treasure, always doing things so impulsively. For one night, the boys' dormitory building seemed to be engulfed in darkness and fell into endless silence. After the power cut, the dormitory did not have the usual hustle and bustle, and everyone could only play with their cell phones for a while in boredom. The faint light of the cell phone screen flickered in the darkness, reflecting everyone's slightly tired and bored faces. With the gradual decrease in power, everyone lost interest, put down their cell phones, and went to bed early. The moonlight outside the window sprinkled on the ground through the window, like laying a layer of silver frost on the ground, and the occasional sound of insects chirping added a few minutes of the night's quietness. The next day, before the first rays of the morning sunlight fully illuminated the campus, Jiang Han, Li Yang, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe got up early. They simply washed up, put on neat clothes, and with some sleepy eyes, walked into the cafeteria early. The cafeteria was filled with an aroma of food, and there was a wide variety of breakfast items, with buns and donuts steaming in the steam drawer, as well as soybean milk emitting a rich fragrance, making one's appetite increase just by looking at it. There are so few beautiful sisters in this big morning. Wang Zhe looked at the scattered few people in the cafeteria and spoke. As he spoke, he stretched his neck and looked around, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to see a few pretty girls. His voice echoed in the empty cafeteria, causing several people around him to look towards him. Hearing this, Li Yang laughed and patted Wang Zhe's shoulder, teasing, "You kid, you're thinking about pretty girls early in the morning. What time is it? The beauties are probably still sleeping under the covers." There was a hint of a bad smile on his face and his eyes revealed a hint of teasing. Zhang Yu also followed suit and joked, "That's right, Wang Zhe, don't be too anxious. You might be able to see a lot of beautiful women later when class starts." As he said this, he picked up a bun and took a bite, a satisfied expression on his face. Jiang Han, on the other hand, was silently picking out food as he took a cup of soy milk and an egg and found a seat. He looked at his three roommates as they flirted with each other, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. He felt that this kind of life was plain, but it was full of fun, and the time with his roommates was always so relaxing and enjoyable. At this time, the door of the cafeteria was pushed open, and a few girls walked in laughing and joking. Wang Zhe's eyes instantly lit up, and he excitedly pointed at the girls, saying, "Look, here come the beauties." His voice was full of surprise, as if he had discovered a new continent. Li Yang looked at those girls, skimmed his mouth and said, "Just these few they're not much prettier." "Wang Zhe, you are also too easily satisfied." There was a hint of disdain in his tone, but his eyes couldn't help but glance towards those few girls. Zhang Yu then laughed and said, all right, don't pick and choose. It's good enough to have a beautiful girl to look at, and you're still asking for so much," he said while continuing to eat his breakfast. Chapter 72, Task Release. After the four of them ate their breakfast, they arrived at the classroom with slightly heavy steps, starting the most difficult moment of the day. In the past, they were always able to skillfully sneak into the corner seats of the classroom, where they secretly deserted, chatted in whispers, and enjoyed their own little world. But today, they were placed in the center of the first row, as if they were put under the spotlight, and every move could not escape the teacher's eyes. Li Yang, Wang Zhe, Zhang Yu, three people looked at this excellent position, full of speechless, half-sighed. "This position is simply the teacher's monitoring area." Li Yang frowned and said with a bitter face, "Yeah, I won't dare to doze off in class in the future." Wang Zhe helplessly shook his head. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, directly paralyzed in his chair and said breathlessly, It's over. How can I survive this morning?" Jiang Han was a bit more calm. He smiled and said, "If you're here, then you're safe. Listen to the class well." The morning passed quickly in the torment of the four people. As soon as the bell rang and the teacher had just walked out of the classroom, Zhou Ting stood up, cleared his throat and said, "There are no classes in the afternoon, but in the afternoon is the recruitment for various school clubs. If you guys are interested, you can go and have a look." His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the quiet classroom. After saying that, Zhou Ting left the classroom. As soon as he heard about the clubs, Li Yang immediately perked up, his eyes flashing with excitement as he said loudly, "I want to go to the club that has the most schoolmates." As he said this, he rubbed his hands together, an expectant look on his face. "Pull back, do you guys have any ideas?" Li Yang turned his head to look at the other three and asked eagerly. "No idea, don't want to go." Jiang Han slowly spoke, leaning on the back of his chair with calm eyes, seemingly not interested in club activities. "I'm the same." Zhang Yu lay on the table and responded breathlessly, his head buried in his arm, his voice a little slurred. "I have no idea either. Don't want to join any clubs." Wang Zhe also said. He stretched and yawned with a tired face. Li Yang looked at the three people were not interested. A little anxious, he raised his voice and said, You guys just go and take a look. Maybe you can meet your favorite club. Moreover, participating in the club can also meet a lot of new friends. How nice. I'm not going. I'm going back to play games. Are you guys going? Wang Zhe said. His tone was dry and crisp, as if playing games was the most important thing at this moment. After saying that, he quickly stood up, moving eagerly like a character in a game scrambling for resources, ready to leave the classroom. Get on! As soon as Zhang Yu heard this, he also stood up and prepared to leave, his eyes glittering with excitement as if he had already seen the scenes of fierce battles in the game. His movements were as swift as Wang Zhe's, and the two of them were like a pair of silent comrades, ready to fight side by side at the call of the game. Forget about not going. I'll go back to my number 2. Li Yang also gave up his persuasion when he heard this. He was originally looking forward to dragging everyone along to the club to meet the schoolmates, but now it seemed that he could only plunge into the game world himself. Although his mouth was a bit helpless, his tone still revealed his anticipation for the game. Jiang Chen also laughed when he heard the trio's conversation. The corners of his mouth rose and his eyes were filled with laughter as he flirted. Just now you had to go and see your schoolmates. Now you're going to play games? There was a hint of derision in that tone, as if he was mocking their fickleness. Jiang Han, you cut it out. I'm not tired of playing games for one night. If I play a night of schoolgirls, that would have to take my little life. Li Yang laughed and responded, slapping his chest exaggeratedly as he said it with a comical expression on his face. He made such a peculiar comparison between playing games and contacting school sisters, making the statement sound both hilarious and full of his unique style. Bull, you're invincible with that description. Jiang Han immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a smile as he was amused by Li Yang's words, thinking that Li Yang's description was just too creative. That thumbs up was a recognition of Li Yang's humor and a response to this relaxed atmosphere. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were also amused by Li Yang's words, and the small differences that originally arose over the topic of club recruitment dissipated in this burst of laughter. The four of them packed up their things and walked out of the classroom jokingly, heading in the direction of the dormitory, ready to start a game journey that belonged to them. Detecting that mission target Bai Chen will appear at the Longhao Hotel at 2 p.m. to negotiate a business partnership. Please go to the host to stop it. The system's voice was like a crisp bell that immediately rang in Jiang Han's mind, and it carried a sense of unquestionable command. Upon hearing the system mission, Jiang Han's eyes instantly lit up, and his heart was overjoyed, like suddenly seeing the dawn in the darkness. He was worried that he didn't know how to further deal with Bai Chen, and this opportunity hit him like a pie. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a confident smile, and in his heart, he had already begun to calculate how he should act when he arrived at the hotel, and how he could succeed in stopping this business partnership of Bai Chen's. I'm not going back. I'm going to make a trip to the Longhao Hotel. Going for something. Jiang Chen slowly spoke, his voice steady and firm, his eyes revealing a determination to win. Bye. Zhang Yu responded casually. His mind had long since flown to the game and did not care much about Jiang Han's decision. Bye, Jiang Chen said, then turned around and walked towards the parking lot in the school. His pace was brisk, each step carrying a sense of eagerness and excitement. Arriving at the parking lot, Jiang Han's dazzling Bugatti looked like a sleeping beast, emitting an eye-catching light. Jiang Han skillfully opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat and started the car. The engine emitted a low and powerful roar, as if it was cheering for Jiang Han's upcoming action. Under the envious gazes of many students, Jiang Han drove the Bugatti out of the school. The sunlight sprinkled on the body of the car, reflecting a dazzling light, causing the people around to stop and watch. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the Longhao Hotel. This hotel was like a gorgeous palace, standing on the busy street, with traffic in front of the entrance and people coming and going. Jiang Han's car slowly stopped in front of the lobby, and the smooth lines and unique shape attracted many people's attention. Immediately, some hotel staff came forward. They were well trained, with professional smiles on their faces, and quickly opened the car door for Jiang Han. One of the staff members said respectfully, "Young Mr. Cold." That tone was filled with awe and respect. "Help me park the car." "Thanks," Jiang Han said as he handed the key to the staff member, his voice gentle but not overpowering. "Okay, young Mr. Cold," the staff member responded, then carefully took the key and prepared to go park the car. Hearing the response, Jiang Han nodded, straightened his clothes, and walked into the hall with a confident stride. The lobby was resplendent with gold and blue, the crystal chandelier emitting a soft glow, and the floor was as bare as a mirror, reflecting Jiang Han's upright figure. The first time Jiang Han arrived at the hotel, Sun Chang was notified. Sun Chang was the manager of the hotel. He was well aware of Jiang Han's status and position and didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He hurriedly put down the work in his hands, straightened up his attire, and hurriedly came out of his office to greet his boss. His face wore a nervous yet expectant look, and he secretly thought in his heart that he must do a good job of the reception and not make any mistakes. Chapter 73. From now on, you only have me as your boss. Sun Chang jogged all the way, out of breath, to Jiang Han's body, his face piled with a smile that was like a blooming flower, full of curiosity and respect. He owed his body slightly and said enthusiastically, "Young Mr. Han, your great presence really makes our hotel shine. I didn't take much of a look at the hotel's earnings last time I was here. Take me to take a look." Jiang Han slowly spoke, his tone calm, but with an unquestionable majesty. Although his main purpose of coming to the hotel was to stop by Chen's business cooperation, he also happened to take this opportunity to understand the hotel's operation status. "All right, young cold, this way please," Sun Chang hurriedly responded, his voice trembling slightly from nervousness. After saying that, he hurriedly led the way in front. His footsteps were hurried, and from time to time, he even looked back to see if Jiang Han was keeping up. That careful look, like he was afraid that he would upset Jiang Han if he wasn't careful. The two soon arrived at Sun Chang's office. The office was very luxuriously decorated, with several expensive paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, and exquisite ornaments on the desk. Sun Chang quickly walked to the tea table on the side and skillfully began to make tea. Although his hands were busy, his eyes glanced at Jiang Han from time to time. His heart was in a state of confusion, not knowing what Jiang Han would say about the hotel's revenue situation. After making the tea, Sun Chang hurriedly arranged for the staff to bring over the documents Jiang Han had mentioned one by one. The staff members were in a hurry and placed the documents neatly in front of Jiang Han in a short while. These documents recorded the hotel's various revenue figures, and were an important reflection of the hotel's operational status. Sun Chang watched Jiang Han reading the reports carefully, so nervous that beads of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. His body was slightly stiff, and his eyes were firmly fixed on Jiang Han's expression, not daring to utter a single breath. As if Jiang Han's every look and every action could decide his fate. Only Jiang Han opened his mouth and said, "Sit down, Mr. Sun, there's no need to be so nervous." His voice was gentle, with a hint of appeasement. Jiang Chen could feel Sun Chang's nervousness. After all, he was the owner of the hotel, and Sun Chang, as the manager, naturally cared about his opinion of the hotel's operations. Okay young Mr. Cold." Sun Chang sniffed and sat down warily. His buttocks only dared to gently get next to the edge of the chair. His body sat straight, his hands placed on his knees in a disciplined manner, his eyes still sneaking glances at Jiang Han from time to time, like a student waiting for his teacher to judge his homework. Jiang Han looked at the statement, his eyes swept over the figures one by one, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. There were obvious irrationalities in some of the figures on the statement, and he understood in his heart that there might be something fishy behind it. After a moment of silence, he placed the statement in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. "Mr. Sun, I've seen all the circumstances of the hotel's operation in my eyes, and I'll turn a blind eye to the loopholes on these statements." His tone was flat, but it caused Sun Chang's heart to tighten violently. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Sun Chang's originally tense body instantly relaxed, like a string that had been pulled tight suddenly loosened. His forehead, which was originally covered in beads of sweat, gradually faded at this moment, and an expression of relief appeared on his face. He secretly let out a long sigh of relief, and in his heart, he was secretly thankful that Jiang Han hadn't looked deeper into the problems on those statements. "The hotel's operation is very good. I won't ask where the money went. Consider it as a meet and greet gift from me, the new boss, and give you guys a bonus." Jiang Han spoke again, his voice steady and strong, carrying an atmosphere of tolerance. "Thank you, young cold." Sun Chang immediately responded with a smile at his words. His smile was very bright and his eyes were filled with gratitude. He didn't expect that Jiang Han not only didn't hold him accountable, but also so generously distributed that money to everyone as a bonus, which filled him with good feelings and respect for Jiang Han. Ding! Detecting Sun Chang's favorability rising by 100%, rewarding the remaining 49% shares of Long Hao, the system's voice rang out the moment Sun Chang's voice fell, and that crisp beep echoed in Jiang Han's mind. A trace of surprise flashed through Jiang Chen's eyes, not expecting that his act of tolerance would result in such a generous reward. "In the future, there will only be one shareholder in the Long Hao Grand Hotel, and that's me. You only need to be responsible to me. There will be no shortage of benefits for you." Jiang Chen slowly spoke, his eyes firm and confident, as if declaring his absolute control over the hotel. "I'll definitely serve young Mr. Cold wholeheartedly." Sun Chang immediately expressed his loyalty as he straightened his back, his eyes revealing a sense of loyalty and determination. He knew that by following a generous and bold boss like Jiang Han, his future would definitely be bright. I heard that our hotel will have a negotiation with Bai Chen this afternoon." Jiang Han spoke. His tone seemed casual, but his eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. His main purpose of coming to the hotel was to stop this business cooperation with Bai Chen, and now it was just the right time to find out the specifics from Sun Chang. "Bai Xiao, recently, our hotel has indeed received an invitation from the Bai Group to cooperate. However, some of our hotel's executives and I felt that this cooperation wasn't quite feasible, and all didn't communicate right away. Sun Chang spoke, his tone sincere as he explained the situation to Jiang Han in detail. The cooperation conditions proposed by the buy group are a bit harsh for our hotel, and there are some negative rumors about their reputation in the industry, so we're still considering it for the time being, Sun Chang added, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. He was worried that Jiang Han would question his decision-making because of this matter. I'll lead the afternoon meeting. Arrange some lunch for me first. I didn't eat at lunch. Jiang Han opened his mouth, his voice smooth and firm, his eyes revealing unquestionable decisiveness. After checking the reports and having a chat with Sun Chang just now, he had gained a certain understanding of the hotel situation, and had also strengthened his resolve to stop Bai Chen in the afternoon's negotiations. At this moment, the hunger in his belly reminded him that he needed to replenish his energy in order to be in the best condition to deal with the next challenge. All right, young cold, Sun Chang said immediately, his response quick and with a few hints of urgency in his voice. Hearing that Jiang Han was going to lead the afternoon meeting, he felt both a little surprised and relieved in his heart. Surprised that Jiang Han was so quick to get involved in specific matters, and relieved because with Jiang Han as his boss at the helm, he was confident that things would go in a good direction. He hurriedly stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to go arrange for lunch. Young Mr. Cold, is there anything in particular you would like to eat? Our hotel chefs are all very good at their craft, and they can cook all kinds of dishes, Sun Chang asked respectfully. He hoped that he could make Jiang Han satisfied with his meal and further enhance Jiang Han's goodwill towards him. Jiang Han pondered for a moment and said, just keep it simple. A few light and tasty homemade dishes and a soup. He didn't want to be too particular about his diet. What was more important now was to save his energy to deal with the encounter with Bai Chen in the afternoon. Alright, don't worry, Mr. Cold, I'll go and arrange it. And make sure you eat comfortably, Sun Chang said as he quickly walked out of the office and went to the kitchen to convey Jiang Han's request. He was secretly calculating in his heart. He must choose the best ingredients and let the chef cook it carefully without the slightest sloppiness. Chapter 74. No wonder you told me to wait. Not long after, Sun Chang carefully carried his lunch into the office and gently placed the meal on the table in front of Jiang Han. The meal was neatly arranged, steaming hot and emitting a tantalizing aroma. Jiang Han was concentrating on the financial statements in his hands, and after smelling the aroma, he raised his head, glanced at the sumptuous lunch, nodded his thanks to Sun Chang, and began to eat his lunch while continuing to look at the financial statements. He ate with a sharp movement, but his eyes never left the statement, quickly scanning the data on it, and his brain was also running at a rapid pace, analyzing the hotel's business situation. Suddenly, Jiang Han put down the chopsticks in his hands and slowly spoke. Mr. Sun, the performance of these months is good. Give all the employees of our hotel a 200 red packet to celebrate. His voice was calm but carried an unquestionable decisiveness, which was both a recognition of his employees' hard work and the generosity and atmosphere he showed as a boss. Thank you, young cold. I thank you for them. Sun Chang sniffed respectfully, his face filled with surprise and gratitude. He bent down deeply and bowed, the gesture as if he wanted to fully express this gratitude through his body movements. In his opinion, Jiang Han being so generous in giving out red packets to his employees not only made them feel the boss's care and increased their motivation to work, but also made him, the manager, more honorable in front of his employees. He was secretly glad that he had met such a bold and visionary boss, and secretly vowed to be more dedicated to taking care of the hotel's affairs for Jiang Han in the future. After Sun Chang straightened up, he asked with anticipation in his eyes, young Mr. Cold, then when would be a more appropriate time to send out this red packet? He hoped that he could arrange this matter properly to satisfy Jiang Han. Jiang Han thought for a while and said, just send it out before the end of the day today, so that everyone can happily go home with this reward. You arrange for someone to put this into effect as soon as possible. Okay, young Lord Cold, I'll go arrange it right away. I'll have the finance side tally up the list of employees as soon as possible to make sure that every employee receives the red packet in a timely manner. Sun Chang hurriedly responded, and he had already begun to plan the specific process in his mind, thinking about how to accomplish this matter efficiently. As the words fell out of his mouth, Jiang Han put down the report in his hand and shifted his full attention to the lunch in front of him. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of caramelized braised pork with reddish color and put it into his mouth, chewing it gently. The meat melted in his mouth, fat but not greasy, and the rich caramelized sugar fragrance spread out in his mouth, causing him to let out an exclamation of praise. This caramelized braised pork is good. His eyes revealed satisfaction, and his face was filled with the coziness of enjoying good food. Soon, Jiang Han was full. He gently wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up. Sun Chang rushed forward and accompanied Jiang Han as he began to visit the Dragon Ho Grand Hotel. As they walked along the spacious and bright corridors, Jiang Han stopped from time to time, observing the hotel's decorative style, the layout of the facilities, and the working conditions of the employees. When the employees in the hotel saw Jiang Han and Sun Chan walking towards them, they cast awe-inspiring gazes and then bowed politely in greeting. Jiang Han smiled and nodded in response, his eyes revealing his concern and anticipation for the hotel. Time passed by minute, like sand in an hourglass, silently yet constantly passing. A staff member came trotting in front of the two of them, panting as he ran, with a hint of urgency on his face, saying, "Mr. Sun, Bai's people have arrived at our hotel's conference hall." His voice broke the tranquility in the hotel, causing Jiang Han and Sun Chang's attention to instantly focus. "Young Cold, should we go over now, or should we hang them out to dry?" Sun Chang opened his mouth and asked, an inquiry in his eyes, hoping to get instructions from Jiang Han. He knew the importance of this negotiation and understood Jiang Han's determination to stop Bai's cooperation, so he was extra cautious in his actions. "Go now, that Bai Chen is too obscure, don't dirty our land." Jiang Chen spoke, his tone filled with disdain and disgust. All of Bai Chen's previous behavior made him very disgusted, and he didn't want to give Bai Chen any chance to be arrogant. "All right, Young Cold, this way please," Sun Chang said with a sniff, as he sidestepped to make an invitation gesture before leading the way towards the conference hall. Jiang Han followed behind, his pace steady and firm, his eyes revealing a sense of confidence and calmness, as if he was already prepared to deal with everything. They walked through the long corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the silent space. A battle with the Bai group was about to kick off. In front of the conference room, Sun Chang walked up quickly. His footsteps were sharp and strong, as if each step carried a nervous rhythm. He reached out and gripped the conference room's doorknob, gently twisting it to open the conference room's door, then stood sideways and respectfully said, "Young Mr. Han, please." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in the silent corridor. The moment the door to the conference room was opened, the group of people from the Bai clan who had come to negotiate were originally sitting around the conference table, either exchanging words or flipping through information. When they heard the door ring, they immediately stood up, their movements neatly organized, with professional smiles on their faces as they prepared to welcome them over. Their eyes revealed anticipation and confidence, as if they were full of confidence in this negotiation. However, the moment Jiang Han approached, Bai Chen's face, which was originally carrying a few hints of complacency, immediately clouded over. Just like a clear sky suddenly filled with dark clouds, a hint of surprise and anger flashed through his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed, and his lips unconsciously pursed into a line. He hadn't expected Jiang Han to appear here, and in his heart, he cursed how unlucky he was. "Chen Xiao meets again so soon. No wonder you kept me waiting." Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and magnetic. Every word was like a bullet that was accurately shot at Bai Chen. His eyes revealed a hint of mockery and provocation, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a disdainful smile. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Bai Chen's face became even more ugly. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, then said coldly, "Jiang Chen, you really are a ghost. I didn't expect you to show up here, but this is a business negotiation, so you'd better not make trouble here." His tone was filled with threats and warnings, trying to overwhelm Jiang Han in terms of his aura. Chapter 75. This hotel's last name is Jiang. So, Jiang Han sat down full of concern, his movements subdued and elegant, as if nothing in front of him could move him. He rested his hands casually on the armrests of the chair, his eyes revealing a kind of contempt and disdain. Then, he coldly spoke, "Send off the guests." That voice was concise and forceful, as if it was an inviolable order. "All right, Young Cold." Sun Chang immediately spoke at his words, a hint of nervousness and awe in his voice. He quickly turned around and looked at the Bai clan's crowd, and although his face still maintained a polite smile, his eyes revealed an unquestionable firmness as he said, "Gentlemen, please, Jiang Han, I know you're not a small person, but this is our Bai clan's cooperation with the Longhao Grand Hotel." Bai Chen immediately said angrily at his words, his face reddening like a ripe apple, veins rippling on his forehead. His voice trembled a bit due to his anger, and his hands unconsciously waved in an attempt to gain some momentum for himself. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, this Longhao surname is Jiang," Jiang Chen said slowly once again, his words filled with disdain. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes revealing a powerful confidence and control. His words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in the conference room, leaving the Bai clan's crowd stunned. Bai Chen's face instantly turned white as he stared at Jiang Han in disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd thing in the world. His lips trembled slightly as he tried to say something, but he was momentarily speechless. Only after a while did he come to his senses and said through gritted teeth, "Jiang Han, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're in control of the Longhao Grand Hotel. Our Bai group is not something to be messed with either. This cooperation is a rare opportunity for Longhao Grand Hotel. If you miss it, don't regret it later." Jiang Han let out a cold laugh, stood up, walked over to Bai Chen, his gaze looking straight into his eyes, and said, Bai Chen, you don't think that the Bai clan group is so great either. Since I am in control of the Longhao Grand Hotel, I have the ability to make it better and better. I can't even look at the cooperation proposal proposed by your Bai clan group. Moreover, just based on what you did to me before, there's no way I'll let you guys have your way. Bai Chen was so frightened by Jiang Han's eyes that he took a step back, but he still forced himself to remain calm and said, Jiang Han, don't be too arrogant. Our Bai clan group has a certain status in the business world. If you offend us, you won't end up well. Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully and said, I'll wait to see what you guys can do to me, but I advise you to bring your people out of here earlier. Don't waste my time here. Bai Chen wanted to say something else, but seeing Jiang Han's determined eyes and the wary gazes of Sun Chang and the others around him, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get any advantage here today. He glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, then turned to the people behind him and said, Let's go. After saying that, he left the conference room with Bai's people in a huff. Looking at the backs of the Bai clan's people as they left, a hint of a triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Han's face. He knew that this time, successfully stopping the Bai clan's cooperation with the Longhao Grand Hotel was a not-so-small blow to Bai Chen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully sabotaging Bai's plans. Rewarded with a set of Dragon Lake International King of Floor apartments. Please go to the sales office on your own to receive it. The moment Bai Chen left the conference room, the mechanical sound of the system immediately rang out, the voice crisp and loud, echoing in the slightly empty conference room. When Jiang Chen heard it, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident yet pleasant smile. This reward had come at the right time. Not only was it an affirmation of his success in stopping Bai's cooperation plan, but it also added another layer of heft to his assets in Shanghai. He raised his head slightly, his eyes glittering as he spoke. All cooperation with Bai is terminated, and I don't want the surname Bai to appear in our hotel. His tone was firm and unquestionable. Every word seemed to carry power, showing his determined attitude towards the Bai group. Okay, Xiao Cold. Sun Chang immediately responded, his voice crisp and clear, his eyes filled with awe and obedience. He deeply knew what Jiang Han's decision meant, and understood that he had to strictly carry it out. He was secretly calculating in his mind that when he went back, he had to notify all departments at the first opportunity to call off all cooperation projects related to Bai, and strengthen the hotel's access control management to prevent people surnamed Bai from entering the hotel. Alright, that's it. Arrange the things I explained today. I'm leaving, Jiang Chen said, and got up, ready to leave. He straightened his clothes, his movements simple and competent. Then he walked towards the entrance of the conference room with a steady pace, each step solid and strong. Sun Chang hurriedly followed behind and kept sending Jiang Han to the entrance of the hotel. He respectfully stood aside and watched Jiang Han get into the car before he slightly bent over and said, Take care, young Mr. Cold. I wish you all the best. Jiang Han nodded, the movement dry and sharp, as if it was a silent confirmation of his next trip. Immediately afterward, the roar of the sports car suddenly rang out, that low and explosive sound, like an awakened beast roaring, instantly breaking the tranquility of the hotel entrance. Jiang Han sat steadily in the cockpit, his body slightly leaning back, leaning on the comfortable seat, his eyes focused and calm. He skillfully picked up his cell phone, opened the navigation software, and typed in the words Longhu International. The route was quickly displayed on the screen, and Jiang Han carefully looked at it, making a rough estimate of the distance and time in his heart. Along with the navigation voice prompts, Jiang Han slowly turned the steering wheel, the sports car as a dynamic dragon, lightly out of the hotel parking lot. The sunlight sprinkled on the car's body, reflecting a dazzling light, attracting side glances from the surrounding passers-by. Jiang Han looked at the bustling street scene outside through the car window, but his thoughts had long drifted to the Dragon Lake International King apartment that he was about to collect. Chapter 76, 100 million times the return of 100 million. Not long after, Jiang Han's car drove into the parking lot in front of the sales hall precisely according to the navigation. The sports car was like a bright shooting star, appearing particularly dazzling among the many vehicles in the parking lot. As soon as the car was parked, several saleswomen in black silk hip dresses immediately walked out of the hall. They had graceful postures and light steps, as if they were a group of agile butterflies, flying towards Jiang Han's car. Sir, are you coming to buy a house? A female saleswoman took the lead and jogged over, her face beaming with enthusiasm, her eyes revealing anticipation and eagerness. She ran in front of Jiang Han, bent slightly and asked politely, I came to get the formalities, Jiang Han slowly said, his voice steady and calm, his eyes revealing a sense of confidence and calmness. Oh, you are here to get the formalities for the One Dragon Lake King apartment, right? The sales asked enthusiastically, her eyes flashing with excitement, as if she had already seen a lucrative performance about to arrive. Aha, right, Jiang Han nodded, his movements simple and crisp, confirming his intentions. This way please. I'll take you to the VIP room to rest first, the sales said with a smile as she stretched out her hand, making a pleased gesture before leading Jiang Han into the VIP room of the sales office. The VIP room was luxuriously decorated, with soft sofas, exquisite murals, bright lights. Everything looked so comfortable and cozy. What would you like to drink, sir? Sales asked. Her voice was gentle and sweet, just like a melodious song. No, thanks, Jiang Han said with a smile. His smile was sincere and friendly, making people feel very kind. Sir, then please wait a moment. I'll get the formalities ready for you right away, Sales said, then hurriedly left the VIP room. Her footsteps were hurried, as if there was an invisible force urging her on. After the sales left, she hurriedly ran into the sales manager's office, with a hint of nervousness and excitement on her face. She said, Manager, the purchaser of the King of Floor has come to get the formalities. I've arranged it in the VIP room. Good. You prepare the formalities right away. I'll go over first, the manager said, his voice steady and strong, his eyes revealing a professionalism and confidence. After saying that, he hurriedly got up, straightened his clothes, and then walked towards the VIP room. His steps were firm and swift, with the thought in his mind that he must leave a good impression on the purchaser of this King of Floor. After all, this was a big deal. When the manager walked into the VIP room, Jiang Han was sitting on the sofa, quietly waiting. A warm smile immediately appeared on the manager's face. He quickly walked to Jiang Han, extended his hand, and said, Hello sir, I am the sales manager here. It's a great honor to serve you. You wait for a while, the formalities will be ready soon. Jiang Han stood up, shook the manager's hand and said, Trouble you? The manager smiled and said, No trouble, no trouble, this is all what we should do. If you have any needs while waiting, feel free to talk to me. After saying that, the manager took a seat on a side chair and accompanied Jiang Han as he waited for the formalities to be completed. I was just looking at your sand table. There's a separate circled place. What's that? Jiang Han sat on the sofa, his eyes staring at the cell phone screen, his fingers gently sliding on the screen as he asked seemingly carelessly, Sir, that's our Longhu International Longhu Manor. The manager responded enthusiastically, his voice filled with pride as if he was introducing a rare treasure. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes focused on Jiang Han, hoping to arouse his interest. Oh, it's just a villa inside? Jiang Chen nodded in response, his tone flat, but his eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. He put down the cell phone in his hand and sat up straight, starting to listen carefully to the manager's introduction. Sir, if you're free in a while, I can take you there now, the manager said immediately upon hearing this, his eyes glittering with excitement, not missing a single opportunity to make a sale. He knew that a customer like Jiang Han who had the strength to buy the King of House apartment would most likely be interested in the villas of Dragon Lake Manor as well. Okay, let's go. Jiang Han nodded at his words, his reply concise and dry. In his heart, he thought that he had time now anyway, so there was no harm in going to take a look, and he might even be able to complete the system's consumption cashback task. This way, sir. The manager immediately stood up in surprise upon hearing this, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He quickly straightened his clothes, then made a pleased pose and guided Jiang Han towards the direction of the Dragon Lake Manor. Jiang Han followed behind the manager, and in his heart, he was also thinking that he still had one more chance to spend cash back in his hand. Currently, there was still more than 140 million in his card, so he thought he might as well take advantage of spending now to complete this task. This way he could get cash back and also increase his assets. Why not? As he walked, he was calculating in his mind that if the villa in the Dragon Lake Manor was suitable, he would buy it. The two quickly came to the Dragon Lake Manor. The manor's gate was imposing and extraordinary, using a European style of architecture, with tall stone pillars and exquisite carvings that caught people's eyes. The manager opened the gate and led Jiang Han inside. As soon as he entered the manor, Jiang Han was attracted by the scenery in front of him. Green trees, lush flowers and grass, a clear stream meandered through the entire manor, and there was an exquisite pavilion by the stream. In the distance, a luxurious villa stood quietly, looking dazzling under the sunlight. Sir, this is the villa of the Dragon Lake Manor. It covers a large area and has a separate garden, swimming pool and garage. The interior decoration of the villa is also top-notch, using the most advanced smart home system to make your life more convenient and comfortable, the manager introduced while observing Jiang Han's expression. Jiang Han walked around the villa, carefully observing every detail. He walked into the interior of the villa, the spacious and bright living room, the luxurious bedroom, the modernized kitchen. Every part of it satisfied him. He stood on the balcony, overlooking the beauty of the entire manor, and already had a decision in his heart. I'll take this manor. How much? Jiang Han slowly spoke. Sir, the selling price of this manor is 1.6 billion, 3,000 square feet of floor space, and the entire manor covers 5 acres of land, the sales manager said excitedly. Okay, swipe your card. But I can only call you over $140 million first today, Jiang Han said. Sir, a transaction of over $1 billion is not a small number. I understand. It's possible. The manager sniffed and immediately responded. Swipe the card, Jiang Han said immediately after hearing this. As the words fell, the manager hurriedly took the POS machine from the assistant beside him, and in no time the $140 million was successfully spent. Ding! The host's consumption of $140 million was successfully detected. Obtained 140 million divine greatness points, triggering a 100-fold storm return. 140 million returned. Remaining number of returns 0 inch. Chapter 77, Dragon Lake Manor Owner. When the manager of the sales office saw the interface of successful card swipe on the card machine, he was instantly excited, and the smile on his face was almost to the root of his ears. This mansion located in Longhu Manor, in Zhonghai has the title of the most expensive house. To facilitate such a big deal, for him not only means a generous commission, but also a great honor. His hands were trembling slightly, carefully picking up the card voucher as if it was a rare treasure. The rest of the money, I'll call you tomorrow, Jiang Han slowly spoke, his tone calm and composed, as if he was just talking about a perfectly normal thing. For him, the mobilization of over $100 million was nothing more than a simple operation. Yes sir, the manager responded excitedly, his voice trembling a little from excitement. He nodded his head in a hurry, his eyes filled with gratitude and anticipation. He knew that a powerful customer like Jiang Han was unattainable, so he must serve him well and strive to establish a long-term good relationship with him. Then the manager was saying again, Sir, we will arrange for your butler to come and serve you as soon as possible. His face was filled with a warm smile, hoping to make Jiang Han more satisfied with these attentive services. You need a butler to buy a house? Jiang Han asked in wonder. He had bought quite a few properties before, but he had never encountered a situation where he bought a house and sent a butler. His eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Sir, our house security, butler and a series of people who provide you with services are all fully equipped. The main focus is to save the owner's heart. Returning home is enjoyment. The manager responded with a smile, and as he spoke, he gestured with his hands, trying to let Jiang Han understand the content of these services more intuitively. Our housekeepers are professionally trained, and they can help you with all kinds of life chores, such as cleaning, purchasing items, arranging trips, and so on. The security team also patrols 24 hours a day to ensure your safety. Good. Jiang Han slowly responded as he nodded, satisfied with such services. With the services of these professionals, his life would indeed be much easier in the future. He leaned on the sofa and imagined his future life in this mansion, his heart filled with anticipation. The manager, on the other hand, stood on the side, always with a warm smile on his face, waiting for further instructions from Jiang Han, who was determined to make the subsequent services as good as possible. Jiang Han sat on the sofa, his mind already beginning to outline the future scenes of life in this mansion. The sunlight sprinkled on the soft carpet through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The butler thoughtfully prepared an exquisite afternoon tea, and outside the window was the picturesque scenery of the manor in all seasons. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Manager, when will this butler be in place? I want to familiarize myself with this side as soon as possible. Jiang Han opened his mouth and asked. He hoped to enjoy the convenience of this supporting service as soon as possible. Sir, we will arrange for the butler to dock with you within today. The butler will come to meet you with detailed information and a description of the service, so you can speak to him at any time if you have any needs. The manager hurriedly replied, his eyes full of professionalism and confidence. Jiang Han nodded and asked again, then what exactly are the security measures of this manor? I still place more importance on the security aspect. The manager immediately came into the spirit and introduced in detail. Sir, our security system adopts the most advanced technology. There are high-definition surveillance cameras around the manor, monitoring 24 hours a day, and any abnormalities will be fed back to the security center at the first time. At the same time, the security team will patrol regularly, and they have all received rigorous training with professional emergency response capabilities. Moreover, entering the manor requires strict identity verification to ensure that only the owner and authorized personnel can enter. Jiang Han was satisfied with the security situation of the manor after hearing this. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang, and it was Li Yang calling. Brother Chill, where are you? A few of us are hacking in an internet cafe. Come on. Li Yang shouted excitedly on the other end of the phone. Jiang Han smiled and said, I am now on the Dragon Lake International side. Just bought a set of villa. Cannot leave. What? You bought a villa? Or Longhu International? Brother Chill, you're too fierce. Li Yang's voice was filled with surprise and envy. Alright, you guys have fun. I'll join you guys when I'm free, Jiang Han said. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Han chatted with the manager for a while about the villa's subsequent decoration and maintenance. The manager said that he would arrange a professional team to take care of these things to ensure that Jiang Han could save his mind and energy. Just then, a middle-aged man in a neat uniform walked in, with a smile on his face and a decent demeanor. The manager introduced, "Sir, this is the butler arranged for you, Master Zhang." Master Zhang has many years of experience in this line of work and has served many high-end clients. You can completely rest assured that you can leave the matters of your life to him. Master Zhang bent down slightly and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. In the future, you can contact me at any time if you need anything. I will do my best to provide you with the best quality service." Jiang Han looked at Master Zhang, nodded and said, "I'll trouble you then, Master Zhang. I hope to familiarize myself with this villa and manor as soon as possible." "No problem, Mr. Jiang. I've already prepared the detailed information and can introduce it to you now," Master Zhang said, taking out a stack of documents from his briefcase. In the next few moments, Master Zhang introduced Jiang Han in detail about the villa's facilities, how to use them, as well as the manor's neighboring facilities and services. Jiang Han listened attentively, from time to time to ask some questions. Master Zhang have patiently answered one by one. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Han felt that he had gained a lot today. He stood up and said to the manager and Master Zhang, "It's been a hard day for you guys. I'm looking forward to living here in the future." The manager smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, it's our honor to serve you. If you have any other needs, feel free to contact us." Master Zhang also said, "Mr. Jiang, I'll be on standby. You can always find me if you have anything." Jiang Han walked out of the sales office and got into his sports car. He started the car and looked at the luxurious villa in front of him, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that his life in Shanghai was about to start a new chapter, and the future was full of infinite possibilities. He stepped on the gas, and the sports car drove out of Longhu International like an arrow off the string, speeding towards the road ahead. Chapter 78, Can't you pull a pretty girl? You pull too? On the road, Jiang Han sat in the sports car, his mind still recalling the luxury and comfort of that villa in Longhu Manor. Suddenly, he thought of Su Yao, so he picked up his cell phone and dialed her. The call was quickly connected, and Jiang Han gently asked, "Yao Yao, when will you get off work?" His voice was full of concern, hoping that he could meet Su Yao after work. "There's still more than an hour left. I'm going to move with Lin Shui in a while, so I can't accompany you today," Su Yao said, a hint of apology in her voice. Moving was a troublesome matter, and she was originally still worried about how to solve the problem of moving. "Have you guys found a good house?" Jiang Chen asked. He was always extra attentive to Su Yao's affairs. "Well, Lin Shui found a good one. Few of my things are packed up, just go to the dormitory in a while and take them away," Su Yao responded, with a hint of relaxation in her tone. Although moving was a bit tiring, but with a new place to live, she was still looking forward to it. "Then I'll go find Li Yang to change his car and help you move," Jiang Chen responded with a smile, his voice full of enthusiasm. He knew that moving would require carrying a lot of things, and his own sports car definitely wouldn't fit, while Li Yang had a large SUV that was just right for moving. "Good, then I'll treat you to dinner after moving," Su Yao said with a smile. She was touched in her heart. Jiang Han always appeared when she needed him. To be able to have a meal with Jiang Han, she felt it was also a kind of happiness. Jiang Han hung up the phone and immediately turned the car around and drove towards the internet cafe where Li Yang and the others were. Arriving at the entrance of the internet cafe, Jiang Han parked his car and walked into the cafe. The internet cafe was filled with the smell of smoke, and the noisy gaming sounds were endless. Jiang Han quickly found Li Yang, who was staring intently at the computer screen, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. "Li Yang, let me borrow your car for a bit. I'm going to help Su Yao move." Jiang Han patted Li Yang's shoulder and said. Li Yang turned his head and said with a surprised look on his face, "Brother Cold, you just bought a villa and you're going to help Su Yao move? You're really a busy man. Okay, the car keys are for you." Saying that, Li Yang took out the car key from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han took the car keys and said with a smile, "Thanks. When I come back after moving house, I'll treat you to dinner. No need to be polite. Brother Cold, go get busy." Li Yang finished and returned his attention to the game. Jiang Han walked out of the internet cafe, got into Li Yang's big G and drove towards Su Yao's company. On the way, he was in an extraordinarily relaxed mood, thinking that he could help Su Yao solve her moving problem. He imagined Su Yao's surprised expression when she saw that she had come to help. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Soon, Jiang Han arrived downstairs at Su Yao's company. He parked his car and sent a message to Su Yao. "I'm here, waiting for you downstairs." Not long after, Su Yao and Lin Shui walked out from the company. Su Yao was wearing a professional suit, looking extraordinarily competent. Her face was brimming with smiles, and when she saw Jiang Han, she quickly walked over. Jiang Han, you're here, thank you so much, Su Yao said, her eyes filled with gratitude. What's the point of being polite with me? Let's go to the dormitory to get your things first, Jiang Han said with a smile. So, the three of them got into the car together and drove towards Su Yao's dormitory. Along the way, they talked and laughed. The atmosphere was very cordial. Jiang Han felt that it was a sweet happiness to be able to go through these small things in life with Su Yao. It's still our Yao Yao who has a big face. To be able to ask Xiao Cole to help move. Lin Shui sat in the back row and laughed and joked. Her voice was crisp and pleasant with a bit of playfulness. She propped her hands on the backrest of the seat and leaned forward slightly. Her eyes filled with laughter as she looked at Jiang Han and Su Yao's backs. I'm not also helping you move. Jiang Han responded with a smile as he glanced at Lin Shui in the rearview mirror, the corners of his mouth rising to reveal a gentle smile. He had one hand on the car window and the other holding the steering wheel steadily, the car moving smoothly under his control. How dare I let you, the young master, move me? Besides, without Yao Yao you would be kind enough to help me move? Lin Shui asked with a smile. She purposely dragged out the words young master with a hint of flirtation in her tone. She leaned back in her seat and clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes shining brightly as she waited for Jiang Han's answer. I definitely can't, but Li Yang is willing to work for you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Remembering Li Yang's usual big and enthusiastic demeanor, he felt it was appropriate to make this joke. He slightly inclined his head to look at Su Yao and realized that she was also pursing her lips and snickering. Quickly control your family, Han Xiao. His mouth is too broken. Lin Shui sniffed and patted Su Yao who was sitting in the passenger seat and said with a smile. She pretended to be angry and pouted, but she couldn't hide the laughter in her eyes. She gently poked Su Yao's shoulder, as if urging her to discipline Jiang Han quickly. Su Yao was amused by Lin Shui's action. She turned her head to look at Jiang Han, her eyes full of love, and said, don't tease Lin Shui, just drive properly. Then she added to Lin Shui, he just has a bad mouth, don't take it to heart. Jiang Han pretended to be aggrieved and skimmed his mouth, saying, I'm not just livening up the atmosphere, but his eyes were full of laughter, obviously not really feeling aggrieved. Soon, they arrived under Su Yao's dormitory. Jiang Han parked the car and the three of them got out. Jiang Han moved his muscles and prepared for a big fight. Su Yao and Lin Shui, on the other hand, quickly walked into the dormitory to pack up their things. Not long after, they walked out with several large boxes and bags. Jiang Chen hurriedly went forward to take the heavy things in their hands and carefully put them into the trunk of the car. Wow, I didn't expect you guys to have quite a lot of stuff, Jiang Chen said while putting things away. It's all miscellaneous gadgets, but it kinda takes up space, Su Yao explained with a smile. After the things were all loaded onto the car, they set off again towards their new residence. Along the way, everyone was still talking and laughing, and the atmosphere inside the car was very cheerful. The car drove out of the school's gate and ran head-on into Li Yang's sports car that was driving back to Jiang Han. The two cars briefly confronted each other on the road, as if time was frozen at this moment. Oh yo, a chance encounter. After both of them dropped their windows at the same time, Li Yang said with a smile. His cheerful laughter echoed in the air, breaking the short-lived tranquility. Li Yang's hair was a bit messy, his face was red with excitement after playing the game, and his eyes were flashing with a mischievous light. Speaking, Li Yang poked his head out and took a look at the back row and said jokingly, crap, it's not enough for you to pull a Su Yao Yao sister. Why are you still sitting behind a beautiful woman? Let me take a look. His voice was intentionally long and full of flirting. His head stretched forward vigorously, his eyes wide open, wanting to see Lin Shui in the back row. Lin Shui was amused by Li Yang's appearance and laughed out loud. She deliberately sat up straight, crossed her arms and said, what are you looking at? Haven't seen a beautiful woman, or haven't you seen me? Her voice was crisp and loud, with a hint of playfulness and confidence. Chapter 79. Know how much my family is sweet of money? Li Yang's eyes, which were originally glowing with excitement at seeing someone in the car, instantly dimmed after seeing that it was Lin Shui, and the excitement on his face disappeared without a trace, and he said with a slight sense of loss, how come it's you? No fun. He drooped his head and muttered in a low voice, as if the expected surprise had fallen through. When Lin Shui heard this, her face, which was still wearing a smile, immediately turned gloomy, just like a clear sky suddenly filled with dark clouds. With her willow eyebrows raised and her almond eyes rounded, she couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Nima! That angry voice exploded in the air, scaring Li Yang. Let's go together to finish moving and eat. Jiang Han hurriedly opened his mouth to round up the situation. He didn't want to see the two of them clash. His voice was calm and strong, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Alright, I'll follow you. Li Yang responded with a nod at his words, knowing that Jiang Han was easing the atmosphere. He went along with the step. He regained his spirits, and that big grin appeared on his face again. What about those two? Jiang Chen asked. He remembered Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe and wondered what they were doing. Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe are getting ready to spend the night at the internet cafe. Don't mind those two, Li Yang said, waving his hand in a carefree manner. In his opinion, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe, the two gaming fans, couldn't care about anything once they played a game. Jiang Han nodded at his words, then started Li Yang's Big G and slowly drove towards the place where Su Yao and Lin Shui rented a room. The powerful engine of the Big G emitted a low rumbling sound, as if a beast was roaring. Li Yang drove Jiang Han's Bugatti to follow behind, the Bugatti's streamlined body in the sunlight shining with a charming light, like a bright shooting star. Not long after, the two cars drove into a neighborhood. The gate of the district was a bit old, but the surrounding greenery was well done, with green trees and luxuriant flowers. The construction of the neighborhood looked pretty good, but the houses could clearly see the traces of time. The paint on the walls was a bit peeling off, and the windows also looked a bit old. After the two cars slowly stopped at the public parking lot in the district, a few people got out of the car. Jiang Han and Li Yang reached out and picked up two relatively large boxes. The boxes were heavy, weighing down their arms slightly. Lin Shui led the way, wearing a simple dress. Her pace was light as she walked towards the address of the rented apartment. The sunlight poured onto them through the gaps in the leaves, forming a patch of light, as if they were covered in a golden veil. Along the way, they talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was very cordial. Jiang Han and Li Yang joked from time to time, making Lin Shui and Su Yao laugh. Soon, they arrived in front of the house that Lin Shui and Su Yao had rented. It was an old residential building, and a faint musty smell permeated the hallway. They walked up the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Finally, they arrived at the door of the room, and Lin Shui took out the key and opened the door. The room was simply furnished, but it was clean and tidy. Jiang Han and Li Yang put the boxes in the living room, then started helping Lin Shui and Su Yao organize things. Everyone divided up the work, some organizing the clothes, some arranging the furniture. They were busy. Not a moment later, the door of the room was knocked. The crisp knocking sound was extraordinarily clear in the slightly quiet room. Li Yang happened to be near the door. He stopped the action of organizing items in his hands, patted the dust on his body, and hurriedly walked over to open the door of the room. Dude, who are you looking for? Li Yang looked at the boy standing outside in a suit and opened his mouth to ask. The man in the suit in front of him had a straight figure and a handsome face, but the straight suit and exquisite dress, in Li Yang's opinion, was a bit out of place, in stark contrast to the slightly old rental room environment. Looking for Su Yao, the boy in the suit opened his mouth. His voice was low and magnetic, and his eyes revealed a persistence and determination. He slightly raised his chin. His gaze crossed over Li Yang and looked into the room, seemingly searching for Su Yao's figure. Ding! Mission released to punch Xiaolei in the face and make him lose his confidence. Reward Luna Bay. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Han's mind. Jiang Han, someone is looking for your family's senior sister Su Yao. Li Yang shouted. His voice was loud as he pulled his voice, and while shouting, he didn't forget to look back towards Jiang Han and Su Yao's direction. Jiang Han and Su Yao also hurriedly walked over when they heard this. Jiang Han stood in front of Su Yao, slightly sidestepping, protecting Su Yao behind him. He looked at the man outside and opened his mouth to ask, who are you? His eyes revealed a hint of vigilance, and his tone carried a kind of inviolable majesty. Then, Su Yao asked, how do you know I'm here? Didn't I tell you very clearly that I have a boyfriend? Saying that, Su Yao took Jiang Han's hand. Her hand was slightly hard, holding Jiang Han tightly, as if she was declaring her position to the man in the suit. Her eyes were filled with boredom and dissatisfaction, and her brows were tightly furrowed. The man in the suit looked at Su Yao and Jiang Han's tightly clasped hands. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained that confident smile. He straightened his tie and said, Su Yao, I inquired about you living here through some channels. I know you said you have a boyfriend, but I don't believe it. I truly like you and want to give you a better life. His voice was sincere and his eyes were full of deep love, as if his love could move everything. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh and said, you're being a stalker. Su Yao has already made it clear that she has me as her boyfriend, so you should stop pestering. His tone was forceful and his eyes revealed a warning. The man in the suit looked at Jiang Han and said disdainfully, just buy you? What can you give Su Yao? I have a car and a house, a stable career, and can let her live a carefree life. His words were full of provocation, as if he was belittling Jiang Han. Hearing the other party's words, Li Yang directly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, a carefree life? How carefree? I see both of you are freshmen. Do you know how much a suite in my house costs? The man in the suit spoke up. I don't know. It's expensive? Li Yang sniffed and immediately responded. Our family has 5 suites in Shanghai. Each of them is around $5 to $6 million. The man in the suit said confidently, then took out his car keys. Just picked up the macro. 500,000 or so. Crap. So awesome. So young to be driving a car with over $500,000. Li Yang heard this and immediately shouted with a smile, full of mockery. Before Jiang Han had a chance to speak, Su Yao said angrily. What I like is Jiang Han. It has nothing to do with material things. Zhao Lei, you don't appear in front of me anymore. I don't have any feelings for you anymore. Her voice was firm and her eyes revealed a determination. Chapter 80. I'm sorry. There really wasn't a $500,000 or so car. Lin Shui, who was on the side, saw this and rushed over to push Zhao Lei out. Her hands were forceful and her face was filled with anger as she said loudly, "Can't you understand human language? Get out of here." The situation was as if she wanted to drive Zhao Lei out of this space completely. The suit man Zhao Lei's face became very ugly. His face turned red. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. His knuckles whitened from the force, and the veins on his forehead bulged out slightly, like a twisted little snake. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but the anger in his eyes was still burning. Then he said viciously, "Su Yao, you will regret this. I won't give up so easily." After saying that, he turned around and left in big strides. That hurried pace seemed to be venting his inner dissatisfaction and unwillingness. After that, Lin Shui heavily closed the door of the room. That bang sound, as if it was an ultimatum to Zhao Lei. Lin Shui turned her head back and looked at the room to see that it was almost cleaned up, so she opened her mouth and said, Let's go eat something." Her voice carried a hint of relief after exhaustion. Su Yao nodded at her words before speaking. Aha! Her voice was soft and her eyes revealed a trace of relief. After being busy for so long, she could finally eat something and rest. "I'll go out with Li Yong to buy some bar to bring it back. You two rest at home." Jiang Chen slowly spoke. His tone was gentle and considerate, his eyes full of concern for Su Yao. Okay, Su Yao smiled and nodded her head. Her smile was as bright as a flower in spring. She was very satisfied with Jiang Han's arrangement. Jiang Han sniffed and patted Li Yang's shoulder. The two of them walked out of the rental house. A faint smell of dust filled the hallway, and their footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. Downstairs, met Zhao Lei head on just now. Zhao Lei was leaning against his car, his eyes revealing a hint of provocation. Dude, still not leaving? What's wrong with staying for dinner? Li Yang opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of flirtation and disdain. His hands stuck in his pockets with a disinterested look. Do I care about you two for this meal? You probably won't be able to eat what I've eaten in your lifetime, Zhao Lei said, slapping his car door and spoke. His tone was full of arrogance, his eyes full of contempt for Li Yang and Jiang Han. Groove, you're the only one who treats a $500,000 or so broken car as something good. I've left you a face, but you still don't want it. Jiang Han immediately spoke at his words. His voice was tinged with anger and his eyes became sharp. In his opinion, Zhao Lei's pestering and arrogance had reached the point where it was unbearable. Zhao Lei's face became even more ugly when he heard Jiang Han's words. He let out a cold smile and said, What's wrong with a 500,000 or so car? Do you guys have one? Don't think you're so great. His eyes revealed a hint of jealousy and anger. He didn't understand why Su Yao would look at Jiang Han. Ha 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 ha. I don't really have a $500,000 car. Jiang Han opened his mouth. His laughter was bright with a few hints of self-deprecation. He took out his car keys from his pocket, which was a small and delicate string of metal objects that glittered in the sunlight. He then reached into Li Yang's pocket and took out the car keys of Li Yang's G63 as well, as if he was demonstrating their deep friendship and trust. Sorry, there really isn't a car of $500,000 or so, nor do I have a $5 or $6 million house. It really can't fulfill that giving Su Yao a carefree life that you said. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. His tone was relaxed, but his eyes revealed a firmness. He wasn't showing off his wealth, but rather expressing his commitment and support to Su Yao in his own way. Then, Jiang Chen added, however, I can satisfy Su Yao idly by a $5 to $6 million house. His voice was loud and clear, full of confidence and determination. Not pretending anymore? Keep pretending? Li Yang immediately snorted lightly at his words, his face full of disdain, his eyes flashing with a provocative light. In his opinion, Zhao Lei's arrogant look from before was really disgusting, and this was the right moment to strike back properly. Then Li Yang took the two men's car keys from Jiang Han's hand. His movements were crisp and clean, as if he was demonstrating a power. He pointed to his G63 car keys and said loudly, Mercedes-AMG G63, not expensive before buying you this broken car 6 or 7. That voice was loud and reverberated in the surrounding air, full of underlying energy. After that, Li Yang took Jiang Han's car keys and shook them in front of Zhao Lei, with a smug smile on his face. He said, This isn't too expensive. It can only buy 30 sets of your $5 or $6 million house. He intentionally said the words 30 sets very heavily, his eyes staring at Zhao Lei tightly, wanting to see his reaction. Zhao Lei's original expression with a hint of disdain instantly froze. His eyes widened and an incredulous look appeared on his face. He didn't expect Jiang Han and Li Yang to be so powerful, and his previous arrogance looked so ridiculous in front of them. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but he was momentarily speechless. Jiang Han looked at Zhao Lei's appearance. His heart didn't have too much complacency. He just said calmly, "We don't want to show off anything. We just hope that you can understand that true happiness is not measured by material things. Suyao chose me because we love each other, not because of how much money I have." His tone was calm, but full of power. Suyao walked to Jiang Han's side, gently held his hand and said, "Jiang Han is right. I love him as a person, not his wealth. I hope you won't pester me anymore in the future." Her eyes were firm, and there was a hint of unquestioning in her tone. Zhao Lei's face became very ugly when he heard their words, as if he had been slapped hard. His face turned red, his features were twisted together, and his eyes were filled with anger and resentment. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, trying to calm himself down, his hands tightly clenched into fists, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Right at this moment, Li Yang suddenly spoke. "Brother, less pretense in the future. Why do you have to challenge our pocket money with your family's entire savings? This Koenigsegg says burn. Do you have that ability?" Li Yang's voice was loud and sharp. Every word was like a sharp blade, stabbing straight into Zhao Lei's heart. He deliberately said the words Koenigsegg very heavily, and also provocatively raised Jiang Han's car keys in his hand. Zhao Lei's body trembled slightly, his eyes flashed with a trace of fear, but more of it was anger. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but realized that he couldn't find the right words at all. He knew in his heart that the gap between himself and Jiang Han and Li Yang was just too great, and the arrogance he had shown just now seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. "Alright, go eat." Jiang Han sniffed and patted Li Yang. He didn't want to waste any more time with Zhao Lei. Then he looked at Zhao Lei. His eyes were cold and sharp as he said word by word, "Stay away from Suyao. It's easier for me to crush you than to crush an ant." His tone was filled with warnings, as if he wouldn't hesitate to strike as long as Zhao Lei dared to make any more missteps. Zhao Lei shivered at Jiang Han's eyes. He didn't dare to look directly into Jiang Han's eyes anymore and lowered his head. He knew that he had completely lost today. Not only had he lost in terms of wealth, but he had also been completely suppressed by Jiang Han in terms of qi. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment, but he didn't dare to show it anymore. "Humph, count yourselves ruthless," Zhao Lei muttered in a small voice before turning around and getting into his car. He started the car, and the tires rubbed on the ground with an ear-piercing sound as he raised the dust. Ding! Completing the quest rewards Lunar Crescent Bay. The moment Zhao Lei left, the system sound in Jiang Han's head rang out. Chapter 81, All Professional Master Level Memory. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Han was slightly surprised, originally thinking that it was just a small trouble to be solved in passing. He didn't expect that such a small task would reward a place like Lunar Crescent Bay. Lunar Crescent Bay was a famous top-tier vacation resort in Shanghai, where the scenery was stunning and the supporting facilities were luxurious, and to be rewarded with such a place really surprised him a bit. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his heart also had some expectations for the future trip to Moon Crescent Bay. "What are we going to eat?" Li Yang opened his mouth and asked, rubbing his hands together. His face was full of anticipation, and his stomach made a grumbling sound at the right time, obviously already starving. "Roadside stall, barbecue chant." Lin Shui responded with a sniff, her eyes shining brightly and the corners of her mouth rising slightly, as if she had already smelled the aroma of barbecue. In her opinion, the barbecue at the roadside stalls had a unique smoky flavor that was incomparable to the food in those high-end restaurants. It can be. It's been a long time since I ate it." Li Yang nodded in response. He remembered the happy times he used to have barbecue and beer at the roadside stalls with his friends, and a nostalgic smile could not help but appear on his face. "Let's go. We're all down. Let's go out to eat together," Suyao also said with a smile before gently crossing Jiang Han's arm. Her smile was as warm as the sunshine in spring, her eyes full of tenderness. When she sat on Jiang Han's arm, her body slightly snuggled against him, appearing very intimate. Jiang Chen felt the warmth coming from Suyao's arm, and a warm current surged in his heart. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go eat barbecue then." He then led the group towards a nearby street with barbecue stalls. Along the way, a few people talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was very cordial. Li Yang and Lin Shui walked in front, joking from time to time, making everyone laugh. Jiang Han and Suyao followed behind. Suyao looked up at Jiang Han from time to time, her eyes full of love. Soon, they arrived in front of a lively barbecue stall. There were a few simple tables and chairs set up in front of the barbecue stall. The surrounding area was filled with people, and the air was filled with the scent of kebabs and the smell of beer. The boss was skillfully flipping and grilling various ingredients in front of the grill, the charcoal fire blazing and making crackling noises. "Boss, a few skewers of lamb and chicken wings, and grill a few leeks and eggplants," Li Yang shouted as soon as he sat down, his voice full of excitement. "Okay, right away," the boss responded with a smile, his hands moving even more skillfully. Everyone sat around the table, waiting for the barbecue to be served while chatting. Jiang Han looked at his friends around him, and felt incomparably satisfied in his heart. This simple dinner lasted for almost an hour. After the four of them had their fill, Jiang Han and Li Yang sent Su Yao and Lin Shui back. The two of them drove towards Shanghai Finance College. Su Yao, two people rented a room from the college is not far away. Jiang Han, two people also quickly arrived at the school. The car parked in the parking lot of the school. The two people parked the car and went to the dormitory. Soon, the two returned to the dormitory. Looking at the empty dormitory, Li Yang couldn't help but sigh. Groove up. Those two really went to the all-nighter. Ah. His voice carried a few moments of helplessness and admiration, clearly surprised by Zhang Yu and Wang Zai's perseverance. Jiang Han sniffed and also responded, "There's not a class tomorrow. Ah, those two are really good." He shook his head and a bitter smile appeared on his face, thinking that these two were really energetic and could even stay up for sleep. Li Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and proposed, "No, I'll go for an all-nighter too. Are you going?" His eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had already seen the excitement and joy of staying up all night playing games. Jiang Chen shook his head and refused. "No, go. You go." He didn't want to disrupt his biological clock. He still had classes to attend tomorrow. Li Yang had some regrets, but didn't force himself. He waved his hand and said, "Bye." Then he turned around and left the dormitory, preparing to meet up with Zhang Yu and Wang Zai. Seeing Li Yang leave, Jiang Han washed up and also laid down on his bed. The dormitory was quiet, with only the occasional sound of insects chirping coming from outside the window. Jiang Han closed his eyes, but his mind was still pondering something. Suddenly he remembered the system mall, and with a movement in his heart, he called out, "System, open the mall." In the next second, the system mall appeared directly in front of Jiang Han's eyes. It was an interface that emitted a mysterious light, with a wide variety of skills and items. Jiang Han looked at the skills in the system mall and started flipping through them aimlessly. There were all sorts of skills, including combat, business, art, and so on, each of which had a unique function and the divine magnificence points required for redemption. After 10 minutes or so, Jiang Han's gaze rested on a skill called All Professional Mastery Memory. The introduction of this skill showed that possessing it would allow one to master the master-level knowledge and experience of each career field, as if it would allow the user to instantly become a top talent in each industry. 100 million Divine Greatness Points. All Occupation Master Class Memory. This looks good, Jiang Chen murmured in his heart, and without much hesitation, he took a breath and directly redeemed this skill down once he thought that he could be a fish out of water in various fields after possessing this skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful redemption. 40 million godly hero points remaining. The system's beep sounded crisply, and Jiang Han's heart was bursting with excitement, as if he had already seen the glorious sight of his future. However, before he could slow down from his joy, another beep came. Ding! Detecting the host's exchange of all professional memory, the system mall will be closed. The remaining divine magnificence points can be used to upgrade skills in the skill bar. The moment the system's mechanical voice fell, Jiang Han only felt a wave of dizziness, as if the entire world was spinning. Immediately afterward, this discomfort turned into a splitting headache, as if there were countless needles stabbing around in his head. He clasped his head with both hands, trying to relieve this pain, but to no avail. His body kept writhing on the bed, and cold sweat soaked his pajamas. In the end, he couldn't withstand the immense pain and directly fainted. In his coma, Jiang Han's brain felt like there were countless torrents of information rushing through it. The knowledge, experience, and skills of various professions poured into his mind like a tidal wave. From the exquisite medical skills of a doctor to the precise design of an engineer, from the creative inspiration of an artist to the exquisite skills of a craftsman, every kind of knowledge was hitting his nerves. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Han woke up leisurely. He slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that his head was still a bit vaguely aching, but when he tried to recall some things, he was surprised to find that he had a lot more unfamiliar yet clear knowledge in his mind. Chapter 82, The New Boss is Young Cold? The next day, Jiang Han woke up early and came to the classroom. Early morning sunlight through the window sprinkled on the desk. The classroom is not many people. Seems particularly quiet. Jiang Han found a seat by the window and sat down, flipping open the textbook, ready to preview the content to be learned today. At this time, Li Yang, Wang Zai and Zhang Yu happened to drag their tired bodies to the classroom. Their eyes were covered with bloodshot, their hair was disheveled, and their footsteps were a bit weak. It looked like they hadn't gotten a good rest after the all-nighter. "Good morning," Li Yang said breathlessly when he saw Jiang Han. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile and his voice was full of exhaustion. "What's wrong? Why do I get the feeling that the three of you aren't very happy?" Jiang Han opened his mouth to ask as he put down the textbook in his hands and looked at them with concern. "Don't mention it, brother Cold. The three of us have been losing all night. We lose no matter how we play. It's really breathless." Zhang Yu slowly opened his mouth and said. He sat on his butt in his seat, his hands drooping helplessly on the table, depression written all over his face. "Ha ha 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 ha." Jiang Han laughed at his words. He thought it was a bit funny that these three had played games all night and still lost all night, but after laughing, he added, letting you guys play all night, now you know what's great. In the future, it's better to stay up a little less. Your body can't take it, and there are still lessons today. Can you guys listen in this state? Li Yang waved his hand breathlessly and said, it's okay, Brother Han, we can hold up. It's just that last night's game was too stifling. The opposite side doesn't know what's going on, and it was so well coordinated that we were no match at all. Wang Zhe also chimed in. Yeah, we all suspected that the opposite side was hanging, but we couldn't find any evidence. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile and said, alright, don't complain. Adjust your state first and finish this class. When the class is over, you guys go and have a good sleep to nourish your spirits. Just then, the bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom. Li Yang and the others hurriedly sat up straight and forced themselves to prepare for the lesson. However, it didn't take long for them to start dozing off. Jiang Han looked at their appearance, helplessly smiled, gently touched Li Yang, reminding him to listen carefully. In this class, Jiang Han listened to the teacher with full attention, and with his all-professional master-level memory, it was extraordinarily easy for him to comprehend the knowledge. On the other hand, Li Yang and the three of them spent this long class in a struggle between sleepiness and insisting on listening to the lesson. It was hard to wait until the bell rang for the end of class. Li Yang and the three of them slumped onto the table at once. Jiang Han patted Li Yang's shoulder and said, let's go. Go to the dormitory and take a nap. Don't hang in here. Li Yang raised his head and said breathlessly, Brother Cold, you're right, my eyelids are fighting now. So, the four of them walked out of the classroom together and headed towards the dormitory. Along the way, Li Yang and the others were still discussing those bad things from last night's game. You guys go back to bed. I have something to go out for. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. There was a hint of determination in his voice. It was clear that this outing was for something important. Well, bring some food when you come back this afternoon. Wang Zhe opened his mouth. He always remembered these small details, making Jiang Han appreciate it. Alright, I'll bring you some when I come back this afternoon. Jiang Chen smiled and responded. His smile was warm and sincere, making people feel good. Then a few people parted ways. Jiang Han walked to where he parked his car and left the academy, driving towards Lunar Crescent Bay. The car soon drove to the underground parking lot of Luna Bay. Jiang Han took out his cell phone and called the person in charge of Luna Bay. He knew that as a high-class resort, the management of Moon Bay must be strict and orderly, and contacting in advance was basic etiquette. Hello? Which one? The person in charge of Lunar Crescent Bay asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. I'm Jiang Han, how do I get to your office? Jiang Chen asked, his tone calm and courteous. Upon hearing this, the person in charge of Lunar Crescent Bay immediately became respectful. Mr. Jiang, you didn't say anything in advance when you came, so we could pick you up. What is your current location? Area B parking lot. Jiang Han responded. His words were concise and clear, showing his efficiency and decisiveness. I'll come pick you up right away, the person in charge of Luna Bay said, clearly used to the arrival of honored guests. No need, tell me how to get there. I'll go there myself, Jiang Chen said. He didn't like special treatment and preferred everything to be done according to the rules. Afterward, the person in charge of Lunar Crescent Bay told Jiang Han the route, and Jiang Han hung up the phone and walked towards there. He walked in the underground passage of Moon Bay, feeling the design concept and humanistic care of the place. His heart was full of anticipation for the upcoming cooperation. Suddenly, a loud and clear car horn sounded, and a speeding Audi RS7 drove towards Jiang Han, who hurriedly dodged aside at the sight. He knew that safety came first in this kind of environment. Are you blind? Can't see the car? The window fell down and a red-haired beauty opened her mouth to roar, her tone filled with impatience. Bastard, if you don't know how to drive, don't drive, Jiang Chen said, a hint of reproach in his voice, but more than that, he was worried about the lady's safety. Old lady doesn't have time for you right now, the red-haired beauty said, then proceeded to start the car and left the place directly, leaving behind a stunned Jiang Han. Jiang Han didn't pay any more attention to the situation and followed the route that the person in charge of Lunar Crescent Bay had said. He firmly believed that as long as one abided by the rules and respected others, any problem could be solved properly. Soon, Jiang Han took the elevator and left the basement, coming to the ground. Not far away was the management office of Moon Crescent Bay, and Jiang Han walked towards that side as well. In front of the spacious and bright hall of the management office, there were several staff members standing neatly in exquisitely tailored and straightened suits. Each of them looked focused and slightly expectant as they gazed at the road ahead, as if they were anxiously awaiting the arrival of a certain person. Time passed by, and finally, a slender and upright figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was Jiang Han, who was slowly walking towards the side with steady and powerful steps. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, exuding a charisma and majesty that was hard to ignore when he raised his hands and threw his feet. At this moment, The eyes of a middle-aged man standing at the front lit up and he hurriedly stepped forward to welcome him. When he approached Jiang Han, his face was immediately filled with a warm smile and he respectfully asked, "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Jiang?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Han stopped in his tracks and slightly nodded his head as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, his eyes revealing a hint of imperceptible scrutiny. After a slight pause, he lightly nodded his head in response while saying, "You were on the phone with me just now, right?" The middle-aged man who received an affirmative reply appeared a bit excited and busily nodded his head in response. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, my name is Lu Jie. I'm very happy to meet you here." Saying that, he didn't forget to extend his right hand to Jiang Han to show his friendliness and welcome. Seeing this, Jiang Han also politely reached out his hand to shake it, the corner of his mouth slightly raised to reveal a faint smile. Afterward, Lu Jie made a sideways gesture of invitation and led Jiang Han towards the gate of the management office. While the two were walking side by side, the other staff members who were waiting quietly on the side had their eyes cast towards Jiang Han, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Some couldn't help but whisper in awe, "Wow, this new boss looks so young." Someone else murmured with a face full of incredulity, "Boy, I didn't expect that our new boss would actually be Mr. Cold." At this moment, a puzzled inquiry suddenly came from the crowd. "Who is young Cold?" Immediately next to him, a person in the know couldn't wait to explain. "You don't even know about young Cold? He's the one who burned tens of millions of dollars to buy that Koenigsegg supercar on the racetrack a few days ago. It caused quite a stir at that time." Hearing this, a sigh of relief sounded around them, and everyone was more and more filled with curiosity and awe towards this young and generous new boss. Chapter 83, I don't wanna hear you push. Jiang Han followed Lu Jie into the office before finding a comfortable seat. His eyes scanned around the office, which was decorated in a simple yet unobtrusive manner, with a few paintings depicting the beauty of Lunar Bay hanging on the wall, giving people a tranquil and cozy feeling. Lu Jie stood aside with a professional smile on his face, waiting for further instructions from Jiang Han. Jiang Chen looked down at the financial sheet in front of him, the dense data on it detailing the income and expenditure of Lunar Crescent Bay. With his all-professional master-level memory, he quickly skimmed and analyzed the data, and in his mind, he gained a clear understanding of the financial situation of Lunar Crescent Bay. The current operating condition of Lunar Crescent Bay is generally not bad, but there's still room for improvement in certain aspects. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Lu Jie. "How long have you been working on this upgrade program?" Lu Jie hurriedly replied, "Mr. Jiang, we have been preparing this program for nearly 3 months. We invited a professional team to conduct research and planning, taking into account the market demand, competitors, and Moon Bay's own characteristics, in an effort to create a more attractive and competitive resort." Jiang Han nodded and asked again, "What is the approximate budget for the upgrade program? Are there any problems with funding?" Lu Jie took out a detailed budget report and handed it to Jiang Han, saying, "The budget for the upgrade program is around $50 million, and currently we have enough money on our books to support the initial investment. Subsequently, if there is a need, we also have some cooperative financial institutions that can provide loan support." Jiang Han carefully looked at the budget report and said after a moment's reflection, "The budget should be strictly controlled to ensure that every sum of money is used on the knife edge. In the process of upgrading, we should focus on maintaining the original characteristics of Moon Bay and not blindly follow the trend. In addition, it is important to do a good job of publicizing and promoting the new changes in Uaya Bay so that more people will understand them." Lu Jie carefully recorded Jiang Han's instructions and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, we will definitely do every job according to your requirements. During the process of upgrading, we will also report the progress to you regularly." Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, then I'll work hard for you guys. I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, Luna Bay will definitely get better and better. By the way, when is the upgrade project expected to start and when will it be completed?" Lu Jie replied, "If everything goes well, we plan to officially start the upgrade project next week, and the entire project is expected to take 3 months to complete. During the construction period, we will rationalize the reception of tourists to minimize the impact on the tourists' experience." The two were having an in-depth conversation around the details of the Moon Bay upgrade program, and the atmosphere in the office was focused and serious. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door broke the silence. A staff member carefully pushed open the door and poked his head in, saying respectfully, "Mr. Lu, the designers are all here." His voice was lowered, as if he was afraid of disturbing their conversation. Lu Jie frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his tone, and immediately responded, "Let them wait. Can't you see that I'm talking about something with Mr. Jiang?" In his opinion, the exchange with Jiang Han at this moment was vital and could not be easily interrupted. Jiang Han waved his hand and said gently, "No need, Mr. Lu, let's go and take a look together." In his mind, He thought that communicating with the designers earlier would also advance the implementation of the upgrade program faster. Okay, Mr. Jiang, this way please. Lu Jie smiled at his words and immediately piled a smile on his face as he hurriedly responded. He quickly straightened his suit and sidestepped to make a please pose, his eyes full of obedience to Jiang Han. Afterward, the two of them walked towards the conference room together. The long corridor was covered with soft carpeting, and the sound of their footsteps was quietly absorbed. When the surrounding staff saw them, it was as if the pause button had been pressed, their originally busy figures instantly frozen in time, all of them casting gazes of awe. These gazes included curiosity and speculation about Jiang Han, the young new boss, as well as respect for Lu Jie, the management. The staff members were like a well-trained honor guard, respectfully stepping aside and slightly bowing their heads, but their eyes couldn't help but surreptitiously survey Jiang Han. Jiang Han's pace was steady, each step taken firmly and forcefully, as if he was measuring the blueprint of Moon Bay's future. His eyes revealed confidence and calmness, as if everything was under his control. Lu Jie, on the other hand, followed closely beside Jiang Han like a loyal guard, with a cautious and pleasingly intertwined look on his face. From time to time, his eyes looked sideways to see Jiang Han's reaction, like a pet looking for his master's instructions, fearing that one of his actions would cause Jiang Han to be displeased. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the conference room. Lu Jie gently pushed open the door of the conference room, and the slight sound of the door shaft turning echoed in the quiet space. In the conference room, a group of fashionably dressed designers with extraordinary temperaments were originally talking in whispers, with the topic centering around the design plans that were about to be displayed. Some designers were exchanging sources of inspiration, while others were discussing the optimization of details. When they saw Jiang Han and Lu Jie come in, they stood up as if they were under a spell, and their originally relaxed conversation came to an abrupt end. Everyone had a look of anticipation and curiosity on their faces, looking forward to being recognized by their new boss and curious about what insights the young boss would offer. Everyone, this is our new boss of Moon Bay, Mr. Jiang. Lu Jie introduced the designers with a hint of pride in his voice. He puffed out his chest, as if Jiang Han's arrival had also brought honor to his face. His gaze scanned over the designers as if he was watching their reactions. The designers' gazes focused on Jiang Han in unison, some with a hint of awe in their eyes, while others were filled with a sense of challenge, as if they were waiting for Jiang Han to judge their proposal. You're a designer? Jiang Han looked at a red-haired beauty sitting in the conference room and asked directly. His gaze was sharp and cold, as if it could penetrate one's heart. The moment he saw the red-haired beauty, Jiang Han recognized that she was the very person who had driven her car across the street in the underground parking lot and had spoken ill of him. At this moment, a surge of anger welled up in his heart, and his tone became cold and forceful. Upon hearing these words, the red-haired beauty's original look that still carried a bit of condescension instantly froze, and the color of blood on her face quickly faded, becoming a pale white. Her eyes were wide with terror, like a deer being targeted by a hunter. She immediately stood up in shock, her legs trembling slightly uncontrollably as she bowed deeply. I'm very sorry, Mr. Jiang. I didn't realize it was you. Her voice was tinged with sobs, filled with fear and remorse, and every word seemed to exhaust her entire body. I don't want to hear you push. Take your people and leave. Zhang Chen's voice rang out like thunder in the conference room, shaking the ears of the crowd. There wasn't the slightest bit of room for negotiation in his words, and the anger revealed in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Chapter 84 didn't taste anything yet. Lu Jie immediately grimaced when he heard this, his brows tightly furrowed together as a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. As the head of Lunar Crescent Bay, he knew that Jiang Han's decision could not be questioned. With a stern face, he said coldly, please. That tone was like giving an expulsion order, without a trace of temperature. Mr. Jiang, give us another chance, the red-haired beauty said with a sobbing voice, her voice carrying a hint of pleading, her eyes filled with despair. She knew that if she lost this chance, all of her and her team's efforts would go down the drain. Her hands were clenched tightly together, her knuckles whitening from the exertion, and her body trembling slightly from the tension. Jiang Chen directly waved his hand at her words. His movements were dry and decisive, as if he was cutting off all unnecessary entanglements. Lu Jie immediately understood and hurriedly poked his head out and shouted, "Come a few people to get them out." His voice was loud and majestic, filled with irresistible power. Not long after, several burly security guards walked in quickly, their expressions serious and their eyes revealing determination. The red-haired beauty's team members looked at each other with helpless and frustrated looks on their faces. They knew that there was no room for redemption at this moment, and could only silently pack up their things. As the red-haired beauty watched all of this, tears were welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. She bit her lip, her eyes revealing a trace of unwillingness, but in the end, she still led her team members to leave the conference room under the security guard's escort. The conference room fell into silence for a while. Everyone was shocked by the scene just now. They didn't expect Jiang Han to make such a decisive decision, and they also felt sorry for the red-haired beauty's reckless behavior. Lu Jia looked at Jiang Han and asked cautiously, Mr. Jiang, what do we do next? Jiang Han took a deep breath, calmed himself, and said, find the design team again. I want the upgrade plan for Moon Bay to be as good as it can be. His voice regained its calmness, but his eyes still revealed firmness and determination. The afternoon passed like a white horse, quickly slipping away. Jiang Han glanced at the delicate watch on his wrist. The hands were already pointing towards the end of the day. He gently started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot of Crescent Moon Bay, driving towards Su Yao's company. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the car windows, reflecting a golden color, as if adding a touch of romantic color to this trip. More than half an hour later, Jiang Han's car was steadily parked under Su Yao's company. He sat on the soft seat, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Yao, then leaned on the back of the seat and waited quietly. The surrounding streets were gradually bustling with pedestrians coming and going, vehicles flowing endlessly. But Jiang Han's mind was all on the Su Yao he was about to meet. After another 10 minutes, Su Yao walked out lightly from the building. She was wearing a professional suit, and her exquisite makeup looked even more moving under the setting sun. She walked towards Jiang Han's car with elegant steps, the corners of her mouth slightly rising, revealing a sweet smile as she delicately said, Missed me yet, young cold? Jiang Han looked at Su Yao in front of him. A warm current surged in his heart, smilingly asking, If I say yes, is there any reward? His eyes were filled with anticipation, as if a child longing for candy. Depends on my mood, Su Yao said with a smile as she looked at Jiang Han, a hint of playfulness in her eyes that made her inscrutable. Big beautiful Su Yao, how's your mood today? Jiang Chen sniffed and reached out his hand to gently pinch Su Yao's small face. The delicate touch made him unable to resist staying a little longer. Not in a bad mood today, Su Yao nodded, a happy smile spreading on her face. The smoothness of her work had put her in a happy mood all day. And seeing Jiang Han at this moment made her mood even more like a blossoming flower in spring. Oh, not bad at all. Is there a reward then? Jiang Chen asked with a smile, his eyes fixed on Su Yao, expecting her response. As the words fell, Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently closed her eyes and slowly approached Jiang Han, gently kissing him on the lips. That gentle kiss was like a dragonfly touching water, but it made Jiang Han's heart instantly mess up the beat. Jiang Han, who was suddenly attacked, froze for a moment. He looked at Su Yao dumbfounded, his mind blank. After a while, he came back to his senses, smacked his mouth and spoke, Didn't taste it, let's do it again. There was a hint of pettiness in his tone, as if he was a child playing a trick. Humph, you think so? Su Yao sniffed and pouted, her cheeks red like ripe apples, but her eyes were full of love. Just think beautiful, Jiang Han said playfully, then directly wrapped his arms around Su Yao's neck, gently pulling her towards him, and deeply kissed on Su Yao's cherry mouth. Su Yao first struggled slightly, but soon relaxed and immersed herself in this sweet kiss. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on them through the car window, adding a layer of golden light to this romantic scene. After a long time, Jiang Han slowly let go of Su Yao, looking at her slightly reddened cheeks and mesmerized eyes. His heart was filled with tenderness. He gently stroked Su Yao's hair and said tenderly, Now that's a taste. Humph. Su Yao sniffed and hummed softly. She turned her face away, feigning anger, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth still gave away her inner joy. Her hair fluttered gently in the breeze, carrying a hint of playfulness and cuteness. Hey, Yao Yao, let's go eat something? Jiang Chen asked smugly, his eyes full of doting, looking at Su Yao's playful appearance. He only felt full of sweetness. He gently poked Su Yao's shoulder with his hand, like he was teasing a cute little animal. No, Su Yao responded. She purposely dragged out her tone, her eyes looking out of the window as if she was thinking about something, and as if she was purposely trying to whet Jiang Han's appetite. In fact, she was also expecting Jiang Han to give an answer that would satisfy her in her heart. To that snack street behind the school? Jiang Han asked tentatively. Su Yao nodded, a happy smile spreading across her face. She took Jiang Han's arm and walked with him towards the car. Their silhouettes faded away in the afterglow of the setting sun, leaving only sweetness and warmth along the way. Chapter 85 1. 3, 5 for you. 2, 4, 6 for her. The two held hands as they walked down the snack street, the warm light spilling over them and pulling out long shadows. They walked and stopped, savoring various cuisines while strolling leisurely. From time to time, Jiang Han handed Su Yao a skewer or a cotton candy, and Su Yao would happily take it, a happy smile on her face. However, as Su Yao looked at the man beside her, a hint of confusion gradually appeared in her eyes. She looked at Jiang Han's handsome face and confident smile, and then thought about herself. Although she was once the school flower, but in front of Jiang Han's current status and achievements, she suddenly felt so small. She began to doubt, could she really go on with Jiang Han for a long time? Yao Yao, what's wrong? Jiang Chen's heart tightened when he saw Su Yao's lost expression, and he quickly opened his mouth to ask. He stopped his steps and looked at Su Yao with concern, his eyes full of worry. Nothing, it's just that I suddenly feel a bit unworthy of you. Su Yao opened the door and said, a hint of bitterness in her voice. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiang Han's eyes, afraid to see approval in his eyes. What's wrong with not being a good match? This isn't quite a good match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Jiang Han smiled and joked, trying to ease Su Yao's emotions with a light-hearted tone. He reached out his hand and gently lifted Su Yao's chin, making her look into his eyes, and said seriously, in my heart, you're just the most perfect. No, I mean with your status what kind of beauty can't be found? Su Yao spoke in a small voice, her voice getting smaller and smaller as if she was talking to herself. Her heart was filled with inferiority complex, feeling that she couldn't be compared to those outstanding women. That's right too. In fact, if you don't mind I can find you a little companion. Jiang Chen nodded in response, a hint of a bad smile on his face. He deliberately said this to see Su Yao's reaction. Oh, then what? Su Yao asked, her voice trembling a little as an inexplicable jealousy surged in her heart. She didn't expect Jiang Han to say this, and for a moment she was a bit at a loss for words. Then 1, 3, 5 for you, 2, 4, 6 for her. I'm off duty on weekends. Single off, Jiang Chen said with a smile, and even winked on purpose when he finished. He looked at Su Yao's slightly angry look and felt cute. When Su Yao heard Jiang Han's words, she first froze, then reacted to the fact that he was joking, and couldn't help but gently smack Jiang Han as she snapped, quite good at that, giving yourself a day off. Although her face carried a hint of anger, her eyes revealed a hint of reassurance. That's not true. Just in case if my body collapses, what are you going to do with that little sister of yours that you've never met before? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He intentionally said the words little sister very heavily and raised his eyebrows, his face filled with a teasing expression. He tightly wrapped his arm around Su Yao's shoulders and gently shook her, as if he was teasing a docile kitten. And little sister, when your body collapses I'll push you in a wheelchair to the square, then put you aside to watch me dance with the old man. Su Yao responded with a blank look at Jiang Han. Although there was a hint of anger in her eyes, it was more of love. She gently slapped Jiang Han's arm and pretended to be angry. I'll let you joke around again. Humph. Jiang Han was amused by Su Yao's words and laughed. He felt that Su Yao's dainty demeanor was just too cute. He gently scraped Su Yao's nose with his hand and said, good, when the time comes, I'll sit on the wheelchair and cheer you on. Let's see which old man can match my family's Yao Yao's charm. Su Yao couldn't help but smile as well when she heard Jiang Han's words. She leaned in Jiang Han's arms and said, then you have to get well soon, otherwise it's no fun for me to dance alone. Her voice was soft and sweet, as if she was telling a beautiful promise. The two of them continued to stroll down the snack street while talking about jokes. They bought some more snacks and ate them while enjoying the bustling scene around them. The snack street was filled with people coming and going, filled with laughter, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Suddenly, Jiang Han saw a stall selling cotton candy. The fluffy and soft cotton candy looked especially attractive under the light. He took Su Yao's hand and said, Yao Yao, let me buy you a cotton candy. Without waiting for Su Yao to reply, he walked to the stall and bought the biggest cotton candy. Jiang Chen took the cotton candy and walked to Su Yao, handed it to her and said, here you go, my little princess. Su Yao took the cotton candy and looked at the white as snow cotton candy. Her heart was filled with emotion. She gently bit into the cotton candy. The sweet flavor spread in her mouth, just as sweet as the love between them. Is it delicious? Jiang Chen looked at Su Yao and asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Yao nodded and said, it's delicious, thank you, chill. Her voice was filled with happiness and fulfillment. The two of them continued to hold hands as they strolled down the snack street, enjoying the good time. Their silhouettes looked extraordinarily cozy under the light, as if the whole world was left with just the two of them. Suddenly, Jiang Han's cell phone ringtone broke this sweet atmosphere. Jiang Han was speechless as he took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw that it was Li Yang's incoming call and also reluctantly answered it. Brother Cold, you and 3 dear brothers are starving to death in the dormitory. Li Yang spoke on the phone. He deliberately dragged out the word dear for a long time, with a few exaggerated cries, as if he was going to faint from hunger in the next second. On the other end of the phone, there were also some echoing voices from Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu, shouting bring food back quickly. When Su Yao heard Li Yang's words, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she laughed, and her shoulders were slightly trembling due to her uncontrollable laughter. She felt that Li Yang's look of a living treasure was just too funny, and her original mood, which was still a little sad, was instantly dispelled by the cheerful atmosphere. Got it. I'll go back in a while. Jiang Chan responded breathlessly. He shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He had anticipated that Li Yang and the others would call to hurry. After all, these guys had always been gluttons for punishment. Okay, righteous father, pay attention to your body. Li Yang immediately hung up the phone with a smile at his words. His righteous father shouted exceptionally loud, with a hint of mischief. Chapter 86, 1 year. After the two of them strolled around for a while more, Jiang Han reluctantly drove his car to send Su Yao back to the house he shared with Lin Shui. Although he said reluctantly on his lips, he actually couldn't bear to part. Every separation made him cherish the time together even more. Taste what flavor again before you go, Jiang Chen whispered, his voice filled with a petulant flavor, as if he was a child who couldn't get a toy. No more tasting, go back quickly, Su Yao said and walked out of the car. She looked at Jiang Han's displeased look, and felt both amused and a little touched in her heart. She knew that no matter how reluctant he said he was, he actually still cared about her and their time. Jiang Han saw this and dropped the passenger side window. You really don't want to give a taste? Hurry back, Li Yang and the three of them are still hungry, Su Yao responded. Her words carried a hint of helplessness but were also mixed with concern for Jiang Han. She didn't want him to delay the party with his other friends because of her. Alright, bye, see you tomorrow, Jiang Chen said with a reluctant face, but he also knew that Su Yao was right. He didn't want to make everyone wait too long. After all, friendship was also very important. Bye, Su Yao said with a smile. Her smile was like the spring breeze brushing across the lake's surface, causing ripples to spread out, making one's heart happy. Jiang Chen nodded, then drove this Bugatti away from here, driving towards the academy. The engine emitted a low and powerful roar, as if it was telling of his eager and slightly helpless mood at this moment. The night scene outside the car window flashed by like a slideshow, but Jiang Han's thoughts were still stuck in the moment he had just parted with Su Yao. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, and his face was filled with a happy smile. On the way back, Jiang Han purposely stopped in front of a familiar snack store. He walked into the store and skillfully said to the boss, "Boss, come with 3 portions of chow mein, add more ingredients." The boss smiled and responded, "Okay, right away." Jiang Han stood aside, watched the boss skillfully stir-fried noodles. The aroma gradually diffused. He thought of the dormitory of the 3 out-to-feed brothers, could not help but shake his head. Jiang Han saw the milk tea store next to him, then walked in and bought 4 cups of milk tea. Soon, the fried noodles and milk tea were packed. Jiang Han carried the steaming food, got back into the car, and accelerated towards the college. Before he even walked through the door of the dormitory, the shouts of the 3 people playing games in the house came out, and the sound shook Jiang Han's ears a bit. He pushed open the door and walked in, and asked in a bad mood, "Damn, aren't you guys starving to death? Why do you still have so much energy to shout?" He only saw Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu staring at the computer screen with full concentration, their fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, and their mouths were still shouting. "Go on, quickly zoom in. Ao yo, welcome home young cold." Zhang Yu glanced back at the words and shouted with a smile. His eyes glittered with excitement, his face overflowing with the thrill of the game. When Jiang Han heard this, he placed the trio's dinner on the table before walking towards the bathroom to prepare to wash up. As he walked, he said, "Mard, Li Yang, you disturbed me from kissing my Su Yao. Treat me to a big meal in a few days." The words carried a bit of flirting, but more than that, it was a kind of trust and closeness between brothers. Walking into the bathroom, Jiang Han turned on the faucet, and the cool water splashed on his face, instantly sobering him up. He stood in front of the mirror and straightened his hairstyle, the corners of his mouth lifting into a satisfied smile. After a simple wash, Jiang Han sat on his bed, and this game of 3 was over. Li Yang came over and said with a smile, "Interrupting you kissing your family's Su Yao school sister to eat some big meal. I'll invite you to kiss other beauties, not just fine." His words carried a bit of teasing, but it was more of envy and snickering between close friends. "Scram," Jiang Chen said without a trace of annoyance at his words, but his eyes didn't have the slightest bit of annoyance in them. Instead, they had that pampered look in them. He reached out his hand and gently patted Li Yang's shoulder, signaling him to stop talking. "If he doesn't go, I'll go," Wang Zhe immediately responded, his tone carrying a bit of seriousness, as if he was ready to go to this feast on Jiang Han's behalf. His words caused everyone to laugh. Time passed quietly, like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, the life of freshman year was over. The campus is filled with a sense of parting. Some students are packing their bags, some are saying goodbye to each other, both the face of the end of a semester of study, but also the expectation of the holiday. Vacation is over. "Where are you going, Brother Han?" Zhang Yu asked, as he excitedly stuffed his clothes into his suitcase, while looking up at Jiang Han, his eyes glittering with anticipation. "Going back to have a look around. I'll come and play with you guys when there's nothing else to do." Jiang Chen opened his mouth. He was methodically organizing his books and clothes with a hint of casualness in his tone. During his freshman year, he had gained a lot academically, and had also built a deep friendship with his dormitory brothers, and for the upcoming vacation, he was looking forward to getting together with everyone. You have to come and find out. I'll show you the beautiful women of Kyoto, Zhang Yu said with a smile, a mysterious expression on his face, and deliberately raised his eyebrows. He felt that as a prosperous metropolis, Kyoto naturally had countless beautiful women, so he must let Jiang Han have a good look. Crap, I'll go too. Li Yang immediately came into the spirit when he heard this. He stopped the action of packing things in his hands and jumped up from his seat in a flash. He clenched his hands into fists and his eyes were filled with excitement, as if he had already seen those beautiful girls on the streets of Kyoto. Wang Zhe, who was nonchalantly packing at the side, heard their conversation, smiled, shook his head and said, "You guys, you just know how to look at beautiful girls, but if Jiang Han goes to Kyoto, it would be nice for us to get together." Jiang Han looked at them and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Okay, when I arrange a good time, I'll definitely go find you guys. We'll have a good time then. When are you guys leaving?" Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe and asked, "In a while, someone from home is coming to pick up." Wang Zhe opened his mouth. He pointed out the window. A luxurious business car was parked on the roadside of the campus. The driver was standing by the car waiting. "Me too. My brother also had someone come to pick me up." Zhang Yu also responded. He patted Jiang Han's shoulder. "Jiang Han, you can be sure to contact me when you arrive in Kyoto. There are so many fun places in Kyoto." "Alright, are you alright this afternoon?" Jiang Han looked at Li Yang and asked. He was already calculating about going to the car show in the afternoon in his heart, and felt that it would be more fun for Li Yang to go with him. "Nothing. What's wrong with having a place to play?" Li Yang asked curiously. His eyes lit up at once. He was always interested in fun things. "Isn't there a car show in the afternoon at the Shanghai Convention and Exhibition Center? Go and have a look in the afternoon?" Jiang Han opened his mouth. He has always had a strong interest in cars, and after driving a sports car for so long, he also wanted to change to a different style of ride. Chapter 87 Lamborghini Veneno. "You want to buy a car?" Li Yang asked. He was a bit surprised, not realizing that Jiang Han had plans to buy a car again. In his opinion, Jiang Han's Bugatti was already racy enough. Driving a sports car every day is enough. It's not fun. Go see if there's a suitable one, Jiang Han said, stretching his waist with a cozy look on his face. "And there are all types of cars at the auto show. Maybe we can find some surprises." Hearing this, Li Yang rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Alright, then I'll go with you. I also want to see what good cars are at the auto show. Maybe I can buy one in the future." As the two were talking, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe were already dragging their luggage and preparing to leave. They hugged Jiang Han and Li Yang goodbye once again, then got into the car that came to pick them up and slowly drove out of the campus. "My brother seems to have gone to the convention center as well," Li Yang slowly said as he sat in the car, and while he said that, he took out his cell phone and looked at the message that his big brother had sent him earlier to confirm that he remembered correctly. "Brother Wei also went there? What's with the cars at this car show?" Jiang Han asked. He was full of curiosity about this auto show, thinking that if he could make Li Yang's big brother Li Wei come to participate, there might be quite a few rare models. "I don't know. Go find him and ask," Li Yang said. He was also looking forward to seeing some special cars at the auto show, and at the same time, he also wanted to get together with his big brother. Soon, the two drove this Bugatti to the center of the auto show as well. The moment the car slowly drove into the venue, it immediately attracted countless gazes. The surrounding people stopped their steps and cast their eyes towards this dazzling Bugatti. The sunlight sprinkled on the car's body, reflecting a dazzling light, as if it had coated the car with a layer of gold. "Good boy, this is the Bugatti that Cold Young doesn't?" someone immediately exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise and envy. Since the burning of a Koenigsegg, Jiang Han's reputation and this Bugatti in Shanghai was a hit. Everyone is full of curiosity about this generous, high-profile young man, as long as the Bugatti appeared, always become the focus of attention. After Jiang Han parked the car in a vacant space, the two of them walked down. Jiang Han was dressed in a simple yet stylish casual outfit. With an extraordinary temperament, Li Yang followed him around, full of excitement. They walked towards the convention hall. While walking, Li Yang called his big brother. The phone was quickly connected. Li Yang said, "Brother, Jiang Han and I arrived at the auto show. Where are you?" Li Wei's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm in Hall 6. You guys come over." Hanging up the phone, Li Yang said to Jiang Han, "My brother is in Hall 6. Let's go over to him." The two of them accelerated their steps and walked through the crowd towards Pavilion 6. Along the way, people were constantly pointing at them, whispering about Jiang Han and his Bugatti. Jiang Han didn't care about these gazes. His mind was on the auto show, expecting to find his favorite car inside. When they walked into Hall 6, the scene inside brightened their eyes. All sorts of luxury cars were displayed in abundance, and the light hitting the cars shone with a fascinating luster. Jiang Han's eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't wait to walk towards one of the display cars, carefully observing the appearance and details of each one. Li Yang, on the other hand, looked around, searching for his big brother Li Wei. Xiao Han, Xiao Yang, this way. Li Wei's voice rang out from the VIP area on the side. It was loud and familiar. The two immediately followed the voice and walked over, only to see that Li Wei was standing beside the sofa in the VIP area, with exquisite refreshments and drinks placed on the coffee table beside him. Brother Wei, what car is there today? I'll let you all come over, Jiang Han asked, his eyes full of curiosity, his hands stuck in his pants pockets. The whole person looked dashing and casual. You two ran here without knowing? Levi asked as he sniffed, frowning slightly with a hint of flirtation. Jiang Han said he wanted to buy another car, so we came over to take a look. What kind of cars are there, brother? Li Yang also asked, bouncing up to Levi's side with a look of excitement on his face. Lamborghini Veneno, and it's also a hardtop version of which there are only 3 in the world. Levi opened his mouth, a hint of excitement in his tone, his eyes flashing with appreciation for this supercar. What brother, did you get divorced? Or did you change my sister-in-law for me? You also have the idea to buy such an expensive car? Li Yang sniffed and immediately asked, grinning and teasing Li Wei. Scram! I can't show it to me if I don't buy it. Li Wei responded in a bad mood. He gently slapped Li Yang's head and then went on to speak. Does Xiao Han have any ideas? Then I'll be polite, Jiang Han said with a smile, his smile confident and calm. Then he looked towards the car that was covered up in front of the VIP room, as if he had already seen the impactful appearance of the Lamborghini Poison Veneno through that layer of cover. His eyes revealed a hint of longing. For such a rare supercar, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Levi looked at Jiang Han's appearance and said with a smile, okay, Xiao Han, have a vision. This Lamborghini Poison Veneno not only has a cool appearance, but its performance is top-notch. The global limited hardtop version, driving on the road, the turnaround rate is absolutely explosive. Li Yang jumped up excitedly at the side and said, wow, if Jiang Han buys it, it will be even more impressive when we go out in the future. At this time, a staff wearing a professional sales uniform came over and said with a smile, several gentlemen, do you need me to introduce you to the Lamborghini Poison Veneno? Jiang Han nodded and said, yes, please tell us more about it. The staff member walked to the cover and gently pulled it. The cover slowly fell down, and an extremely exaggerated and futuristic Lamborghini Poison Veneno was displayed in front of everyone. Its sharp lines and unique shape, like a beast ready to strike at any time, exuded a breathtaking charm. The staff began to introduce the car. The Lamborghini Poison Veneno uses a lot of carbon fiber, making the body light and strong. It is equipped with a powerful engine, which is so powerful that it can accelerate to 100 kilometers in just a few seconds. Moreover, its interior is also extremely luxurious, and every detail shows the high-end quality of Lamborghini. The globally limited hardtop version is even more collectible. Jiang Han listened to the introduction while circling the car and carefully observing it, his eyes full of appreciation. Li Yang and Li Wei were also listening intently on the sidelines, occasionally letting out exclamations of amazement. After Jiang Han finished looking at the car, he said to the staff, I'll take it, do the paperwork for me. His tone was firm and decisive, as if buying such a luxury car was just a normal thing for him. I'm sorry, sir, we are taking an auction sale for this car today. The highest bidder wins.